Chapter 1. Ding, you have traversed dimensions, experience points 1. Ding, you feel somewhat bewildered, experience points 23. Ding, you glance below and breathe a sigh of relief, experience points 666. Who am I? Where am I? My name is Chi Chu. Have I really crossed over? After 3 minutes and 21 seconds, Chi Chu finally confirmed the reality of his transmigration, albeit with a heart full of mixed emotions. He could accept the idea of crossing over after all. Having read countless novels, he had often fantasized about his own journey to another world. But heavens, are you toying with me? After 3 arduous years, I finally gained admission to Tsinghua University. Just when my college entrance examination results were announced, you sent me off to another realm. I was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of my life. Yet, despite his complaints, the notion of transmigration accompanied by a system was not entirely unacceptable. After all, Chi Chu was an orphan, unloved and uncared for, though the old dean might mourn his sudden disappearance for a time. This system seems quite powerful. Chi Chu's pupils constricted as he carefully scrutinized the system that accompanied his transmigration. The system interface was remarkably simple, with only 2 straightforward panels in his mind. The first recorded information regarding the acquisition of experience points. Experience points could be obtained at any moment. Ding, you wave your hand, experience points 21. Ding, you swallowed, experience points 56. The second panel documented his possessed abilities. Host, Chi Chu, experience points 4321. Level 1 Magic Apprentice 0100. Suppressing his excitement, Chi Chu cautiously focused his thoughts and clicked on the upgrade option, only to find that the level category indeed changed. Level 1 Magic Apprentice transformed into Level 2 Magic Apprentice. A warm sensation surged within him, and a peculiar power flowed through his body, as if he could strike down a bull with a single punch. Magic Apprentice? Does that mean I can wield magic? Chi Chu closed his eyes, mimicking the characters from novels as he attempted to control the flow of magical energy within him, gathering it into his hands before releasing it in an instant. Ding, you have comprehended the basic fireball spell. Basic fireball spell 0100 launches a fireball forward, with power determined by magical energy and level. A pale red fireball erupted from his hand, striking the slightly yellowed earthen wall and creating a gaping hole. Chi Chu was momentarily stunned, having grown up immersed in science. Witnessing such magical power, something only seen in films, filled him with awe. Level up, level up. Experience points were increasing by the second, and amidst Chi Chu's astonishment, he gained several thousand more experience points. He instantly ascended to Level 4 Magic Apprentice and acquired the intermediate fireball spell. It was only then that Chi Chu regained his composure, surveying his surroundings and the newly acquired memories in his mind. He had indeed crossed over, and this body he inhabited bore a notable identity. Sharing his name, he was a newly appointed prince. Earlier this year, the old emperor passed away, and numerous princes vied for the throne, ultimately resulting in the ruthless eldest prince seizing power. Fortunately, Chi Chu was merely a nameless child among the emperor's numerous offspring, and after a purge of his siblings, the eldest prince spared the remaining few insignificant brothers, granting them a remote territory to lead a life of ease. However, this prince has it rather rough, doesn't he? Chi Chu let out a bitter laugh. He had no interest in the throne, but the identity of the body he now occupied was rather pathetic. Perhaps he wasn't even comparable to some minor nobles. With barely a dozen guards and an old steward, there wasn't even a single maid. Coupled with his unfortunate luck, he was assigned to the desolate Thunder Fortress by the eldest prince, and within less than half a month, he met his demise, granting Chi Chu the opportunity to transmigrate. Sigh, brother, your fate as a prince is truly dismal. However, since I have inherited this body, I will surely make a name for you. As for your dreams, if the chance arises, I will also strive to fulfill them. The dreams of Prince Chi Chu were somewhat laughable as a son of the emperor. His deepest obsession was none other than a woman, one he had no means to possess. The fragments of memory were already somewhat hazy. Chi Chu shook his head. If he ever had the opportunity to visit that so-called royal city, it wouldn't be unreasonable to help this unfortunate Chi Chu achieve his dreams. Ding! Host detected. Energy sufficient. Activation complete. Ding. The ultimate dragon raising system is now activated. 1,000 gold coins required to unlock the dragon space and embark on the path to divinity. Just as Chi-Chu's thoughts began to drift, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. He initially thought there had been some alteration in the upgrade system. However, upon focus, he discovered another completely different system panel in his mind. What is happening? Another system? The dragon raising system? Ding, your emotional state is in a state of intense fluctuation. Experience points 2334. Two systems, two entirely different programs, were operating independently and simultaneously. Moreover, it seemed that this dragon raising system was more advanced than the upgrade system, equipped with voice prompts and a task system, just waiting for him to activate. Dragons. He could raise dragons? Wouldn't that mean he could become a dragon rider in the future? The series of shocks he experienced today rendered Chi-Chu momentarily speechless. 1,000 gold coins? Chi-Chu let out a sigh of relief, although he had no allies or power. The eldest prince had generously bestowed each insignificant prince with 10,000 gold coins for travel expenses, making it quite feasible to produce this 1,000 gold coins. Stretching lazily and taking a deep breath, the upgrade system had already provided him with surprises, and this dragon raising system would likely not disappoint him either. Chi-Chu slowly pushed open the door. The place he occupied was undoubtedly his dilapidated territory, Thunder Fortress. Though described as dilapidated, it still exceeded Chi-Chu's expectations. As he walked, despite the absence of servants and the slightly worn rooms, the castle retained an air of grandeur. With a bit of repair, it could still serve as a fine residence. His thoughts scattered, he made his way to the main hall. Obtaining 1,000 gold coins to activate the dragon raising system was the priority. The main hall was modest yet dignified. Chi-Chu scanned his surroundings and spotted a plump man dressed in purple, causing his pupils to constrict. He frowned slightly. According to the images in his memory, this man should be his steward. Yet this steward was now seated in the prince's main chair, quietly sipping tea. Such behavior was a grave disrespect in noble etiquette. He could very well be executed for this. Steward Lin. Chi-Chu gently reprimanded, rousing the steward, Lin Jin, from his seat. Lin Jin instinctively stood up, feeling a bit flustered, but upon realizing it was merely Chi-Chu, he let out a relieved smile. If it were an outsider, he would genuinely fear their judgment. But with only this useless prince before him, oh no, now he was a useless lord who had little to worry about. This was not the royal city, in fact. Over half of the guards were his own trusted confidants. As for this useless lord, who would care? 13th Prince, you are awake, he stated, maintaining an air of flattery as he approached Chi-Chu. You have caught a chill, you ought to rest well. This place is not like the royal city. Not only is there no life mage to tend to you, but there's also a scarcity of crude mortal remedies. His words were courteous as he slowly approached Chi-Chu, revealing a worried expression. Had it been the former prince, he would have been grateful, but now, it was the transmigrated Chi-Chu. He could see right through the disdain in Lin Jin's eyes, and a wave of disgust surged within him. The treasury should still have some funds. I wish to withdraw some for purchasing supplies. Chi-Chu chose not to dwell on the matter with him possessing two systems. He felt no need to waste words on such a lowly creature. Funds? Gold coins? My lord, what do you need those for? Lin Jin was taken aback. He truly hadn't anticipated that Chi-Chu would bring this up. Moreover, there's hardly anywhere to purchase anything in Thunder Fortress. If you wish to shop, you must go to Chang'e City, which is 100 miles away. Chi-Chu shook his head. I need the money for practical purposes. Just take me to the treasury. Gold. Vault? Lin Jin furrowed his brows today. The demeanor of the good for-nothing prince was decidedly unusual. He actually wished to visit the vault. How could he possibly be granted access to the vault? He had already squandered nearly 10,000 gold coins in the royal city, leaving himself with merely a couple of thousand. Your Highness, if you desire to purchase something, I can procure it for you. It would be best if you refrain from going into the vault, as it is rather dusty, he suggested. Given that you are currently afflicted with a chill, it would be prudent for you to return and rest. Chi-Chu raised an eyebrow, initially believing this to be a matter of course. only to be met with the steward's repeated obstruction. After a careful appraisal, Chi-Chu began to discern the truth. It seemed that this steward was not a person of good character. It was no wonder that the previous unfortunate soul had been so subservient. Hand me the key to the vault, I will go myself. Whether it is dusty or not is my concern. Chi-Chu fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Jin, extending his hand to demand the key. At this moment, Lin Jin began to display genuine signs of agitation. After a tense standoff of several seconds, Lin Jin ultimately retreated a step, his eyes clouded as he relinquished the key. Watching Chi-Chu's retreating figure, Lin Jin's expression twisted slightly, as if he had resolved upon something sinister, muttering under his breath with malice. "Humph, then do not blame me for lacking compassion. I had not intended to deal with you so swiftly. Your Highness, you truly consider yourself a prince? This is but a borderland should you perish at the hands of bandits. I doubt anyone would bother to investigate." With a heart filled with venom, Lin Jin swiftly rendered his judgment. When those bandits had previously sought him out, he had contemplated bribing them for a delay. It appeared that now he would simply allow this worthless prince to meet his end sooner rather than later. Minutes later, the vault was not nearly as dusty as the steward had claimed. In fact, it was cleaner than many other places. However, the gold coins and supplies brought from the royal city astonished Chi-Chu. He distinctly recalled that the eldest prince had bestowed upon him 10,000 gold coins, along with other provisions that had filled 3 carts to the brim. Now, there were merely 2 boxes? Are you jesting with me? Is this some form of embezzlement? This is outright robbery. He had suspected that the steward might pilfer a small portion, but he never imagined that the steward would be so brazen. It was likely that those assets had already been sold off by the steward for profit. Lin Jin, do you not wish to explain what's transpired? As Lin Jin finally arrived, albeit belatedly, Chi-Chu maintained a stern expression. He had not intended to stoop to quarreling with such a lowly figure, but this particular insect had crossed a line. Explain? The castle requires repairs, which have incurred substantial costs, and the journey necessitated certain expenditures. It is fortunate that this amount remains, Lin Jin replied, shaking his head. Having already torn the veil of civility, he spoke plainly. Moreover, this money is not entirely yours. It belongs to Thunder Fortress, and a portion is earmarked for the soldiers' wages. As for you, you shall not touch a single coin. Lin Jin scoffed derisively, completely disregarding Chi-Chu's darkening countenance. Having resolved to turn against him, this worthless prince could not live for long in the end. It was he who called the shots. Chi-Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that this steward would dare to be so shameless in his presence. He was a prince. Though fallen from grace, he was still the master of this castle. If he chose to ignore him, did Lin Jin truly believe he could treat him as inconsequential? Very well. Very well. You are indeed remarkable. However, I am determined to claim this money. Chi-Chu sneered. Did Lin Jin actually think he could prevent him from activating the system? If he continued to endure this, he might as well become a ninja turtle. Chi-Chu reached out to seize the box filled with gold coins, but Lin Jin contemptuously attempted to block him. However, the next moment, a massive fireball surged forth, forcing him to retreat, the flames tearing through his sleeve. What? You have actually advanced to the status of a mage. Lin Jin exclaimed in astonishment as the colossal fireball blasted a gaping hole in the castle wall, drawing the guards' attention. Yet, upon seeing the standoff between the prince and the steward, they could only exchange bewildered glances. Having secured the gold coins, Chi-Chu merely offered a cold snort in response. And what are your advancement to a mage? I never expected you to conceal your capabilities more deeply than I. Do you truly believe I have followed you all these years for no reason? You are at most a 6th-level mage apprentice armed with the resources and funds amassed over the years. I have now reached the 10th level, with one foot firmly planted in the realm of a novice mage. Lin Jin, frustrated and agitated, inadvertently revealed his true thoughts. A worthless prince like you should have perished long ago. The steward no longer concealed his disdain, as Chi-Chu had ignited half of his attire. He had already deemed Chi-Chu a dead man. But alas, Chi-Chu's focus had shifted entirely away from him. With those 1,000 gold coins, he activated the most powerful dragon-raising system, acquiring a dragon egg that was expected to hatch within a day's time. The attributes of the dragon are formidable, and the most powerful dragon-raising system is equally impressive. However, Chi-Chu's attention is entirely diverted from the dragon-raising system. He is taken aback by a message of experience. Ding, you have acquired a giant dragon pet. Experience points 999. Ding, you have obtained the dragon-raising system and the title of Dragon Tamer. Experience points 999999999. Chi-Chu mutters in astonishment. The sheer magnitude of these two colossal figures momentarily leaves him speechless. To ascend to a level 6 mage apprentice, it only required 10,000 experience. But now, an astonishing 11 billion. Chi-Chu swallows hard, struggling to comprehend the figures. The two systems operate independently. He never anticipated that the first gift from the dragon-raising system would trigger such a massive experience reward in another system. How terrifying! Level up! Chi-Chu, expressionless, begins his ascent. Although devoid of skills, advancing through the ranks poses no challenge. Mage Apprentice, Junior Mage, Senior Mage, Magus. Within mere seconds, Chi-Chu has forcefully elevated himself from a mere Mage Apprentice to the realm of a level 10 Magus. Spending less than 100 million experience, hardly even a fraction. Alas, it seems that due to some magical bottleneck in his training, he cannot further upgrade to a Grand Magus at present. He struggles to articulate his specific strength. Presumably, a single fireball could obliterate the entire Thunder Fortress without issue. Just then, Lin Jin's attack finally arrives. This self-satisfied steward intends to impart his magical knowledge to Chi-Chu as a lesson in humility. What shall we do? The prince and the steward are actually fighting. Whom should we assist? Humph, you fools, of course, we support whoever emerges victorious. Who will win? Surely the steward will triumph. What achievements could that useless prince possibly claim? The violent explosions have already alerted the guards, yet the scene leaves everyone in stunned silence. On one side stands the inept prince, and on the other, the steward wielding real power. In their panic, not a single soul dares to take a side that a few merely adopt the spectator's mindset. Most of these guards have served for years, yet not one makes a move. They have even considered their plans for retirement should the prince perish. The steward practices wind magic, fully intent on going all out. He continuously inscribes runes, unleashing a fierce wind blade that hurtles towards Chi-Chu. Beware, your highness, run. Finally, a tardy guard's voice pierces the air, and in an instant, he lunges forward, positioning himself to shield Chi-Chu from the wind blade. The wind blade, razor-sharp, instantly severs the guard's arm, blood staining the gray tiles. The other guards exchange glances, a chill creeping up their spines. Instinctively retreating a step, this time, the steward is evidently serious. Chi-Chu, startled by the guard's selfless act, recovers from his shock at the flood of experience points. He feels a mix of anger and warmth. Anger at the steward's lethal intent, and warmth knowing that among the 10 or so guards, there are still some who stand by his side. This useless prince has not yet reached the point of total abandonment. Wind, gazing at the steward Lin Jin, and recalling his recently heightened strength, Chi-Chu's anger transforms into a smile. Since you wish to play with the wind, I shall grant you ample opportunity today. At the moment the steward strikes, Chi-Chu's leveling system receives a notification. Ding, you have observed the Junior Wind Blade technique. It has been automatically learned. Junior Wind Blade technique, 0-100 launches a wind blade forward. The blade's power is determined by magical energy and rank. Level up, Ultimate Wind Blade technique. Max level launches a wind blade forward. The blade's power is determined by magical energy and rank. After ascending to level 2 Grand Magus, with several million experience points remaining, Chi-Chu immediately maxes out the wind blade. He instantly feels the currents of wind swirling around him. Wind blade. Chi-Chu raises his hand, channeling several streams of transparent wind. Unlike the stewardess wind blade, having reached its ultimate form, he no longer needs to inscribe magical runes. The transparent winds instantly transform into 7 or 8 wind blades that fly toward the steward. Each blade is purer than the last, the surrounding magical energy swirling as if frozen in time. Before the steward can react, the astonishment on his face solidifies. With a resounding thud, he collapses. Meanwhile, the walls behind the fortress crumble spectacularly. Each wind blade possesses the power to slice through iron as though it were paper. The guards collectively gasp in disbelief. What is happening? Chi-Chu has won. Goodness, This prince has been hiding his capabilities too well. He must have reached the level of a senior mage. Why are you still standing there? Protect the prince. Hurry and clean up. We cannot allow that scoundrel Lin Jin to tarnish Thunder Fortress. A few quick-thinking guards have already begun to shout orders, notably those who had previously looked down on Chi Chu the most. The abrupt shift in attitude leaves some of the guards feeling quite embarrassed. Humph! Chi Chu unleashes another wind blade, blocking the guard's path. Begone! From this day forth, you are no longer my guards. I, Chi Chu, cannot afford to associate with the likes of you. Out of respect for our past, I shall spare your lives today. However, should I see you again, I will show no mercy. With a sweeping gesture, a massive gust of wind sends the remaining guards flying through the crumbling wall, propelling them nearly 100 meters away. Whether these guards survive is no longer Chi Chu's concern. They're still alive. Having dealt with the steward and those fence-sitting guards, Chi Chu begins to survey the wreckage of the fortress and the guard who had shielded him. He had presumed this good soul was dead, only to discover he had merely fainted from the pain of his severed arm. Wind, fire, Chi Chu ponders, murmuring to himself, since it's magic, I recall there should be a healing spell. With a glimmer of inspiration, he channels his magical energy, slowly enveloping the valiant guard. Indeed, magical energy possesses restorative properties. Chi Chu's heart leaps with joy. As he wraps the guard in magic, his body begins to mend. And the leveling system aptly presents the skill option. You have comprehended the skill. Junior Healing Technique. Junior Healing Technique. 0-100 capable of rapidly restoring injuries. Level up. Ultimate Healing Technique. Max level capable of perfectly restoring injuries. With effects akin to regrowing severed limbs, self-healing efficacy is related to magical energy. With nearly 2 million experience points, he instantly maxes out the healing technique. Killing Lin Jin seems to have yielded considerable rewards. But compared to the previous 1 billion, it pales in comparison. Ding! You harbor deep resentment. Experience points 821. Ding! You feel the accumulation of experience points is too slow. Experience points 111. Ding! You still desire a giant dragon. Experience points 91. Experience points accumulate slowly, and Chi Chu suddenly recalls his dragon-raising system, deciding not to dwell on it. Perhaps one day, he would experience another explosion of experience points again. The effects of the ultimate healing technique are remarkably effective. The injured guard's body, even his severed arm, visibly regenerates at an astonishing rate. Unfortunately, lacking a sleeve, his appearance seems somewhat comical. I believe your name is Tang Yi, correct? Chi Chu inspects the selfless guard closely, recognizing the familiar contours of his features, recalling his name. Your Highness. Yes, I am Tang Yi. Tang Yi appears momentarily dazed, his mind still lingering on the conflict between the steward and the prince, only to find himself in this current state. What of the steward? What has become of the other guards? Why has everyone vanished? Wasn't your arm severed? How has it grown back? Do not overthink. I have taken care of them. From now on, you shall serve as my steward and chief guardian, and this castle will be under your dominion. You have been by my side for approximately 7 or 8 years, correct? Indeed, I was once a mere beggar, rescued by the prince, and have, begrudgingly, become his personal guard. Chi Chu scoffed, dismissing any notion of reluctance. Given the ineptitude of this prince and the treachery of that steward, it was remarkable enough that they could afford to maintain a guard. Are you experiencing any physical issues now? And no, I am all right. Well then, if all is well, find a way to repair the castle. Since you possess the heart to save me, I shall take responsibility for guiding you henceforth. You may freely utilize the funds within the treasury. I recall there are several villages within the territory of Laming Castle, from which you can hire a few servants and maidens. Never mind the servants. Hiring a few maidens will suffice, after issuing a few casual commands. Chi Chu entrusted all the responsibilities to Tang Yi, who appeared utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Chi Chu began to scrutinize the dragon egg in his mind. The space of dragons, the most advanced dragon rearing system, far more intricate than the leveling system, also comes with a small space of its OW and as Chi Chu focused on the dragon egg, he suddenly felt the world tilt, and when time and space stabilized, he found himself in a purely white realm. In the center stood a table, a book, and a massive dragon egg. That was all. A book? Curiously, Chi Chu approached the table and opened the somewhat classical white-covered book, and immediately, a torrent of information surged into his mind. It was then that he comprehended the true nature of this dragon-rearing system. The first revelation was that he was not the sole candidate for the dragon-rearing system. In various planes, there exists a chosen one, designated by the dragon god, known as the dragon tamer. The dragon tamer can freely traverse between the space of dragons and the original plane, growing alongside their dragon companion. The space of dragons, also referred to as dragon space, is merely his exclusive area within this realm. In the future, he can utilize this book to enter another main space and compete against other dragon tamers. The dragon egg. Chi-Chu gazed at the egg with anticipation. According to the book, each newcomer would randomly receive a newly hatched dragon egg. However, each dragon possesses a unique lineage, including fire dragons that are inherently fiery, gentle water dragons, valiant black dragons, and even noble golden dragons along with other hidden bloodlines. Is it time to test my fortune? As his palm gently caressed the dragon egg, he suddenly felt an innate sense of familiarity. Crack! A powerful life force joyfully interacted with Chi-Chu's soul, and a fissure appeared on the eggshell, as if something magnificent was about to emerge. Crack! The eggshell shattered, and a completely bald, pale blue dragon slowly crawled out. It circled the remnants of the eggshell, gazing joyfully at Chi-Chu before eagerly consuming its own shell. The dragon's eggshell contained immense nutrition, even harboring certain inheritances. The blue dragon devoured hungrily, and noticing Chi-Chu standing there, it cautiously offered him a piece, as if seeking praise. You eat, I am not hungry. Chi-Chu quickly waved his hand, deciding that such a delicacy should be reserved for the mighty dragon. The dragon-rearing systems panel also underwent a transformation. Dragon tamer, Chi-Chu gender, male strength, unknown, investigation sealed, items, unknown, investigation sealed, skills, unknown, investigation sealed, dragon, Ilea gender, female bloodline, water dragon rank, early hatchling upgrade materials, water essence 010, dragon crystal 01, beast soul 01000, other materials, Ilea, an early hatchling, gazing at the newly born dragon, which stood approximately 7 to 8 meters tall. Chi-Chu estimated that it would reach at least 40 to 50 meters upon maturity. Not bad. Yet, all of his attributes, aside from his name, were nearly entirely sealed from investigation. After much contemplation, he concluded that it must be the work of his other leveling system. This leveling system is undoubtedly extraordinary. Although it appeared simplified, it likely surpassed the dragon-rearing system by a tier. Upon glancing at the leveling system, Chi-Chu was once again stunned. To his astonishment, a new pet leveling option had appeared on that side. Pet, Ilea rank, early hatchling, unable to level up due to material constraints. Initial water dragon bloodline, 010000, can be upgraded to water source dragon bloodline at the next level. Initial water dragon breath, 01000, the breath of a water dragon. With limited power, initial healing spell, 01000, a healing spell of the dragon clan. Unable to contain his elation, Chi-Chu realized that if Ilea could level up, then the act of rearing dragons would be a breeze for him. Level up. Initial water dragon bloodline, water source dragon bloodline, water saint dragon bloodline, triggering inheritance to ice dragon bloodline, frost giant dragon bloodline, maximum level ice dragon breath, maximum level dragon healing spell, in mere seconds. Ilea's attributes reached their maximum level. While still voraciously consuming the eggshell, Ilea's pale blue body shimmered, transforming from a small water dragon into the offspring of a frost giant dragon. Ding! Dragon Tamer data matching completed. Current training content. You will enter the dragon battlefield alongside 80 newly minted dragon tamers, divided into groups of 4 based on average strength. This training is a simulated battle, posing no danger to life. Dragon tamers may engage in combat with one another, with rankings determined by the duration of survival. Additionally, a continuously shrinking tide of beasts will encircle the dragon battlefield. There are other scattered rules as well, all of which gradually flooded into Chi-Chu's mind. However, the more he heard, the more he felt a sense of familiarity. Dragon battlefield? 80 participants? Is this not akin to a battle royale? Moreover, it is the legendary 4-man squad battle royale. Chi-Chu couldn't help but slowly question the peculiar sense of humor of this so-called dragon space. This beginner's task, reminiscent of a battle royale, was indeed quite disconcerting. Nevertheless, it was still somewhat different from a typical battle royale. At least, the starting point consisted of 4 individuals and 4 dragons. There was no mention of equipment to be acquired mid-battle, merely a simplified version of a battle royale. The white light gradually dissipated. Chi-Chu regained his composure and discovered he had arrived in a valley. Upon carefully examining his teammates, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at him. 4 dragons, indeed, but the 4 individuals might not be so straightforward. The first figure that caught his eye was a slender girl with slightly pale skin. However, she possessed long ears, lithe and graceful legs, and wore a peculiar green vine-like outfit that perfectly accentuated her curves, instantly evoking thoughts of elves in Chi-Chu's mind. Elves are exceedingly beautiful, but the second individual, a towering orc, muscular enough to dwarf Chi-Chu entirely, made him shudder. The last one was difficult for Chi-Chu to articulate. While the first 2 could still be loosely associated with the terms elf and orc, the final one could hardly be described as human. It was, in fact, a spherical green mass. The first to speak was the 2-meter-tall orc, who surveyed the surroundings before letting out a contemptuous snort. Human race? Since when has such a worthless race been selected as dragon tamers? It seems that the orc is seeking a sense of presence, yet simultaneously exhibits a certain apprehension towards the elf and the green sphere. Curiously, his first utterance is directed at Chi-Chu. In his world, the status of humans is rather lowly, which is reflected in the disdainful gaze he casts upon Chi-Chu. The orc's voice carries an unusual timbre, yet in this peculiar place, Chi-Chu inexplicably comprehends his intent. Fireball spell. Without a moment's hesitation, Chi-Chu conjures a fireball, a massive blaze instantly coalescing and erupting beneath the orc's feet. The orc's expression flickers with astonishment as he raises his arms to shield himself. Alas, after a deafening explosion, the area where the orc stood has been reduced to a profound crater. The dragon behind the orc, in a frenzy, attempts to assault Chi-Chu, but in the next heartbeat, it too vanishes into transparency. Ding, your teammate Mian has been eliminated. The slayer is Chi-Chu. Chi-Chu. Elf? Green sphere Gugu. Staring at the gaping pit before him, Chi-Chu finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. That I did not intend to kill him. I merely wished to test if I could attack a teammate. I am equally perplexed that I simply tossed out a fireball, and yet, the once formidable orc has perished instantly? The elf and the green sphere are evidently startled by Chi-Chu's sudden display of power, instinctively retreating a step. This human, who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation and even slays his own allies, is likely not one to be trifled with the commencement of the mission. The surrounding luminescence dissipates, indicating that the remaining 3 may now depart from this valley. Apart from the green sphere and the elf exhibiting a degree of trepidation towards him, no further conflict arises. The elf, named Ai Shia, hails from a certain elven realm, while the green sphere, a type of magical creature, refrains from disclosing its true name. From disparate realms, they possess distinct cultures. However, Chi-Chu notes one prevailing observation. In other planes, humans seem to occupy a rather lowly position, often regarded as the lowest tier of existence. That in comparison to other races, humanity's physical attributes and characteristics fall significantly short. There are sounds emanating from the valley ahead. As they traverse the dense forest, they occasionally encounter peculiar beasts exhibiting aggressive tendencies. 3 young dragons scamper behind, and Chi-Chu raises his hand, sensing the skirmish unfolding in the valley ahead. Human mage. May I be so bold as to pose a question? The green sphere's expression reveals a hint of surprise as it contemplates before addressing Chi-Chu. According to the classification of human mages, what level have you currently attained? I believe it's referred to as a magus. That a look of sudden realization spreads across the green sphere's face. In the valley ahead, we are at least 2,000 meters away. To utilize a scouting spell would require a magical creature of the red sphere caliber. According to the rules of the so-called dragon battlefield, the power levels between dragons and their trainers should not differ significantly. You seem to have entered the wrong place. The green sphere struggles to articulate its thoughts, having observed Chi-Chu since he effortlessly dispatched the orc with a mere fireball. With the magical creature's sensitivity to energy, it has sensed that something is amiss. The elf, appearing somewhat naive, nods in agreement, her demeanor tinged with fear. In our realm, human magi are already at the level of elven high priests. I can feel the energy fluctuations of the green sphere and the previous orc, yet I sense nothing from you. Chi-Chu is momentarily bewildered upon hearing the words of the green sphere and the elf. He suddenly comprehends his own leveling system. Is the dragon rearing system's detection hindered by the leveling system? Has it deemed him merely an ordinary individual, and thus he finds himself here? So now, as a monarch, he has entered the bronze tier? Well, frankly, I am just as clueless as to how this transpired. Perhaps I should focus on completing the task. If that is indeed the case, it may not be such a bad turn of events. Chi-Chu nods, gazing toward the valley. The commotion in that direction has subsided, and it appears that something is approaching them. 5 minutes later, the battle has resumed. 4 adversaries, before they can even draw near, are swiftly dispatched by Chi-Chu's blades of wind. The elf and the green sphere tremble in the background, acutely aware that they are in the presence of an overwhelming force. The 3 young dragons, 2, seem at a loss. According to their ancestral memories, the initiation task for new dragon trainers is meant to foster cooperation with their partners. But now, it feels as if they are merely leading the dragons around. Ilea, in utter boredom, exhales a breath of draconic frost, the icy essence compelling the other 2 young dragons to retreat towards their master. The elf and the green sphere are left in utter disarray. It is one thing for Chi-Chu to surpass them in strength, but they had not anticipated that even the dragon companions would not be on the same level. That frost breath. It seems Chi-Chu must have some sort of cheat activated, right? Traveling westward, Chi-Chu gains an increasingly lucid understanding of his own power. Indeed, within the dragon battlefield, many of the settings and creatures require the collaboration of dragons and their trainers to overcome or eliminate. However, due to Chi-Chu's unorthodox presence, the dragons have yet to even take action. He is no mere magus. He is a magus who has perfected all his skills, effortlessly steamrolling through all that is presented to him. Ding! You have slain 10 dragon trainers. Those within 5,000 meters will be made aware of your location. Ding! You have slain 20 dragon trainers. Those within 10,000 meters will be made aware of your location. Ding! You have slain. As time passes, numerous dragon trainers begin to sense an overwhelming danger emanating from a specific location. Should they manage to slay Chi-Chu, substantial rewards await. Regrettably, they are akin to gourd children delivering gifts to their grandfather, none managing to withstand even a single strike. Nenshi, has the data been compiled? Aren't the tools from your technological realm quite advanced? In a secluded corner of the hillside, 2 men clad in leather jackets are utilizing a peculiar device for reconnaissance. They are dragon trainers from the technological realm. The data, we cannot quantify it, but merely from the energy emanating, it appears to be at least on the level of a 6th-tier starship. To their astonishment. Besides the dragons, there exist such formidable humans. Is this what the legendary mages are like? They seem akin to demonic sorcerers. The individual named Nanshi, adorned with spectacles, gazes at Chi-Chu with a hint of admiration. What does it matter how powerful he is? The beast tide will soon arrive, and I refuse to believe he can withstand it. We will employ optical invisibility. The beast tide will not perceive us for a short while. Once he can no longer hold out, we will swoop in for the kill. The 2 engage in hushed conversation, yet unbeknownst to them, Chi-Chu hears every word distinctly. Ultimate reconnaissance spell, ultimate magical power reversion. These 2 skills, surreptitiously learned from the elf, have been maxed out by Chi-Chu. His presence here is solely to await the impending beast tide. In the dragon battlefield, when slaying minor creatures, dragons have a chance to acquire a substance known as beast soul, which is essential for the young dragon's advancement to full dragons. While others tackle minor creatures one by one, this phenomenon akin to a poisonous circle in a battle royale has evolved into a beast tide within the dragon battlefield. Chi-Chu has set his sights directly on the beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. From afar, the cacophony between heaven and earth grows increasingly loud. In the distance, an endless tide of beasts surges forth, as if being pursued by some unseen force. A small group, unable to flee in time, is engulfed by the beast tide. Among them, for young dragons let out 2 mournful cries before dissipating into transparency, leaving the battlefield. The elves and their green orbs have already retreated to safety. While Ilea's brushes against Chi-Chu, her shallow memory failing to fully comprehend the dense mass of beasts before them. On a hillside, a man and a dragon gaze down at the ever-growing army, charging directly towards the beast tide. In Chi-Chu's hands, one ignites with flames while the other swells with a sphere of water. His ultimate magical prowess has nearly transformed him into a humanoid cannon. Devoid of cooldowns or mana consumption. Is he mad? Does he truly wish to confront the beast tide? No. We must retreat. This tide is far more formidable than any we have previously encountered. We cannot hide. Two potential dragon tamers, sensing the danger, observe Chi-Chu as he rushes into the fray and hastily stow away their equipment, eager to escape. Yet, alas, they too are ultimately consumed by the dust. The beast tide contracts further, and the dragon battlefield gradually approaches its conclusion. In the final arena, only an orc with a wind elemental dragon and a skeleton with a fire elemental dragon remain. Unlike Chi-Chu's battle, the synergy between the dragon and its tamer has begun to take shape, resulting in an evenly matched confrontation. However, as the beast tide encroaches, their area of movement shrinks, and the fire elemental dragon's high offensive capabilities ultimately prevail. The fiery breath still howls throughout the arena, yet the skeleton atop the dragon furrows its brow deeply. Now, in this decisive moment, he finds himself utterly alone. Stunned for a time, he realizes that the game is far from over. Gazing at the colossal and densely packed beast tide, a ludicrous thought suddenly strikes him. Could there be someone still hidden within the tide? Surely not. At this magnitude, even a juvenile dragon would be unable to reach it. Survive amid such a beast tide. One would at least need the strength of a half-step skeletal lord, an impossibility in this novice trial ground. Or perhaps, due to the nature of virtual combat, must all participants perish for it to conclude. As the beast tide draws near once more, the skeleton helplessly shrugs its shoulders. After a brief struggle against the fire elemental dragon, it too transforms into transparency and vanishes. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, a different scene unfolds. A lone figure, accompanied by a dragon, and encircled by a ring of fire, at the center of the formation stands a youth clad in pale blue, seemingly grilling skewers. Initially overwhelmed by the approaching beast tide, he unexpectedly comprehends the fire formation. Although a single fire formation lacks significant power, it directly manifests as a skill. Chi-Chu unleashes hundreds of fire formations, followed by hundreds more of water and wind formations. While these are merely the most basic of formations, their quantity and quality completely compensate for any shortcomings. The beast tide cannot approach at all, allowing him to survive in the heart of it. Ding! The trial of the dragon battlefield has concluded. You have slain a total of 81,314 beasts and acquired 6,121 beast souls. Your ranking is first place, earning you 1 dragon crystal and 5 dragon essences, automatically converted to ice essences. Ding! You have received 10,000 dragon coins, which can be used to purchase materials. Naturally, Chi-Chu claims the top rank and receives an abundance of valuable items, most of which pertain to Ilias's ascension. Currently, Ilias is in her juvenile stage as an ice frost dragon. Regrettably, the materials required for her transformation into an ice frost dragon are 10 times that of a regular dragon. Otherwise, she could almost leap straight past the juvenile stage. Dragon, Ilias gender, female bloodline, ice frost dragon rank, juvenile stage ascension materials, ice essence, 5,100, dragon crystal, 110, beast souls, 612,110,000. Other materials, with the novice task complete. A new door has appeared in Chi-Chu's white space. This door leads to the true dragon realm, where genuine strength is showcased. However, Chi-Chu does not step through immediately. Instead, he silently exits the white space. Although today's dragon battlefield was relatively easy, it left him with a touch of mental fatigue. In another twist of time and space, Chi-Chu finds himself back at Thunderclap Fortress. Outside, the sky has darkened, and it has likely been 2 or 3 hours. He calculates that he spent over 10 hours within the dragon battlefield, with the flow of time in the dragon realm approximately 6-to-1 compared to reality. Attempting to summon Ilias, the colossal dragon materializes, filling the entire hall. Fortunately, no one is present. Otherwise, a legendary dragon tale might have been born. Thunderclap Fortress is located on the western border of the Qilin Empire, nestled against the Qingling Mountains, offering both mountains and water. However, due to its remoteness from the county town and occasional beast attacks, it is undeniably a rural area. The previous ruler was merely a baron, and logically, Chi-Chu's princely status should not have been assigned to such a small place. Alas, when the current emperor carelessly distributed territories, Chi-Chu became the sole unfortunate recipient of the surplus. Yet, there are benefits to small places. Chi-Chu has grown quite fond of this location. Tang Yi, having been appointed as the chief guard, has efficiently managed numerous affairs. Additionally, he has taken on many responsibilities previously held by the steward, bringing 10 young maidens from the surrounding villages to infuse life into the castle. Your Highness, we are approaching East Village. East Village is the most prosperous of the nearby settlements, having established a school in recent years and produced a distinguished mage. The speaker is a fair-faced young girl named Qin Xiao, who stumbles a bit in her speech before such a prominent figure. Among the 10 maidens, Chichu immediately selects her as his personal attendant. Though petite, she possesses an alluring figure, and her fair neck delights Chichu immensely. Today's inspection was proposed by Tang Yi. Having spent nearly a month at Thunderclap Fortress, Chichu has yet to show his face to the local populace. Thus, under Qin Xiao's guidance, the three embark on their first inspection. The people live in peace and contentment, dress simply, which truly imparts a sense of tranquility to Chichu. Hey, boss, someone spotted that Prince has come out. He's currently in East Village. Humph. That steward promised gold this month but has yet to deliver a single coin. Does he really think Qingling Zhai is easy to fool? You really want to collect? If we capture that prince, we'll surely get our hands on some money. Heh, gather the men. Let's pay East Village a visit. Chichu was completely unaware that someone had already set their sights on him in a small nook of Qiling Mountain. He also remained oblivious to the fact that the butler, now reduced to ash, had once paid a significant amount in protection fees for the former waste.it present. He was preparing to visit a certain individual under the guidance of Qin Xiao, the charming young lady. This individual was none other than the esteemed mage of East Village. The mage, known as Fang Yuan, had been celebrated for a month when his magical aptitude was discovered. Years had passed, and Fang Yuan had thrived at the Chang'e City Academy, elevating the Fang family to the status of village leaders in East Village. Naturally, Chichu felt compelled to pay him a visit. Fortuitously, Fang Yuan was still in East Village for certain reasons, and when Chichu arrived, he was taken aback. He had anticipated an elderly mage, only to discover that this so-called Fang Yuan was a young man of similar age to himself. Moreover, Qin Xiao mentioned that he had been practicing for several years, implying that Fang Yuan had become a mage in his early teens. Fang Yuan's home was noticeably more refined than the other residences in the village, as a mage's resources far surpassed those of ordinary folk. Upon entering, however, Chichu was greeted not by Fang Yuan, but by his father, Fang Qing, the village chief. According to his father, Fang Yuan was currently engaged in meditation. Chichu paid little mind to this. He had heard of meditation, a necessary practice for mages to enhance their magical power, though he relied solely on his upgrade system and felt no need for such methods. However, after waiting for over an hour, Chichu grew somewhat impatient. After all, he was a prince. Surely, even amidst meditation, Fang Yuan should make time to meet him. Initially out of politeness, Chichu refrained from using his probing technique. But after a brief scan, he was incensed. Fang Yuan was not meditating at all. How could he leave a prince waiting while he leisurely sipped tea and read? Was reading more important than acknowledging my presence as a prince? His visit was originally intended to express goodwill towards his subjects, prompted by Tang Yi's suggestion to explore nearby villages. Yet, he was met with indifference in the very first village he visited. Just as Chichu's anger began to boil over, Fang Yuan sauntered out, displaying a hint of disdain upon seeing him. The villagers were unaware, but Fang Yuan had been in Chang'e City long enough to comprehend the rumors circulating about the arrival of this so-called waste prince in Thunderclap Fortress, a place deemed beneath even the lowest of individuals that I in the eyes of the nobility and mages in Chang'e City. This prince was nothing more than a jest. Fang Yuan had already encountered ridicule regarding his status as the prince's subject, and thus he showed no courtesy. The novice mage Fang Yuan, meeting the prince, offered a slight bow and spoke. I apologize for the prolonged meditation. I experienced a moment of enlightenment. Should you, Your Highness, ever venture into the world of mages, I trust you will come to appreciate the essence of meditation. Chichu cast a glance at Fang Yuan, and the words of admiration he had prepared evaporated in an instant. The mention of his status as a novice mage carried an undertone of provocation. What did he mean by entering the world of mages in the future? If I were to reveal my true strength, it would surely terrify you. Well, it seems your aptitude is commendable. Strive to practice diligently, and do not bring shame to your father, nor to Thunderclap Fortress. I hear you are a fire mage, correct? Coincidentally, we are in need of some assistance in the kitchen at Thunderclap Fortress. If you are interested, I could offer you a position. Perhaps with a little favor from your father. Chichu's tone grew increasingly frosty, responding with the authority befitting a superior. How could a mere novice mage dare to look down upon him? The dialogue soon took a turn, charged with tension. Tangy sighed. He had come to see if he could persuade this novice mage to join their ranks, only to discover that the mage held his master in contempt. Words were wasted on those who did not share common ground. Had they been enemies, Chi-Chu would have slapped them away without hesitation. Alas, he was merely here for a friendly inspection and wished to avoid conflict. Bandits. The bandits from Qingling village have come. How dare they? They are heading to Fang's house. Fang Yuan is at home, and that new prince is also here, just as Chi-Chu prepared to leave hastily. The village erupted in shouts. He had no memory of bandits, yet his mage instincts told him that they were indeed approaching him. As expected, the bandits did not raid as they usually would but instead rushed toward him. By the time he stepped outside, he was surrounded by 3 to 4 dozen bandits. Tang Yi instinctively shielded Chi-Chu. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, he lamented inwardly. He had heard about these bandits from butler Lin Jin, never expecting them to confront him directly. Humph, Qingling village, you have some audacity. Before Chi-Chu could react, Fang Yuan stepped forward. It was well known that this region was under Fang Yuan's protection, ever since he enrolled in the Mage Academy in Chang'e City. He had maintained a non-aggression pact with the bandits. Fang Yuan? Aren't you in Chang'e City? One of the bandits recognized him and took a couple of steps back, exclaiming in surprise. The mystique surrounding mages instilled a natural fear in nearly everyone. Do not fear him. Our leader is here. A man clad in a black beast skin coat stepped forward, exchanging a glance with Fang Yuan. He too was surprised to find Fang Yuan in the village, as mages typically spent most of their time in the academy for seclusion. After a pause, he spoke. I have heard much about Master Fang. I am from the Yin family of Qingling village. We mean no offense. We simply wish to discuss matters with the new Lord of Thunderclap Fortress, and we hope you will not hinder us. It be by the way, I recently received guidance from an esteemed individual and have also advanced to the rank of novice mage. I hope Master Fang will grant us some leniency. The eloquence of the bandit caught Chi-Chu off guard. He had intended to clear the area and return home, but now he found himself intrigued, wondering how Fang Yuan would handle the situation. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He had regarded these bandits as mere minions, but was surprised to see a fellow mage among them. Though taken aback, he stood tall. Despite his disdain for the wasteful prince, he would never hand over anyone to the bandits if word got out. It would tarnish his reputation in Chang'e City. A mage. When did mages stoop to banditry? Do you not honor the runes in your possession? Though he held a dislike for this prince, Fang Yuan firmly stated, you cannot take anyone today. With that, he conjured a red rune, and strands of energy flew forth, forming a crimson barrier. The fire cage not only protected Chi-Chu, but also ensnared the bandits attempting to escape. Though Fang Yuan looked down upon the wasteful Chi-Chu, he still afforded him a measure of respect as a prince. Ding, you have observed a fire spell, novice fire cage, 0-100 capable of creating a barrier to trap foes or protect allies. Ding, your fire cage has been upgraded to ultimate fire cage. Chi-Chu shrugged his shoulders, casually stealing the opportunity to learn skills. Meanwhile, the leader of the mountain bandits glanced at the flickering flames and furrowed his brow. That it was not that he feared Fang Yuan. Rather, he knew that attacking him would inevitably attract a host of mages from the academy, who could be far more troublesome than nobles at times. Young Master Fang, since you wish to engage in battle, I shall not hold back. Yin Jia gradually coalesced a white rune in his hands, unmistakably revealing himself as an ice mage. Ice mages were a rare sight throughout the Qilin Empire, so encountering one in such a small locale was unexpected. Fire and ice clashed in a lively exchange. However, in Chi-Chu's eyes, these spells seemed as trivial as a child's game. The power truly seemed rather insufficient. Young master, let us step back a bit, lest we be caught in the crossfire. Tang Yi tugged at Chi-Chu. As the battle between the two mages began to expand in scale, fireballs, fire serpents, ice spikes, and ice cages erupted, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Chi-Chu shook his head. Collateral damage was not a concern for him, as he was preoccupied with learning skills. In just a short while, he had absorbed numerous fire and ice techniques, making this trip worthwhile. Fang Yuan was destined to lose. Chi-Chu could easily discern the disparity in combat power. The ice spell seemed to possess a significant resistance against fire, placing Fang Yuan at a distinct disadvantage. Additionally, the battlefield evidently imposed constraints on Fang Yuan, who dared not recklessly unleash large-scale spells. As expected, after a brief skirmish, both sides had exhausted a substantial portion of their magical energy. and Yin Jia's finalized spell ensnared half of Feng Yuan's arm in frost. The mountain bandits erupted in laughter, and Yin Jia finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Tang Yi's eyes reflected a steely determination. He could not allow the prince to be taken away. Qin Xiao, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Her expression betrayed her fear as a mere village girl that my lord. It seems young Master Feng cannot save you after all. Perhaps we could have a proper discussion that I've heard you are a little prince. Your value must be quite high, yes? Your steward previously promised 10,000 gold coins. Might we negotiate for a bit more? Yin Jia did not take action to eliminate the defeated Feng Yuan, but instead turned his smiling gaze towards Qi Chu. A discussion? Qi Chu finally nodded. He had learned enough skills and was indeed ready to converse. Here's the deal. There are 34 of you. If each pays 10,000 gold coins, I shall spare your lives. Qi Chu slowly approached, casting a mocking glance at Yin Jia. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Feng Yuan spat in disdain, realizing that if he had not been distracted by the need to protect the useless prince, he might not have lost. He found it absurd that Qi Chu would utter such thoughtless words. Tang Yi, equally stunned, realized they were entirely at a disadvantage, yet the prince had spoken in such a manner. This was not the royal city, and no one feared his title. The mountain bandits laughed heartily, convinced Qi Chu had been rendered foolish by the situation. Yin Jia paused for a moment, astonished that this seemingly useless lord would utter such a statement. You will spare us. Although I have heard you are a feckless prince, I did not expect you to be such a fool. What do you possess that would grant us mercy? To be honest, I am also a mage. A mage? Haha, you. A mage? You possess no trace of magical energy. Yin Jia conjured an ice spike, drawing it near Qi Chu's form, bemused by the absurdity of this feckless prince. Qi Chu shrugged. If others refused to believe him, there was little he could do to I can wield ice as well that he closed his eyes, while he struggled to coalesce runes, if allowed to unleash directly. That would be an uncooled, cost-free artillery piece, ultimate ice freeze. With a light lift of his hand, a faint aura emanated forth in an instant. All the mountain bandits froze, their mocking, disdainful expressions crystallizing into silent ice sculptures. They could no longer voice a single word that I truly am a mage. Qi Chu remarked nonchalantly, a hint of disdain coloring his expression. These foot soldiers were far less entertaining than facing a beast tide. Tang Yi, initially steeped in despair, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events and could hardly process it all. Previously, when Qi Chu had dispatched the steward, she had fainted, unaware of his true power. Feng Yuan swallowed hard. Such an attack could only belong to a high-level mage, or perhaps even more. This prince, ridiculed throughout Chang'e City, was actually a high-level mage. What a joke. He could already envision the number of faces Qi Chu would slap when he entered Chang'e City. Recalling his earlier arrogance in dismissing a high-level mage, a bitter smile crept upon his face that in the Battle of East Village. Although few had witnessed it firsthand, the mountain bandits who had gone to their doom had already proven that this new lord possessed the strength to protect them. Consequently, the villagers grew even more fervent in their support, while Feng Yuan pondered the chaos that Qi Chu's entrance into Chang'e City would incite. He remained unaware that Qi Chu had already received an invitation. The Earl's residence in Chang'e City. After a day of inspections, Qi Chu returned home to find an invitation from Chang'e City awaiting him. According to one of the maidservants, a knight had delivered the message. However, Qi Chu was not home at the time, and the knight left the invitation behind. Qin Xiao, massaging Qi Chu's temples, had been completely captivated by his ice freeze display. Initially, she had harbored fear of his noble status. But upon learning he was a mage, her admiration deepened. The Earl's dog has died. Shall we celebrate the arrival of Prince Qi Chu? How could they regard me so highly? Do I really have such a detestable face? For goodness sake, I am a prince. Are they not afraid I might complain to the authorities about being compared to a dead dog? Upon seeing the invitation, Qi Chu immediately associated it with the previous feckless prince. Unwilling to be likened to a deceased canine. Very well, I excel at playing the fool while hiding my strength. Perhaps I shall enjoy a meal. A faint smile graced Qi Chu's lips, since reaching the so-called level 10 mage. No one had managed to withstand even a single blow from him. In his memories, the number of mages throughout the Qilin Empire was not particularly large, so he paid little mind to the small banquets among the nobility. Qin Xiao, do you think I should attend the banquet? Qi Chu turned to Qin Xiao, wishing to tease the young girl. Qin Xiao had not expected Qi Chu would ask her, and her face flushed crimson. If you wish to go, then by all means go. You are the prince. I will follow your lead. If I wish to go, then I shall. You will follow my lead? What if I said you should follow me? Qi Chu suddenly spun around, grasping Qin Xiao's wrist, extinguishing the light with a wave of his hand. A night passed in silence. The following day, the timeline for the invitation was quite tight, or perhaps the night had delivered it too late. Only 2 days remained for preparations. The journey from Thunderclap Fortress to Chang'e City typically required a day and a half by ordinary carriage, meaning Qi Chu would have to depart that very afternoon. As Qin Xiao slept snugly in her blankets, due to her health, Qi Chu abandoned the notion of bringing her along and resolved to go alone. However, before heading to Chang'e City, he had a more pressing matter at hand. The bandits had been dealt with, but the treasures within their strongholds still awaited. Qi Chu had been in dire need of funds, so a visit to the bandits' lair would serve as a feast for his palate. Furthermore, there was an even more significant matter. The Elias in his space had matured and could now undertake initial flight. This meant Qi Chu could attempt to ride Elias. Upon receiving the message, he could hardly contain his eagerness and summoned Aliasi to the edge of the forest. Aliasi had grown significantly since her emergence from the egg, coupled with the fusion of dragon soul and dragon crystal. She was already exhibiting the traits of a miniature dragon, her grand wings unfurled, exuding the unique pressure characteristic of frost dragons, causing the surrounding wildlife to instinctively flee in terror. Let us go, Aliasi, and savor the spoils. The wind howled fiercely. Standing upon Aliasi's back, Qi Chu felt an exhilarating rush. Soaring upon the back of this dragon was akin to the fervent belief boys have in mechas. At this moment, Qi Chu could truly be regarded as a dragon maged. Aliasi's wings spread wide, emitting jubilant cries, sending shivers through nearly all magical beasts in the verdant forest. This overwhelming aura of dominance compelled them to lower their heads in submission. To the left, it should be that way. That he dove down, quickly sensing the direction of Qingling village with the help of his probing spell. Having swiftly dispatched all the mountain bandits, the remaining inhabitants within the village were completely oblivious to the annihilation of their forces. Qi Chu let out a sigh of relief. Should these remaining individuals abscond with gold and silver, it would represent a substantial loss for him. Another wave of merciless domination ensued. Qingling village was indeed affluent. Perhaps due to its leader being an ice mage, the amassed resources amounted to an impressive 30 to 40,000 gold coins. In the lair of the bandit leader, there were also several cultivation stones. Though they held no use for him now, surprisingly, was this a tomb? During his search, Qi Chu consciously scrutinized the hidden chamber, as novels and television often depicted secret rooms brimming with treasures or mysterious techniques. To his astonishment, he indeed stumbled upon one. A dark passage led to a grand tomb within the mountain. The damp, cold air, combined with his sensitivity to ice magic, immediately led Qi Chu to deduce that this was the resting place of an ice mage. The research family that produced mages must be linked to this place. Perhaps he could uncover some legacy. As he ventured deeper into the passage, the chilling aura intensified, enveloping him in a sense of foreboding. Numerous murals adorned the walls, surrounded by peculiar offerings, and at the center stood an even stranger altar. Thud, thud, the sudden sound reverberated around him, startling Qi Chu. Yet, as he turned his gaze, he beheld a spectral figure upon the altar. The apparition, an odd old man clad in a cloak, fixed his hollow eyes intently upon Qi Chu, leaving him feeling as though he had inadvertently entered the wrong scene. Is this your tomb? The old man remained silent, his gaze unwavering. I apologize for the intrusion. Please continue, Qi Chu thought uneasily, retreating a couple of steps, sensing that this old man was no benign entity. You bear the essence of ice, the specter finally spoke. Indeed, there is a trace, Qi Chu replied. The apparition scrutinized him closely, as if attempting to see through him. Alas, he could not comprehend Qi Chu at all. He had awaited someone for a long time, aside from a somewhat gifted member of the Yin family. This boy before him radiated the strongest aura of ice. Very well, I shall observe you myself. Shaking his head, the specter transformed into a wisp of blue smoke that surged toward Qi Chu. Startled, Qi Chu thought, is this truly the legendary old man? Could it be that I am about to acquire another golden finger? However, the subsequent events completely defied his expectations. Gazing at the upgrade system panel, he felt a tumult of emotions. Ding! you have been startled. Experience points 1142. Ding. Your body is being examined by a soul entity. Experience points 11345. Ding. You are being possessed. Experience points 24555. Ding. Possession failed. You have absorbed the soul of a 3-ring mage. Experience points 7933211. Ding. You are utterly bewildered. Experience points 141. Chichu initially regarded this old man as a potential golden finger. According to the laws of transmigration in novels, a tomb within a cave is either a treasure trove or the lair of a powerful being. Yet what he encountered was possession. Unfortunately, this so-called 3-ring mage was rather unfortunate, as he was directly absorbed by the upgrade system and discarded as waste, bestowing Chichu a bounty of experience points. The entire ordeal unfolded in a mere 5 minutes. Had it not been for the icy tomb, he might have doubted its reality. After a thorough investigation, apart from the old man who had been consumed, the tomb contained a plethora of materials and valuable items, with a substantial collection of magic stones. After a bout of looting, he inexplicably found himself enriched. The Chilean Empire is divided into 9 provinces, with Chang'e City being one of the 3 major cities in the western province of Shuo. Its imposing walls towered over 10 meters high, and the bustling streets within were teeming with passers-by. This was Chichu's first opportunity to closely examine the city-states of this world, which possessed a somewhat antique charm, yet also bore an air of mystery due to the presence of mages. The banquet was scheduled for the evening, but Chichu did not invest much thought into the provocative event. Instead, he leisurely strolled through Chang'e City, the Mage Guild. Approaching a towering spire, Chichu was suddenly enveloped by a potent magical aura. In the Chilean Empire, nearly every city boasts a magical academy and a mage guild. The academy represents the imperial authority, with students destined to join the military upon graduation, becoming part of the empire. Conversely, the Mage Guild serves as a neutral organization, where its mages refrain from involvement in imperial affairs, wholly dedicated to their own paths as mages. Although the Magical Academy and Mage Guild are 2 distinct factions, they interweave. Some high-ranking officials within the Mage Guild are professors from the academy, and numerous students transition directly into the Mage Guild after graduation. These 2 organizations collectively constitute the web of mages throughout the Chilean Empire. Chichu gradually entered the Mage Guild. Since he fortuitously passed by, he intended to casually obtain a mage certification. According to his recollections, being certified as a mage offers numerous advantages, in addition to monthly benefits. He was particularly interested in the sharing of certain runes. While others may take months or even years to comprehend a single rune, for him, with the upgrade system, these runes would be akin to free treasures. The interior of the Mage Guild was considerably larger than it appeared from the outside, likely utilizing some spatial array. Approximately 10 mages traversed the hall, and perhaps due to the prolonged absence of newcomers, many gazes were directed toward him. Though, how did an ordinary person get in? Has the entrance barrier failed? A fresh face. Perhaps he is a passing expert. In a way, an expert. He looks too young. He must possess some magical artifact. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd as Chichu ignored them and approached a counter designated for mage certifications. Contrary to his expectations of being greeted by a beautiful attendant, the one responsible for mage certifications was, surprisingly, a young boy. You wish to be certified as a mage? Upon hearing Chichu's intent, the boy displayed a hint of astonishment, having presumed Chichu was there to seek someone. Our lowest mage certification is for an apprentice mage. You likely do not meet the requirements. The boy discreetly scrutinized Chichu, seemingly out of goodwill, then added, if you wish to become a mage, you might consider attending the academy for training. Although the Mage Guild is a neutral organization, it is not a place where just anyone can enter. In fact, those eligible for mage certification have already surpassed the threshold of apprentice, becoming junior mages with talents that exceed the majority. I am indeed here for mage certification. Despite feeling somewhat belittled, Chichu did not take offense at the boy's words. Instead, he gently ignited a small flame to verify his status as a mage. No incantation required. A few mages nearby, who had been casting sidelong glances in this direction, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, they had anticipated a spectacle of mockery, but little did they expect that this young lad would present them with such a remarkable surprise. Mages typically communicate their inner magical energy and the elements of the world through runes as mediators when casting spells. However, once a spell is mastered to its zenith, the runes become inscribed into the very soul. allowing for a certain degree of runeless spellcasting. A true master may not necessarily employ runeless casting, yet reaching such a level of proficiency in spellcasting signifies an extraordinary dedication to a particular facet of magic. Although it was merely a small fireball, the gazes directed at Chi-Chu underwent a complete transformation. Why you intend to pursue mage certification? The youth's voice trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Chi-Chu was equally taken aback. He had always assumed that instantaneous spellcasting was a common skill, merely a matter of unleashing a skill. However, he had inadvertently captured everyone's attention. Inscribing runes? He truly had no knowledge of that. Yes, I wish to undergo mage certification. Do you seek the certification for a junior mage or a senior mage? Is there nothing else? I feel as though I might be a magic scholar. Chi-Chu was uncertain of the process and candidly expressed his thoughts in his mind. The higher the rank, the greater the privileges one could acquire, thus enabling the learning of more skills than a magic scholar. The youth was momentarily stunned, his grip on the paper wavering. It is well known that the path of magehood is fraught with challenges. Whether commoner or noble, those with the potential to become mages are exceedingly rare. And even fewer manage to surpass the apprenticeship stage to become true mages. The hierarchy includes mage apprentice, junior mage, senior mage, and magic scholar. Presently, the youngest senior mage in the entire Chang'e City is already in their 30s, possessing qualifications to teach at the academy. Yet here stood a youth under 20, claiming to be a magic scholar? Had Chi-Chu not demonstrated runeless spellcasting, he would have surely thought it a jest. Yet now, the boy was somewhat uncertain. I shall call the president. Your situation is rather exceptional. After a brief moment of hesitation, the youth resolved to report upward, recognizing that this matter was beyond his authority. The hall was filled with curious and varied gazes, some skeptical, others filled with admiration. Most attendees were junior mages, with a smattering of senior mages present. The sudden appearance of such a young magic scholar was indeed a cause for intrigue. Before long, the youth re-emerged alongside a middle-aged man, whose countenance bore the marks of time and hardship. Having seemingly heard the youth's explanation, he examined Chi-Chu, only to find himself equally confounded. My lord. You seek certification as a magic scholar. The peculiar gazes persisted. Chi-Chu felt he was nearing immunity to them. Very well. The certification for a magic scholar may be somewhat unique. I kindly request that you accompany me to the training room at the back tower. The middle-aged man spoke succinctly, adhering strictly to protocol. However, during the journey, Chi-Chu gleaned a wealth of information. This middle-aged gentleman was named Gong Ping, the president of the Chang'e City Mage Guild, and also a magic scholar himself. The earlier youth was his nephew, named Gong Zheng, who had recently ascended to the rank of junior mage. My lord, according to the regulations of the Mage Guild, your assessment will be recorded and sent to headquarters. Rest assured, none of your imagery will be disclosed. Regarding the certification of a magic scholar, you will be required to perfectly construct 3 advanced spell runes, as well as 1 original incantation. Additionally, a magical energy assessment will be conducted to ascertain your rank as a magic scholar. All of this must be evaluated by the headquarters. Gong Ping elaborated as he led Chi-Chu to a dark green testing platform, showing no signs of prejudice against Chi-Chu's youth. He too was eager to discern whether this enigmatic young individual truly possessed the qualities of a magic scholar. Is there anything you do not comprehend? Seeing Chi-Chu standing on the testing platform, his gaze fixed upon him, Gong Ping assumed his explanations had not been sufficiently clear. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Chi-Chu's eyes. If I say I understand nothing at all, would you believe me? My lord, are you jesting? Gong Ping's expression turned momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated such a remark from Chi-Chu at the moment of evaluation. He had assumed Chi-Chu was a disciple of an esteemed figure, or perhaps a mage from another country here for exploration. After all, the Mage Guild, whose goal is the pursuit of magical truth, has never been particular about identity or nationality. Hence he had readily accepted Chi-Chu's request for certification. No, my situation is somewhat unique. Could you provide me with an example? Would something like this qualify as an advanced spell rune? Chi-Chu spread his hands, summoning a red fire orb in his left hand and an ultimate ice prison in his right. These 2 skills were among the most formidable he had learned just days prior from Feng Yuan and the Yin family. Gong Ping observed Chi-Chu's display, momentarily at a loss for words. He sighed. Once again with the runeless spellcasting, pray tell, how much time have you devoted to mastering the fundamentals? I, Gong, feel rather inadequate. These are all runes of junior mages, belonging to the two-dimensional structure category. The most basic of advanced runes is the three-dimensional structure. Though the time and effort required for casting and construction are considerable, their power far exceeds that of junior runes. If you have yet to master three-dimensional rune construction, you will not pass the Mage Guild's certification assessment. And no, that's not what I meant. I was wondering if you could cast an advanced rune for me to observe. I learned rather quickly. Chi-Chu scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. He had initially thought that gaining certification based on his magical prowess would be simple, but he had inadvertently made a substantial blunder upon entering. He had never been exposed to spell runes, and once he found the time, he vowed to delve deeply into that subject. Moreover, he suspected that his stagnation at the 10th level of Magic Scholar may be intricately linked to runes. After contemplating for a moment, Gong Ping nodded. Regardless of whether Chi-Chu completed the certification, the mere fact of his runeless spellcasting had already earned his respect. I primarily specialize in fire and wind magic. Let us inscribe an advanced rune for Meteor Fire Rain. Focusing his mind, a golden thread emerged, gradually coalescing into a fiery golden-red model. The surrounding magical energy began to pulse, and Chi-Chu could easily sense the immense power contained within. Ding! You have observed the advanced spell rune. Meteor Fire Rain, 010000. Ding! Upgraded to Ultimate Meteor Fire Rain. Upon witnessing the upgrade notification, Chi-Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Gong Ping's spell runes illuminated, then slowly retracted as he turned to Chi-Chu and spoke. This rune possesses great power. A brief drawing is sufficient to complete the certification. Chi-Chu nodded and stepped back onto the testing platform. All right, let me give it a try. It doesn't seem too difficult. Closing his eyes, he silently chanted and unleashed the Meteor Fire Rain he had just learned. In the next moment, a surge of magical energy, exponentially more powerful than before, erupted forth, causing the air to grow unbearably scorching. Even Gong Ping, who was known for his composure, was momentarily rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. He had not anticipated that Chi-Chu was genuinely serious. Fortunately, the protective array of the testing platform activated automatically. Had it not, a catastrophe would surely have ensued. Boom. Boom. The entire space within the inspection platform has been engulfed by fierce flames, with the protective array soaring to its limits, verging on exceeding them, compelling Gong Ping to intervene and maintain it. Chi-Chu had not anticipated that, bolstered by the system upgrade, the meteor shower would manifest such terrifying power that he witnessed with his own eyes, that this seemingly formidable protective array was beginning to show faint cracks. Following the skill's execution, calmness descended upon the scene once more. Chi-Chu, undeterred, continued to gaze expectantly at Gong Ping, who, as the president of the Chang'e Mage Guild, stood astonished before the unfolding spectacle, seemingly retreating into a state of introversion. Ultimately, Chi-Chu was unable to complete the certification as a mage, not due to insufficient magical reserves, but rather because his foundational knowledge was rather flimsy. He felt reluctant to request Gong Ping to showcase any additional advanced runes, as such matters, including the more crucial minor spells that would follow, were evidently highly personal. As a fallback, Chi-Chu opted to pursue certification as a high-level mage, which would likewise allow him to observe some shared runes. Before long, through some peculiar array communications, Gong Ping personally facilitated all arrangements for Chi-Chu, also bestowing upon him a small high-level mage badge. This badge was distinctive, containing a wealth of personal information and linked to certain items at headquarters. This signified that Chi-Chu had officially joined the ranks of the Chang'e City Mage Guild. With the mage badge in hand, Chi-Chu was now entitled to undertake tasks akin to those mages he had seen in the guild hall, earning contribution points. He could then exchange these points for access to rune literature or rental of experimental equipment. Furthermore, Gong Ping subtly hinted that, with this high-level mage badge, Chi-Chu could easily become a guest mage or a mentor at the academy, among other roles. The invitation was for a gathering at a venue known as Tingyu Pavilion, hosted by the Count's son, seemingly named Yi Haoran. Chi-Chu found this somewhat puzzling. While it was understandable for the Count's son to wish to assert dominance, it was rather excessive for Yi Haoran to combine a welcome party with a lamentation for a deceased dog in the presence of a prince. Nevertheless, since the invitation had been extended, Chi-Chu felt compelled to reciprocate. Otherwise, he might truly be regarded as the former waste of Chang'e City. Tingyu Pavilion loomed high, presenting a stark contrast to the mystical aesthetic of the Mage Guild, exuding an air of opulence both externally and internally. Long before approaching the pavilion, He observed a multitude of wealthy merchants and nobles entering and exiting. Such grandiosity led Chi Chu to suspect that the Count's son might harbor a vendetta against the former waste that was Chi Chu. If he were still the same inept individual, he would surely be humiliated before so many. Chi Chu arrived alone. Upon entering Tingyu Pavilion and presenting his invitation to the awaiting servant, he encountered little difficulty, which left him slightly disheartened. The interior hall was more simplistic than he had imagined, with food and beverages arranged neatly, instantly igniting his appetite. Since he was already there, he could not starve himself. While others engaged in conversation, Chi Chu chose to dine alone. Have you heard? Yi Haoran has truly gone all out this time. Tingyu Pavilion is hosting only this one banquet today. That waste of a prince probably dares not show up. I wonder why young Master Yi has gone to such lengths. Haha, you all are unaware, but I heard that Yi Haoran had a confrontation with that waste of a prince during a visit to the imperial city with the Count. This must be revenge. As Chi Chu munched on food, he keenly observed his surroundings and gathered quite a bit of information. That it became clear that the disdain shown to the prince stemmed from old grievances against the former Chi Chu. Regrettably, he could not recall any animosity with someone named Yi Haoran. However, he resolved that it mattered not. The current Chi Chu was far from the inept individual he once was. If Yi Haoran dared to provoke him, he would ensure the latter paid a heavy price. Brother Haoran, that Chi Chu has arrived and is currently in the east side of the hall. But do we truly need to be so ruthless? He is already pitiable enough. If we act this way, he will have no place in Chang'e City from now on. The speaker was a woman clad in yellow, her delicate skirt brushing just above her calves, revealing a pair of fair and well-proportioned feet. Ling Yin, there is no need to revisit this matter. That incident in the imperial city left no room for mercy from that waste of a prince. Do not blame me for being unforgiving. He brought this upon himself with his prior actions. As they spoke, Yi Haoran's thoughts drifted back several years to the imperial city. That time, he had accompanied his father on a visit, where he had a chance encounter with a remarkable woman in a place of revelry. He vividly recalled how that drunken waste of a prince had shown him no respect, nearly costing him dearly over a mere woman. Few were privy to this incident, while others only vaguely understood the enmity between Chi Chu and himself. However, Yi Haoran had not forgotten. He was determined to make Chi Chu pay the price. While the gathering was ostensibly a welcome party, Chi Chu spent a good half-hour indulging in food without anyone recognizing him. The nobility engaged in jovial banter, and merchants discussed business, rendering it merely a typical soirée. 13th Prince, you are now a prince, yet you eat like a beggar. Suddenly, a man dressed in purple satin stepped forward, regarding Chi Chu with a hint of disdain. Long time no see. Your transformation is indeed remarkable. Long time no see, who are you? Chi Chu scratched his head, genuinely unable to recognize the individual before him. I am. Yi Haoran was taken aback, having imagined countless ways to initiate their conversation. Yet, he never anticipated that Chi Chu would completely forget him. The waste he had held a grudge against for 4 to 5 years had utterly disregarded his existence. He felt as if he had been served a bitter pill. The 13th Prince certainly has a tendency to forget. No wonder you have fallen to this state, not even accompanied by a guard. With a flick of his hand, Yi Haoran strode directly to the center of the hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He had prepared quite a performance for the day, intent on avenging past grievances. While today is a gathering to honor my late dog, it is also a celebration of the arrival of the 13th Prince of our former Qilin Empire. Feel free to mingle. The 13th Prince is over there in the corner enjoying his meal. If anyone is interested, do not hesitate to greet him, lest we appear to neglect our guests in Chang'e City. As Yi Haoran ascended the stage, his voice brimmed with a palpable sense of provocation, drawing the attention of the entire audience towards Chi Chu. The arrival of this so-called wasteful prince had indeed stirred quite a commotion in Chang'e City. It was the first time many had laid eyes on him, igniting a myriad of thoughts among the onlookers. Regrettably, most sentiments were steeped in disdain and contempt, for a prince relegated to the countryside was an unprecedented spectacle. Following Yi Haoran's brief remarks, a wave of music reverberated through the hall. According to the customs of the nobility, a grand banquet typically commenced with a lively dance and an opening performance. Particularly at such a welcoming event, merchants and nobles would subsequently indulge in wine and conversation, creating an atmosphere where the honored guest felt as if they were the center of attention. However, it was evident that Chi Chu would likely not receive such treatment today. That he soon stumbled upon an awkward realization. He lacked a dance partner in noble gatherings. Attending without a partner was considered a significant embarrassment. Although Chi-Chu was not overly concerned, the sight of others dancing in pairs while he stood alone with a wine glass was somewhat disheartening. Some women regarded the visibly awkward Chi-Chu with curiosity, while the men displayed expressions of smugness and schadenfreude, relishing the chance to feel superior over the once prominent prince. 13th Prince, if you do not mind, I could arrange for a maid to accompany you in a dance. Yi Haoran provocatively sauntered closer to Chi-Chu, casting him a challenging glance. Behind him trailed a veiled maiden, and as Chi-Chu casually used his magical senses, he was taken aback by the visage concealed beneath the veil. Half of her face radiated exquisite beauty, pure and flawless, reminiscent of gentle moonlight. The other half, however, was marred by grotesque features, distorting her visage to the point of being unendurable. The maid bit her lower lip. Her gaze pale, evidently having endured much prejudice in such a noble atmosphere. Though such kindness? Chi-Chu replied with a hint of amusement in his eyes as he regarded Yi Haoran, sensing that this young earl's disdain for him was becoming increasingly pronounced. After finishing the last morsel of bread, Chi-Chu wiped his hands. The disdainful glances from the nobles did not escape his notice. He too held them in contempt. The entire Tingyu pavilion, including the guards outside, comprised 32 junior mages, 4 senior mages, and 1 sorcerer. Altogether, they likely could not match the power of the advanced rune spell he had just learned. Meteor fire rain that baffled him where their confidence stemmed from. I do charge for my dancing, you know, and the fee is not insignificant. Chi-Chu jested as he turned to Yi Haoran. Of course, the 13th prince has now become a prince. I have prepared quite a few gifts for his highness. Yi Haoran straightened up, laughing heartily. Confident that everything was proceeding according to his plans, he could only wonder if the prince could handle the burden of such gifts. Chi-Chu chuckled, bypassing Yi Haoran to seize the hand of the maid. Gasps erupted from the surrounding nobles, astonished that the so-called wasteful prince had indeed fallen into Yi Haoran's trap. The maid, Lin Chi-Chi, was a notable figure in Chang'e City. In the east, there is Lingyin. In the west, there is Chi-Chi. One bore a beautiful reputation as the city's foremost lady, while the other was infamous as the ugliest woman in the West Street shops. Do not worry. There is no need to be afraid. Chi-Chu reassured Lin Chi-Chi gently, as he casually cast a powerful healing spell. Although he did not concern himself with beauty, dancing with a lovely partner was certainly more pleasurable than with someone peculiar. He was uncertain whether Lin Chi-Chi's appearance was a result of nature or misfortune, but he was willing to assist this young girl in any way he could. As anticipated, when the effects of his ultimate healing spell took hold, Lin Chi-Chi felt a warmth enveloping her face. Cloaked as she was, she remained oblivious to the fact that her visage had undergone a remarkable transformation. As the music commenced, all eyes were fixed upon Chi-Chu and Lin Chi-Chi at the center of the stage, stifling laughter as they imagined the spectacle that would ensue when Lin Chi-Chi unveiled her face. Rumors of the wasteful prince dancing with the city's ugliest maiden would surely spread throughout Chang'e City by dawn. The veil was lifted. Ha ha ha! Yi Haoran's laughter erupted uncontrollably, unable to contain his glee at the thought of the ugly girl dancing with Chi-Chu, reminiscing about the former 13th prince. However, events unfolded rather differently than he had envisioned. Following his uproarious laughter, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, with not a single soul echoing his mirth. As he turned to the stage, his laughter abruptly ceased, and the color drained from his face, transforming it to a deep crimson. Is that Lin Chi-Chi, the ugly girl? No, that cannot be. The scars and angles on her face, were they not said to be beyond the healing capabilities of mages? To his astonishment, if indeed she had been healed, Lin Chi-Chi appeared quite lovely. After the silence settled, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Lin Chi-Chi stood frozen in disbelief, having braced herself for mockery after the considerable price Yi Haoran had promised her. Yet the reality was entirely different from her expectations. She tentatively touched her face, astonished to find the rough, terrifying texture had vanished, replaced by skin of remarkable smoothness. She could hardly comprehend the transformation. Having long given up hope for her appearance, she had even sought the aid of a senior mage, who had declared her condition beyond remedy. Well, you look quite lovely. I do not require you to pledge yourself to me. Merely a dance will suffice, Chi-Chu said, gazing at the stunned girl, his eyes glistening with uncontainable joy as he instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. Lin Chi-Chi, transformed by his ultimate healing spell, now bore a radiant visage, and with Chi-Chu's intentional magical restoration, her appearance was even more exquisite than before. As the music played on, they swayed gracefully, creating an impression of a true match made in heaven. When the music concluded, Chi-Chu stretched his limbs. Ladies and gentlemen, I have surely embarrassed myself today. However, since this is my welcome party, I would like to convey a few words, lest all the attention be seized by young Master Yi. For instance, I have heard that in preparation for my arrival, many gifts were bestowed, and I can hardly contain my anticipation. After a hearty meal and a delightful dance with a beautiful lady, I intend to ensure that not a single one of you escapes unscathed. With a wave of his hand, the entire Tingyu Pavilion was suddenly enveloped in a massive wall of flames. I assure you, this is not a robbery. You all invited me here. Chi-Chu's sudden declaration left everyone bewildered. While they were unsure how Lin Chi-Chi's face had been miraculously healed, the opulent surroundings of Tingyu Pavilion made them wonder if he truly dared to create chaos. Yet, in the next moment, the sudden appearance of the fiery barrier and the rising temperature caught the nobles completely off guard. He is a mage. Guards, this is Tingyu Pavilion. The grand hall erupted into chaos. All eyes wide with astonishment, Daiti was not so much the revelation of Chi-Chu as a mage that shocked them. After all, aside from a few high-ranking individuals, most had never laid eyes on him. Rather, it was the audacity of someone daring to act against the backdrop of Chang'e City that left them utterly flabbergasted. Daiti is worth noting that while the city was not vast, it was still a county seat. Setting aside the mage guild, the Earl's estate alone boasted nearly 100 mages. Moreover, casting such extensive spells within the city was expressly forbidden, especially against the nobility. Had Chi-Chu lost his mind? How bold of a prince! It was no wonder he exuded such confidence. It turned out he was merely a minor mage. Yi Haoran let out a cold snort. Just moments ago, he had hoped to embarrass Chi-Chu, only to find that the ugly woman had undergone a complete transformation. This was the reason behind it. He was contemplating his next move when, to his surprise, Chi-Chu stepped forward on his own. Some individuals, who were unaware of their own limitations, presumed to disregard the noble laws simply because they had learned a few minor spells. This was the Listening Rain Pavilion, not your imperial city. Among the nobility, there were rarely instances of open hostility. Even if grudges existed, they were typically expressed through subtle difficulties, much like how Yi Haoran was currently troubling Chi-Chu. However, he had not anticipated that Chi-Chu would so brazenly violate the greatest taboo of the aristocracy right from the outset. The guards swiftly advanced, surrounding Chi-Chu and closely monitoring his every move. The mages within the banquet became increasingly cautious, concentrating their minds in anticipation of an unforeseen incident. Although the nobles were oblivious, several high-ranking mages had already detected Chi-Chu's peculiarity. The wall of fire encircling the entire Listening Rain Pavilion was far thicker than they had imagined. This waste of a prince was no ordinary individual. Ha ha ha, you have barged into hell without an invitation. Seize him at once. Today, I, Yi Haoran, shall teach you how to conduct yourself. Do you truly believe you are still that former prince? If it weren't for your title back then, you would have long been scorned by the masses. A waste is merely a waste. You are even less than a baron in terms of territorial allocation. You, the most worthless prince in the Qilin Empire. Yi Haoran's taunts flowed freely, and the accumulated resentment over the years seemingly triggered a ripple of magical energy in the surroundings. The shadows left by Chi-Chu during their youth in the imperial city suddenly erupted. Yet, Chi-Chu's gaze remained unfazed, devoid of any fear. "Do, you are certain you wish to teach me how to behave. Today is my welcome party. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of the intentions of you noble parasites. You wish to intimidate me? Speak to me of noble interests and laws. Heh, let us set aside my princely status for a moment. Even if your father were to arrive, he would still have to greet me properly. However, today I do not intend to leverage my identity against you. I can even explicitly inform you that I am here to rob you." Chi-Chu smirked disdainfully, having initially approached Chang'e City with some caution. Uncertain of his own strength, however, after conversing with Gong Ping at the Mage Guild, he realized that mages in Chang'e City were considered top-tier combatants, having been at the banquet for quite some time. He had yet to encounter anyone of comparable strength. The reputation of the Listening Rain Pavilion was not particularly formidable. Chi-Chu understood one thing. since he was a top-tier combatant when it came time to act. There was no need for idle chatter. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and attack. The spell he was using was a wall of fire, and in a small place like Thunderclap Fortress. The most one could muster would be a high-ranking mage. After all, he was merely a dog expelled from the Imperial City. What is there to fear? With a command from Yihaoran, the guards charged forward, while several mages from the Count's estate instinctively cast protective shields and began chanting offensive spells. Humph! Chi Chu scoffed derisively. Soon you shall understand what you ought to fear. A subtle gust of wind surged forth, and the advancing guards encountered immense resistance, unable to close the distance even by a fraction. 1,000 guards, 10,000 gold coins for minor merchants, and a major merchant S or noble S primary asset. With mages exchanging magic stones by rank, should anyone wish to engage, I am more than willing to oblige, but the welcome fee shall be doubled. With a light huff, the previously gentle gust transformed into a sharp current, pressing all the guards to the ground, rendering their joints utterly powerless. With a crisp crack, they found themselves unable to move. Non-engraved spellcasting. At this moment, keen observers had discerned Chi Chu's spell. His control over the wind elements had reached an extraordinary level, and he had not utilized any runes to connect. The nobles began to murmur, some in a state of panic. This is impossible. Wasn't he merely a waste of a prince, as the legends say? A high-ranking mage capable of non-engraved spellcasting is comparable to a sorcerer. What do we do? Is it possible that we truly must pay this so-called welcome fee? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. He is clearly a noble, yet he behaves like a robber. Humph, it's nothing. What does it matter if he is capable of non-engraved spellcasting? This is the Listening Rain Pavilion, the domain of the Yi family. In light of such an incident, do you really think the Count's estate won't send over a couple of sorcerers? A figure resembling an official began to analyze the situation. After a brief analysis, the merchants' hearts began to calm. Indeed, this is the Listening Rain Pavilion, and being in Chang'e City, this waste of a prince will ultimately face consequences for his antics. Nevertheless, some timid individuals still took a couple of steps back, for no one knew what further madness Chi Chu might unleash before the big shots arrived to rescue them. Continue the assault. Seeing the guards fail in their charge, Yihaoran issued another command. You mages, the Count's estate has been supporting you daily, not allowing you to merely spectate. He is but one person. You can exhaust his magical energy with your spells. Whoever can capture him today will be honored as a lifelong patron of my Count's estate. As he spoke, Yihaoran opened a box-like object and produced a blue card, Blue Dragon Surge, a high-level rune card. I never expected Yihaoran to resort to such a trump card. This should secure the situation. Everyone, attack together and deplete his magical energy. The blue card slowly activated, and a water dragon emerged from the void, charging directly at Chi Chu. Annoying, Chi Chu steadied himself and shook his head. Yihaoran was proving to be an unbearable nuisance, hindering his grand plans for profit. A small water dragon? He extended a finger, a chill emanating from him as he pointed directly at the oncoming water dragon's head. A flash of icy light passed, and the water dragon visibly froze, the chill rapidly consuming its length until it completely encased the path in ice. Ultimately, it ensnared the greater part of Yihaoran's body. Hiss! An ice mage. He had already employed fire, wind, and now a rare ice element. What manner of person is he? How could someone of such caliber be expelled from the Imperial City? The merchants and nobles exchanged glances. The battle had turned overwhelmingly one-sided. After encasing half of Yihaoran's body in ice, Chi Chu's chill surged toward the mages who had attacked him, causing their spells to rebound with a violent backlash. Humph! Chi Chu, don't think that just because you are a prince, you can act with impunity. What of being an ice mage? If you have the guts, kill me. Yihaoran's eyes had turned crimson. This welcome party had completely slipped from his control that he had failed to suppress Chi Chu, and instead, he had utterly lost face. He was teetering on the brink of madness, unable to contain his vitriol, completely abandoning the demeanor expected of a noble. Oh, you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Chi Chu glared coldly at Yihaoran, the ice spear in his hand forming. In a sudden moment, Yihaoran broke free from his shell. From Chi Chu's indifferent gaze, he suddenly realized his precarious situation, that Chi Chu was indeed willing to kill him. The entire hall fell into silence, no one daring to utter a sound. Lord Chi Chu, have you had your fun? Some matters should not be taken to far.at last. As all present trembled in fear, an aged voice resonated. The figure cloaked in light gray materialized, waving his hands, causing all that had been frozen to slowly break apart. While Chi-Chu's wall of fire gradually diminished in intensity, the figure that emerged was none other than a sorcerer, the esteemed Qilin Elder of the Listening Rain Pavilion. The crowd erupted in cheers. Indeed, many had placed their hopes on Qilin Elder. Though he was not a relic of the past, he was a formidable force invited by the Yi family to maintain order at the Listening Rain Pavilion. Prior to his appearance, everyone had assumed he was absent due to some pressing matter. The last time chaos had erupted at the Listening Rain Pavilion, Qilin Elder had single-handedly eliminated 8 high-ranking mages. And for the following 3 years, no one dared to cause trouble here again. Now that Elder Qin has appeared, all eyes turned towards Chi-Chu, filled with a hint of pity. This was because Elder Qin was not a citizen of the Qilin Empire. He would not care for Chi-Chu's noble status as a prince. He could kill without a second thought? Oh, what does it mean to go too far? I do not consider this excessive. Wasn't I invited? Is it so wrong for me to accept a welcoming fee? I must say, given your age, it would be wise to cease your pretentiousness, lest you inadvertently meet your end, and I have waited for you for so long. Do you require me to injure so many before you take action? Is it truly acceptable for you to merely watch from above? Chi-Chu shrugged and mockingly regarded the old man in gray. He had long since recognized this mage, but the old man had been hesitating to act, and Chi-Chu felt it inappropriate to initiate confrontation. However, this mage had already been labeled as a prime target by Chi-Chu. This was a veritable treasure trove of skills. Elder Qin's eyes widened. He had initially believed that his presence as a mage would compel this junior to retreat. Yet, it was evident that Chi-Chu showed him no respect whatsoever. What do you mean by accidentally meeting your end? This struck a nerve with Qin Feng. He had been stuck at the 8th level of mage for nearly a decade, and with his lifespan nearing its end. If he could not achieve a significant breakthrough soon, he would indeed face the grim fate of aging and death. Make your move. At your age, you should speak less. I have waited for you far too long. Chi-Chu continued to provoke the so-called Elder Qin, assured that he harbored no goodwill towards the entire Yi family. The more he angered them, the more likely he would acquire stronger skills, potentially earning a mage's certification in the process. Would that not be delightful? The firewall had already been dispelled by Qin Feng. Gradually, some individuals began to prepare for retreat, regardless of the outcome of this battle. It was not a concern for these nobles. Although Qin Feng's appearance had restored some semblance of order, his life-loving noble companions were wary of being caught in the crossfire. Did I permit you to leave? Chi-Chu cast a glance at the nobles attempting to exit the Tingyu pavilion and, with a light scoff, halted their steps. Qin Feng's face turned a deep shade of green. He had not anticipated that this prince would completely disregard him as a mage. Even in the imperial city, his status granted him a voice. Even the Count of Longus City treated him with utmost respect. When had he ever been so blatantly ignored? As a mage who had attained the level of mage. Was he not a rare genius? And did he not possess a temper? You are courting death. Qin Feng's aura shimmered with a faint green light as he casually threw out 2 small seed balls, which instantly transformed into massive vines, winding their way towards Chi-Chu. Huh? What kind of spell is this? Chi-Chu raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he encountered such a spell that, if categorized, it could barely be classified as a control of what among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Ding! You have observed advanced runes. Vine Control 01000 allows the control of vines and generates a link to restore oneself. Level up, upgraded to Wood Spirit Manipulation 0100000. Further upgrades require the heart of the Wood Spirit. The vines were incredibly agile. One slithered towards Chi-Chu like a serpent, while the other struck down like a whip. Chi-Chu took a half step back to evade, and a large chunk of stone was cleaved from beneath his feet. Come, Chi-Chu shouted, immediately employing the Wood Spirit super control he had just surreptitiously learned. In the next moment, the world around him appeared to transform into a verdant ocean, and the 2 vines suddenly emanated a harmonious aura that a small connection line linked him to the mage Qin Feng. I shall gladly accept your vines. For some reason, Chi-Chu felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. In the Wood Spirit state, he could completely take control and seize the vines from Qin Feng. Sure enough, after severing the connection line, The vines flowed into Chi-Chu's perception like a fish returning to water, and in the next moment, they launched towards Qin Feng, splitting from 2 segments into 4. And from 4 into 8, Qin Feng's eyes displayed disbelief. He had not anticipated that his own vine seeds would turn against him. Unfortunately, all control had ceased to function, with a cacophony of sounds. This mage was caught off guard and left battered and bruised. You. Qin Feng was so enraged that he could scarcely find his voice. You are actually a wood spirit master. I cannot allow you to leave today. You cannot keep me. Do you think that living a few more years makes you formidable? I will state this plainly. Everything you can do, I can do as well. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity between us. Another merciless taunt, each word piercing Qin Feng's heart. You have forced my hand. Qin Feng's voice trembled with unsteady rage, clearly shaken by the recent blow. You think you're strong? Allow me to show you the taste of incantations. Regaining his composure, Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of eerie determination as a green light began to emanate from his chest. Gradually, he transformed, branches sprouting from his body, resembling an ancient giant tree. Even with ample confidence, Chi-Chu felt a lump in his throat and cautiously retreated a couple of steps. He actually sensed a hint of danger emanating from Qin Feng. Ding! The minor spell you are observing is being analyzed. Analysis complete. Minor spell, Tree Spirit, 0100000 consumes a significant amount of magical energy to transform one's entire being into that of a tree spirit. This was the first time Chi-Chu had heard the upgrade system mention the term analyze. Though it lasted barely a second, it caused him to regard the minor spell with newfound respect. The aura of danger from Qin Feng intensified. On the surface, he had transformed into a tree-like figure. But in terms of magical perception, he resembled a green core, completely isolating himself from the surrounding magical energies. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Sensing danger, Chi-Chu instinctively conjured an ice shield. Boom! The green shadow struck hard against Chi-Chu's ice shield, shattering it with a tremendous crash. Having never been harmed since arriving in this world, Chi-Chu was unexpectedly sent flying several meters. It was a minor spell. A mage had actually cast a minor spell. Once Qin Feng transformed into a tree person, the noble merchants hesitated to leave. Battles between high-level mages were exceedingly rare, especially within the city. Witnessing such an essential transformation of life, they found themselves captivated. Is this what a minor spell looks like? Why do I feel a sense of reverence? Haha, that worthless prince is surely doomed now. He cannot withstand such a degree of damage. Did you not see him being sent flying? The gap between an ordinary mage and a mage of this caliber is incomprehensibly vast, especially since Elder Qin is a veteran among mages. Yi Haoran, having finally regained consciousness, had endured a tumultuous day. Having been frozen by Chi-Chu and then rescued by Qin Feng, seeing Chi-Chu being flung away filled him with excitement, and he fainted once more. Cough, cough. Chi-Chu felt a dull ache throughout his body. After casting 4 or 5 ultimate healing spells, he finally regained his footing that he had not anticipated that the transformation spell would completely elevate the essence of life. Are you coming again? Barely recovered. He sensed immense danger once more. Qin Feng's aura intensified, having fully transformed into a tree person. This time, the target of his attack was his head. Chi-Chu glared furiously. This time, Qin Feng exuded a palpable intent to kill. He intended to eliminate Chi-Chu. As events escalated to this point, Chi-Chu had shown some restraint. All he ever sought was to maintain his dignity while enjoying a bit of face-slapping and pocketing some coin. Thus, he had never truly sought to harm the guards, the young mages, or even Yi Haoran. Yet now, Qin Feng sought to kill him. Humph. Are you truly frightened by me? Chi-Chu has also become entirely serious. Since the opponent shows no mercy, he has no need to hold back either. Let the battle commence. Do you think you are the only one capable of casting a minor spell? After muttering a few incantations, the minor spell, Spirit of the Tree, astonishingly leveled up. 100,000 experience, million experience, billion experience. The IT took an entire billion experience to elevate the minor spell to its pinnacle. Moreover, on the skill panel, the name of the minor spell underwent a remarkable transformation. Minor spell, Eternal Verdancy. Boom! This time, Chi-Chu directly closed his eyes to attune himself to the spiritual energy of the world. As dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, the completely verdant and pure beam of light descended. Throughout the entire Listening Rain Pavilion and its surrounding area of 1,000 meters, green tendrils gradually emerged. Then, at a terrifying speed, they began to grow wildly. In less than 10 seconds, they reached nearly 100 meters in height. The entirety of Chang'e City was visible. Roar. All the tendrils encircled, vaguely forming the shape of a giant, which was none other than Qi Chu himself. You wish to take my life? Have you even asked for my consent? Qin Feng's little tree ant, now compared to Qi Chu, appeared as insignificant as an ant next to a giant. Die. Before Qin Feng could escape, he was directly ensnared by the green light, and then all the vines crashed down. In the previous moment, the formidable Qin Lao had been reduced to mere nourishment for the vines. The Magus Qin Feng is dead. Silenced at a silence as profound as death, no one anticipated that the situation would reverse so swiftly. Nor did anyone expect that the only pinnacle power of Chang'e City, Qin Lao, would perish at the hands of someone long regarded as the wasteful prince, and in an instant of retaliation no less. The skies over Chang'e City are likely to change. The green figure, standing tall in the sky, larger even than the Listening Rain Pavilion, made Qi Chu acutely aware of his elevation in the hierarchy of life. The power of the minor spell was unlike any of the runes before. If one were to articulate it, Qi Chu had acquired an additional core within the entirety of the green giant. Qi Chu's essence was the core itself, and moreover, the green giant was isolated from external magical energies, creating a self-sustaining cycle, thus severing the magical interference from other mages. The giant dissipated. Qi Chu reappeared, his face adorned with a mischievous grin, casually conjuring a wall of fire to encircle the merchants and nobles who had yet to escape. Come, let us continue discussing our welcoming banquet. 1,000 guards. 10,000 gold coins from the small merchants, a primary industry from the large merchants and nobles, and mages to pay magical stones according to their ranks, for those wishing to take action. I am always ready to oblige, but the welcoming fee has now doubled. Qi Chu's words were light, tinged with a hint of enthusiasm. Yet, everyone felt a chill, having witnessed the miraculous descent. Who dared to object? My lord, here is the 1,000 gold coins from a humble merchant. But feeling the majesty of the prince, I am utterly in awe and have decided to contribute an additional 1,000 to welcome you to Chang'e City. Finally, the first to step forward was a slightly plump fellow. Well, you are quite something. Qi Chu's eyes narrowed into slits. This opening was rather favorable. Accepting the purse, he tossed it into the dragon's void. Inciting a chorus of gasps from the crowd, this spatial magic further accentuated his enigmatic presence. What is your name? The small merchant exclaimed with delight. I am Jin Dayo, a shopkeeper from the west of the city. Located right beside the Chang'e City Magical Academy. I also dabble in some alchemical goods. If you are interested, they are yours for free. No. I shall deliver them to your residence. Upon hearing Qi Chu's response, the small merchant became somewhat flustered. Ah, splendid. I shall take the opportunity to visit your establishment. From now on, your territory shall be under my protection. Should anything arise, simply invoke my name. Where there is one, there will be more. Jin Dayo initiated the trend, and soon many others followed suit, leading to a fervent scramble. They were all astute individuals. Spending a little to curry favor with a mage was undoubtedly a wise investment. If they could garner attention, it would be a meteoric rise. As for the Earl's mansion, the Yi family, who cares about them now? When gods clash, they won't be able to intervene, and with hundreds present, could the Yi family truly eradicate them all? Furthermore, who knows who would emerge victorious between Qi Chu and the Yi family? My lord, I did not bring enough money today. May I have an IOU? A timid voice piped up, clearly tinged with fear. Certainly, but it must be delivered to Thunderclap Fortress within 3 days. Anyone unable to pay may issue an IOU. However, for those who fail to repay, I shall personally seek you out. My lord, I do not possess that much money. May I offer myself as collateral instead? A sultry voice chimed in, revealing itself to be a noblewoman. Qi Chu swallowed hard, but shook his head in public. You may leave for today, but we shall have a private discussion next time. In an instant, the Listening Rain Pavilion, typically a bastion of power and prestige, resembled a bustling market. Surrounded by admirers, Qi Chu reveled in collecting his fees, his goal being to establish Thunderclap Fortress as his absolute stronghold. Unfortunately, just as Qi Chu was basking in the pleasure of his newfound wealth, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. My lord. Trouble looms. The Yi family has sent reinforcements. This time, it was the enforcement elder from the Earl's mansion, along with members of the Mage Guild. The atmosphere in the Listening Rain Pavilion fell silent once more. At this moment, many recollected that this was indeed the territory of the Earl's Yi family, and the events were far from over. Chang'e had not witnessed such turmoil in decades. The aura of battle had already stirred the city's significant figures. Are you foolish? Why are you still sending him money? Did you not see Yi Rulong has arrived? Today, Chi Chu has killed Qin Lao. How could the Yi family possibly let this go? But, if you truly wish to give him money, it can wait until after their battle. Moreover, this time it is the Mage Guild and the Earl's mansion combined. I foresee this prince will surely fall. Humph, that is uncertain. Just that minor spell from earlier, no one in all of Chang'e City could withstand it. Jin Dayo, overhearing the discussions around him, could not help but defend, stating that he was the first to pledge allegiance and had even made a bit of a splash. As a merchant, he had taken a significant risk, betting on the prince's victory. Looking up at the incoming figures, Chi Chu allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips. He straightened his posture and strode down the path cleared by the merchants towards the three approaching individuals. To his surprise, among the trio was a familiar face, none other than President Gong Ping from the Mage Guild. The other two were a man and a woman. The man, of middle age, possessed a lean physique. His sharp gaze coldly scrutinizing Chi Chu, as if attempting to see through him. Upon surveying the area and noticing the dissipating aura of Qin Feng, a flicker of anger ignited within him. He must be the enforcement elder Yi Rulong. The woman, younger yet leaving a profound impression on Chi Chu, donned purple attire, revealing a graceful neck, with a delicate and pure visage that captivated Chi Chu. Likely the renowned Yi Lingyin, known alongside Lin Chichi. Once again, we meet, President Gong. Chi Chu greeted lightly, completely disregarding the furious Yi Rulong beside Gong Ping, seemingly unperturbed by the slaying of Qin Feng de Qi. My lord. Gong Ping had not anticipated that he would encounter the exceptionally gifted young man he had previously reported to the council, and now they crossed paths under such circumstances. No worries, whatever the matter. Feel free to speak openly. I, Chi Chu, have always been easy to converse with. Humph. Before Gong Ping could respond, Yi Rulong interjected with a cold snort. Enough of the pleasantries. Speak your piece quickly, if it comes to blows. Let it be. What is with this prevarication? Chi Chu countered with a tone of disdain, his greatest aversion being those who spoke in a condescending manner. Why Yi Rulong's eyes widened. He had initially agreed with Gong Ping to approach and discuss matters amicably, but was taken aback by Chi Chu's brazen demeanor. Why are you staring? Do you intend to lecture me due to your age? Today, I shall lay my words bare. After all, the enmity with your Yi family has been firmly established, and I truly hold your clan in disdain. Let us measure strength through action, and if it is influence we are to compare, then let us engage in that as well. Given my current status, do you truly believe that I cannot return to the imperial city? No matter how one might see me as a mere waste, I am still a prince, and even as a so-called failure, I am the brother of that individual. Chi Chu boldly declared his intentions, seemingly oblivious to a crucial point that everyone here had forgotten. Though once a mere invisible presence, he still remains the brother of the reigning emperor. With his current identity as a mage, he has already obtained the qualifications to return to the imperial city. The Yi family was compelled to concede. Even Chi Chu himself was taken aback. Just as he prepared to sever ties and engage in a fierce battle, the formidable Yi Rulong, renowned for his authority, unexpectedly yielded. This turn of events astonished all the noble merchants present, for the typically domineering Yi family had lowered their heads in submission. Third uncle. Why? Even Yi Lingyin was perplexed as to why her uncle, a member of the family's enforcement team, did not continue to trouble Chi Chu, eagerly posing this question on their way back to the Earl's residence. You younger generations truly fail to see the bigger picture. Yi Rulong sighed deeply. What we initially regarded as mere youthful play has escalated into something far more significant. Do you truly believe he is merely a waste of a prince, someone you can bully at will? Do not forget, no matter how much of a failure he may be, he is still a prince. With Qin Lao now deceased, Yi Rulong felt a sense of frustration. As an elder, he had to maintain an air of authority within Chang'e City. But he was acutely aware of the Earl's cautiousness in dealings with the outside world. Chang'e City may seem vast, yet in the grand scheme of the Chilean Empire, It is but a small boat in a boundless sea. Do not provoke that prince again. He is not to be underestimated. Even I find it difficult to discern his true nature. You know what your Uncle Gong conveyed to me. Even I, if faced with Chi Chu, would have less than a 30% chance of victory. The imperial family is far more complex than you can imagine. Your Qin grandfather, Sida Yi Ru Long, had yet to voice a final thought. Though Qin Feng had spent many years within the Yi family, he was ultimately a guest elder, lacking any descendants of his own. His death would not significantly impact the family. Yi Ru Long's considerations extended far beyond those of the younger generation. Fortunately, Yi Hao Ran had not encountered any major issues today, allowing for matters to be resolved gradually. With a staggering 1,890,000 coins, 17 estates, 3 residences in Chang'e City, 2,300 magic stones, and an array of additional materials, Chi Chu emerged from the welcoming banquet exceedingly wealthy. In the mere 2 days since returning from Chang'e City, he had accumulated an unimaginable fortune. He planned to renovate Thunderclap Fortress thoroughly, and after reaching an agreement with the elders of the Yi family, there would be little left to constrain him. Lacking materials? Purchase. Lacking personnel? Hire. Lacking guards? Recruit. In an instant, Thunderclap Fortress erupted with vibrant energy. Chi Chu even contemplated constructing a road leading directly to Chang'e City. Fortune favors the bold, and Chi Chu had been reveling in a life of delightful abundance these past few days. Whenever curiosity struck, he would design layouts for Thunderclap Fortress, and when boredom set in, he would tease Qin Xiao. Moreover, Lin Chi, whom Chi Chu had healed, had also applied for a position at Thunderclap Fortress. It was only later that Chi Chu learned Lin Chi's facial injuries and contours were congenital. She had consulted numerous doctors, yet all had proven futile. She had even sought the help of mages. But even they were unable to assist her. Previously, when Yi Hao Ran had invited her to humiliate Chi Chu, he had promised her a chance for a mage to treat her, unwittingly leading to her healing at Chi Chu's hands. The transformed Lin Chi, adorned with a radiant smile each day, was even more charming than some internet celebrities Chi Chu had encountered in his previous life, in contrast to Yi Ling Yin's mature allure. Lin Chi stood at a petite height of merely 1.60 meters, embodying the essence of a delightful young girl. For 4 or 5 consecutive days, Chi Chu found himself blissfully lost in this newfound existence, engaging in nearly every conceivable activity one could imagine in this parallel world, all while being revered by those around him. Until one fateful day, a new message suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, esteemed dragon tamer. You have not entered dragon space for 5 days. Your dragon has entered a weakened state due to hunger. As the notifications continued, Chi Chu smacked his forehead in realization. He had completely forgotten that he was raising a dragon. With so many events unfolding, he had neglected his dragon rearing system. Elia, I am truly sorry. It was unintentional. In the white space, Chi Chu felt overwhelmed with guilt. He was genuinely embarrassed. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with spending and charming the ladies, utterly neglecting the little dragon. That he hastily retrieved the finest and most expensive meat from Thunderclap Fortress and fed it to the feeble Elia. The pale-hued young dragon eagerly devoured the food, casting a glance of reproach towards him, while others reveled in their dragon-rearing systems, eagerly spending every day within dragon space to enhance their powers. Chi Chu had somehow managed to forget that he had another system to attend to. Once he resolved the matter with Elia, Chi Chu began to scrutinize the large door that had appeared in the white space. This door had manifested after he completed the so-called rookie task, the dragon battlefield leading to the true dragon space. However, this time, without a hint of hesitation, he stepped through it. A blinding white light enveloped him, and Chi Chu felt his body gradually lift before gently descending on his solid ground. The next moment, after a brief moment of disorientation, he was astonished by the dramatic transformation of his surroundings. With his mouth agape, even though Chi Chu had sufficiently prepared himself, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The dragon world, in the sky, on the ground, and upon bizarrely shaped structures, dragons of all sizes filled the space. Each dragon varied in size and shape, while the dragon tamers accompanying them dazzled Chi Chu with their diversity. Moreover, this realm known as dragon space seemed to stretch infinitely, leaving Chi Chu with an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed overhead. Elia shrank back, and the entire world resonated with an unusual cry. A colossal dragon, astonishingly large, flew overhead, casting a shadow that enveloped the sky. Beep, beep. Just as Chi-Chu was momentarily stunned, unsure of his next move, a peculiar sound echoed from his hand. Glancing down, he noticed a dragon pattern mark had appeared on the back of his hand without his realization. Your guide requests a connection. Do you accept? Your guide requests a connection. Do you accept? The repeated messages clarified for Chi-Chu that this dragon mark was likely a means of communication within dragon space. Accept, he mentally affirmed his acceptance, and before him slowly materialized a phantom figure clad in a black cloak, scrutinizing him intently. Newcomer, send me your location coordinates. I'll head over now. Chi-Chu nodded, since this was his guide. There should be no issue. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, a faint crimson figure shot toward him, its tail trailing sparks. Upon the dragon's back was none other than the figure in the black cloak. Ice Frost Dragon? Before he could utter a word, the black cloak was startled by the small Elia behind Chi-Chu. You lucky brat. You've directly obtained the ultimate bloodline? Unable to contain his exclamations, the figure gradually removed his hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face. All right. Let me introduce myself first. Noticing Chi-Chu's puzzled expression, the man quickly recalled his purpose. My name is Chungguan, and I am your guide. For the time being, I will also serve as your mentor. To think you could remain so patient. When I first entered dragon space, I rushed over immediately upon completing the rookie task, yet you've taken a full 4 to 5 days. He paused, glancing at Chi-Chu's Ice Frost Dragon. Never mind, comparing oneself to others is infuriating. The man named Chungguan had a somewhat loquacious disposition, and perhaps due to their shared humanity, he quickly instilled a sense of familiarity in Chi-Chu. So, what do we do now? Chi-Chu awkwardly interrupted Chungguan, inquiring. Let me take you for a tour. When I first arrived, I was also quite bewildered. We currently find ourselves in the 731st district of Longkong, a realm that boasts nearly 1,000 such locations, though the differences among them are quite negligible. Chungguan waved his hand and leapt onto a fiery red dragon, gesturing for Chi-Chu to follow. Ascending into the sky, he felt a deeper appreciation for the vast expanse below. Noticing Chi-Chu gazing at his flame dragon, he began to elucidate. Yanqing is a flame dragon, belonging to the lineage of fire dragons. While it may not compare to your frost giant dragon, it still holds its own merit. Longkong is undeniably vast, with each district housing hundreds of thousands of dragons and dragon tamers, yet only 4 or 5 edifices are of paramount importance. It is difficult to convey everything at once, so let me first introduce you to a few significant locations. Chungguan pointed towards a tall tower on the horizon, stating, at the northernmost point lies the Dragon Tower, where each level contains numerous independent spaces. It is the most critical place for acquiring materials, a fact you will become familiar with in due course. Then, he directed attention to several structures in the west, which include the Dragon Battlefield, the Dragon Jousting Arena, and various other locales. Newcomers typically undergo their initial tasks at the Dragon Battlefield, so you should be somewhat acquainted with it. The East is the largest merchant guild, where quests can be posted or accepted. Some dragon tamers, when in need of assistance yet unable to help themselves, seek aid here. The southern region, in contrast, is filled with diverse entertainment facilities. If you possess sufficient dragon coins, you can indulge in nearly everything your imagination can conjure. As for the outskirts, they are entirely residential areas. Those with dragon coins can purchase their own domain within Longkong. Each structure Chungguan described was distinctly unique. As he animatedly gestured, akin to introducing his own home. And what about the center? What purpose do those doors serve? Chi-Chu nodded attentively, ultimately pointing towards the colossal gates at the heart of the enclosure. Those are the void gates, allowing entry to other dimensions. However, your dragon's current rank is too low, and you lack the qualifications to pass through. For young dragons, I suggest frequenting the Dragon Jousting Arena for practice. Victories will yield dragon coins, and consecutive wins may reward you with materials sufficient to navigate the juvenile dragon phase. Perhaps the vastness of Longkong was overwhelming, for Chungguan only provided a general overview of many places. Yet, should Chi-Chu wish to inquire further, he was more than willing to elaborate. Chi-Chu even asked about Chungguan's prowess as a mentor. To Chi-Chu's surprise, this individual conversing with him was also a mage, and indeed a being of the earth-level mage god caliber. Mage apprentices, junior mages, senior mages, sorcerers, grand sorcerers, from 1st to 9th ring mage gods, earth-level mage gods, and heaven-level mage gods. Chi Chu had believed his own strength to be quite commendable within Long Kong, only to discover that a mere mentor surpassed him by several tiers. Tiers are trivial matters. In due time, you will understand. Take your dragon Ilias as an example. She is merely a young dragon now, likely lacking significant combat capability. However, once she matures into a giant dragon, she will be on par with a ring-level mage god. Should she reach the divine dragon phase, she would embody the pinnacle of earth-level mage gods. For instance, I may appear formidable now, but I often rely on Yanqing. Chengguan affectionately patted the back of his flame dragon, a gesture of trust towards his companion. This is Long Kong, where the most crucial bond is with the dragon that will accompany you throughout your life. Grand Sorcerer? Upon hearing Chi Chu's inquiry about advancing to Grand Sorcerer, Chengguan expressed a hint of surprise. The classification of Grand Sorcerers varies across different mage dimensions, yet you are a sorcerer? I failed to perceive any aura emanating from you. He had assumed Chi Chu to be merely an exceptionally fortunate individual. I in Long Kong. The guides select the most suitable kin to facilitate a smoother integration. So feel free to approach me with any questions in the future. Advancing to a Grand Sorcerer seemingly requires the establishment of a source. If you are adept in minor spells, this will be easier to articulate. Minor spells create a barrier against external magical energies, forming an internal circulation, while Grand Sorcerers and major spells establish a connection with the external source. Once you have established a source, you may ascend to the rank of Grand Sorcerer. Beyond that, the source manifests a domain, which corresponds to the ring-level mage god for your kind. Chengguan succinctly provided the answer, but he continued, this source is an enigmatic concept. Many individuals, despite insufficient magical energy reserves, hastily establish their source. Some remain stuck at the sorcerer level for years, unable to breach any thresholds. He patiently addressed Chi Chu's other inquiries, who realized that despite the existence of an upgrade system, his understanding of magic remained rather limited. Upon returning to Thunderbolt Fortress, he resolved to allocate time for a systematic study. This is the jousting arena. You may wish to try your hand at the Dragon Jousting Arena first. The matchups here are often based on strength, making it an excellent place that I shall await your return outside. Eventually, Chengguan led Chi Chu to a massive dragon horn. Behind the grand entrance lay a luminous hall, where dragons were summoned back into the spatial realm, and dragon tamers bustled about. Chi Chu entered the hall with the curiosity of a child, encountering elves, beastmen, insects, and even robots along the way. Ultimately, he arrived at an empty booth, which was smooth and equipped with peculiar instruments. Without further ado, he scanned the dragon insignia, initiating his first jousting match. Ding! Match successful. This is your first jousting match. Total matches, 0, wins, 0. The battleground was a deep valley, with his opponent being a dragon and a green goblin. Chi Chu cautiously observed the goblin, determined not to let his inaugural battle end in defeat. He carefully summoned a shield and set up several formations, fixating on the opposing figure. Roar! With a mighty roar, Ilias unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. And then, there was nothing more to follow. Ding! You have emerged victorious in battle, earning 1 dragon coin. Chi Chu. While Ilias rarely engaged in combat alongside Chi Chu, he was astonished to witness her effortlessly obliterate the competition with a single breath, leaving only a goblin and an ice block of a wind dragon in her wake. Ding! Match successful. This is your second jousting match. Total matches, 1, wins, 1. Fire cage, explosive fireball. Ding! Congratulations on achieving a 2-win streak, earning 2 dragon coins. Chi Chu. Ding! Congratulations on achieving a 3-win streak. Ding! You have achieved a 10-win streak, earning a dragon essence exchange right. Ding! After a continuous 20 matches, not a single opponent could withstand Chi Chu's onslaught. He even began to suspect that his rank was consistently matched against bronze-tier opponents. Eventually, Ilias grew somewhat apathetic, merely roaring a couple of times before lying down to spectate, and later, she became too lethargic to even roar. Concerned that Chengguan might be waiting too long, Chi Chu sheepishly exited. Feeling somewhat disappointed in the jousting arena, having anticipated a more exhilarating battle. What's the matter? Was the fight smooth? Was it exhilarating? The jousting arena can be quite challenging. Encountering seasoned opponents leaves one speechless. But don't lose heart. When I first began, I suffered 5 consecutive defeats, and look at me now, I've gradually improved. Observing Chi Chu emerge with a glum expression, Chung Guan assumed he had been bested by others and began to offer kind words of consolation. No worries. Once your frost giant dragon matures, she will undoubtedly dominate them. Chi Chu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Chung Guan's attempts to comfort him, Chi Chu found himself at a loss for words. Should he admit that he had casually achieved a 20-win streak? To speak candidly, there always lingers a hint of self-reproach. After all, Chung Guan has assisted me greatly today. I can only accept the mistake as it is. Chung Guan seemed poised to articulate something further, but abruptly halted, his gaze gravitating towards the entrance of the arena, his expression tinged with a shadow of discontent. Chi Chu, following his line of sight, beheld a beguiling dark-skinned elf emerging, her almost translucent attire immediately captivating his attention. To his surprise, Chung Guan appeared to have an affinity for such allure. Chi Chu mused inwardly. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Chung Guan's concern lay not with the dark night elf, but rather with the muscular man with crimson hair standing behind her. Ah, Brother Chung, what a surprise to see you here again, the red-haired man exclaimed to Chi Chu. Let us depart. Chung Guan summoned Yan Qing, eager to leave promptly, not out of fear of the red-haired man, but to prevent Chi Chu from harboring resentment due to his presence. This red-haired individual, self-styled as the Red Demon, had once been part of the same squad as Chung Guan during a tumultuous battle in the void. That particular mission involved a confrontation against a mechanical dimension, and at a critical juncture, the Red Demon had directly and indirectly betrayed dozens to fulfill their objectives, had it not been for Chung Guan's considerable strength. He too might have succumbed to his treachery. However, several of his friends were lost forever. It was an elite mission, with rewards distributed based on contribution, and both Chung Guan and the Red Demon stood to gain significantly. Yet, Chung Guan could not suppress his fury and reported the betrayal to their commander. Thus began their enmity, manifesting in mutual disdain during subsequent missions. Who would have thought they would encounter one another here today? Why the haste? Shouldn't old acquaintances catch up? The Red Demon leapt into Chung Guan's path, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chi Chu, bringing a newcomer along. Brother Chung, are you not concerned that one might perish under your watch? With a smirk, he added, coincidentally, I've been training a newcomer myself. Emerald, come over and meet my old friend. The Dark Night Elf approached, and the Red Demon took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her waist. Directing a mocking gaze toward Chung Guan, the Dark Night Elves were known for their liberal ways. And here was Chung Guan, choosing a human, a male at that, devoid of any magical aura, which filled the Red Demon with a sense of superiority. In the realm of Long Kong, the bond between a guide and a newcomer was the most intimate, second only to that of dragons. Chung Guan's choice seemed rather poor, since we are all newcomers. Shall we challenge each other in the beast arena? It has been quite some time since we last met. Do we not owe it to ourselves to reminisce? The Red Demon's tone dripped with provocation, while Chung Guan's countenance darkened, clearly reluctant to engage with him. You remain as shameless as ever that he is merely a human. The disparity among races during the juvenile dragon phase is immense. How could he possibly compete? Chung Guan wished to counter, yet his conviction faltered. He was not inherently combative and thus found himself at a disadvantage from the outset. Ha! Wouldn't he competing reveal everything with such a timid demeanor? How do you expect to survive? The Red Demon mocked. Emerald admires strength, and look at her disdain for you. He gestured dismissively towards Chi Chu, his tone laced with contempt for him. Judging by his stature, he likely won't survive to reach the divine dragon phase. Chi Chu frowned slightly. While Chung Guan abhorred conflict, he had no intention of enduring mockery. Are you intellectually challenged, barking like a rabid dog? He retorted that in my homeland, we refer to individuals like you, with your dyed red hair, as rustic nonconformists or ghost fire kilmart. This declaration left both Chung Guan and the Red Demon momentarily speechless. The newcomer seemed rather headstrong. Chung Guan inwardly lamented. The Red Demon was notoriously vengeful, and should Chi Chu offend him, the path ahead could become treacherous, though combat was forbidden within Long Kong, once one reached the divine dragon phase. The Red Demon could easily devise numerous ways to make Chi Chu's life difficult, or even eliminate him entirely. The Red Demon, caught off guard by Chi Chu's boldness, could scarcely comprehend why the newcomer had approached him unbidden. Did he not realize that with a mere flick of a finger, he could be crushed? Truly, the audacity of youth was remarkable. Splendid. Such courage. But I wonder, with such bravery, do you possess the strength to back it up? The red's tone turned icy, his gaze upon Chi-Chu akin to that of a predator regarding its prey. Rest assured, my strength is sufficient. You need not concern yourself. Chi-Chu replied nonchalantly. After all, they were within a safe zone. Who was truly afraid? In the realm of verbal sparring, Chi-Chu had never backed down. The red demon glared fiercely, as if intending to devour Chi-Chu whole. Ah, a show of strength. But do you dare engage in a life-and-death duel with Emerald? After all, you are both men, and true strength is not merely bluster. Red demon. Chengguan interjected sharply. Do not overstep your bounds. He has only just entered Longkong that he feared that Chi-Chu might impulsively agree, unaware of the vast disparities present in the early stages of human development, especially against a combat race such as the Dark Knight Elves, who naturally possessed innate talents. Chengguan himself, now a level earth mage, was reluctant to battle even against elves of the same rank. Brother Cheng, it's all right. I am confident. Confidence. This is a life-and-death struggle. It is not the same as your previous virtual fights. Chengguan attempted to reason, but Chi-Chu silenced him. While he had no certainty regarding the red demon, he was entirely confident in his ability to handle the Dark Knight Elf that a simple glance was enough for him to ascertain that he could easily overpower her. In terms of strength, she might be comparable to his own mage. The only variable was her innate talent. Were Dark Knight Elves truly endowed with formidable talents? Chi-Chu was uncertain. However, he had encountered an elf named Isaiah in the dragon battlefield before. And more importantly, he had the capacity to learn the skills of the elven race. As long as the upgrade system could replicate the skills he acquired, he feared nothing. The Dark Knight Elf, named Emerald, regarded Chi-Chu with thinly veiled disdain. The Dark Knight Elf race revered the strong but scorned the reckless. Her. Chi-Chu's reckless demeanor was that of a foolish youth, oblivious to the gravity of his situation. The rewards for a life-and-death duel surpassed those of the virtual arena by a considerable margin. Since this opportunity had presented itself, she saw no reason to decline. Ding. You have initiated the death arena. The death arena consists of real combat. Death results in the loss of all resources within the white space, while surrender incurs the loss of half. Life and death, an endless cycle. The atmosphere of the death arena was palpably more solemn than that of the arena. And as Chi-Chu and Emerald entered, they each stood upon a high platform. Below them lay the deep chasm, the ultimate battleground. An ice frost dragon. With the spectator system activated, both the red demon and Chengguan could observe the battle. Upon seeing the ice frost dragon behind Chi-Chu, a flicker of envy flashed across the red demon's eyes. What a pity, such a noble lineage wasted on a useless individual. I wonder why you, Chengguan, would take such a kind interest in a waste of space, only to have your sights set on his dragon bloodline. However, Emerald possesses a third-tier wind dragon bloodline. The difference during the juvenile dragon phase is negligible. Humph. I have already acquainted Emerald with the situation. Prepare to collect your apprentice's remains. Ignorant human. As the platform descended, Emerald and Chi-Chu faced each other from all sides. The wind dragon behind them let out a mighty roar, its fierce presence conjuring a tempest, harmonizing with the wild aura of the Dark Knight Elf, exuding an enchanting charm. Alias, Chi-Chu glanced at the dragon behind him, initially intending to flaunt his frost aura. However, upon turning, he found his ice dragon in a state of drowsiness. This was a life-and-death duel, not the previous arena. Chi-Chu muttered softly, prompting Alias to lazily shift, having dispatched previous opponents with ease. She felt little inclination to unleash her dragon breath now. Focus and engage. Chi-Chu, filled with frustration, rapped his knuckles against Ilia's head, unaware that ever since emerging from the dragon egg, Ilia had been following him around. And it was he who had spoiled his own dragon. The emerald-faced dragon, devoid of expression, had already sentenced Chi-Chu to death. With a dragon that lacked the desire to battle, what right did he have to call himself a dragon tamer? Drawing a bow from his back, a faint white arrow shimmered into existence. The wind dragon instinctively enhancing the blade with its power before launching itself ferociously forward, Chi-Chu immediately sensed a looming danger. This dark elf was indeed formidable, a far cry from the novices at the beast arena. Magic shield. The arrows flew with astonishing speed, the elven race perfectly leveraging their natural advantages alongside the wind dragon. Crack. Chi-Chu was taken aback when his shield barely held for half a second before teetering on the edge of shattering. Alia! Chi-Chu bellowed, finally rousing Alia from her stupor in a fit of anger. She unleashed a powerful breath of the ice dragon, conjuring a colossal ice wall that blocked the wind dragon's ferocious charge and the force of the arrow. Roar! The battle had officially commenced. Although the emerald dragon was somewhat astonished, realizing that this frost giant dragon was even stronger than she had anticipated, she lamented the fact that it was tethered to such a useless master. Shaking her head slightly, she mused that the battle was not just beginning. It had already reached its conclusion the moment the dark elf loosed the first arrow. The initial shot was merely a test, a means to pinpoint the target, as this human still relied on the dragon's power. Consequently, Chi-Chu would not be able to withstand what was to come. With disdain, she readied her bow once more. Yet her focused gaze was sharper than during her initial test shot. The dark elf's principle dictated that one must use all their strength, even against a mere rabbit. 7 star conjunction. As she slowly drew her bow, 7 transparent arrows materialized in a stunning display. This was the emerald's ultimate move, not aimed at Chi-Chu, but rather a show of respect towards the frost giant dragon. More? Can't you slow down a bit? With such ferocity, you won't find a husband. Chi-Chu was startled. 7 glimmers of cold light darted through the air, each splitting into 7 more, transforming the 7-star conjunction into a staggering 49 powerful arrows. The first arrow instantly pierced through Alia's prior ice wall breath, aimed directly at Chi-Chu's forehead. Outside the arena, Chengguan gasped, a sense of despair washing over him. The glimmer of hope he once harbored had evaporated, and he could only wish for Chi-Chu to remember the option of surrender at the last moment. Unfortunately for Chengguan, his hopes were utterly dashed. Humph! Chi-Chu scoffed coldly. Are you certain you wish to compete with me in quantity? Allow me to show you what true despair looks like. With an air of nonchalance, Chi-Chu flung up barriers with his hands as the emerald's ultimate arrows approached. The sound of shattering was evident. Yet when she presumed Chi-Chu was doomed, the barriers had not even begun to break. The third arrow arrived. Crack! Yet it did not shatter. The fourth arrow struck. Crack! It broke through 2 layers, yet still failed to breach. The fifth and sixth arrows met the same fate. The emerald was left agape. Disbelief etched across her face. Outside, the red mage furrowed his brow, perplexed by the turn of events. Chengguan, though bewildered, felt a flicker of joy at Chi-Chu's survival. 49 arrows, all striking the same spot, yet the magical shield remained intact. Who knew how many layers Chi-Chu's shield possessed? With a dismissive wave, Chi-Chu cast a scornful glance at the inept elf. Did I hear you wanted to compare quantities? Surely, you've never experienced limitless firepower? My skills come at no man a cost, and have no cooldown, you see. As for how many layers my shield has, oh, just over 1,000. Take your time breaking through. Ding! You have observed the elven archery technique. 7-star conjunction, upgraded to 9-star conjunction. Ding! You have observed the elven enhancement technique. Ding! You have observed the elven fire arrows. Ding! Chi-Chu discovered a delightful perk. While maintaining his shield, he could gleefully steal skills. With every skill the emerald used, he learned it, amassing over a dozen elven techniques, all upgraded to their highest levels. Keep it coming, sister. Weren't you fierce just now? Now all you can do is puff out your chest? Chi-Chu, still maintaining his shield, casually activated a taunt skill. The emerald's eyes sharpened with each attack. Yet amidst her intensity, a hint of confusion began to surface. She firmly believed that it wasn't the shield that was impenetrable, but rather her arrows that were insufficiently powerful. If only she could unleash the legendary 9-star conjunction. She was certain she could obliterate Chi-Chu in an instant. Keep going. As another wave of attacks surged forth, the emerald gradually ceased her assault, despite the wind dragon crashing into her multiple times. No effect was produced. Humph! I refuse to believe you can hide in that shield forever. Human, wretched human. For the first time, the emerald spoke so much. As in elven society, cursing was seen as the most impotent display. Yet she could not help but vent her frustration at this human's audacity. The moment you dare to show your face, I will end you. The emerald felt a rising agitation. This turtle shell was tougher than expected. How on earth had this Chi-Chu cultivated himself to such a level? It seemed completing the task assigned by her mentor was not in the cards this time. Are you quite sure you can kill me the moment I emerge? Chi-Chu smirked, bemused by the elf's misplaced confidence. She hadn't even utilized a minor spell. A mere basic mage shield had her at a loss. Yet she held such bravado. I'm not boasting. Just let me decide, and I could end you in an instant. However, throughout my life, I've never been fond of fighting women. Although you are an elf, in my worldview, anyone I can bed counts as a woman. With a teasing glance at the emerald, Chi-Chu relaxed his wrist. It seemed he had learned enough skills. Prolonging the encounter held no allure. Let us not make a fuss anymore. That fellow outside. The red mage is probably watching closely. Isn't. I know not what grudge you hold against Chengguo, but do not involve me. Do you think dyeing your hair makes you powerful? This is a death match. I want to kill you, but if someone dares to provoke me again, I shall show no mercy. With that declaration, Chi-Chu swiftly dismantled all his shields. The emerald was taken aback by Chi-Chu's sudden action. Did he not realize he would perish without his shields? Yet in the next moment, a fiery red bow materialized in Chi-Chu's hands, a bow forged from fire elements. What was he planning? Could it be that he too was an archer? Chi-Chu closed his eyes, mimicking the motion of drawing a bow. Under the emerald's astonished gaze, 9 arrows crystallized into existence. What? What is this? The emerald could scarcely believe her eyes. This initiation was strikingly similar to her own technique. This move seems to be called 9-star conjunction, though I cannot say for certain if it truly is. Chi-Chu, noticing the dazed emerald, kindly elaborated. 9 fire arrows shot forth, transforming into a staggering 81 arrows in midair. The fiery blaze rendered them 100 times more potent than the emerald's previous 7-star conjunction. Yet it did not end there. Following the fire arrows, Chi-Chu conjured an ice bow. 9 arrows once more. Another 9-star conjunction. Then came the wind bow, the water bow, each taking turns in a mesmerizing display. The entire arena blazed with a riot of colors. The sheer number of arrows became indistinguishable. This was no mere 9-star conjunction. It was an unfathomable multitude of arrows. Although the emerald sensed the imminent danger surrounding her, she did not evade. For every direction was fraught with lethal attacks. Boom! The rain of 9-star conjunction arrows descended, a phenomenon unheard of in elven history. No one had ever wasted such power and energy in this manner. At last, the arrow storm subsided, no casualties ensued, yet the emerald relinquished her bow, acknowledging her defeat. She and this human were no longer on the same plane of existence, and this human's mastery of the 9-star conjunction was undoubtedly linked to the elven race. A deluge of arrows cascaded down, forming the striking emblem of the red demon SB upon the elevated platform. Within the realm of Long Kong, when it comes to language, it seamlessly transforms into consciousness within the mind. Yet the written word remains elusive to comprehension. However, upon encountering the characters for Red Demon SB, a profound sense of irony immediately washed over the Red Demon, causing a momentary stumble. Deathmatch. Victory to Chi-Chu. You won't kill me? Emerald felt an inexplicable sadness, astonished that Chi-Chu, in the end, chose to spare her from harm. That I have stated before, I do not kill women. Do you wish to engage with me intimately? Emerald inquired earnestly, her abrupt tone leaving Chi-Chu coughing in surprise. No, I simply do not kill women. My tastes are not that extreme. While this emerald was undeniably beautiful, Chi-Chu had entirely abandoned any such intentions after hearing Chengguan speak of the openness of the Night Elf clan. You should surrender. This battle holds no significance. Chi-Chu swiftly shifted the conversation, aware that some matters were best left unspoken. Ultimately, Emerald stood silently, her lips moving as if grappling with an internal conflict. The wise person recognizes the times. Though Emerald may not be a sage, preserving her life is still quite fortunate. After her deliberation, she softly uttered the word surrender. Chi-Chu was preparing to depart when he caught sight of Arias gazing at him with a more sorrowful expression. Calling her forth resulted in yet another masterful evasion on her part. Arias huffed in frustration, collapsing back to sleep, vowing not to awaken again for any future matters. This master, denying nourishment and rest, was simply too cruel. With the battle concluded, Emerald and Chi-Chu returned to the entrance of the arena, remarkably unscathed despite the fierce confrontation. Due to Emerald's surrender, she would forfeit half of her resources within the white space. While Chi-Chu gained several trinkets from the elf clan, even acquiring a few articles of clothing, the Red Demon had taken its leave in disgrace, leaving only the smiling Chengguan awaiting him, who had not anticipated Chi-Chu's strength. Chengguan found Chi-Chu perplexing, yet understood that everyone harbored their own secrets, choosing not to pry further. Currently, Chichu was not particularly formidable, merely a fledgling mage, several tiers below himself. Yet he was resolute in his belief that as long as Chichu lived, he would undoubtedly ascend to prominence in the realm of Long Kong. At that time, Chengguan might find himself gazing up at him in admiration. My lord, the admission qualifications for Chang'e City Academy have been arranged. A dedicated instructor will be awaiting you there. However, are you certain you wish to enroll in the most basic class within Thunder Fortress? Undergoing extensive renovations, Tang Yi was taken aback to learn that the Lord intended to secure a position in the Introductory Magic Academy class. One must understand that his prior battle at the Fong family in Dongsuan already placed him at least at the level of a senior mage. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Your task is simply to ensure the completion of Thunder Fortress that I will carve additional magic circles when the time comes. Chichu waved his hand, taking the envelope from Tang Yi, signaling for him to leave. There were indeed matters he felt too embarrassed to discuss with others, when Chengguan informed him that advancing to a Grand Mage required a source. Chichu believed that with the system and his own comprehension, he would soon breach a new threshold. However, he was unprepared for the utter incomprehension he faced while searching for books at the Mage Guild. His power was undeniable, even at the pinnacle of Chang'e City, yet when it came to fundamentals, runes, and spell cultivation, he feared he was inferior to the Academy's students, initially considering seeking guidance from Gongping. The ruckus he had caused in the city left him feeling somewhat sheepish. After much contemplation, he decided to have Tang Yi assist him in securing a spot at the Academy, specifically in the most ordinary introductory class. Concealing his identity would spare him some troubles, allowing him to study quietly and perhaps even pursue some romantic interests. Truly a multifaceted endeavor. After arranging the subsequent affairs of Thunder Fortress, Chichu set off alone under the cover of night. To maintain secrecy, he opted not to return to the estate gifted to him at the previous banquet, instead purchasing a residence near the Academy. Dai felt reminiscent of sneaking out to an internet CF during his school days. Little did he expect that this time, he was stealthily embarking on a journey of education, a thought that evoked both amusement and bewilderment. Chang'e City Magic Academy lay at the far western edge of the city, encompassing a vast expanse beyond its walls. While the buildings were few, they exuded a unique beauty, with several statues at the center commemorating past deans and accomplished figures. As individuals with magical talents were scarce. The students were divided into two main categories, the introductory and advanced classes. The introductory class comprised mostly of commoners with a modest income, aspiring for their children to one day awaken their magical abilities and ascend to the ranks of mages, thus embarking on a path to a prosperous life. Conversely, the advanced class generally consisted of apprentices who had already awakened, possessing the ability to sense elemental manipulation and perform minor tricks, alongside a handful of novice mages. Additionally, there existed an elite class, the core of the academy, from which graduates could choose to join the Mage Guild or the Empire, thus commencing their genuine journeys. Are you Chichu? The reception area was not the quaint little house Chichu had envisioned. It was instead a bamboo pavilion. The instructor who greeted him was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, exuding a magical aura indicative of a mid-level novice mage. Yes, Chichu replied, offering no further elaboration. Appearing every bit the student without the need for pretense, the buzz-cut instructor scrutinized Chichu, detecting no magical fluctuations, his expression flickering with disappointment. Very well, come by this afternoon. I will introduce you to your classmates. In truth, you lack the qualifications to study at the academy. Your uncle has invested a considerable sum on your behalf that you're no longer a child, yet you have yet to awaken your abilities. The road ahead may prove challenging. You ought to work harder. Even if you cannot become a mage, acquiring some knowledge of spells could serve you well in an alchemy shop. The process was even simpler than Chichu had anticipated. Devoid of any need for verification, the instructor produced a form for Chichu to sign, signifying his successful enrollment. As he departed, the instructor, noting Chichu's indifferent demeanor, felt compelled to offer additional words of encouragement. Chichu smiled in gratitude, refraining from further comment. He had expected mages to be unapproachable, yet his opinion of the buzz-cut instructor had improved slightly. Afternoon arrived swiftly. Upon encountering the buzz-cut instructor again, he had donned a black ensemble. Perhaps feeling his buzz cut was too conspicuous, and had even draped a cloak around himself. The cloak was a staple among mages, lending an air of mystery before the throng of commoner students. The class took place not within a designated classroom, but on a platform resembling a playground. The introductory class comprised 4 subjects: history, physical training, runes, and foundational spell work. That afternoon happened to be the physical training session led by the buzzcut instructor, whose name was revealed to be Shin-Tu, and who also served as a sort of homeroom teacher. The number of mages was even fewer than Chi-Chu had imagined. In his class alone, there were about 30 students. While the entire academy's introductory classes numbered around 7 or 8, these individuals represented the best chance of becoming mages within Chang'e City, hailing predominantly from affluent families. As the costs of regular training were prohibitive, ultimately, only about 30% would become mage apprentices, which when calculated, meant that among the hundreds of thousands of commoners in Chang'e City, the total number of mages barely reached 1,000. I am Chi-Chu, from Thunder Fortress. In the gaze of a group of curious onlookers, Chi-Chu succinctly introduced himself. People inevitably form circles, often comprising individuals of similar ages, and many began to speculate about the identity and background of the suddenly appeared Chi-Chu. Well, Chi-Chu, there aren't many spots left, so you can join Mo Fengling and her group. Chi-Chu's foundation is rather weak, so Fengling, please help him out as much as you can, Shin-Tu remarked. Directing his attention towards a girl seated at the far left of the front row, Chi-Chu followed his gaze to see a girl clad in a white garment, with delicate features that exuded a sense of comfort. Whispers circulated among the crowd, with a few boys casting envious glances, astonished that the newcomer had the fortune of being grouped with the so-called commoner princess. However, Chi-Chu felt indifferent. He had encountered many attractive girls, particularly after seeing the diverse and stunning elves in Longkong. This so-called commoner princess barely stirred any ripples in his heart. Upon finding his place in the group, he surveyed his surroundings and realized that apart from him, all 4 other members were girls, which elicited a hint of embarrassment on his part. Today, since we have a newcomer, let us conduct a physical fitness test. As per usual, the better your physique, the greater your chances of perceiving magical energy during meditation. Legend has it that there are even those who train their physical abilities to cultivate magic, so do not let your guard down, Shin-Tu declared, waving his hands as he retrieved several peculiar instruments from a box. Casting a sidelong glance at Chi-Chu, eager to probe the newcomer's capabilities, Chi-Chu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had primarily come to study runes and had not anticipated that the introductory class would focus on physical training. Observing the eager youngsters around him, he sighed, realizing that he could only silently tread the path he had chosen. Your name is Chi-Chu, correct? You're up next. The first test is a speed trial. A girl with a ponytail patted him on the back, signaling that it was his turn. This girl, named Jiang Yu, appeared to be quite capable. Aside from Jiang Yu and Mo Fengling, their group included 2 other girls, one named Zhang Yun, who was somewhat tall, and the other called Yi Yun, seemingly a distant relative of the Yi family from the Earl's estate. As Chi-Chu stepped onto the testing apparatus, his disappointment deepened. While it was ostensibly a speed test, it resembled a simple back-and-forth run, albeit utilizing magical devices for measurement, and the track was merely a single platform. This was far from the magical academy he had envisioned. It hadn't Harry Potter depicted a different scenario. Where were the enchanting girls, the wands? Was he truly reduced to running alongside a bunch of children as a mage? The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, and when the countdown began, he made little effort to showcase his true abilities. Since his teammates were all girls, Chi-Chu thought little of it. He merely felt that being surpassed by them was somewhat embarrassing, so he forced himself to achieve a slightly better time than Mo Fengling before standing silently to the side. However, to his astonishment, this single run turned into a significant event. Wow, that newcomer is incredible. He just outran Princess Mo. Could he already be an apprentice? Coming here to stir up excitement. I heard things have been quite lively over at Thunderbolt Fortress. He doesn't seem to be a mage. I can't sense any magical fluctuations from him, but if he were a mage apprentice, he wouldn't be in this beginner class, the onlookers speculated. Shin-Tu was equally surprised. He had initially held low expectations for Chi-Chu, merely hoping he would learn from Mo Fengling. Yet, he had not anticipated such a high score in the first test. Approaching Chi-Chu, he inquired, Chi-Chu, have you trained before? At that moment, he was not considering the possibility of Chi-Chu being a mage. He merely thought the newcomer might possess a talent for physical training. Chi-Chu was somewhat perplexed. In his perspective, Having barely surpassed a girls' South performance should place him at the bottom among the boys. Mo Fengling had already awakened the wind element and was half a step into becoming a mage apprentice. How could he have a faster speed than her? After class, I'll check your elemental affinities. Perhaps you have a trace of the wind element as well. Shun Tu continued. At this point, Chi Chu realized that this world was no longer the school he remembered. The logic he once held was completely inapplicable here. Resigned, he nodded at Shun Tu, choosing his words carefully. Any slip could expose his true identity, rendering his careful concealment futile. The second test was endurance. And this time, Chi Chu was more astute. While being tested, he focused on the members of other groups, keeping an eye on a slender boy whose score consistently lagged behind his. However, to his surprise, after the test concluded, Shin Tu approached him again, looking somewhat astonished. Chi Chu, you weren't serious during that last run, were you? Given your speed, this score is unexpected. Let us test you again. I'd like to see your true level. During the second endurance test, Chi Chu had no intention of showcasing any prowess and maintained his original performance, but a few boys watching the spectacle began to boo, having thought Chi Chu was impressive. They were now disappointed to see him falter in endurance. What will you do during your wedding night then? Someone muttered quietly, prompting a wave of laughter and causing a few girls to blush. Shin Tu sighed, shaking his head, encouraging Chi Chu to continue striving, yet feeling a tinge of disappointment himself. The final test was the most crucial, the strength assessment. You may channel everything you perceive into your punch to strike the instrument. There have been cases where individuals sensed magical energy during physical classes. This device, made of pale blue wood, features various scales. Shin Tu instructed Chi Chu, you go first. Just strike it with all your might. Once again, Shun Tu directed Chi Chu, while several students below expressed envy, puzzled as to why the teacher placed such importance on this transfer student. Stepping forward, Chi Chu focused intently on the blue board before him. His fist poised to strike. Bang! Crack! Suddenly, the wooden board split open with a loud explosion of splinters, startling Chi Chu immensely. He swore he exerted much force and had deliberately held back. The wood quality was simply too poor. However, he did not anticipate that this single punch would leave his fellow students dumbfounded. Initially, they thought Chi Chu would be weak in strength, given his endurance, and had expected to witness a spectacle of ridicule. Yet, he had pierced straight through the testing board. They could hardly believe their eyes. The blue board was marked with 9 scales. Even a level 9 apprentice could only fill the energy gauge. Now, Chi Chu had shattered it, demonstrating strength comparable to that of a novice mage without any magical enhancement. The training ground remained in stunned silence for a full 5 seconds before erupting into an uproar. Mo Fengling, the most magically gifted among the class, cast Chi Chu a look of astonishment, her mouth agape. Shin Tu stood by, at a loss for words, after 4 or 5 years of teaching at the Magical Academy. He had never witnessed anyone break the strength testing board. Even he would need considerable effort to achieve such a feat. What kind of enigma was this Chi Chu? Chi Chu, come with me. Mo Fengling, continue testing the others, he instructed, pulling Chi Chu aside after the initial shock subsided. Do you know your scores? Shin Tu asked. Chi Chu shook his head. He genuinely wished to be a good student in peace, but had not expected to generate such a stir on his first day, leaving him in a state of distress, without any magical enhancement. Your speed is the highest in the class, and honestly, you rank among the best in all beginner classes in the school. However, your endurance is the lowest, even among the commoners, and your strength? It reaches the level of a novice mage. Don't you want to explain yourself? Shin Tu scrutinized Chi Chu, eager to uncover the truth. Explain? Chi Chu shook his head, uncertain how to articulate the matter at hand. Perhaps it would be best to simply confess, to candidly reveal that he was, in fact, a half-step archmage, here merely to study runes. Truly, according to Chi Chu's initial thoughts, armed with his meticulous acting skills, he could effortlessly blend in among the apprentices, devoting himself to the study of runes in peace. Should any troublemakers arise, he could deftly play the role of the naive, unsuspecting fool, and if any short-sighted instructors appeared, he could swiftly undermine them. He envisioned charming junior students, enjoying the scenery, discussing life, and perhaps even embarking on a delightful campus romance. However, he never anticipated that, on merely the first day of enrollment, this carefully crafted facade would begin to unravel. Noticing Shin Tu's unwavering gaze upon him, Chi Chu let out a deep sigh. While it was not impossible to continue the charade, it was undeniably exhausting. Instantly, his expression shifted to one of melancholy as he offered Shintu what he considered an explanation. Very well, I concede. I am indeed a mage. Excuse me? What did you just say? Shintu inquired. Merely curious about Chi-Chu's reaction, intending to report back to the academy, he had not anticipated such a response, and now found himself momentarily confused by the meaning of Chi-Chu's words. I am quite powerful, a mage, here to experience life, Chi-Chu replied with an air of resignation, awaiting Shintu's astonished expression. Alas, what he received in return was a look that suggested Shintu deemed him a lunatic. You? A mage? In Shintu's eyes, while Chi-Chu's physique was indeed peculiar, he could not possibly believe him to be a mage. He had never heard of any mage with such a peculiar inclination to masquerade as a commoner or a novice sorcerer. I truly am a mage, without a doubt, and I am also a prince of the Chilan Empire, currently residing in Thunder Fortress. Chi-Chu once again divulged his true identity, having come to the realization that even if others discovered his secret, it mattered little. Who would dare mock him? Nonsense. Let us be serious. Are you experiencing any health issues? Do not worry. The academy will assist you, Shintu replied with a serious demeanor, his tone solemn. Even though Chi-Chu had been his student for less than a day, he felt a responsibility towards him. Chi-Chu understood that no matter how he explained himself, Shintu likely would not believe that he had become a mage, let alone an archmage, at such a young age. After all, he had seen peers of his age still engaged in trivial pursuits. Since clarity seemed elusive, he decided to demonstrate the truth through action. Chi-Chu conjured a barrier, isolating the flow of magic. Creating a small magical loop solely between himself and Shintu's day, a dazzling array of colors danced within, alternating between warmth and chill, yet the students beyond the barrier remained entirely oblivious. Now it was Shintu who found himself at a loss for words. He had intended to take Chi-Chu to the administrative office, but the world around him suddenly transformed. Examining the scene anew, the concentration and finesse of the magic on display were undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of even a high-level mage. Moreover, it was a non-verbal casting. His hands began to tremble slightly if Chi-Chu's claims were true. Then before him stood a living, breathing mage. Shintu's entire worldview began to shift. Could it be that such idle mages truly existed? Weren't those esteemed figures supposed to be sequestered in mage towers, diligently honing their spells? Suddenly, he recalled the recent whispers of a so-called worthless prince who hailed from Thunder Fortress. Furthermore, Chi-Chu's surname, Chi, was indeed the royal family name of the Chilan Empire. Chi-Chu retracted his magical abilities, returning to a state devoid of any magical fluctuations. However, Shintu remained completely motionless for a full 2 minutes. Seemingly still in a daze, the effect of revealing his identity proved to be even more advantageous than Chi-Chu had anticipated. With Shintu's assistance, even the other discrepancies were deftly concealed. Moreover, with the endorsement of his status as a mage, Shintu began to solicit Chi-Chu's opinions on certain decisions, presenting a stark contrast to his demeanor with students. This was not entirely surprising, as the number of mages within the entirety of Chang'e City was limited to only a few at the pinnacle of power. Although Shintu was not typically one to ingratiate himself, he harbored a profound respect for those stronger than himself. In the ensuing days, Chi-Chu attended several additional classes. The history teacher, an elderly man named Li, primarily lectured on the history of the empire and the evolution of magic, subtly instilling a sense of loyalty to the empire within his students. The instructor for the foundational magic course was a woman named Qin Tian, who covered basic knowledge along with the identification of materials, alchemy, formations, and runes, akin to a biology course from his previous life, albeit adorned with the nuances of another world. The course that piqued Chi-Chu's interest the most was the runes class, which commenced with the simplest rune engravings. Thoroughly satisfying his curiosity, the structure of runes bore resemblance to mathematical geometry, albeit with the addition of formulas linking spells, which posed little challenge for Chi-Chu, a science student, and he found himself quite adept. Albeit mastering the plethora of formulas would take time. Thus, despite having reached the level of a mage, Chi-Chu earnestly began his studies anew in this foreign realm and gradually integrated himself into the company of his peers from humble backgrounds. At times, he pondered how foolish he felt, having devoted so many years to education on Earth, only to find himself continuing his studies in this otherworldly setting. Nevertheless, he persisted, for the adage that knowledge alters destiny resonated more profoundly with him here than it ever had on Earth. The lives of the nobility were realms beyond the wildest imaginings of rural peasants. The motto inscribed at the entrance of the Magic Academy further solidified his resolve to delve into the study of runes. Better to perish in the pursuit of a mage's truth than to live a life of mediocrity. Days spent studying and evenings wandering through Longkong were not entirely dull. In the dueling arena, Chi Chu had achieved an astounding streak of 372 consecutive victories, and the importance of strength became increasingly apparent as he progressed. Nearly every opponent he encountered possessed the prowess of a mage or higher, rendering his previous dominating victories unfeasible. Occasionally, he faced peculiar races that, even without cooldowns or costs, proved elusive, forcing him to rely on seemingly unfair tactics like the infinite mage shield and overwhelming firepower to secure wins. The good news was that Ilea was on the verge of entering her dragon phase. According to Chungguan, the juvenile dragon stage was merely preparatory, with the true journey commencing upon her entry into the giant dragon phase. The bad news was that Chi Chu remained utterly at a loss regarding his ascension to a great mage. Despite becoming proficient in various runes, including advanced ones, his understanding of the source had made no progress whatsoever. Chi Chu had assumed this gradual pace would persist for quite some time, yet unexpectedly, a challenge letter shattered his tranquil existence. When he received the letter, Chi Chu was bewildered. He believed he had not offended anyone, diligently applying himself to his studies each day. However, upon opening the so-called challenge letter, he found himself in a state of bitter amusement. Truly, trouble had found him at home. The root of the matter lay in the group assigned by Shin Tuesday. As a transfer student, Chi Chu had been placed in Mo Fengling's group, and after he expressed to Shin Tu his desire to restart his learning of runes, the teacher, who held him in awe, appointed Mo Fengling, the top student in the class, to tutor him. Consequently, Chi Chu spent the majority of his time at school in the company of this so-called commoner princess in the prime of youth. Chi Chu effortlessly shared anecdotes from his past life. Before long, he and Mo Fengling had developed a solid partnership. The challenge letter had originated from a jealous young man that Chi Chu vowed he had only regarded Mo Fengling as a typical younger sister. Harboring no inappropriate intentions in fact, he found Mo Fengling to be rather unremarkable compared to others he had encountered, such as Yi Lingyin, Lin Qiqi from the Thunderous Mansion, and even his maid Qin Xiao, all of whom outshone her, not to mention the vibrant elves in Longkong, who were on an entirely different level of beauty. Chi Chu. The next day, just as the runes class concluded and he prepared to leave, a female voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw his classmates Jiang Yu and Mo Fengling approaching, Jiang Yu clad in a light yellow dress, while Mo Fengling remained in her customary white attire. You received Yi Qing's challenge letter, correct? Yes. And what do you plan to do about it? Do you want us to help you come up with a strategy? Jiang Yu teased, while Mo Fengling's expression remained aloof. Though a faint blush betrayed her, let us take it one step at a time, Chi Chu replied casually. He truly did not regard the challenge letter as a serious matter. Such childish antics held no interest for him, and he had not given it much thought. Recently, he had made significant strides in his understanding of runes, and if anyone dared to disrupt his focus, Chi Chu would surely teach them a lesson. Chi Chu, I'm sorry, I had no idea it would escalate like this. Mo Fengling offered a gentle apology, her words sincere despite her usual reticence that I'll speak to Yi Qing privately later. Trying not to disturb you. Yi Qing was Yi Yun's cousin, a member of the side branch of the Earl's family, and Mo Fengling added, just be cautious. I'm concerned they might cause you trouble outside of school. With a slight smile, Chi Chu suddenly recalled the scene from Tingyu Tower, realizing how intertwined his fate was with the Yi family, as trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. It's fine. If he dares to provoke me, I'll promptly teach him a lesson that I wouldn't even bat an eye if the entire Earl's household came for me. Humph, who do you think you can teach a lesson to? As soon as Chi Chu finished speaking, a male voice echoed from nearby, and a group of 4 or 5 students in academy uniforms approached. Leading them was none other than the one who had issued the challenge. Yi Qing. Yi Qing bore a striking resemblance to Yi Haoran, with an arrogance that mirrored his. Jiang Yu's eyes flickered with concern, and Mo Fengling frowned, as they had come to warn Chi Chu, only to find Yi Qing had arrived sooner than expected. Who speaks so boldly? Do you not regard the Earl's household at all? Yi Qing challenged, his demeanor brimming with disdain. Today, I'll see what you, Chi Chu, are capable of. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, don't even think about leaving here. The students slowly encircled Chi Chu, their intentions clear. They were there to trouble him and to warn him to keep his distance from Mo Fengling. They had not anticipated that Chi Chu's bold words would provide them with such an opportunity. After all, Chi Chu's claim to teach Yi Qing a lesson was far too audacious. Especially considering Yi Qing was already an 8th-level mage apprentice, poised to advance to the higher class soon. Little did they know, Chi Chu had no awareness of Yi Qing's background, having tossed the challenge letter aside, without even remembering the name. Shaking his head, Chi Chu began to count silently in front of the two girls. Are you dazed? What's with the 32? Yi Qing sneered at Chi Chu's dazed expression. The challenge letter has been issued to you. Today, you can choose to duel, or you can 17. Stop rambling. Since Mo Fengling is here, as a man, are you brave enough to accept my challenge? Mo Fengling and Jiang Yu were somewhat under the impression that Chi Chu was merely counting for reasons unknown. Yet he offered no response to Yi Qing, leaving both of them hesitant to step forward and offer assistance. Could it be that Chi Chu was genuinely frightened? With 5 seconds remaining, the time was nearly up. Chi Chu shrugged, and at the boundary defined by himself and Yi Qing, the temperature in the air plummeted to freezing point. Yi Qing, still in a daze, suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold that rendered his entire body immobile. In the next moment, the temperature in the air surged dramatically, a wave of warmth rising from deep within, compelling Yi Qing and several accompanying students to feel as though they might tear themselves apart. Continue. 3 seconds left. The temperature dropped once more, and Yi Qing's expression twisted in agony. He had yet to comprehend the situation, and his body was entirely beyond his control, beneath the dual forces of ice and fire. Apart from the soul-piercing pain, he felt nothing else. Up, down, up, down. In the final 3 seconds, Chi Chu executed 3 cycles once more, and when the minute concluded, the once majestic Yi Qing and his entourage lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated and delirious, mumbling incomprehensible words. That moment, Chi Chu cast a disdainful glance at these trouble seekers. Were you not asking me what it means to teach you a lesson in mere minutes? This is precisely what it means. Moreover, if you are dissatisfied, feel free to summon the Earl's estate. I can teach you and them a lesson in the same span of time. I, Chi Chu, have always been a man of my word. With that, Chi Chu turned on his heel and exited the rune room, burdened with many matters and lacking the time to indulge this group of children in their foolishness. Rather than waste time here, he would prefer to engage in the arena a few more times. Mo Fengling and Jiang Yu, the two young girls, stood before the scene, momentarily at a loss for what to do. They had envisioned countless possibilities, even preparing to call their mentor to mediate. Yet they had never anticipated the unfolding of this spectacle. Watching Chi Chu's retreating figure, Mo Fengling felt a wave of astonishment. She had always believed that Chi Chu needed her assistance, and his seemingly casual conversations with her must have indicated some interest. She had even entertained thoughts of truly being with Chi Chu. However, in that fleeting moment, she suddenly sensed a strange distance from him, a profound indifference to anything extraneous, including an indifference towards herself. Yi Qing's incident had come abruptly and vanished just as swiftly. The trivialities among students often transpired in a flurry. Matters of concern today could easily shift focus within a couple of days. Chi Chu was unaware of what transpired subsequently with Yi Qing and his companions, nor did he have much desire to know. Yet, Mo Fengling and Jiang Yu, who had once been quite close to him, had become somewhat distant since that day. Study resumed its tedious routine. Each day passed with a monotonous predictability, and apart from teasing Ilea, Chi Chu found himself devoid of any particular hobbies. He was increasingly able to comprehend why mages exuded such an air of mystery. The deeper one delved into their craft, the less external matters seemed to matter. Were it not for his pursuit of runes, he would scarcely be inclined to step beyond his door. Damn it. This cannot continue. If this goes on, I shall go mad. Finally, one day, Chi Chu found himself suffocated by the weight of his own restraint. That a full day spent practicing runes without a soul to converse with left him imbued with an aura of weariness. He needed to find something to occupy his time. A pause was imperative. Chi Chu even began to question whether his path as a mage was a grave mistake. The experience system continued to accumulate points, while Ilea steadily enhanced her abilities within dragon space. Yet, Chi-Chu felt an unsettling dissonance, unable to pinpoint precisely what was amiss. Oppression, irritation. Ding. You have incurred a heart demon tribulation. Experience points 2144. Ding. You are feeling irritable. Experience points 2141. Ding. You feel you have lost your direction. Experience points 1415. Heart demon tribulation? Such a thing exists? Chi-Chu gazed at the information on the experience panel, momentarily taken aback. Surely this wouldn't be fatal? For the first time, Chi-Chu felt a twinge of anxiety as he began to peruse the tomes. The very term heart demon evoked discomfort. Unfortunately, despite scouring every resource within the Academy and the Mage Guild, he found no mention of such a phenomenon. His mood soured further. Chi-Chu sensed an inferno kindling within him. If this blaze were not extinguished, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc on his body. If only he were back on Earth, perhaps a round of League of Legends would suffice to distract him. Failing that, a game of PUBG would do, or even a quick match of Dota. Chi-Chu suddenly found himself nostalgic for the online games of in the Mage world. Entertainment options remained woefully scarce. Heart demon tribulation. When Shengguan received Chi-Chu's inquiry, he too was taken aback. You have actually incurred a heart demon tribulation? Chi-Chu had proactively sought Shengguan's counsel, reasoning that someone several tiers above him might possess a remedy for his plight. Heart demon tribulations typically manifest only in the realms of Xinxia and fantasy. How is it that a mere mage has encountered one? I have indeed heard of it, but the earliest instances of heart demon tribulations appeared at the level of Earth-tier mages. You are merely a sorcerer. So it stands to reason that you should not experience such a phenomenon. Chi-Chu sighed, that I do not know. I have been searching for the essence of the source, yet I became so engrossed in runes that I could not extricate myself, making no progress, and ended up in this predicament. What precisely is this source you speak of? Is there not a simpler path? Must I truly start from scratch? Chi-Chu lamented in frustration. Shengguan paused for a moment, then spoke. You are troubled by this matter? If this is your sole concern, I can offer a bit of guidance. The source for mages refers to one's own path. I take fire as my source, and am known as the Flame Emperor in my realm. You might seek an elemental force that resonates with your heart. There is another method, though it is seldom tried. You could take your dragon as the source and cultivate around your frost giant dragon to become a dragon mage. A word struck like a bolt of lightning. In that moment of inner turmoil, Shengguan's words awakened Chi-Chu. He had been ensnared in a deadlock, believing that to become a great sorcerer, one must balance foundational skills to uncover one's source. Yet he had forgotten that the so-called source itself is the very core that connects heaven and earth. Previously, he had learned a minor spell called Evergreen from Qin Feng at the Listening Rain Pavilion, likely based on the essence of trees. That if Chi-Chu were to take a dragon as his source, it would undoubtedly elevate his stature. Ilea was born of him. Her soul was already deeply intertwined with his. Coupled with the innate elemental sensitivity of dragons, it was almost tailor-made for him. Ultimately, he could merge with Ilea, transforming into a dragon, with the knot in his heart untied. Chi-Chu distinctly felt the flames within him subdued, and his spirit transformed into one of optimism and vigor. Although he had yet to begin, he felt an inexplicable confidence, as if success were merely at his fingertips. Each day passed in joy, and even his rune practice at the Academy inexplicably advanced significantly. In high spirits, he wished to find an opportune moment to properly thank Mo Fengling for her earlier assistance. Yet he discovered that the young girl had not attended school for 2 or 3 days. I am not entirely sure. It seems there was an issue at her home. She has always lived with her grandmother, but apparently, they moved recently, and I have no idea where she is now. When Chi-Chu inquired of Jiangyu, she too expressed uncertainty. What? Young Master Qi is now concerned for our Fengling. I seem to recall someone who didn't even glance back. Jiangyu's words were tinged with a distinct acidity. Chi-Chu had been lethargic for quite some time, indifferent to those around him. Even when she and Mo Fengling greeted him, her demeanor seemed devoid of energy. To his surprise, she now began to show concern for others. Chi-Chu felt defeated. Jiangyu expressed her uncertainty, prompting Chi-Chu to abandon the thought of sharing his joy with anyone. Although Chi-Chu harbored no romantic feelings for Mo Fengling, he felt a bond akin to that of desk mates. Since embarking on his journey into the realm of runes, he had often relied on Mo Fengling to reiterate fundamental concepts, reminiscent of students discussing exam questions. For someone like Chi-Chu, who had few acquaintances, She was a friend he could at least converse with. As 2 or 3 days passed, Chi-Chu noted with growing concern that Mo Fengling had yet to return to school. After discreetly inquiring with Shin-Tu, he learned that she had taken a prolonged leave, citing family troubles. This only heightened his unease. From what he understood, Mo Fengling had been raised by her grandmother in a life of hardship. However, fate had smiled upon her, revealing her exceptional magical aptitude at an early age. With support from the academy, she had gradually pursued her studies, earning her the nickname the Commoner's Princess, given her strong-willed nature. It was unlikely she would remain absent from school for such an extended period, especially when crossing the threshold into the realm of mages would significantly improve her family's circumstances. Ultimately, Chi-Chu resolved to seek her out. Considering he had little else to occupy his time, and a stroll through Chang'e City would not be amiss at his level, many intuitions were not without basis. He sensed that this situation was more complex than it appeared. With nearly 1 million residents in Chang'e City, pinpointing a single individual was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, the presence of mages greatly expedited the process. As a peak mage, Chi-Chu possessed an expansive range of perception, allowing him to easily discern whether that familiar aura was nearby with just a gentle sweep of his senses. Sure enough, after meandering through the city, Chi-Chu swiftly detected Mo Fengling's essence. To his astonishment, he discovered that her home was not far from the residence he had purchased near the academy, merely 4 or 5 streets apart. Upon catching sight of Mo Fengling, he noted with surprise that she was dressed in an unusual, light purple gown rather than her customary white linen attire. Moreover, 4 oddly dressed men accompanied her, resembling street thugs. Chi-Chu furrowed his brow. The obedient student he knew seemed incongruous with these ruffians, making it difficult for him to reconcile the two. As they walked, the tallest thug, adorned with a tattoo of a small azure dragon on his arm, berated Mo Fengling, deepening Chi-Chu's frown. Following them, they ultimately entered a somewhat dilapidated residence. The tall thug spat a few curses before tossing a small pouch of gold coins at her. Then he and his companions sauntered away. Mo Fengling, her expression devoid of emotion, watched them depart, before retreating into the courtyard and shutting the door behind her, unable to suppress tears that streamed down her face. Initially, Chi-Chu had intended to offer her comfort, but seeing her in such a state, he decided against it, respecting her desire for privacy. After a brief moment of solitude, she slowly rose to enter the wooden tub in the woodshed, preparing to take a long, hot bath. Chi-Chu refrained from probing further. He had no inclination to indulge in such voyeurism, yet he felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed that Mo Fengling's struggles were far more profound than he had previously imagined. In the following 2 to 3 days, the academy granted a short break due to his mentor's unexpected obligations. Chi-Chu continued to follow Mo Fengling on 2 occasions, each time observing her depart with the same group of thugs, only to be returned to that same dilapidated house. To his dismay, he discovered that she frequented a place called Jinyuan, a venue akin to a dance hall. Fortunately, it was evident that Mo Fengling had not succumbed to any untoward advances, or else he would have felt an insurmountable barrier between them. In that rundown abode, an elderly man lay on a boat. Presumably the grandmother who had raised her. Mo Fengling devoted nearly all her earnings to procuring medicine for the old woman and expended her meager magical abilities to aid her recovery daily. Chi-Chu found himself filled with deep reflection. Had he not acted on a whim, he would have remained oblivious to the depths of Mo Fengling's plight, and for the first time, he felt a sense of compassion for her. After much contemplation, Chi-Chu resolved to intervene. Mo Fengling exhibited considerable talent in her studies of magic. While he did not expect her to achieve extraordinary heights, he believed she could secure a modest living. However, given her current struggles, whether out of camaraderie or moved by her filial piety, Chi-Chu was more than willing to extend a helping hand. As dusk fell one day, Chi-Chu lingered outside the so-called Jinyuan, waiting patiently to create a chance encounter with Mo Fengling, hoping it would lead to a visit. However, to his dismay, he waited quite some time without catching sight of her. He was certain she was inside. Yet as night descended, she should have emerged by now, as was her usual routine. "Ha, brother, today we've truly struck it rich. That little girl, no matter how cautious she is, can she really escape us, as long as that old hag is in our grasp? It's all up to us. Shh, don't speak carelessly. We have a major client this time. We mustn't let anything slip." Chi-Chu, raising his gaze, spotted the familiar gang of thugs. He had initially expected Mo Fengling to emerge alongside them. But overhearing their conversation raised alarm bells in his mind. As they passed by, the tall thug caught his eye, a smug expression playing on his face, as if he were flaunting his achievements before Chi Chu. Today, let us head to Tingyu Pavilion to celebrate. Did you see that kid earlier? Clearly, he wanted to enter Jinyuan but lacked the funds. Stick with me, and you'll have a bright future. If it weren't for my keen eye, how could we have made such a fortune today? The tall thug's laughter echoed, and his companions chimed in. However, they had no inkling that Chi Chu's expression had turned icy. Wait, but Chi Chu's voice rang out. Halting the group of thugs, the tall thug, initially reluctant to turn around, instinctively found himself facing Chi Chu. What did you just say, me? The thug, oblivious to the confrontation, dismissed Chi Chu's question, underestimating him. Huh? You want us to wait? Are you out of your mind? Do you even know who I am? Laughter erupted around him as the thugs found amusement in Chi Chu's boldness. I don't care who you are. What did you just say? What did I just say? I said you're a pauper who can't afford to enter such a place as Jinyuan. Not that. The next line. The next line? What? The tall thug paused, perplexed, thinking Chi Chu was angered by his comment about his financial status. You said you made a fortune today? Humph. Whether I make money or not has nothing to do with you. Best keep your mouth clean. The tall thug's displeasure was evident as he seemed to take offense at the mention of his finances. I'm in a good mood today. You better get lost, or I'll deal with you too. Who are you telling to get lost? With a mere glance from Chi Chu, the tall thug instantly ignited with fear. And simultaneously, the lower halves of all the ruffians were completely encased in ice that Chi Chu did not grant them the opportunity to scream. The excruciating pain contorted their faces into grotesque masks. The tall thug was the most severely affected, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. That I will ask, you will answer. Utter a single incorrect word, and you shall perish. The remaining thugs trembled, their faces ashen. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary passerby was, in fact, a formidable mage, and an unreasonable one at that? Is Mo Fengling still inside? Chi Chu's voice was frigid, preoccupied with safeguarding Mo Fengling's dignity. Unaware that these thugs had betrayed her, the few thugs who could still move fervently nodded, yet were rendered speechless. You sold her out? They hesitated, caught off guard, then timidly nodded, glancing at the frothing-mouthed tall thug leader. Ultimate healing spell. Chi Chu casually cast an ultimate healing spell, and the thug leader, who had been a mere wreck moments ago, astonishingly regained his former appearance. The other thugs quivered in shock. They had encountered mages before, but they had never witnessed such miraculous magic. Who had ever seen a complete healing within less than a second? Perhaps even specialized healing mages could not achieve that. Who purchased her? Where is she now? Chi Chu directed his question at the previously outspoken tall thug, his eyes brimming with disregard for life. Bah! Just because you are a mage, you think you are impressive? That girl is probably already. Still in a daze, the tall thug instinctively spat out a retort. Shut up. In the next moment, Chi Chu encased him in ice once more, then shattered him with a single punch. The tall thug's words had been far too vile. For such scoundrels, akin to pests, Chi Chu felt no need to hold back. You killed someone. The remaining thugs' eyes widened in horror. How could one so casually commit murder? Their leader had been turned into mere shards of ice. Everyone inhaled sharply. From where had this unreasonable mage emerged? I shall return to deal with you later. Having eradicated the tall thug in a fit of rage, Chi Chu surmised that these thugs were not well informed. Since they knew Mo Fengling was in the Golden Garden, it would be more efficient to storm in directly. What was Fengguan to him? Mo Fengling was the one he sought to rescue, and no one could impede him. Chi Chu moved with remarkable speed, and as dusk fell, the people within the Golden Garden remained oblivious to the conflict outside. The opulence of the Golden Garden starkly contrasted with the elegance of the Listening Rain Pavilion. It was, in every sense, a den of indulgence. Flirtatious courtesans and various unsavory characters mingled, extravagance abounding. One could only wonder how Mo Fengling had managed to endure such an environment for the past few days. Upon entering, Chi Chu was immediately approached by two young women. They could easily discern that Chi Chu was a newcomer, perhaps even a potential target for exploitation, and they eagerly draped themselves over his shoulders. Young master, would you prefer to sit in the main hall or retreat to a private room for a more intimate conversation? Their words tumbled out in a drunken slur, and amidst the throngs of people, Chi-Chu closed his eyes, attuning himself to Mo Fengling's presence at last. In a private room at the corner of the fourth floor, he spotted her, Mo Fengling, and beside her were two men who appeared to be behaving inappropriately. Chi-Chu cursed under his breath, attempting to rush forward, only to find himself ensnared by the two women. Get off! In a moment of desperation, Chi-Chu forcefully shoved the two women aside. You fools are courting death. With a swift leap, he condensed the air beneath his feet, propelled by elemental winds, and soared toward Mo Fengling's room. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Should anything happen to Mo Fengling today, it would truly be an affront to his abilities. Boom! A resounding explosion startled the entire Golden Garden, prompting frantic screams from the patrons below. The guards hurried to restore order, seeking to comprehend the unfolding chaos, while several managers rushed to the hall, astonished that anyone would dare cause trouble in the Golden Garden. As Chi-Chu burst into a light blue room, he beheld Mo Fengling, slightly intoxicated, reclining on the bed. Having just had an outer garment removed, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was unharmed, everything would be manageable. This foolish girl had actually dared to come to such a place alone for work, leaving her vulnerable to predation. Though Chi-Chu felt relieved, the two men in the room were paralyzed with fear. Caught off guard by Chi-Chu's sudden entrance, they had been plotting something nefarious and were nearly frightened out of their wits. Who are you, guards? Why has someone intruded? The younger of the two men, likely a brother, pointed at Chi-Chu, anger flashing in his eyes, taken aback by being so brazenly disregarded. However, in the next instant, Chi-Chu's cold gaze fell upon him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. That icy stare rendered the younger brother speechless. Soon, the guards of the Golden Garden finally stabilized the scene, and dozens rushed to the fourth-floor room. What is happening? What is going on? Who dares to cause trouble in the Golden Garden? The first to arrive was a rotund man clad in golden brocade, who pushed through the guards, his expression a mix of anger and bewilderment as he surveyed the scene. Taking in the sight of the blushing girl on the bed and the disheveled brothers, he quickly pieced together the situation. Manager Jean, this is your Golden Garden, isn't it? You must give us an explanation today. If you fail to provide a satisfactory account, my Yuan family will not let this matter rest. The younger brother, visibly humiliated, sat on the chair, desperately trying to cover his embarrassment, clearly incensed by the earlier fright Chi-Chu had instilled in him. He attempted to rise but hesitated, appearing quite ridiculous. Manager Jean sighed, feeling the weight of the situation that he recognized the girl on the bed. She had been working part-time at the establishment. Such jobs typically did not involve selling oneself. Yet it seemed the Yuan brothers had taken an interest in her. Given the circumstances, it was evident that her friends had come to her aid, and judging by the guards' descriptions of Chi-Chu's earlier explosive entrance, he was no ordinary person. Young brother, I am Jin Xiao, the manager here. Jin Xiao approached slowly, seeking to gauge Chi-Chu's true nature. In their line of work, reputation and caution were paramount. They could not afford to offend a stranger mage based solely on the Yuan brothers' claims. Let us sit down and discuss this. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding at play. I recall this girl is named Fengling. She is currently employed here as a server, and there may be more to this story. Chi-Chu gazed at this so-called manager with a hint of mockery. Misunderstanding? You dare to label this a misunderstanding? The evidence is laid bare before us. I cannot believe you are unaware of what transpired. Furthermore, it is not just these two. If your Golden Garden does not provide an explanation, your establishment will never reopen. He rose to his feet with an air of disdain, surveying the surrounding crowd with utter disregard. Showing no intention of yielding, Jin Xiao felt a flicker of irritation. After all, he was a person of considerable stature, yet the tone of this youth was akin to that of addressing an inferior commoner. Humph, Jin Guanshi, why waste your breath on him? Today, this woman is to be claimed by my Yuan family. We have expended a great sum to procure her from Qinglong, with no hidden details, and she comes with a contract of servitude. One of the Yuan brothers produced a document, prominently displaying a contract worth 1,000 gold coins. Jin Xiao exhaled in relief. If this had been a case of forceful acquisition, he would have found himself in quite a predicament. However, with the contract in hand, the matter became far more manageable. His gaze towards Chi-Chu grew noticeably less amiable. Despite Chi-Chu being a mage, Jin Yuan felt justified in his position today and feared no repercussions. Little brother, you see, the contract has been presented. Yes, I see it, Chi-Chu replied. Thus, it seems you are unable to take her away. Jin Chao immediately made a decisive judgment. These two Yuan brothers were heirs of a significant commercial guild in Chang'e City. Their influence not inferior to that of the Jin Yuan. Moreover, today it was the Yuan family that held the upper hand, so Jin Chao's tone towards Qi Chu became rigid. Who told you that? Who said I cannot take her away? Qi Chu smiled softly, the corners of his mouth curving like a blooming flower. You may have misunderstood. I am not here to engage in a debate with you. Jin Guanshi was taken aback by Qi Chu's words. Could it be that this youth was seeking confrontation? After all, he was clearly entangled in matters of the heart, suggesting that his relationship with the girl ran deep. With a sigh, he admired the boy's bravery. Yet as the steward, it was his duty to protect the interests of Jin Yuan's clients. That so? Does that mean there is nothing to discuss? No, there is something to discuss. We shall converse shortly. Qi Chu relaxed his wrist, conjuring a gentle breeze, his lips curling into a grin. Jin Guanshi and the Yuan brothers were bewildered. Was this youth truly planning to make a move? While he might be a mage, as a substantial establishment, they also had mages in their employ. House, run. Just as Jin Guanshi pondered, a sudden outcry erupted from downstairs. In the next moment, the entire exterior of the building collapsed like shattered fragments. The expansive Jin Yuan had lost all its walls, leaving only the skeletal remains and hollow shell intact, not entirely crumbling. From the outside, one could clearly observe the movements within each room, with several rooms erupting in exclamations. Their occupants caught in compromising situations. All the guards, the steward, and the Yuan brothers swallowed hard, still struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Qi Chu clapped his hands, retracting the wind blade. All right, we can discuss matters now. However, you must choose your words wisely. All the guards struggled to maintain their footing. The entire Jin Yuan appeared as if it had been entirely stripped bare, and remarkably, not a single person was injured. All the wooden beams and stones had been cut with precision, falling silently to the ground. You, go summon the mages. Quickly, summon the mages. Jin Guanshi reacted swiftly. This youth was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to handle. And even the combined might of the guards might not suffice. Regret surged within him. This boy, despite his youthfulness, had unleashed such ruthless chaos. He had not merely stripped the walls of Jin Yuan. He had completely peeled away its very facade. Whatever the resolution to this affair, it would surely leave Jin Yuan severely damaged, perhaps even on the brink of becoming abandoned. Go fetch your mages. The stronger, the better. Bring any notable figures you can. I wish to see who dares to lay a hand on my Qi Chu. The Yuan brothers were equally disoriented, never anticipating that such a simple matter involving a woman would escalate to this extent. Instinctively wishing to retreat, they found their path obstructed by an invisible wall. Humph, do not celebrate prematurely. Casting wide-area spells within Chang'e City is a capital offense. Neither the Mage Guild nor the Count's residence will tolerate you. Aware that he was no match for Qi Chu, the elder Yuan brother issued a fierce retort. Jin Guanshi inwardly lamented. The Yuan brother was lacking in discretion, considering the gravity of the situation. The mages and reinforcements of Jin Yuan had yet to arrive, and provoking the youth before him was tantamount to courting death. True to form, upon hearing the elder Yuan brother's words, Qi Chu let out a cold laugh. A capital offense. I wish to see who in Chang'e City has the audacity to punish me. But tell me, which hand was it that summoned the wind chime just now? You think you can stand against me? I find myself incapable of tolerating you any longer. Qi Chu raised his hand, conjuring another wind blade, severing the elder Yuan brother's arm cleanly. This hand, which had likely caused untold suffering to countless girls, was now summarily dispatched. The elder Yuan brother's eyes widened in shock as he beheld his mutilated limb. Unable to suppress a gasp, he fainted from the sheer terror. All the guards and Jin Guanshi felt a chill run down their spines. Yet they dared not voice their outrage. They could only hope their reinforcements would arrive soon, and that no further calamities would unfold. The boss is here. The boss is here. Lu Guanshi has also arrived. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted from downstairs, as a plump figure, flanked by a throng of followers, ascended towards the almost ruined Jin Yuan. The plump man's eyes were bloodshot. Witnessing the devastation of his property made his heart bleed. Who possesses such audacity to cause a ruckus in my Jin Yuan? Do they not know who Jin Dio associates with? Lu Guanshi, you must help me seek justice. whether it be the Academy or the Mage Guild. I, Jean, will not rest until I have my due recompense. The arrival of Jean Dayo bolstered the spirits of all present. He was a recent sensation in Chang'e City, seemingly having ingratiated himself with some higher-ups, commanding respect from all merchants and nobility within the city. With Jin Yuan in ruins, everyone awaited the unfolding drama involving the youth. Cousin, it is that very youth. This matter is in our favor. It is a pity that this little rogue is a high-level mage, leaving us powerless against him. Witnessing the true authority arrive, Jin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, stepping back behind Jin Dayo and Lu Guanshi. Initially, Jin Yuan was merely a moderately sized enterprise, but after his cousin befriended a significant figure, business had flourished, and it was only natural that he entrusted Jin Yuan's management to him. If anyone felt the deepest anguish, it was Jin Xiao. He relied entirely on Jin Yuan for his livelihood, while his cousin had other ventures to fall back on. Boss, this is your Jin Yuan, and regardless of any enmity between you and him, I, the Yuan family, must claim him. He has severed my brother's hand. The younger Yuan brother seethed with rage, his demeanor transformed now that reinforcements had arrived. He had already condemned the youth responsible for his brother's injury to death. As for the possibility of Jin Yuan losing, he had not even entertained such a thought. He glanced at Lu Guanshi, who had accompanied Jin Dayo. He was the vice president of the Mage Guild. A formidable presence, just shy of a magus. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the hall. Silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone anticipated that the youth standing before Mo Fengling would meet his demise. Jin Dayo was expected to uphold his dignity, restore order, and deliver the harshest punishment to the youth. No1 anticipated that Jin Dayo would instead strike Jin Xiao across the face. Jin Xiao stood in shock, forgetting to shield himself, his expression one of disbelief. He could not fathom why his cousin had struck him. Was it because he had failed to protect Jin Yuan? Yet he believed he had done enough, and had not overstepped. Everything was the youth's fault. Yuan's younger brother had also opened his mouth, even forgetting to use his clothing to cover the unsightly consequences of his earlier fright. The guards in the room wore expressions of confusion, unsure as to why their superior's superior would act in such a manner. The entire floor was packed with people, yet it felt even more silent than if it were empty, under the gazes of those eager to understand the situation. Jin Dayo surprisingly adopted a submissive demeanor, scurrying to the front of the youth and bowing deeply. Lu Gongfeng swallowed hard, showing no intention of aggression, but a trace of mockery flickered in his eyes. The mockery was not directed at the youth, but rather at the ignorant guards and bystanders surrounding him. Wang Ye, I sincerely apologize. I truly had no knowledge of this situation beneath me. You have done excellently. You have done excellently. Damn it. Jin Xiao, hurry and kneel before Wang Ye. This matter is our Jin Garden's fault. What on earth were you thinking? Jin Dayo was nearly incoherent, utterly taken aback to discover that this so-called troublemaker was Chi Chu. His heart raced with anxiety. It was important to note that everything he possessed now was almost entirely due to Chi Chu. Back at the Tingyu Pavilion, he had initially gambled, paying the so-called welcome fee, during which Chi Chu had promised to protect him in the future. From that moment on, his business ventures had flourished, swiftly clearing the majority of channels within Chang'e City. And now, his underling had managed to provoke a figure as formidable as Chi Chu. Forget Lu Gongfeng. Even the president of the Mage Association would likely be no match for Wang Ye. Moreover, Lu Gongfeng had only befriended him to get closer to Chi Chu. It was as if a flood had swept through the Dragon King's temple. And it seemed it had even reached the Dragon King's reverse scales though. So it's an acquaintance? Chi Chu chuckled softly, recalling Jin Dayo as someone rather practical during their previous encounter at the Tingyu Pavilion. He seemed to recall having praised him a couple of times. Why did his family's enterprise always engage in such dubious activities? His greatest disdain was for places akin to dance halls and KTVs. Knowing how many virtuous young women had their lives ruined by unscrupulous individuals. Yes, you remember me. Jin Dayo bowed even lower, now aware of the terrifying nature of power. With a single word from Chi Chu, he had risen to prominence, and now, perhaps with just another word, he could be cast into the abyss. I dislike this place. That Chi Chu paused before uttering this seemingly nonsensical statement. The people around him were left bewildered, unable to comprehend his meaning. But the astute Jin Dayo immediately grasped Chi Chu's intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily acquiesced to Chi Chu's words. From this day forth, there will be no more Jin Garden in Chang'e City. I, Jin Dayo, shall never again engage in the entertainment industry. Jean Garden is hereby completely dissolved. Chi-Chu felt a surge of amusement. He had not anticipated that Jean Dayo would possess such resolve and understanding of his thoughts. His earlier anger dissipated somewhat. He had no desire to oppose all the powers in the city. Sometimes, having a clever little brother around could save him a great deal of time. The crowd was once again stunned, with Jean Chao's eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This Jean Garden was currently a thriving enterprise, and it wasn't beyond possibility that it would surpass the former top establishment, Tingyu Pavilion, in due time. All because of a mere statement. He dislikes this place. And just like that, the entire Jean Garden was to be forfeited. It was the season of spring and summer, with a gentle breeze bringing a hint of warmth. Yet the others present were enveloped in a sudden chill. Wangya, the president sends his regards. You have reached the level of mage, haven't you? He mentioned that you can receive your mage badge at any time. The individual named Lu Gongfeng seized the opportunity to speak, reigniting the crowd's murmurs that it turned out that this young lad was already of mage caliber. Just moments ago, there were those who dared to contemplate attacking him. In Chang'e City, the use of extensive magic was indeed punishable by death, but that was only applicable to novice and advanced mages. For a mage, who would dare to execute such a sentence? Perhaps in a little while. I feel I am on the verge of advancing to Grand Mage. When that time comes, I shall personally visit your president. Chi-Chu casually remarked this. Even Lu Gongfeng was left dumbstruck. Grand Mage? Throughout the history of Chang'e City, only 3 Grand Mages had ever emerged, the most recent one being a century ago, and that individual was currently in seclusion, with no one knowing their whereabouts. He cast an envious glance at Jean Dayo, astonished that this fellow had managed to latch onto such a powerful ally. That it seemed that in the future, the noble families of Chang'e City would have another contender. The Jean family. Yuan's younger brother turned pale, glancing at his half-conscious brother nearby, his body frozen in fear. Even if the entirety of the Yuan family were combined, they would hardly measure up to a mage. The individual they had offended was, after all, a being of Grand Mage status. Now, he couldn't even dare to think of revenge. After all, it was his brother who bore the brunt of the injury. He could still live his life carefree. Lowering his head, he sought to diminish his presence, fearing that Chi-Chu might notice him again and bring trouble upon him. In a dilapidated little house, Mo Fengling lay on the bed, her face pale and weary, emitting faint sounds. Chi-Chu approached slowly, gently feeding her a sip of water. Those ruffians had given her some kind of drug that even healing spells could not remedy. Thus, Chi-Chu had no choice but to take her home to recuperate. As he gazed at the slumbering Mo Fengling, Chi-Chu felt a sense of her fragility for the first time. During school, she had always been viewed as Princess Mo by her classmates, excelling in all subjects and working diligently. Yet now, she curled up like a little kitten, embodying the humble demeanor of a young girl. It was already deep into the night, with the dim yellow candlelight illuminating the room. Chi-Chu found Princess Mo rather charming, especially with her air of innocence and beauty, and he couldn't help but reach out to gently touch her forehead and cheek. Chi-Chu? Mo Fengling half opened her eyes, feeling warmth and comfort, letting out a soft hum. When the light filtered in, she was astonished to find Chi-Chu at her bedside. Wasn't I at Jean Garden? What happened to the gold coins from today? Why am I here? No, my head hurts. I fainted at Jean Garden. Fragments of memories coalesced, and with the sounds she heard during her unconsciousness, Mo Fengling suddenly realized she had encountered something unspeakable. Terror flooding her heart. It's all right. It's all right. Just rest easy. Please do not engage in such activities again. Chi-Chu's gentle words caused Mo Fengling's face to flush crimson to her neck. Yet she was too weak to retort, only managing to emit a couple of soft hums in response. After a moment, she finally regained some composure. Thank you for saving me. My grandmother, she... The first thing Mo Fengling thought of upon regaining consciousness was her grandmother. Her grandmother's condition had been worsening, and she had to work to earn more money for her treatment. It's fine. Your grandmother is already asleep. I used a healing spell on her. But, hesitating for a moment, Chi-Chu revealed the truth. Your grandmother's health is severely depleted, and at her age, even with my ultimate healing spell, she may only have 2 months left to live. This is unrelated to medicine. No matter how good the medicinal materials you purchase, it will be of no use. The cells in her body have already deteriorated significantly, and to live beyond 2 months, I must perform the ultimate healing spell on her every 2 days. Upon hearing Chi Chu's words, Mo Fengling was momentarily stunned, then shook her head in disbelief. That can't be. My grandmother is in good health. She only fell ill. She can surely be cured. I will seek the teacher. I will ask the dean. Those mages must have a way. Chi Chu shook his head. I am now at the pinnacle of mage status, and my healing spells are at maximum level. I have even utilized the healing spells of the dragon race. Your grandmother's condition is unrelated to magic. She is simply nearing the end of her life. Had it been years earlier, perhaps I could have saved her, but now, even the mightiest of sorcerers would find it impossible to alter her fate. Chi Chu speaks the truth. He even inquired with Chung Guan in the Dragon Void just moments ago, and some of these words were indeed articulated by Chung Guan himself. The path of a mage is one of constant struggle against the grasp of mortality. As one ages, the magical energy within becomes increasingly stagnant, which is precisely why many assert that magic must be learned from a young age. Mo Fengling remained stunned for a considerable time, her eyes brimming with unspeakable sorrow. After consulting numerous doctors, she had already arrived at an answer, but hearing it from Chi Chu's lips pierced through the last veil of hope. The girl finally broke into a heart-wrenching cry. Chi Chu gently patted her head and embraced her lightly. At a loss for words, he could only offer her comfort in this manner. The trees yearn for stillness, yet the winds do not cease. A child wishes to care for their parent, but they are gone before their time. There remains but a fleeting moment. Cherish it well. Chi Chu spent the entire night at Mo Fengling's home. When he arose the following morning, Mo Fengling was astonished to discover that her grandmother's illness had miraculously vanished. The familiar, gentle smile was back, and her voice retained the same warmth. In an instant, the young girl felt her eyes moisten anew. This must be Xiao Qi. Truly a remarkable child. Mo Nai Nai looked at Chi Chu with great delight. When Chi Chu had brought Fengling home the previous night, she had thought a thief had intruded. Yet, unexpectedly, this Xiao Qi had explained at length that he intended to assist her in her recovery, and upon waking this morning, she found herself fully capable of movement once more. Although her time was limited to merely 2 months, Mo Nai Nai felt an immense joy in being able to avoid burdening Mo Fengling, allowing her to focus on her studies, and perhaps even cook for her once again. This fulfilled her greatest wish. Yes, grandmother, this is my classmate Chi Chu. He is a very good person, Mo Fengling explained with a smile, wishing to shield her grandmother from her sorrow. Grandmother, today we will move into the big house. Chi Chu's home is quite spacious, with 3 or 4 rooms. Chi Chu had already discussed this arrangement with her. Due to Mo Nai Nai's health, it was essential for Chi Chu to perform his ultimate healing spell each night. Furthermore, Mo Fengling's current rented accommodation was inconvenient and rather dilapidated. After considering it, Chi Chu decided it best for them to stay in his courtyard during this period, both to enliven the atmosphere and facilitate treatment. Mo Nai Nai nodded in agreement, saying little more. At her age, she had little concern for such matters. Chi Chu appeared to be a trustworthy individual, and she felt no apprehension that in fact, she regarded him with an almost grandmotherly fondness. As if she were looking at a grandson. Lot, Mo Fengling's home was even more modest than she had imagined. Aside from a few pieces of clothing, there was hardly any furniture. It was no wonder she primarily wore white cloth garments and her academy uniform. Ultimately, Chi Chu waved his hand grandly and procured dozens of outfits from a clothing store. For him, money had lost its significance, as the white space was filled with a mountain of gold coins. Unable to resist Chi Chu's enthusiasm, Mo Fengling reluctantly acquiesced, secretly vowing that should she gain power and wealth in the future, she would repay Chi Chu 100-fold. If she were to marry Chi Chu one day, she would bear him. Ugh! At this thought, Mo Fengling vigorously shook her head. It was far too early to entertain such notions. Mo Nai Nai's culinary skills were truly remarkable, preparing various home-style dishes that rarefied the essence of home for Chi Chu. In that moment, he wished time could come to a standstill. They shared stories of amusing incidents at school, while the elder recounted tales from the past. Mo Nai Nai entertained Chi Chu with many amusing anecdotes from Mo Fengling's childhood, filling the home with laughter. Both Mo Nai Nai and Mo Fengling were natives of Chang'e City. Sadly, Mo Fengling's mother had passed away during childbirth, and all the male members of the family had joined the imperial army, perishing a decade ago while resisting the beast tide. They were all unfortunate souls. Chi Chu silently vowed that as long as he remained in Chang'e City, He would ensure that this grandmother and granddaughter would not suffer even the slightest grievance. Once a door is entered, a family is formed, and in their final moments together, he would care for Mo99 as if she were his own grandmother. In the Dragon Void, the Dragon Clan's arena. Having settled the Mo family matriarch and granddaughter, Chi-Chu returned once more. Ding! You have achieved a winning streak of 400 consecutive victories, earning 400 dragon coins. For dragon essence, exchange vouchers, and 1 dragon crystal. Ding! Your dragon, Eliasis, has met the conditions for evolution and may now advance. Dragon, Eliasis gender, female bloodline, Frost Dragon stage. Whelpling upgrade materials, Frost essence, 100100, Dragon crystal, 1010, Beast soul 1000010000. Other materials, Eliasis's bloodline is that of a Frost Dragon, requiring tenfold the materials compared to a typical dragon for her upgrade. After the final ice and fire dual sphere, with the taunts of his opponents still echoing in his ears, Chi-Chu finally clinched his 400th consecutive victory. Barely gathering the necessary materials that as he progressed, nearly all the newcomers he encountered were high-tier dragons coupled with advanced abilities, and his synergy with Eliasis became increasingly refined if one were to inquire about Chi-Chu's secret to maintaining his winning streak. He would confidently share his strategy, a 10,000-layer ultimate mage shield, who wouldn't be intimidated, the ultimate magical energy recourse, combined with a variety of peculiar racial skills, nearly transformed Chi-Chu into a perpetual motion machine, enabling him to swiftly accumulate victories and gather materials. Each time Eliasis absorbed a fragment of essence and a dragon crystal, her strength surged, and now she had finally reached a critical point. Ding! Your dragon is evolving. Estimated time, 1 hour. Within the white space, the dragon curled up in a corner appeared quite weak, yet Chi-Chu sensed a tenacious vitality within. Finally, an hour passed, and the colossal Eliasis had transformed into a spherical ice cocoon. Akin to a chrysalis, crack, the ice cocoon began to fracture. Fixated on the sight, Chi-Chu had long coveted Chungguan's fiery dragon, which had been several times larger than Eliasis and far more majestic. His heart raced with anticipation, wondering what form Eliasis would take after her evolution. Crack! The fissure widened further, and a piece of ice broke away. Then, a delicate white hand slowly emerged from the ice. Chi-Chu was taken aback, sensing something was amiss in the hand. He swallowed hard, his brow furrowing in confusion. This was not what he had anticipated. Wasn't it supposed to be a claw? The pristine hand continued to emerge, followed by a small head. When Eliasis finally emerged from the ice dragon egg, Chi-Chu found himself utterly bewildered. Even though there was no wind in the white space, he felt as if he were caught in a tempest. No, you were supposed to be a dragon? How is it that a girl appeared instead? Chi-Chu was genuinely shocked. The being emerging from the dragon egg was no longer the Eliasis he recognized, but a girl with a wholly white appearance, white hair, smooth skin, and Chi-Chu nearly had a nosebleed, quickly tossing over a set of clothes, feeling utterly at a loss in the face of such a shocking occurrence. Are you Eliasis? Chi-Chu asked, his expression laden with confusion. Yes, master. The white-haired beauty nodded obediently, holding the clothes but appearing somewhat bewildered. Please put on the clothes. We have much to discuss. Eliasis looked puzzled, unable to grasp the concept of wearing clothes. Chi-Chu pointed to himself, but she still seemed unclear. Ultimately, Chi-Chu had to take matters into his own hands, assisting Eliasis in donning the garments. You can transform into human form now, and you can speak. Chi-Chu was taken aback by the information emanating from Eliasis, his heart brimming with astonishment. I was unaware that I emerged from the dragon egg in such a form. However, I can transform into a dragon at will. Master, would you like to see? Chi-Chu nodded. The prospect of transforming into a dragon was indeed delightful. While the beauty was captivating, he envisioned a future where he could ride a majestic dragon and command the world. With a loud rumble, Eliasis narrowed her eyes, and her entire body began to swell, her white hair extending in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a colossal dragon towering several meters high. With ancient white skin, well-defined contours, formidable fangs, and wings that surpassed Chi-Chu's imagination in magnificence. Now, this is the dragon I yearned for. What was that girl form about? Chi-Chu leaped onto Eliasis's back, swaying through the white space a couple of times, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, before diving into the dragon realm for a few more rounds. Ilea, the frost dragon, attracted considerable attention, with several goblins and unknown races requesting communication with Chi-Chu. Eager to capture a memento, upon returning to the white space, Chi-Chu nodded in contentment and instructed Ilea to revert to her girl form. Ew. Ew. Chi-Chu covered his face and tossed over a set of clothing again. Realizing that her transformation into a dragon had ripped her attire to shreds, would he need to carry extra outfits every time he engaged in battle? After contemplating for a while, he eventually visited the marketplace within the dragon realm and spent some dragon coins to purchase a set of liquid clothing from a technological dimension. Perfectly resolving the issue. Master, I wish to eat, Ilea expressed. Surprisingly, Chi-Chu found it quite unsettling to witness Ilea, now in human form and capable of speech. He had presumed that in her human guise, she would require only a meager amount of sustenance. Yet to his astonishment, she possessed the appetite of a dragon despite her youthful appearance. Nonetheless, Ilea's transformation also brought numerous advantages, as Chi-Chu derived great amusement from her presence. In her human form, Ilea stood around 1.6 meters tall, embodying a blend of mature elegance and youthful charm, complemented by her silky white hair and alluring figure, far surpassing the internet celebrities of Chi-Chu's past life. Come, use the girl voice, Chi-Chu prompted. Big brother, Ilea responded sweetly. Now the lowly voice, he instructed. Ing, came her playful reply. Now the mature voice, he continued to she complied. Now, the dragon roar, oh ow, she echoed, embodying a charmingly cute girl. Both alluring and regal, fulfilling another one of Chi-Chu's desires. With Ilea reaching the dragon stage, Chi-Chu had truly crossed the threshold into the dragon realm. The most significant location was the opening of the Dragon Tower. According to Chungguan, the Dragon Tower was the most vital place within the entire Dragon Realm. To describe it succinctly, the entire Dragon Realm served as the foundation for the Dragon Tower. Ascending from there, each level was composed of countless smaller dimensions, from the Dragon Stage to the higher Dragon Stage, and then to the ancient Sacred Dragon. All would undergo training within the Dragon Tower. Amidst the convergence of crises and opportunities, the transition from the Dragon Stage to the Dragon Stage required materials that could primarily be sourced from within the Dragon Tower. However, the most perilous aspect was that everything within the Dragon Tower was genuinely real, which meant that death there would result in true demise. Chi-Chu gazed at Ilea's panel and sighed, confirming his decision to enter the Dragon Tower. Ding, Dragon Tamer Chi-Chu confirmed entry to the first level of the Dragon Tower. Accompanied by the Frost Dragon Ilea, Random Dimension, Dragon, Ilea Gender, Female Bloodline, Frost Dragon Stage, Dragon Stage Upgrade Materials, Ice Essence, 21,000, Dragon Crystal, 10100, Frost Heart, 01, Ice Heart Stick, 05. Ding, your mentor Chungguan requests a connection. As soon as Chi-Chu entered the Dragon Tower, he received a link from Chungguan. The mentor's voice sounded somewhat weak, as if engaged in a battle. You've entered the Dragon Tower? Faster than I anticipated. I had intended to guide you personally, but now I can only provide a brief overview. Chi-Chu nodded, feeling somewhat bewildered. The environment before him consisted of a pure white hall and two doors, one leading to the outside world and the other to the Dragon Realm. Differing from his expectations of the Dragon Tower, Chungguan, his mentor, must have received the notification of his entry. To make a long story short, you are currently in a certain dimension of the first level of the Dragon Tower. Within this dimension, apart from dragon tamers marked with a green identifier, everyone else will be your enemy. The dragon symbol you possess contains a small space where you can store all the resources you acquire in the dimension. When you pass through the safety point back to the Dragon Realm, these resources will automatically convert into contribution points, which can be exchanged for dragon coins or other supplies you require. In essence, dragon tamers in the Dragon Tower act as soldiers, gathering materials from various dimensions for the benefit of all dragon tamers to develop collectively. Various dimensions? Chi-Chu inquired, puzzled. He had assumed that the first level of the Dragon Tower was a singular world. Indeed, the Dragon Tower categorizes newly detected dimensions by rank, with layers delineating them. The world you first enter is random, and subsequently, you may choose to re-enter or invite friends, or explore new dimensions, given your current strength. It would be wise to linger on the first level. With a stroke of luck, you might accumulate a substantial amount of contribution points. What about conflicts between dragon tamers? Can they attack each other? Chi-Chu wondered, recalling the Red Demon. If the Dragon Tower was a real world, he feared that nonconformists might cause trouble. Chungguan paused, his voice growing somber. Dragon tamers can indeed attack one another. Thus, while you may encounter allies in the dragon realm, true trust can only be placed in the dragon at your back. However, there is no need for excessive concern. If a dragon tamer kills another, they will incur significant deductions in contribution points. If you possess even a modicum of contribution points, taking you down will cost them at least 10 points or more. The greater the disparity in rank, the more points deducted. If it's someone of the Red Demoness caliber, they could lose hundreds or thousands of points for defeating you. Therefore, unless there is deep-seated enmity, dragon tamers generally refrain from attacking one another. After all, it is improbable for one to possess merely a trivial amount of contribution points. The penalties would be unbearable. Chi-Chu nodded again, indicating his understanding. This system appeared effective in ensuring that actions bore consequences, significantly reducing the likelihood of mutual slaughter among dragon tamers. However, do not grow complacent. While dragon tamers cannot kill each other, being trapped in a particular location can be quite intolerable. That I would rather not have to rescue you within a couple of days. Chungguan continued, but their connection abruptly severed before he could elaborate further. Chi-Chu shrugged, feeling a tad unclear about certain details, yet he had grasped the essential rules of the Dragon Tower. Reassuring himself, he lifted his head and approached the door leading to the outside world. Many things could not be comprehended merely by hearing. True understanding could only be attained through personal experience. Pausing for 2 seconds near the door, he pondered for a moment before spending 4 or 5 minutes enveloping himself in nearly 10,000 layers of ultimate mage shields, then stepped out with a smile. If Chi-Chu previously held a macro concept of the Dragon Tower as a collection of dimensions, upon actually arriving, he keenly felt the weight of that statement. Although it was called the first level, what greeted his eyes was an entire world. Was this a wasteland dimension? Chi-Chu's gaze revealed a hint of astonishment as he found himself in a dilapidated high-rise building, having traversed into the world of mages for nearly half a year. He was still somewhat unaccustomed to encountering such modern artifacts. The rooftop of the towering structure behind him bore a dragon emblem, and Chi-Chu realized he could activate this space through the dragon insignia on his hand, which likely represented a so-called safe zone, or perhaps a teleportation portal. With the sensitivity of the dragon emblem, he detected 2 or 3 similar safe zones within a radius of 1,000 miles. A testament to the profound infiltration of the dragon sky into the wasteland realm. Insects. Within a building, Chi-Chu sensed a significant number of large insects, likely the culprits behind the wasteland's devastation. This city, once bustling with life, had long been consumed by these creatures. Let us go. Chi-Chu glanced at Aliyasi, who instantly transformed into a colossal frost dragon and soared towards a cluster of insect eggs. With a resounding roar, a frosty breath enveloped the eggs and the thousands of grotesque insects, instantly turning them into ice sculptures. As the icy figures shattered, Chi-Chu, curious about any potential treasures, indeed discovered translucent crystal cores within some of the insects. A first-level insect crystal core was worth 1 contribution point, while a second-level insect leg crystal core was valued at 5 contribution points. The dragon emblem aptly explained this, and with just 1 breath, Chi-Chu amassed nearly 100 crystal cores, which amounted to a considerable income. From his vantage point in the sky, Chi-Chu observed that he was situated in a small town. After spending several hours, he had cleared nearly half of the city of its insects and nests. Feeling somewhat bored, and noting that some insects were hiding deeper within the city, he abandoned the idea of further clearing. His total earnings exceeded 20,000 contribution points. Although the efficiency was commendable, Chi-Chu felt that something was amiss. Mounting Aliyasi once more, he flew towards the outskirts of the city. After a full day of exploration, he found nothing particularly valuable, save for a 4th-level crystal core nestled within a forest, valued at 1,000 contribution points. However, he did uncover some hidden information. Aside from the insects, there seemed to be traces of indigenous inhabitants in this wasteland realm. He had consciously sought these natives, but found no evidence. The magical fluctuations in this realm were significantly suppressed, often rendering direct observation more effective than magical means. Master, it seems there is a snake ahead, and it appears to have noticed us. While Chi-Chu rested in a certain plane, Aliyasi suddenly spoke that moment. Aliyasi was in her human form, roasting skewers of meat for Chi-Chu. And her sharp gaze caught sight of a massive preyed-out snake. Chi-Chu turned in Aliasi's direction and, indeed, spotted a gigantic serpent slithering through the northeastern part of the landscape, its 100-meter length starkly contrasting with the already low-lying forest. The serpent's head was fixed on Chi-Chu and Aliasi, intently staring at the rising smoke from their campfire, and it began to quicken its pace towards them. Goodness, that must be at least a level 6. It's probably worth 10,000 contribution points. Chi-Chu couldn't help but exclaim, rising to his feet. Although dealing with it would be tedious, he had no reason to reject an opportunity for contribution points that came knocking. Hee, Master, let me take care of it for you, but I intend to roast it for myself. Aliasi spread her arms as if to claim the task, completely undeterred by the snake's size. No need, I'll handle it myself. That I want to see just how resistant the local fauna is to magic. Those previous creatures were hardly a challenge. Noting Aliasi's slight disappointment, he continued, It's fine. This time, I will use fire magic and call for you once it's cooked. Aliasi's expression brightened once more. With a confident grin, Chi-Chu leaped towards the enormous serpent without a trace of fear. That was a newly discovered adult dragon snake, exceeding 100 meters in length, capable of severing a cliff with a single bite. According to reports from the gathering place, it was classified as an SS-level threat. And currently, there was no way to counter it. They could only abandon the resources in this plain and on a hillside not far from the giant snake. 3 diminutive figures were carefully observing its movements. One was an elderly man wearing glasses, accompanied by 2 young men clad in camouflage attire. Hiss, this is too absurd. Why would such a massive species come into existence? It defies all logic, Dr. Bai. Does that mean even an ion cannon cannot deal with it? The bespectacled elder shook his head. Unclear. Our data on this dragon snake is too limited. However, there were reports from a gathering place to the east indicating that while an ion cannon could severely injure it, it could not prevent its escape. The dragon snake holds a deep grudge. If it escapes and returns for revenge, it would be nothing short of catastrophic. Furthermore, the territorial instinct of the dragon snake is exceptionally strong. We are now nearly at the limit of our distance. If we proceed any further, we might breach its alert radius, so we must exercise utmost caution. At that moment, a young man with binoculars suddenly exclaimed, Doctor, something's happening. The giant snake is moving, but it doesn't seem to be heading in our direction. It's going the other way. Wait. No, it's moving towards something. Damn it. Why is there a girl in this area? In no time, both Dr. Bai and the other young man spotted the figure of a girl with white hair. Can we avoid this? Should we use flares or something? This is madness. Why would anyone venture into a danger zone? Impossible, Dr. Bai sighed. The dragon snake locates its prey through heat and scent. Our current cloaking methods are of little use. Wait, Doctor. No, the dragon snake has stopped. What is happening? The snake's head is emitting smoke and flames. Are there others attacking it with fire projectiles? Doctor, you should see this for yourself. I can hardly believe my eyes. The naked eye. The cliff and the dragon snake were suddenly engulfed in flames. The dragon snake struggled incessantly, but its thrashing grew weaker, as if ensnared by something. Gunan, Gubei, you two hurry over and investigate. We must ascertain the cause of this. That is why we risked our lives to come here. Dr. Bai exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. First, save that girl. We cannot let the flames spread to her. She might possess crucial information. If we can uncover a way to deal with the dragon snake, it could propel our gathering place into a new era. Master, it seems someone has noticed us. Yes, I see them too, but I've used a barrier to obscure my presence. They should not have detected me. What should we do? Should we eat them? Let us observe the situation first. I want to interact with them. Perhaps we can find some openings. Chi-Chu replied earnestly. To his surprise, the indigenous inhabitants he had searched for so long now appeared right before him. Before long, Dr. Bai and the 2 young men stealthily approached to by this point. The dragon snake was charred, and they could even smell a spicy aroma wafting through the air. What are you doing here? This is a danger zone, Gubei exclaimed upon noticing the boy accompanying Aliasi. You know what just happened here. Why did the dragon snake spontaneously combust? Dr. Bai inquired, his attention clearly fixated on the dragon snake. However, none of them connected the dragon snake's demise to the 2 youths, as Chi-Chu and Aliasi's appearances suggested they lacked any combat prowess. We just got lost. That snake scared us half to death. Fortunately, you saved us. Chi-Chu quickly fabricated a story, though it was somewhat clumsy, causing Aliasi to stifle a laugh. We were merely gathering data. We have no idea why the dragon snake ended up like this. I suspect it could be a peculiar natural phenomenon. This mountain likely holds significant secrets. Indeed, Doctor, I have heard of this mountain called Panlong Mountain. It seems there is some legend associated with it. Chi-Chu was still contemplating how to resolve the play, while the three arrivals, perhaps caught up in their excitement, had conjured the entire narrative in their minds. Eventually, they slowly inquired, "As for you, you must have escaped from another settlement." "Correct? Well, my sister and I managed to flee. Our settlement was ravaged by a dragon, and we fled in a frenzy to reach this place, only to encounter this great serpent," replied Chi-Chu. Dr. Bai nodded. "A dragon? I believe I have indeed heard reports of peculiar dragons appearing recently. You siblings truly are unfortunate souls, but rest assured, things will improve. Our settlement is quite secure, and we are gradually reclaiming many resources." Dr. Bai and Gu Nen continued to gather information, while a fully equipped individual named Gu Bei led Chi-Chu and Ilea to the so-called settlement. Perhaps sharing the same humanity, Gu Bei harbored no doubts. In this apocalyptic world, every individual is of utmost importance. Striving to preserve the last flicker of hope, the settlement was quite distant. Gu Bei guided Chi-Chu and Ilea for 2 to 3 hours before they finally reached the entrance. To their astonishment, half of the settlement was excavated from the hills, while the other half lay underground, and oh wonder, Chi-Chu had been searching for so long without any leads. That I will take you to register. Recently, quite a number of survivors have found their way to us. Perhaps you may encounter family or acquaintances. This wretched world surely deserves a semblance of paradise. Gu Bei mused as he led them through the registration process and the search for housing. Ultimately, Chi-Chu and Ilea found themselves in a small earthen sphere, their temporary dwelling. Such earthen spheres were abundant in the settlement, alongside various other structures. It was astonishing to discover that the so-called settlement housed over 10,000 individuals. Within the settlement, there was a clear division of functions. Every registered survivor was assigned a specific role. That Ilea's duty was logistics, while Chi-Chu, being taller and appearing quite robust, was designated as part of a reconnaissance team. Tasked with venturing into the wilderness for resources and combat, they were granted 3 days to rest and acclimate to the camp, after which they would fully integrate and contribute to the community. "Master, the energy fluctuations here are rather low, even less than that of the small serpent. What exactly are we doing here?" Ilea complained, her thoughts still lingering on the roasted serpent, as her master had brought her to this pitiful camp. Chi-Chu wandered the camp for a couple of rounds, feeling a sense of disappointment. The common currency within the settlement was a form of paper currency, while the more advanced currency was crystalline cores extracted from insects. The highest grade weapon, known as an ion cannon, only required a modest contribution of 100 points, making it seem more worthwhile to venture into the wild and hunt small insects instead. "Wait a moment. I just told Gu Bei to cancel our acclimatization period. I will join him in reconnaissance tomorrow. If we cannot obtain any information, we shall leave." Chi-Chu had no desire to linger here for 10 days or more. He was merely here to test the waters, and with Grandma Mo at home needing his care, his time was limited. With nothing pressing to do, Chi-Chu also learned some of the history of this realm. This world was a technologically advanced dimension, even surpassing the year 2018 from which Chi-Chu had come. Tragically, at some point, a cataclysm akin to a biohazard outbreak erupted. Whether it was the fault of scientists or an alien invasion remains a mystery. But civilization crumbled into ruins. The current settlements were gradually constructed upon the remnants of this wasteland, and the largest settlement within 100 miles was called Dondada. It seems there is some commotion outside. While Chi-Chu was chatting with Ilea, he suddenly sensed a ruckus from outside. That a group of armed personnel entered through the main entrance, each displaying expressions of joy, as if they had discovered some significant treasure. Chi-Chu. After a while, Gu Bei rushed into their small earthen dwelling, brimming with excitement. "Hey, you truly are a harbinger of fortune. Guess what just happened? You asked me to keep an eye on the recent activities in the settlement. And just now, the reconnaissance team from Baixing City returned with news. It seems that due to a passing great beast, a substantial number of insects in the city have inexplicably perished after the beast departed. Baixing City was left completely desolate. Just in time, the pioneering team has set their sights on the outskirts of Baixing City. If we seize this opportunity, we may reclaim a significant portion of Baixing City." Gu Bei's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. After all, it was a city, abundant with resources, weaponry, and the seeds of civilization. Everyone had longed for such an opportunity, and now it had finally arrived, while the insects had yet to reproduce and overrun the area. Their chances were immense. The entire settlement erupted in fervor. "I'll take you to collect a set of equipment. We can set off today," Gu Bei exclaimed with glee. "Perhaps I can also lead you to gather some beast cores. We might profit handsomely." Whether it was the allure of a new homeland or the longing for a significant victory after a long time, everyone cherished this hard-won opportunity. The settlement's fighters mobilized in unprecedented numbers, totaling over 1,000, marking an extraordinary campaign. Chi Chu, have you ever used a mechanical gun? Gu Bei inquired playfully, eyeing Chi Chu. Having encountered Chi Chu that morning and discovered an unexpectedly deceased dragon snake, followed by the news from Baixing City, Gu Bei found Chi Chu increasingly endearing. This boy was indeed a stroke of luck. Chi Chu observed the long barrel and wrench in Gu Bei's hands and nodded. "I should be able to. I've seen such items before," Chi Chu affirmed, recognizing it as a mere modification of ordinary firearms, presenting no significant challenge. If worst came to worst, learning on the fly would pose no issue. "All right then, this is one I previously used. I'll give it to you," Gu Bei declared, tossing the mechanical gun over. "We should reach Baixing City before dawn. After a brief rest, we will commence our assault at noon. Just be cautious, kid." Finally, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the sky, the city's silhouette began to emerge. Chi Chu furrowed his brow, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with this place. Upon closer inspection, he was struck with a mix of laughter and tears. This small city was precisely the one where he had first entered this dimension. He had initially planned to seek out the so-called Great Beast to earn some contribution points. It now appeared that the so-called Great Beast was none other than Ilea in her dragon form. Ilea, too, had evidently realized this, and as Chi Chu's logistics partner, she was now laughing so hard she could hardly stand. A grand opportunity, a monumental campaign. It was unexpected that such a significant operation, so highly regarded within the settlement, stemmed merely from her playful antics with her master. For the first time, she felt the world's marvels. Gather together. With a commanding call, all the teams began to mobilize, leaders delineating tasks while the soldiers wore expressions of hope. Chi Chu sought Gu Bei's figure, but unexpectedly discovered him in a heated argument with another individual. "Why should it be your turn? Jiang Shi, it should be your team's responsibility to conduct reconnaissance this time, shouldn't it? My group has taken in several newcomers, and while the danger this time isn't extreme, it's unsuitable for them." "Heh, why should it be? Because I am the commander of this operation. This is merely a second reconnaissance. It's not a major affair, and newcomers should explore the path." Jiang Shi, a bald man with a robust physique, appeared far more imposing than Gu Bei. "Absolutely not. A second reconnaissance is more perilous. Who knows what lurks in the ravines? Wasn't it customary to send experienced soldiers before?" Gu Bei retorted. "That I can guarantee my participation. But you must assign me a few veterans." Gu Bei showed no sign of retreat, and it appeared that the two were embroiled in a dispute over whether to send the newcomers to scout ahead, each with their own supporters. However, it was evident that Gu Bei's momentum had significantly waned. After a prolonged standoff, Gu Bei remained steadfast, unwilling to yield. Jiang Shi, who had never quite gotten along with him in the camp, seemed to be seeking retribution this time. Jiang Shi scrutinized Gu Bei and then noticed Chi Chu approaching, accompanied by the ever-watchful AI Liasi. "Tiestese, no wonder you, Gu Bei, were reluctant to let the newcomers venture out. It turns out such promising talent has recently joined. Very well, I can send someone too, but you must allocate a few newcomers to my side. Just that white-haired girl. Our contingent lacks women, and our logistics are insufficient. If she joins our ranks, I promise to send a few seasoned veterans your way." Jiang Shi's finger pointed decisively at AI Liasi, his eyes betraying a flicker of excitement, hinting at his ulterior motives. Chi Chu had just intended to intervene on Gu Bei's behalf when he realized that Jiang Shi had set his sights on AI Liasi. It was unmistakably the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. A smirk of disdain involuntarily crossed his lips. Interested in AI Liasi, do not be fooled by her seemingly harmless demeanor. Should she be provoked, she might just devour your entire camp. What say you? Gu Bei, this deal seems rather favorable, does it not? Are you perhaps contemplating the idea of keeping a beauty hidden away? I had been wondering why you seemed so out of sorts lately. And now it makes sense with such a stunning woman in your midst. In this post-apocalyptic world, human desires have reached their zenith, and Jiang Shi's coarse remarks did not incite outrage, but rather a chorus of laughter. Gu Bei found himself in an awkward position. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been a student, and now he often assisted Dr. Bai in research and protection. He was unaccustomed to dealing with ruffians like Jiang Shi. He had intended to argue but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Then it's settled. Lao Qi, gather the men, and let these rookie cowards witness what a true man is like. Also, ensure a spot is reserved for that girl in the camp. She will be one of us from now on. Jiang Shi did not even wait for Gu Bei to respond before making a decisive call. Several burly men laughed heartily as they swiftly armed themselves, even flashing a few gun tricks in the direction of Qi Chu and the other newcomers. Wait a moment, I don't believe I have agreed to this yet. My sister and I just arrived at this camp yesterday. Is this how you treat your guests? Qi Chu regarded Jiang Shi with indifference, stepping forward to block his path. There's a rightful owner here. That girl is your sister? Jiang Shi looked at Qi Chu with keen interest, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Treating guests? In this apocalypse, who still counts as a guest, if you're dissatisfied? You can leave. Once outside the camp, I doubt you'll survive even a week. Once you enter the camp, you must be prepared to play the dog. I don't want that pretentious Gu Bei thinking he is all high and mighty. This era is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Do you truly believe he brought you into the camp for your benefit? Perhaps he has long intended to find an opportunity to deal with your sister. You would be better off with me. Within the camp, I am considered a significant player. Another wave of laughter erupted. This group of fighters delighted in toying with these naive youngsters. Very well, my sister, and I shall withdraw from your camp. Qi Chu had no desire to complicate matters for Gu Bei and straightforwardly declared their intention to leave the camp. After all, he did not plan to linger here for long. It would be better to find a few monsters to hunt in the wilderness. Jiang Shi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Qi Chu to be so obstinate. Those around them looked at Qi Chu as if he were a fool. Some individuals simply lacked awareness. Truly believing themselves to be invincible. Withdraw from the camp? In a place like this, withdrawing from the camp would likely mean not surviving until morning. Now that takes guts. I like your kind of foolishness. However, you must wait until we complete our mission before you are allowed to leave. Who knows if you might attract a horde of beasts. Jiang Shi boisterously agreed to Qi Chu's departure. But a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Let him leave? The woman he coveted would never be allowed to go free. After their mission was complete and they had seized control of Baixing City, the final say would still belong to Jiang Shi. Minor conflicts erupted sporadically. Qi Chu and his group were merely a small episode amidst the throng of nearly 1,000 individuals. No amount of distractions could quench the people's yearning for the city. Before midday, Jiang Shi had already led a group to scout ahead. Although his temper was somewhat volatile, he was meticulous in his endeavors. By the time they returned, they had nearly pinpointed the locations of the remaining insects. Jiang Shi swaggered over to Qi Chu's side, seemingly intent on showing off for alchemy. Hey kid, care to compete on who can hunt the most crystal cores today? I won't hold it against you. I'll at least have 10 times your count. In this apocalypse, you certainly cannot protect your sister. Your sister would fare better with me. I guarantee you, as her little brother-in-law, you will enjoy a life of luxury. With women in the camp at your disposal, he concluded with a meaningful glance at Qi Chu. Get lost at his credit. Qi Chu did not even spare a glance back, simply uttering a flat, get lost. If it had been anyone else, under the conditions of the apocalypse, they might have been swayed by Jiang Shi's words. Although his speech was crude, it contained the harsh truths of their reality. But who was Qi Chu? Not merely a dragon tamer. He was a mage of a magical caliber. For such insignificant creatures to aspire to alchemy, it was utterly ridiculous. Had it not been for a flicker of sympathy for these unfortunate natives, he would have already incinerated them in a sea of flames. Very well, you insolent brat. Jiang Shi was thoroughly enraged. If you refuse my kindness, do not blame me for being ungracious. Even if you beg me now, the camp will not accommodate you. Take care when you wander into the wilderness, for there are far more terrifying things than insects. Outwardly composed, Jiang Shi refrained from exploding in fury, instead leaving with a huff. Master, is there anything more fearsome than the insects? Liasi pondered, having always believed that the source of this apocalypse was the creatures themselves. Qi Chu shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. More terrifying than demons and gods is the human heart. However, he had forgotten that the insatiable human heart could lead to one's demise. The occupation of Baixing City proceeded smoothly. Chi-Chu had previously cleared the higher-level insect nests, so the survivors faced little resistance as they made their way to the city center. Upon reaching the northern part of the city, Chi-Chu had neglected to clear that location, resulting in a significant slowdown. The survivors had no choice but to establish a defensive line. Many wept tears of joy. While the city lay in ruins, it nevertheless felt like home once more. With time and effort, there would surely be a chance to reclaim their former glory. Chi-Chu, rest assured, I have already spoken to Dr. Bai. When the time comes, you two can head directly to the laboratory. Jiangshi wouldn't dare make things difficult for you. Gu Bei, seeing Chi-Chu's reflective demeanor, assumed he was worried about Jiangshi causing trouble and stepped forward to offer comfort. Chi-Chu shook his head. He was merely reminiscing if Earth were to suffer such a calamity of insectoid proportions. Perhaps only nuclear devastation could cleanse it. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the entire protective perimeter erupted into alarm. It was the highest level of alert, startling everyone. All personnel, retreat to the buildings. An unidentified large beast is approaching. Damn it. I said it wouldn't be easy. Everyone, take cover inside the buildings. Combat personnel, prepare for a breakout. The alarm's sudden blare left everyone momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, most were seasoned warriors, quickly retreating into the buildings for cover. Gu Bei stood by a window, gazing into the distance, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is that? Such a colossal beast. Moreover, they soared through the sky, breathing fire. Could that be a bird? No, indeed, it was two. They resembled the legendary dragons. Fire-breathing dragons. At this moment, all the high-ranking officials had gathered, gazing in trepidation at the two colossal dragons approaching from afar. Dr. Bai stared intently at the flames emerging from the dragons' mouths. Before the apocalypse, he had been a biologist, yet he had never encountered such creatures. Damn it, shouldn't dragons exist solely in myths? Could they have mutated into this form? Jiangshi's complexion turned pale with fear, though he often pretended to be impressive. Having killed countless insects, witnessing such massive dragons obliterated any thought of resistance. Trembling, he managed to utter, the two dragons are flying towards us. Yes, I remember. The initial reconnaissance team described dragons just like these. They must have cleared out White Star City. Perhaps they consider this place their new home. We must retreat quickly. This is no place for us. As the two dragons drew nearer, everyone held their breath, hoping not to be discovered. Unfortunately, the dragons landed with uncanny precision in front of the very building where they were hiding. It was over. Everything was over. Almost all the high-ranking officials turned pale. After all, great beasts do not reason with humans. Wait, that is not right. There is something on the dragons' backs. It's a stone, an animated stone, and something wearing a hat. Chi-Chu was also astonished, not due to these peculiar creatures, but because they were unmistakably dragon tamers. The dragon markings bore green insignias. Were they here for him? The animated stone likely belonged to a clan of stone beings, while the one wearing a red hat appeared to be a witch. The witch remained seated atop the dragon, while the stone man gracefully leapt down, curiously and perplexedly staring at the people inside the window. Everyone dared not make a sound. To them, these two beings were nothing short of monsters. Chi-Chu, have you lost your mind? Come back. Gu Bei had not anticipated that Chi-Chu would step forward. Having regarded Chi-Chu and Ai as his younger siblings, he instinctively shouted out. Jiangshi also looked at Chi-Chu in shock, not believing that this reckless youth would dare confront such strange creatures. Alas, what transpired in the next moment completely terrified everyone. Is there something you need? No, nothing. We just saw a dragon tamer here. My mentor suggested I come take a look. The first to speak was the stone man. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be collecting crystal cores in this resource dimension? The stone man seemed to be trying to establish rapport, as his witch mentor had informed him of the presence of frost dragons here. No, this is my first time here. I'm a bit confused about what I should be doing. Chi-Chu replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. That you're also here for the first time? The stone man appeared genuinely surprised. What about your mentor? Shouldn't first-timers always come with their mentors? Could there be some significant discovery? Don't misunderstand. I'm just a bit surprised. Not trying to steal resources from you. My mentor told me to come and see if I could make a friend. Make a friend. The dialogue between the stone man and Chi-Chu left many puzzled. Yet, The final phrase, make a friend, resonated clearly with everyone. In the dragon realm, which encompassed countless dimensions, language was automatically translated through dragon markings. The conversation between the two was conducted in the native tongue of this world. Still, no one could comprehend the situation. One side featured a peculiar, talking stone riding a colossal dragon, while the other was a headstrong youth. In the world of these survivors, it was impossible to connect the two. My mentor has some urgent matters and couldn't come. Chi-Chu felt like complaining. Perhaps his approach had been slightly off? No wonder he sensed something amiss. Seeing Chi-Chu's demeanor, the stone man gained some assurance and suggested, "How about you join us? My mentor is quite easygoing, and she belongs to the witch clan, a branch of the human race." After contemplating for a moment, Chi-Chu nodded. Remaining in this small gathering was merely a waste of time. Failing to achieve his desired outcome, that if he could accompany this stone man, guided by a seasoned ally, many things would become significantly easier. The two slowly approached the windowsill. The people inside the room still wore bewildered expressions. Suddenly, Elias hopped over in excitement. In the next instant, she transformed into a frost dragon measuring over 10 meters long, causing the surrounding air to drop several degrees, with a hint of envy in the stone man's eyes. Chi-Chu leapt upon Elias's back. That moment, everyone in the room erupted in astonishment. Words of wonder could hardly encapsulate their shock as they struggled to breathe, feeling as if they might suffocate. A girl transformed into a dragon? A stone man a witch? Each of these occurrences would have sent waves of shock through the crowd. Yet today, they encountered them all in succession. Jiang Shi, pale-faced, watched the three colossal dragons fly away. His body feeling almost immobile. What was he supposed to do? Wasn't he after that dragon? Goodness, had he gone mad? Was this a dream? In contrast to Jiang Shi's confusion, Dr. Bai's face flushed with excitement. For a biologist, nothing could be more exhilarating than witnessing such extraordinary phenomena firsthand. Jiu Bei suddenly recalled his initial encounter with Chi-Chu and Elias when that enormous dragon serpent spontaneously ignited. Reflecting on it now, how could that have been a natural phenomenon? It was clearly the handiwork of Chi-Chu and Elias. Of course, Chi-Chu had little regard for their opinions. He merely sought to gather information. And now, with a better option available, he naturally chose new companions. Upon learning more, Chi-Chu discovered that the stone man's surname was indeed Shi, which could be translated as Shifan, symbolizing an ordinary stone. His mentor was rare, not of the same kind, but a witch, short in stature, her red hat obscuring her features. However, Chi-Chu could sense the immense energy within her. Chi-Chu, your approach is wrong. The dimension we currently inhabit is one that has been invaded. Typically clearing battlefields and remnants of insectoid creatures, my mentor previously mentioned that all we need to do is relentlessly cleanse the cities, forests, and oceans. Moreover, as more dragon tamers enter, resources are simply insufficient to be divided. High-grade materials are virtually non-existent, likely already scavenged clean by the discoverers of the dimension, that we newcomers only need to amass a large quantity of low-grade materials. Over the next day, Chi-Chu finally understood what it meant to have the correct approach. Cities, a few spell skills unleashed to bombard and eliminate the insectoids. Forests, seek out various high-ranking insectoid lords to obtain their cores. The ocean, being the richest resource, teemed with mutated sea beasts once a breathing spell was applied. Unfortunately, their actions were still a tad slow. Subsequently, they encountered no fewer than 100 dragon tamers, nearly turning the continent upside down. Chi-Chu was relatively gentle, while Shifan often disregarded the indigenous inhabitants, launching indiscriminate attacks and ultimately claiming the spoils. In the city of White Star, had it not been for the need to preserve Chi-Chu's dignity, it is likely that the majority of individuals within that gathering would have found themselves unable to escape misfortune. At this juncture, Gu Bei, Jiang Shi, and their companions truly began to comprehend the terrifying nature of Chi-Chu. Each day, an increasing number of colossal dragons soared overhead, each one capable of annihilating them in an instant. The mere thought that a being of such divine caliber once graced their encampment sent shivers down Jiang Shi's spine, especially considering he had nearly offended a dragon. After another day elapsed, the dragon tamers, like marauders, vied fiercely for resources. Creatures that previously demanded considerable effort to contend with now seemed as fragile as paper before the dragons. Chi-Chu, in the future, if you require anything, simply contact me through the dragon markings. Also, if you traverse to the next realm, do remember to return and gather information before proceeding. It is such a pity. I feel you should have been among the first to reach this realm. If a mentor had accompanied you, your contributions would surely have multiplied several times over. Sure Fan was the first to return to Dragon Void with his mentor, allowing Chi Chu to meticulously assess his gains. Ding! You are entering the transit station. Total Level 1 Bug Cores, 61, 312. Level 2 Bug Cores, 2, 141. Level 3. Resources. The total converted into contribution points amounts to 152, 141. After deducting 50 for Realm Discoverer fees and 10 for Dragon Void maintenance, you have acquired a total of 60,856 contribution points. Upon passing through the portal, Chi Chu found himself utterly dumbfounded, unintentionally exclaiming 3 times. Is this some kind of extortion? This is all I have left. They took away over half. This is more excessive than the most nefarious capitalist. After toiling for 2 or 3 days, I am left with so little. Yet, despite the complaints, the resources had already been deducted. And no amount of cursing could alter that reality. Reflecting on how Shirtu had amassed nearly 300,000 contribution points, only to end up with about 100,000, Chi Chu's mood improved slightly. What can I accomplish with 60,000 contribution points? Chi Chu gazed at a conversion device and discovered that a dragon essence alone was worth 5,000 contribution points, while a dragon crystal could cost as much as 50,000. Not to mention other materials, each requiring tens of thousands or even over 100,000 contribution points. To elevate alias from Dragon Phase to Divine Dragon Phase necessitated 1,000 essences, 100 crystals, and a myriad of assorted materials. 60,000 contribution points wouldn't even suffice for a single hair. Observing Chi Chu's despairing expression, Alias offered a gentle nudge of consolation. Alias, I have made a decision. Wah wah wah. Alias transformed back into her human form, awaiting Chi Chu to declare his intentions. Capitalists are nothing but malevolent vampires. This relentless toil for others is truly disheartening. Henceforth, I too shall become a capitalist. As the flow of time in Dragon Void was approximately 6 times that of reality, Chi Chu had only spent 3 or 4 days in the Wasteland realm, and upon his return, scarcely a day had passed. This significantly extended his operational timeframe within Dragon Void. In the days that followed, he attended classes by day and shared simple family meals with Mogia's granddaughter in the evenings. At night, he would stroll through Dragon Void, which imparted a sense of warmth. Moreover, aside from the Wasteland realm, he gradually ventured into urban civilizations, mechanical realms, and even a magical realm where he acquired numerous new skills. Regrettably, each time he entered, the resources had already been nearly depleted, as various dragon tamers scavenged indiscriminately, often netting far less contribution points than he had initially gained in the Wasteland. Chi Chu, do you have time the night after tomorrow? One evening, after finishing dinner and preparing to explore a new random realm, he was unexpectedly halted by Mo Foling. Regarding Mo Foling, his feelings were ambiguous, more than mere friendship. Yet not quite romantic. He could not articulate love. But he sensed her subtle reliance on him. Even within the school, the instances of Mo Foling initiating conversation had gradually increased, leading to various rumors circulating. What is the matter? Actually, it's nothing significant. Jiang Yu's coming-of-age ceremony is approaching, and she asked me to invite you to attend. Initially, she intended to invite you personally, but you left too quickly at school. After a brief pause, Mo Foling added, if you have other commitments, it's perfectly fine. It shouldn't be an issue. She was aware that Chi Chu often ventured out at night and returned only the following morning, thus concerned that he might be preoccupied with other matters. A coming-of-age ceremony? Chi Chu was momentarily taken aback, pondering before responding with a smile and nodding. Sure, that sounds fine. Just remind me when the time comes. I usually have time. After all, acquiring contribution points was not an overnight endeavor. And given that Jiang Yu was a classmate and Mo Fongling's close friend, it was only fitting to extend his congratulations for her coming-of-age ceremony. Balancing work and leisure, the prospect of relaxation made Chi Chu disinclined to visit Dragon Void that day. He sought a secluded spot to release alias and soared back to Thunder Fortress for a visit. Thunder Fortress was now constructed akin to a lavish palace, extravagantly utilizing resources and even stimulating the surrounding villages. According to the original plans, a small trading town would soon be established adjacent to Thunder Fortress, generating small taxes. Chi Chu had come to understand that engaging in trade or robbery were merely minor paths to wealth. Taxation was the true substantial source of income. Quietly embracing the role of a capitalist was undoubtedly the most promising vocation. The next 2 days passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Chi Chu and Mo Fengling arrived at the entrance of a relatively grand estate that it was his first realization that Jiang Yu's family was considered a minor noble house in Chang'e City. Seemingly engaged in the salt or rice trade, having formed numerous connections, during her coming-of-age ceremony, a constant stream of merchants and scholars graced the event. Fengling, Chi Chu. Over here, Jiang Yu exclaimed, her face lighting up as she spotted them. You finally made it. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Oh, Chi Chu, you dressed up for the occasion. You look quite handsome, Jiang Yu remarked, astonished at Chi Chu's appearance, and offered a warm smile in return. Indeed, he had taken care to disguise himself, even altering some facial features. After all, should certain merchants or nobles who had seen him recognize him, it would undoubtedly overshadow Jiang Yu's moment. Oh, Yi Qing, weren't you interested in that so-called commoner princess? Why aren't you making a move today? Jiang Yu inquired, pointing toward a group of elegantly dressed men at the other end of the banquet, one of whom was Yi Qing, the very individual who had issued a challenge to Chi Chu. I'll go over later, Yi Qing replied, his expression somewhat uneasy. He had indeed intended to approach, yet he had not anticipated Chi Chu's presence. He had even formulated a plan to grow closer to Mo Fengling during the banquet, only to be confronted with Chi Chu. The memory of Chi Chu still haunted him. He was left reeling from the encounter, unable to withstand even a single strike from Chi Chu's arcane arts, leaving him with lingering shadows of fear. Later, Jiang Nan glanced at Yi Qing, then turned to observe Chi Chu and the others enjoying themselves, quickly piecing together the situation. So, he had spotted a rival. And Yi Qing was clearly at a disadvantage. No wonder the usually arrogant Yi Qing was now so timid. Yi Qing, when did you become so timid? No worries. Today is my sister's birthday celebration. I'll take charge. Go ahead and compete. That guy won't amount to much that I'll have my sister create an opportunity for you, Jiang Nan declared, being none other than Jiang Yu's elder brother. Soon, the banquet commenced, featuring the customary dance and lively conversations. The merchants formed one group, while the students from the academy gathered in another, all in high spirits, perhaps due to discovering new business opportunities or forging new connections. Nearly every face radiated joy. The moon shone brightly. After several rounds of drinks, Jiang Nan approached with two friends in tow, one named Wang Hu, a mage from the advanced class at the academy, and the other, Yi Qing. Are these your classmates? Won't you introduce them? Jiang Nan scanned the crowd, lingering on Chi Chu for a few moments, attempting to discern what set him apart. Yet, he found little distinction, aside from a slightly dapper appearance. Both his attire and demeanor paled in comparison to the aristocratic Yi Qing, that he couldn't fathom why this commoner princess held such fondness for him. Of course, I must introduce them. This is my dear friend Mo Fengling. And this is Chi Chu, and this is Jiang Qing. And this, Jiang Yu did not notice her brother's gaze, cheerfully presenting each of her friends. This is my elder brother, Jiang Nan, who is now a mage in the academy's advanced class. Moreover, he has progressed beyond the apprentice stage and is now a fully fledged junior mage. Several teachers in the academy have remarked that they feel inferior to him. Jiang Yu beamed with pride for her brother, even shooting playful glances at the several single girls, signaling that this was a golden opportunity. The surrounding classmates responded with gasps of admiration, much to Jiang Yu's satisfaction. Oh, you have any activities planned today? Just in time, as I, the brother, have some free time to accompany you. I hope you don't mind us joining. Ha. We don't mind at all. Jiang Yu linked her arm with Jiang Nan's, her face aglow with happiness. Today, I shall take everyone to a wonderful place. I've wanted to go there for ages, and no one is allowed to stop me. It's my birthday, and I'm the queen today. Everyone must listen to me. Jiang Yu was positively ecstatic, and her enthusiasm piqued the curiosity of the others. The group of over 10 people gradually exited the Jiang family mansion, each eager to discover what Jiang Yu was up to. Jiang Yu, you wouldn't tea. The first to catch on was Mo Fengling, who seemed to have an inkling of what was afoot. Just wait until we arrive, and everyone will know. Regardless, now that they were on their way, no one was permitted to stop her, especially not you, brother Jiang Nan. No matter what, I want to turn back. Jiang Yu playfully bounced, clearly brimming with joy. Eventually, the group halted at a street corner, and upon taking another look, everyone gasped in unison. Golden Wealth Casino? Jiang Yu, you certainly have some nerve to bring us to a casino, one male classmate remarked. Come on, let us all go in and have some fun. I've received plenty of gifts today. I am the little gambling king of Chang'e City, Jiang Yu boldly led the way inside, with Qi Chu and Mo Fengling following suit. Laughing that a few classmates hesitated for a moment, but soon trailed behind. Only Jiang Nan wore a wry smile. Bemused by his sister's unchanging eccentricity, he glanced at Yi Qing, who was lost in thought. Fixated on Mo Fengling's retreating figure, Jiang Nan's mind began to churn with ideas. This casino could serve as a backdrop for some intrigue. After all, they were friends, and it was only right to lend a helping hand. Big win. I've won again. Golden Wealth Casino was a grand establishment. And with Jiang Nan's group of 10 or so, they hardly stirred up any waves. However, Jiang Yu generously distributed a dozen gold coins, famously stating that small stakes were for enjoyment, while large ones could lead to ruin. Big win. Another big win. Wow. Qi Chu has won again. At a large gambling table populated by 20 or so players, Qi Chu's chips soared from a mere handful of coins to several hundred. The dice cup was specially designed to block magical detection. Although Qi Chu could forcibly breach this safeguard unnoticed, he swore that today was entirely a matter of luck. He couldn't quite understand why his fortune was so favorable today. Once he returned home, he resolved to visit Long Kong. Perhaps he might encounter a resource-rich realm. The very essence of gambling itself was an exhilarating catalyst, even stirring Mo Fengling, usually composed, to blush with excitement. She placed several bets alongside Qi Chu, enjoying a streak of wins, small. In a new round, Yi Qing continued to bet against Qi Chu. He had begun to lose his composure. Initially, he sought only to capture Mo Fengling's attention. But now he was consumed by a manic obsession that he refused to believe that he couldn't win against Qi Chu, who had become a mental hurdle for him. Alas, he had yet to win even once. Sigh, Jiang sighed from a distance, somewhat in awe of Yi Qing's misfortune. Though he seldom gambled, losing consistently, without a single win, was undeniably disheartening, witnessing Yi Qing nearing a loss of nearly 1,000 gold coins. Jiang Nan finally approached and gently patted his back. Big win. This time has to be a big one. Yi Qing's eyes were slightly red, and he failed to notice Jiang Nan's presence. Jiang Nan employed a brief surge of magic to clear Yi Qing's mind, and then handed him a small black note. Yi Qing paused in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Upon closer inspection, as the dice settled, bold numbers appeared on the black note. 2, 2, 3.2, 2, 3. Small. Yi Qing's mind raced, swiftly pocketing the black note. This was a treasure. With this, he could win at will, bending fate to his desires. He could finally triumph over Qi Chu. Ha. I finally won. Small. I'll place another bet. Yi Qing's face flushed exuberantly. The black note Jiang Nan had given him felt like a divine artifact. Watching the regret on Qi Chu and Mo Fengling's faces as they lost filled him with an indescribable thrill that Qi Chu sensed something was amiss and quickly scanned the area, instantly spotting the black note. Cheating. Qi Chu's heart sank momentarily. This spoiled the fun. What was the point of cheating with magic while out for a good time? His initial excitement at winning faded, replaced by disdain for Yi Qing, whose actions had soured the mood. He initially contemplated exposing Yi Qing's deceit, but reconsidered. Given it was Jiang Yu's birthday, and Yi Qing was Jiang Nan's friend, calling him out would be in poor taste. However, his interest in winning and losing had dissipated entirely. Big win. Qi Chu, why don't you continue? Afraid of losing everything? Or why not bet alongside me? Yi Qing taunted Qi Chu, casting a triumphant glance at Mo Fengling. Unfortunately, she looked at him with a hint of disgust, which only deepened Yi Qing's resentment toward Qi Chu. This was all Qi Chu's fault. Qi Chu chose to ignore him, pushing all his chips toward the small bet. Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Qi Chu to be so stubborn. The black note indicated 4, 5, 6, clearly signaling a big win. With excitement bubbling within him, Yi Qing mirrored Qi Chu, pushing all his chips toward big. This time, he aimed to wipe Qi Chu out. Soon after, other gamblers began placing their bets, some on big, some on small, creating a tense atmosphere as everyone understood this was the ultimate showdown. Roll, 1, 2, 3, small. The whole room erupted, filled with sighs, anger, and joy. Many shot resentful glances at Yi Qing, lamenting that if he hadn't been so confident, no one would have followed his lead. This man was insufferable. Lacking skill yet pretending to be impressive. Ironically, Yi Qing erupted into laughter. Big win. Clean sweep. The surrounding crowd stepped back, fearing Yi Qing had lost his mind. Sir, it's 1, 2, 3. Small, you've lost, a T-long last. An unknown voice resonated from somewhere, causing Yu Qing's tone to gradually diminish. What? Small? The evident astonishment in his voice soon transformed into disbelief. Impossible. It was clearly a large one. How could that be? Yu Qing glanced once more at the dice cup, only to discover it was indeed 1, 2, 3 small. No way. Yu Qing's exclamation drew the attention of the entire casino. Even Jiang Yu and others, who were engrossed in the roulette machine nearby, hurried over. Impossible. It must be large. How could it be small? Yu Qing felt a bit flustered as he once again turned to the black slip of paper, which had astonishingly shifted from 4, 5, 6 to 1, 2, 3, small. Chi Chu's lips curled into a slight sneer. Cheating. Are you attempting to play tricks before me, a sorcerer? I could teach you a lesson in no time. The dice had indeed shown 4, 5, 6 initially, but since Chi Chu had bet on small, how could they not change? Unless the dice wished for their own demise. No. This is inconceivable. Why Yu Qing was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the disdain curling at the corner of Chi Chu's mouth. You. It's you. You're cheating. You're a con artist. Yu Qing finally found the breakthrough, and he erupted with excitement. It must be true. Chi Chu, you are cheating. Cheating. Yu Qing's outburst, fueled by his enthusiasm, echoed like a gambler's shout, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Jiang Nan's brow furrowed. This damned Yu Qing. How could he be so reckless? In a casino, the worst taboo was cheating. Now that he had shouted it out loud, the situation would undoubtedly spiral out of control. Oh, I'm cheating? Chi Chu gazed at Yu Qing with a challenging expression, as if to remind him of the time he had been bested by a single move. What evidence do you have to accuse me of cheating? I suspect you are the one cheating. The intensity of Chi Chu's gaze sent a chill down Yu Qing's spine, and he quieted down, realizing he had overstepped his bounds. However, in his newfound silence, the surrounding gamblers had all gathered closer. Someone's cheating? I too believe someone is definitely cheating. Especially that poor lad, who has hardly lost a single coin out of his 10 gold, yet has won nearly 500 right. Just moments ago, I saw him grinning slyly. Several other gamblers, equally incensed by their losses, joined in, deciding to side with Yu Qing now that he had gained support. Upon seeing a crowd rallying behind him, Yu Qing felt emboldened. Humph. Chi Chu, you've been winning since you arrived. How could anyone possess such extraordinary luck? You still think I'm cheating? I've lost all my money. Over 1,000 gold coins. Who has ever seen a cheat end up in such a state? Don't think I don't know you're a sorcerer. You must have tampered with the game. You are the one cheating. Yu Qing's voice grew more resonant as more onlookers began to regard Chi Chu with suspicion. Even Mo Fengling, standing nearby, appeared somewhat uneasy. She had intended to speak in Chi Chu's defense, but upon realizing his formidable strength, she pondered that if he were indeed cheating, it might be undetectable. Ultimately, she had to bow her head slightly. Though she wished to side with Chi Chu, the evidence against him was indeed substantial. Chi Chu, is it really you? Jiang Yu peered in disbelief at the pile of gold coins before Chi Chu. You're not usually like this. Sigh. Why resort to such measures? It's just a game. Several classmates around them began to voice their thoughts as well. While they did not outright accuse Chi Chu, their words subtly indicated they were leaning towards believing Yu Qing's claims. Jiang Nan finally stepped forward to conclude the matter. Everyone, disperse, disperse. Today is my sister's birthday. I am Jiang Nan of the Jiang family. Anyone who has lost at this table, I will compensate you all double. Those who have won, consider it a gift for my sister's birthday. Jiang Nan's words were generous, allowing face saving for both sides, and those gamblers who were prepared to cause a scene fell silent upon hearing there was money to be had, casting disdainful glances at Chi Chu before standing aside, waiting to collect their winnings. Boss Zhang has arrived, someone shouted, and the crowd parted to reveal a man clad in black leather, accompanied by several intimidating thugs and a cloaked sorcerer. Someone is cheating? In my Jinhao casino, how dare anyone cheat? Who possesses such audacity? Jiang Nan raised his head with a slight smile and stepped forward. Brother Zhang, it's a surprise to see you here. This issue stemmed from my sister's classmate who, in a moment of recklessness, let their newfound status as an advanced sorcerer cloud their judgment. However, the matter has been resolved to everyone's satisfaction. Please, grant me your leniency, and let us consider this incident closed. Grant you leniency? Zhang Qian smiled warmly, yet his gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Chi Chu. Cheating in my Jinhao casino. No face will be spared here. This matter must be handled according to our casino's rules. Don't think it matters if it's you. Even if it were your father, it would be of no use. Zhang Qian's tone left everyone in shock. No one expected that even Zhang's family would not be afforded face in Jinhao Casino. Jiang Nan was momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response. He merely shook his head slightly and sighed, choosing to remain silent. Yet inside, he had already begun to mock Qi Chu. Others believed Jiang Nan had backed down, fearing a confrontation with Jinhao Casino, unaware that Zhang Qian was someone he had summoned himself. With matters escalated to this point, he had effortlessly set a grand scheme into motion, and the only one to blame for his misfortune was Qi Chu. He needed Yi Qing's connections within the Earl's house. Thus he had to assist Yi Qing in certain respects. As for Qi Chu, a nameless nobody, he had already deemed him a pawn to be discarded. This was the extent of Jiang Nan's strategic prowess. He was eager to see how this headstrong youth would respond. The casino was bustling with activity. However, apart from Imo Foling, everyone else had retreated to a distance, leaving a somewhat desolate space around Qi Chu. Alas, how pitiful, of all things to contemplate. They resort to cheating. Now even the Jiang family cannot save him. What a shame about the girl beside him. She is quite beautiful, yet she is with such a fellow. Cheating? Cheaters deserve severe punishment. Yet according to Jinhao Casino's rules, it seems they might cut off one of his hands. It is said that one hand must be sacrificed, yet judging by Jiang Shao's words, that fellow appears to be a sorcerer from the academy. I suspect this matter may not be so simple. Why concern ourselves with that? Let us enjoy the spectacle. After all, they are all sorcerers. And when the show concludes, we can collect a portion of the winnings from Jiang Shao, which would be quite delightful. The tavern buzzed with chatter as Zhang Qian approached Qi Chu, scrutinizing him closely before speaking with malice. Hey, kid, I trust you've heard clearly. You may choose which hand to lose, left or right. Remember, in the casino, one must abide by the casino's rules. Do not cheat. Qi Chu shrugged his shoulders. Today's grand spectacle is indeed amusing. And with a hint of mockery in his voice, he replied, what if I refuse to choose? Are you planning to make a move? Don't say I didn't warn you. Should I decide to retaliate? It would be far more terrifying than you can imagine. Ha! Terrifying? Zhang Qian laughed heartily. Oh, you take my Jinhao Casino for what? Since we dare to open this establishment, we aren't afraid of sorcerers causing trouble. Ive already inquired. You are merely a student from the Academy's junior class. Oh, you truly think you can pull any tricks? Even if you are a sorcerer. Today, you must leave one hand here. Zhang Qian's tone grew more forceful, strangely instilling a sense of security among the other gamblers. It appears that Jinhao Casino possesses substantial backing, daring even to confront sorcerers. After this incident, the casino's business is likely to flourish once more. Master Fong, we are counting on you. This little sorcerer should be an easy catch for you, right? Zhang Qian finished his words and stepped back, addressing the man in the cloak behind him. Jiang Nan's eyes brightened. He had not noticed the presence of the mage behind Zhang Qian until now. Exchanging a glance with his companion Wang Hu, both of them registered a flicker of astonishment. Feng Shi? Feng Yuan? At that moment, someone finally recognized the identity of the cloaked figure. The trump card of the Jinhao Casino turned out to be Feng Yuan. Wasn't Feng Yuan that genius from the advanced class at the academy? It was said that he had advanced to a high-level mage just 2 months ago and had already received an invitation from the Mage Guild. That cheating scoundrel was doomed now. Why on earth would a perfectly good mage come to the Jinhao Casino to cheat? He must have fallen into a trap. Qi Chu was also taken aback. The mage before him seemed somewhat familiar. Feng Yuan? Had he heard that name somewhere? Upon reflection, he realized. Indeed a familiar face. This Feng Yuan was none other than the one from the east village of Thunderclap Fortress. To think he was one of his own subjects. Jinhao Casino. You actually have such a reputation to invite a high-level mage. Qi Chu wore a suppressed smile, his tone suddenly lightening. The surrounding gamblers pitied Qi Chu, and upon seeing him break into a smile, they couldn't help but sigh. Could this mage have lost his mind? Feng Yuan, it has been quite a while, hasn't it? Are you planning to take one of my hands this time? You have advanced rather quickly. I recall when I last saw you, you were merely a junior mage. Qi Chu casually stood up, showing no signs of anger. Since the battle in East Village, where he had annihilated a band of mountain bandits. Coupled with the recent months of Thunderclap Fortress's various wealth-distributing endeavors, his popularity in East Village had soared to new heights. Feng Yuan's father was quite adept at socializing, according to Tang Yi. The old village chief often brought vegetables and oil to visit. Although of little value, it represented the goodwill of East Village, hoping that Qi Chu might lend a hand to Feng Yuan someday. Who would have thought the world was so small? Instead of meeting at the academy, He encountered Fang Yuan here at the casino. Chi Chu's words left the surrounding gamblers, classmates, Jiang Nan, and even Zhang Qian puzzled. Could it be that he knew Fang Shi? However, soon everyone's mouths dropped in astonishment. Wang Yi, you must be joking. Fang Yuan removed his cloak, revealing a bittersweet smile. Upon entering this place, the first glance at Fang Yuan made him hold his breath. Hearing Zhang Qian's words to Chi Chu, he mentally cursed 1,000 times. Are you? Well, the atmosphere turned awkward, and Fang Yuan had no choice but to murmur a greeting. The surrounding crowd fell into silence. Why did it seem that Fang Shi spoke to this young cheat with a tone reserved for addressing an elder? Moreover, he even used the formal "you." I'm all right, just a bit down today. Someone insisted on accusing me of cheating, and I was ready to tear this place apart, only to run into an acquaintance. Fang Yuan let out another bitter laugh. It was clear that Chi Chu was teasing him. You jest? With your standing? How could you possibly cheat? They must have made a mistake, not to mention Chi Chu's standing. He had returned to East Village once, and the cost of building materials for Thunderclap Fortress was likely 100 or even 1,000 times more than the value of this casino. Cheat? Even if Chi Chu lost continuously, he wouldn't lose a fraction. Moreover, after Fang Yuan advanced to high-level mage, he realized the vast difference between himself and Chi Chu. Prince Chi Chu was undoubtedly more than just a high-level mage. He might even be an archmage. Later, he learned through various inquiries about Chi Chu's deeds at the Listening Rain Pavilion. This was someone who could effortlessly defeat beings at the archmage level. Calling Chi Chu a grand archmage would not be an exaggeration. A grand archmage coming to a small casino to cheat. Surely, the fools around him had lost their minds. All right, I'll give you face and won't pursue this matter any further. It was indeed our people who were first at fault. Chi Chu cast a disdainful glance at Yu Qing. Humph, cheat, do I, Chi Chu, need to resort to cheating? Yu Qing, step forward. Who exactly cheated today? Stop hiding. That black paper is still in your pocket. ISNT it. I don't want to delve into what schemes you've concocted. I, Chi Chu, am not one to stir trouble. However, if someone aims to slander me, I am not afraid of confrontation. The situation suddenly reversed. Several gamblers who had lost their tempers and sided with Yi Qing quickly realized the dire circumstances and fled in haste. Why Yi Qing had not anticipated such a rapid turn of events. He had even begun contemplating how to console Mo Fengling after Chi Chu was dealt with, intending to win the girl over. Now Chi Chu was directly calling him out. How could Yi Qing dare to step forward? That black paper was still in his pocket. What happened to your bravado? Didn't you assert that Chi Chu was cheating? Chi Chu's words remained unspoken as Fang Yuan waved his hands, causing Yi Qing to stumble unsteadily. Then, the black paper flew directly into Fang Yuan's hands. Alchemical paper. High-level rune. A flicker of surprise crossed Fang Yuan's eyes. He hadn't expected Yi Qing, whose strength was lacking, to possess high-level rune alchemical paper. Just this item alone was worth thousands of gold coins. He wondered why it was being wasted in such a lowly place. Why Yi Qing's face turned ashen, and he was at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at Jiang Nan, only to be met with an unwavering glare. If he exposed Jiang Nan at this moment, the situation would undoubtedly become even more troublesome. While others failed to notice these subtle details, Chi Chu observed everything clearly. Upon scrutinizing Jiang Nan and the high-level mage behind him, realization dawned upon him. He was the one who cheated. No wonder he had been so adamant about the big one earlier. Was that the legendary prince? Weren't they supposed to be useless? Useless prince? Surely, you must have just come from the countryside, not long ago. At the Listening Rain Pavilion, the crowd, now swaying like reeds in the wind, began to voice their opinions, causing Chi Chu to find it amusing. Let us call it a day. Today is my classmate's birthday. So let us not escalate any disputes. All the money I won will be returned to the casino. Let us all enjoy ourselves, just for fun, with so many people present. I officially represent the entire Thunderclap Fortress to wish Miss Jiang Yu a happy birthday once again. Chi Chu sighed. If this continued, Jiang Nan would undoubtedly be implicated. Jiang Yu is Mo Fengling's best friend, and with the adult ceremony at stake, escalating matters further would be excessive. Some things could be done. But there was no need to push it. Yi Qing, pale as a ghost, collapsed to the ground, and at that moment, no one came to his aid, resembling a lost dog. After today, he and Mo Fengling would likely never have another chance. The big boss has arrived. Another voice rang out. Looking up, they saw yet another slightly plump boss enter. Zhang Qian stood to greet him. He was responsible for overseeing the venue, while the big boss was the true authority. He intended to explain the situation, But unexpectedly, the big boss walked directly up to Chi-Chu. Zhang Qian's heart tightened. He feared his superior might spark yet another conflict. What is going on? You again? Contrary to Zhang Qian's expectations, no conflict arose. Instead, Chi-Chu appeared startled. The newcomer was none other than the infamous Jin Diyu. How many businesses do you have? How is it that everything seems to be connected to you? Do you have a mine at home? Jin Diyu was equally bemused. Upon hearing Chi-Chu was at Jinhao Casino, he immediately abandoned his engagements and rushed over. Wang Yi, this time it's not my fault. The Jinhao Casino, with its gold, is clearly related to some petty schemes. However, this business is likely more connected to you. Do you recall the welcome fee from a certain minor noble at the Listening Rain Pavilion last time? It has been said that the young nobles are required to pay a welcome fee for a business venture. Jin Dayo, feeling somewhat aggrieved and wearing a look of melancholy, hastily presented the deed of the property to Chi-Chu. Feel free to indulge as you wish. After all, any winnings are yours. Should you find this place to your disliking, I have already prepared a demolition team for you. This was not limited to the Jinhao Casino. Following the farce at Jiang Yu's birthday celebration, Chi-Chu was astounded to discover that he had inexplicably acquired nearly 10 businesses. All of these enterprises were being managed by Jin Dayo, and each one seemed to flourish more than the last, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Within the confines of the school, the expressions of his classmates shifted slightly. No-one had anticipated that the usually honest and diligent Chi-Chu, who studied earnestly alongside them, was, in fact, the legendary Big Shot. Rumors began to spread like wildfire. The number of visitors to the academy increased significantly, compelling Chi-Chu to take a leave of absence to evade the attention. As a mage, Chi-Chu possessed the ability to cast spells flawlessly without the need for runes, and with his unwavering dedication to the study of runes day and night, he had long surpassed Mo Foling in skill. Having laid a solid foundation through self-study, spending more time at home also provided him with ample opportunities to converse with Grandma Mo and Mo Foling. One evening, as Chi-Chu stepped out of the courtyard, he was taken aback to find Mo Foling sitting alone on the rooftop, gazing at the sunset. The surrounding twilight, coupled with the gentle sway of her skirt, captivated him completely. What's this? Our Princess Mo is watching the sun. Chi-Chu intended to tease her playfully, but upon approaching, he was struck by the sorrowful expression on her face, which instantly dampened his spirits. Chi-Chu, it has already been a month, Mo Foling remarked. Though her eyes were devoid of tears, Chi-Chu sensed an inexplicable sadness beneath the golden hues of the setting sun. Indeed, a month had passed. Chi-Chu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that their warm and cozy life had elapsed for an entire month. Grandma Mo had already tidied up the dishes and was cleaning the house below, her face beaming with a smile that nearly made him forget her illness. Grandma said to sew a few more clothes for me in the coming days. She has even prepared some for you. She also wishes to make us thick winter coats, as I always dread the cold every winter. It is Grandma who crafts me new ones. At that moment, summer was in full swing, and the air was filled with the sound of cicadas. Is there truly no other way? Mo Foling gazed at Chi-Chu with a glimmer of hope. You are so capable. If you can save my grandmother, I would be willing to do anything for you, even serve you for a lifetime. With a final flicker of hope, Mo Foling looked at Chi-Chu. He found himself at a loss for words. Exhaling deeply as he shook his head, feeling a wave of bitterness rise within him. Grandma Mo's life was nearing its end, sustained solely by Chi-Chu's magical energy. However, there truly existed a method within the realm of Long Kong. As Chung Guan had once informed him, there was a form of sorcery that could extract a person's soul for refinement or preservation in another location. Yet, the process would undoubtedly incur losses. And even if a new puppet were to be created, it would no longer be the original person in entirety. Chi-Chu had discussed this method with Grandma Mo, but she had outright rejected it. Not wishing to lose her identity as a person in her final days, that he dared not mention this approach to Mo Foling, fearing it would only complicate matters for the young girl. After a moment of sorrowful reflection, Mo Foling finally ceased her inner turmoil. She gently rested her head on Chi-Chu's shoulder and began recounting the amusing tales of her time spent with Grandma Mo. Chi-Chu listened attentively, sensing that this little girl had kept her feelings bottled up for far too long. It was time for her to share them with someone. It was not until deep into the night that Mo Foling grew weary and gradually fell asleep in Chi-Chu's embrace. As Grandma Mo stitched garments, she glanced at the affectionate pair under the eaves, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Chi-Chu was a good child, and with Foling by his side, it was not a life of hardship. Mo Fouling's birthday was just 5 or 6 days away. This time of year was always her most joyous, as Grandma often prepared a feast of her favorite dishes. Each dish was one she cherished dearly. This year, Chi-Chu's presence added to the festivities, making it all the more lively. Yet, behind the laughter, a sense of loneliness lingered within the hearts of the three. Little Chi, my time is running short. Isn't it? While Mo Fengling attended classes at the academy, Grandma Mo knocked on Chi-Chu's door, voicing her concerns. Her premonitions grew stronger. Though Chi-Chu's treatments invigorated her daily, the weight of that final intuition was more potent than ever. Nonsense, Grandma. You are in excellent health and can surely hold on for quite some time. Chi-Chu replied with a forced smile, though he himself struggled to believe it. Grandma Mo's life genuinely hung by a thread. Chi-Chu had even set up a spirit-gathering array and a life-preserving formation around her, yet it seemed increasingly futile. He was currently inscribing various longevity runes, hoping to buy her more time. Grandma Mo smiled reassuringly and continued, "There is no need to conceal anything from me. I am aware of my own condition that I merely wish to know if I can endure until Fengling's birthday." Chi-Chu sighed, remaining silent. Under the earnest gaze of Grandma Mo, he ultimately revealed the grim truth. Only 2 days remained. Even with all the formations at their fullest potential, Grandma Mo would not live to see her granddaughter's birthday. "Little Chi, could you do me a favor? I wish to select some ingredients and prepare a final meal for you both. If I cannot hold on, please do not inform Fengling. Let me depart quietly. And simply tell her that I have gone to a faraway place. If possible, I wish to be buried on that mountain where I can gaze upon Chang'e City once more, to see you both." Grandma Mo spoke each word slowly, yet Chi-Chu felt an overwhelming urge to weep. During this time, he had truly come to regard Grandma Mo as his own. Suppressing his discomfort, he nodded. If this was the elderly woman's final wish, he would surely see it fulfilled. Is there anything else? Any other wishes you have? I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Grandma Mo shook her head, acknowledging that her family had already received too great a kindness from Chi-Chu, and it would be unseemly to impose further. However, she added with a smile, "If it is not too much trouble, I hope you can take care of Fengling in the days to come. Regardless of whether you are fortunate enough to marry and have children, do not forget to offer incense for this old woman." In truth, Grandma Mo was unable to leave the confines of the protective array surrounding the house. Yet, fearing that Chi-Chu might struggle to select the finest ingredients, they ultimately decided he would inscribe minor formations to accompany her on the shopping excursion. Grandma Mo was exceedingly meticulous in her selection of ingredients, even inspecting each leaf of vegetable with great care. This would be her last meal for Chi-Chu and Mo Fengling, and she wished to leave no room for regret. Initially, some vendors were reluctant, but under the weight of Chi-Chu's bag of gold coins, they quickly transformed into eager servants, treating Grandma Mo with the utmost reverence. Finally, after selecting the ingredients, they returned home, where Grandma Mo continued to wash each leaf with meticulous care, refusing to allow Chi-Chu to assist. Every last wish and hope of the elderly woman was infused into the dishes she prepared. "Big brother, guess who I saw today? Do you remember that Mo Fengling that Scarface mentioned? The one with the old woman lying in bed. Today, I actually saw that old woman at the market." In a lumber warehouse in the northern part of Chang'e City, a group of young ruffians were engaged in hushed discussions. "Are you certain?" The leader, a young man in green, rose to his feet with excitement. "Absolutely. After Scarface's death, Mo Fengling and her grandmother moved to another location. Their new address is at the end of South Street. I have inquired about the previous occupants. It was a merchant who resided here before moving out, and subsequently, a student from the academy took up residence at a bald ruffian. In an animated display, inadvertently elicited smiles from his companions clad in blue. This blue-clad ruffian, named Ma Chingfei, serves as a small-time leader among the ruffians of the Northern District, and he operates in conjunction with the tall thug who previously sold Mo Fengling into the Golden Garden. In fact, the dilapidated home where Mo Fengling once lived was provided by him. Moreover, he holds a vested interest in Mo Fengling's contract of sale. That very agreement with the Scarred One still resides in a box. However, according to other underlings, the Scarred One met his demise after offending a passing mage. When he sought Mo Fengling, she had already vanished. He had initially thought the Mo family's granddaughter had left Chang'e City. Yet now he discovers her trail once more. Heh, I've been troubled by a lack of funds lately. That old woman, even in her half-alive state, must have found a benefactor with the contract in hand. We are bound to strike a lucrative deal. However, another short-haired ruffian hesitated. But isn't she just a student? What if she is a mage? A mage. What of it? We possess the contract, and that little lady borrowed a considerable sum from us. He retorted. Besides, our Southern Song gang isn't devoid of mages either. Humph. I've recently been befriending a powerful overlord who has a penchant for beautiful women. Once we ascertain the situation, we shall dictate the terms. Who knows, we might even align ourselves with that big shot at the end of South Street. Within Chi-Chu's residence, Mo Fengling caught whiffs of a delectable aroma from afar. Her grandmother's culinary skills remained as impeccable as ever. Upon returning home, she seemed to grasp something, yet the sight of her grandmother's warm smile masked any unusual expression. Mo grandma busied herself in the kitchen, adamant that neither Chi-Chu nor Mo Fengling lend a hand. Inciting hearty laughter. Wow, are you preparing such a feast today? I shall go arrange the rooms. Mo Fengling eagerly volunteered to handle some household tasks. After a moment of contemplation, Chi-Chu chimed in, then I shall procure some fine fruit wine. Last time, Jean Dio recommended an exquisite variety that you both will surely relish. Acknowledging the irretrievable nature of certain moments, they resolved to make the most of the time they had left. Rising gently, Chi-Chu stepped outside. The fruit wine he referred to as Jean Dio's private stock, rumored to originate from the far north and now fetching nearly 10,000 gold coins per cask. Nevertheless, such a farewell, regardless of the price of the wine, was warranted. Bang, bang, bang. Fengling, go open the door. All right. Has Chi-Chu returned so soon? Didn't he say he was going to buy wine? Mo Fengling felt a flicker of confusion, assuming Chi-Chu might have forgotten something. However, upon opening the door, she was utterly taken aback to find a throng of ruffians standing before her, their intentions unmistakably malicious. What do you want? Mo Fengling stammered, a twinge of fear enveloping her as she stepped outside, unwilling to let these ruffians disturb her grandmother's preparations. Humph, Miss Mo seems to be a bit forgetful, doesn't she? I've had my eye on you for quite some time. Ma Qingfei remarked slowly, presenting a contract before Mo Fengling. Miss Mo, it appears you owe us a substantial sum of money, don't you? Mo Fengling was momentarily stunned, recognizing Ma Qingfei's face and recalling that he was indeed a companion of the tall scarred one. This contract had been signed while she resided in that dilapidated house, but I've been working at the Golden Garden and settled my debts. Moreover, we no longer live there. Settled? We have yet to receive a single coin. Ma Qingfei countered, shaking his head. The scarred one has met his end after offending someone, but your fingerprint still adorns the contract, so we are here to reclaim our dues. Mo Fengling felt a lump rise in her throat. During her time at the Golden Garden, she had managed to earn a fair amount of money and had repaid her debts. The day Chi-Chu found her was merely a last-ditch effort to amass some gold coins for a visit to a renowned physician. Now, this unexpected ruffian had reappeared to demand payment. Biting her lip, she glanced toward the distance that Chi-Chu had only just left, and he likely wouldn't return soon if she failed to pay this sum. The ruffians would certainly barge into the house. Under different circumstances, it wouldn't matter, but this was the most crucial meal. Given her grandmother's dwindling time, she would never allow these ruffians inside. How much do you want? Ultimately, Mo Fengling relented. How much? Ma Qingfei grinned. Not too much, just 1,000 gold coins will suffice. 1,000. Mo Fengling stood there, dumbfounded. The total of all her medical expenses barely amounted to 200 gold coins, and she had already repaid them. Now, this ruffian audaciously demanded 1,000. They had only provided a rundown house, worth at most 20 gold coins if purchased. The audacity of their extortion was infuriating. Yet, thoughts of her grandmother held her back. Fine, 1,000 it is. I'll go inside and fetch it for you. But you must not step inside. She clenched her teeth and agreed. Money was trivial. If need be, she would have Chi-Chu retrieve it later. For now, she had to stabilize the situation. Ma Qingfei's expression faltered momentarily. He had merely thrown out a figure without genuine intent to demand it. Expecting to negotiate, he anticipated that this young girl would acquiesce so readily. Wait, hold on. Humph, the 1,000 I mentioned is merely what you owe us. However, you've been missing for 2 months. We've had quite the struggle locating you. You must pay a fee for our troubles. 5,000. Between us all, we only need 5,000. If you can produce that amount, we'll leave without further ado. Ma Qingfei was adept at reading faces. Since he had ventured out, he aimed to maximize his gains. The ease with which Mo Fengling agreed to the 1,000 suggested her new benefactor was undoubtedly a lucrative prospect. You? Mo Fengling was genuinely astonished. She understood ruffians were shameless, But never did she expect such flagrant audacity. Impossible. The maximum I can offer is 1,000, and I don't have that much on hand. While Chi Chu was wealthy, Mo Fengling felt that if she were to produce 5,000, they would only become more greedy. No funds. Ma Qingfei glanced toward the house, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma. Who knows? Perhaps there is a treasure trove hidden inside. If someone is cooking, my brothers are quite famished. Why don't we enter and have a meal first? As he spoke, Ma Qingfei began to stride toward the house. No, you cannot enter. Despite Ma Qingfei's towering stature and fierce demeanor, Mo Fengling resolutely stood her ground. Though a mere apprentice, Ma Qingfei intended to push her aside, but found himself unable to do so. Coupled with the faint blue aura surrounding Mo Fengling, it was evident she had tapped into her magical abilities. However, her magic was far too feeble to sustain a spell. If you were a mage. I might genuinely hesitate to enter, but you haven't even reached the level of an apprentice. What do you intend to use to fend us off? With a mere wave of his hand. 7 or 8 ruffians surged forward. Mo Fengling bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she felt utterly powerless. As the door swung open, the ruffians quickly dispersed within. Boss. That old woman is busy cooking. Boss. The academy student seems to be out. Over here. My heavens, a whole chest filled with gold coins. And silver coins. One of the ruffians burst into Chi Chu's room and discovered a significant stash of gold coins on the desk. Gifts from Jin Dayo, which Chi Chu had carelessly left for household expenses. Weavy struck it rich. A group of ruffians eagerly began to scoop up treasures with bags, resembling a band of robbers. Upon realizing that resistance was futile, Mo Fengling hurriedly retreated to the side of Grandma Mo, deeming the loss of belongings inconsequential, as her foremost wish was for these scoundrels not to harm her grandmother. Hee, Miss Mo, you have truly struck it rich. Who would have thought such a meager courtyard could harbor so much wealth? However, we shall not take more than the agreed-upon 5,000 gold coins. You lot, make sure to keep count. Do not take a single coin more. At this moment, Ma Qingfei had also become wary. With that student from the academy absent, trouble was bound to ensue in the future. He had declared only to take 5,000 gold coins, which was reasonable enough, leaving them with little recourse. Yet whether his subordinates adhered to this limit was not his concern. As bags filled with gold coins were produced, Ma Qingfei felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. Approaching the kitchen, he beheld 7 or 8 dishes already prepared, which stirred a pang of hunger within him. Do not touch. Do not disturb those dishes. You can take all the money, but leave the food be. Those dishes are Grandma Mo's labor of love, far more precious than any gold coins. Food, isn't it meant to be eaten? Ma Qingfei scoffed, reaching out to grab. In a moment of desperation, Mo Fengling summoned a surge of magic, manifesting a colossal water sphere that sent Ma Qingfei sprawling several meters away. In a crisis, she actually cast a spell. Ma Qingfei was utterly taken aback, having not anticipated that Mo Fengling had unexpectedly advanced to an apprentice level. Tumbling several times and landing in a most undignified manner. Damn it. You dare to strike back? So you've become an apprentice. Does that make you special? Brothers, charge. Take every last coin. No drinking or eating, just punishment. Do you really think a couple of spells make you invincible? With that command, the ruffians surged forward. Mo Fengling unleashed 2 more water spheres, but with 7 or 8 ruffians bearing down on her. Her magic reserves were nearly depleted from her initial spellcasting. The ruffians closed in, disregarding any sense of chivalry, and began to rain blows upon her. Ma Qingfei, with one foot propped on the dining table, used his chopsticks to pick at various dishes, while Grandma Mo, powerless to resist, bore several bruises on her face. Dare to raise a hand. A thrill of conquest surged through Ma Qingfei. What of those students from the academy? In the realm of Chang'e City, that naive bunch of students won't be able to stir up any trouble for at least the next 5 years. By then, who knows where Ma Qingfei, will be enjoying life. With a loud crash, a dish fell to the floor, and the ruffians ceased their assault, leaving the kitchen in disarray. Grandma Mo's gaze was vacant, while Mo Fengling held back her tears. Waiting. She was waiting for Chi Chu's return. Chi Chu, on his way home, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Originally, Jin Dayo had planned to show him the new venture, but Chi Chu had declined each invitation. Feeling increasingly ill at ease and quickening his pace as he neared his residence, he spotted 2 ruffians at the entrance and inwardly cursed his luck. Sensing the magical energy, his eyes widened in horror. He had been gone for less than an hour, and trouble had already befallen his home. Taking a deep breath, Standing on the brink of fury, he stored the fruit wine into his white space and approached the house with a stoic expression. "You there? What are you staring at? Get lost." One ruffian attempted to shoo him away, but in the blink of an eye, he and his companion were transformed into ice statues, stepping into the courtyard. He was heartbroken to see Mo Fengling and Grandma Mo huddled together. Regret flooded him as he questioned why he had chosen to leave at such a critical moment. "Are you the main one here?" "Kid." Ma Chenfei, still oblivious to his dire situation, uncrossed his legs and rose slowly. Chi-Chu ignored him and walked over to help Mo Fengling and Grandma Mo to their feet. "It's all right. It's all right. I'm back. I apologize for this. I will take care of this matter and ensure you receive an explanation." Chi-Chu did not inquire about what had transpired, nor did he wish to clarify. The scene before him was damning enough. For him, it was sufficient to pass a death sentence on these scoundrels. A chilling glance swept across the room, sending shivers down the spines of those present. To their surprise, this seemingly unimposing young man had eyes that radiated an icy coldness. "Where do you lot roam?" Chi-Chu addressed Ma Chenfei, the leader. "Us. Kid, since you asked, I won't shy away. We are from the Nangu gang in the north of the city. This contract was signed previously by Miss Mo. We only sought wealth. But when Miss Mo struck first, my brothers lost control in their anger. Please forgive us." Chengfei feigned indifference, tossing the contract aside without a hint of apology, eliciting laughter from the surrounding ruffians. "Nangu gang from the north of the city?" Chi-Chu nodded, silently committing the name to memory. "Fengling, Grandma Mo, please close your eyes for a moment," with tears welling in her eyes. Mo Fengling nodded vigorously. In the past, she would have surely tried to stop Chi-Chu from his actions, but today, she had no desire to save these ruffians. She merely turned her back on Grandma Mo and fell silent. "Kid, what, you still intend to make a scene here?" At this moment, Ma Chenfei and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the two ruffians frozen at the door. Otherwise, they would not have dared to speak to Chi-Chu with such audacity. However, Chi-Chu would not grant them any further opportunity. A protective shield rose to guard Grandma Mo's corner and the surrounding area. A tremendous fireball erupted, illuminating the entire South Street. All the ruffians, who had just been laughing heartily moments before, were engulfed in unimaginable heat, not even uttering a single cry as they were reduced to Ma Chenfei dead. The world fell silent once more, with all items remaining unchanged in their positions. Yet, all the ruffians had completely vanished from existence. Chi-Chu swiftly tidied up the aftermath at home, restoring everything to its former glory. "It's fine. It's fine. If need be, I can just prepare another batch." Grandma Mo's gentle voice reassured Chi-Chu and Mo Fengling. This was a pre-birthday celebration for Fengling. "Let's not be so glum. Those ruffians have been driven away, right? Young people ought to let go of things. Even this old lady isn't holding grudges." Grandma Mo remained unaware of Chi-Chu's actual deed, thinking he had merely scared them off. In the past, Fengling and I faced far worse hardships than this. Come, let me prepare again. Though fewer dishes may be made, it will still suffice for us. Chi-Chu nodded, watching Grandma Mo busily return to the kitchen. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Fengling, I need to step out once again. Stay home and be vigilant. Do not open the door under any circumstances. I have set up a protective barrier. Unless one is a mage, no one can enter if you don't open the door." Mo Fengling was taken aback, gazing into Chi-Chu's resolute eyes, and instinctively nodded in agreement. In the north of the city, the Nangu gang was one of the largest factions in Chang'e City. While they were not entirely malevolent, they had not committed many good deeds either. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. Starting from that afternoon, the ruffians of the Nangu gang seemed to have completely vanished without a trace. Many taverns and brothels instantly became quieter and safer. "Demon, demon, you are a demon. It can't be. I am already a novice mage. Why could the mage's shield not withstand this? Run. He is Chi-Chu. Prince Chu." In less than an hour, the Southern Song gang in the northern part of the city met with calamity. 17 estates, 132 souls, none emerged unscathed. Within these abodes, Chi-Chu had even rescued a number of women and children who had been abducted. Further solidifying his resolve to eradicate such scum, the Southern Song gang. Annihilate them, the Southern Song gang. In a tavern, Jean Dayo expressed his surprise that the prince had inquired about the Southern Song gang. "Your Highness, why do you ask about them? Have they offended you?" The matter surrounding the Southern Song gang was rather intricate. Originally, there were numerous factions within Longsong City, but at some point, several major gangs merged to form what is now known as the Southern Song gang. Their influence spread across the eastern, western, southern, and northern parts of the city, even infiltrating the heart of it, A veritable M-lang of characters. I have had dealings with some of their higher-ups in business. Though our connections were not deep, that I had previously been extorted for protection fees. Yet since aligning myself with you, no one has dared approach me again. Chi-Chu nodded and inquired with Jean Dio about several notable strongholds, not shying away from revealing his prowess as he soared through the air, unmasked. Half an hour later, in the southern, western, and eastern districts, all members of the Southern Song Gang met their demise or scattered. The underground force that had dominated Long Song City for nearly a decade disintegrated in mere hours. However, something seemed amiss. None of the higher-ups from the Southern Song Gang had made an appearance. I recalled a few ruffians mentioning the existence of high-level mages within their ranks. Chi-Chu shook his head and focused his gaze on the center of the city. The majority residing in the city center consisted of nobles and affluent merchants, where the last two strongholds of the Southern Song Gang remained. Curling his lip in disdain, he thought, "Dare you encroach upon my home, no matter where you are or who you may be. Today, Chi-Chu shall raise the Southern Song Gang to the ground." In the city, reports indicated that the Southern Song Gang's stronghold comprised several courtyard complexes. At the forefront stood a tall building inscribed with the characters for Southern Song, serving as a significant operational hub. When Chi-Chu arrived, it was dusk, and the sounds of revelry filled the air, oblivious to the fact that other locations had been thoroughly subdued by him. "I am Chi-Chu. Within 10 minutes, the entirety of the Southern Song Gang shall be eradicated. All idle bystanders, leave at once. Should anyone remain, they will be treated as accomplices, considering that there might still be some uninvolved individuals." Chi-Chu halted his actions, gathering his magical energy to unleash a thunderous roar that resonated throughout almost the entire central city, gently descending onto the rooftop of the Southern Song Tower. Chi-Chu produced a jar of fruit wine, savoring it slowly. At the Mage Guild president, that Chi-Chu has already eliminated nearly 1,000 members of the Southern Song Gang and 4 major branches within less than an hour, employing several large-scale spells. Gong Ping was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "What? So soon? Where is he now?" "He is currently heading towards the central city. I fear he intends to make a move against the Southern Song Gang's headquarters." "Damn it, that fellow has no sense of restraint upon striking. Come, we must hasten to see. We cannot allow this to escalate into chaos." With that, Gong Ping led an advanced mage as they swiftly took to the skies, disregarding the city's no-fly order, racing towards the central city with utmost urgency. In the Earl's residence of Long Song City. My Lord Earl, Elder Yi, that Chi-Chu is causing trouble again, this time. It was unclear how the Southern Song Gang had offended him, as he threatened to obliterate them within 10 minutes. The Earl's residence was also situated in the central city. Chi-Chu's proclamation had been clearly heard by both the Earl and the law enforcement elder Yi Rulong. Without the need for a servant to relay the message. My Lord Earl, we must intervene. We cannot permit Chi-Chu to act recklessly like this. Yi Rulong urged the Earl. "You are the true administrator of Long Song City. Should a disturbance arise, the consequences could be dire." Numerous factions, both large and small, including the Academy, dispatched representatives to the scene. In the eyes of these top-tier forces, Prince Chi-Chu was akin to a porcupine. Whoever dared to provoke him met with doom. This time, the target was the Southern Song Gang. It remained uncertain whether they would survive this onslaught. Meanwhile, time continued to elapse for Chi-Chu. Many onlookers in the Southern Song Tower began to depart, while chaos ensued among the upper echelons of the Southern Song Gang. "What is happening? Why has that calamity descended upon us? Quickly, summon the gang leader." "What? The leader is in seclusion. Hurry, fetch him, if he does not emerge. We are all doomed." "And no, this is bad. Reports have come in that the 4 major branches, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, have all been destroyed. We are left with just the Southern Song Tower." As the 10 minutes approached, Chi-Chu rose. He was astonished at how the Southern Song Gang's higher-ups displayed such a lack of composure. Not a single one had emerged to resist him thus far, even less than the previous branches had. Where were these people? Hiding in their homes. Did they believe that by cowering within, they could escape his wrath? Very well, if they choose not to come out, he would force them to. Chi-Chu gradually ascended into the air, gathering immense fireballs in both hands. Each fireball brimmed with formidable magical energy, a technique he had learned from Gong Ping. Meteor Swarm, and this was the ultimate version, with no cooldown. "Your Highness, hold." Just as Chi-Chu prepared to unleash the fireballs upon his unsuspecting targets, a voice rang out from afar, attempting to intervene. Gong Ping's complexion flushed, seemingly affected by his rapid flight. "Your Highness, I am uncertain what has transpired to incite such fury in you, though the Southern Song Gang may not hold a prestigious standing. They are indeed one of the significant factions within Longsong City. If you were to annihilate them, it could incite considerable unrest. Perhaps we should pause and discuss. There may be some misunderstandings at play. Gong Ping stepped forward to halt Chi Chu, as two individuals of mage rank suddenly appeared from a certain direction. Figures typically unseen, now emerging simultaneously. These two mages were none other than Yi Rulong from the Yi family, and a middle-aged man strikingly similar to Yi Haoran. Your Highness, what Chairman Gong said holds merit. I am Yi Yoji, the Earl of Longsong City. I had recently been in seclusion and neglected to pay my respects. I hope you will forgive me. Although the Southern Song Gang has a poor reputation, they have effectively curbed further disturbances from other underground factions. Even if you dismantle the Southern Song Gang today, it won't be long before the emergence of the Northern Song Gang or the Eastern Song Gang. Yi Yoji sighed, a touch of helplessness in his voice. Chi Chu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the first to intervene would not be the Southern Song Gang, but rather the Yi family and the Mage Guild. Misunderstanding? Huh. Indeed. It appears there are some misunderstandings. Chi Chu laughed heartily. In truth, my grievances with them were minor at first, but upon infiltrating their branch, I discovered that this scum truly deserves to be punished. There is no need to discuss misunderstandings. The wealthy indulge in their feast while the streets are littered with the bones of the frozen poor. You, being mages and nobles, have no comprehension of the hardships faced by the common folk. I shan't even bother with examples. If you wish to know the truth, go ask yourself when your wives and children are enslaved and violated. Then return to discuss reputation and misunderstandings with me. Yi Rulong sighed, aware that as the law enforcement elder, he understood these matters slightly better than the Earl and Gong Ping. He began to advise, Your Highness, in the past, Haoran may have unintentionally offended you, and we yielded out of respect for you. However, Longsong City ultimately falls under the jurisdiction of the Earl's residence. If you witness any wrongdoing, you may report it to the Earl's residence, where specialized city guards will address the issue. If you choose to withdraw, I, Yi Rulong, pledge to handle these matters personally. Chi Chu laughed once more. City guards. Do you know what I saw in those branches? It was as though the shadows of the city guards were non-existent. Longsong City indeed belongs to the Earl's residence, but let us not forget, while the Earl's residence may govern Longsong City, Longsong City has never belonged to the Earl's residence. Longsong City has always belonged to everyone. Since time immemorial, there has been no distinction between the noble and the lowly. After a brief pause, Chi Chu once again distanced himself. He spoke, No need for further words. My resolve is unwavering. The Nangu Gang shall be annihilated today. Following this declaration, Chi Chu summoned all his magical power and proclaimed to the entire city. From this day forth, I, Chi Chu, as a prince of the Qilan Empire, shall intervene in the investigation of the Nangu Gang in Shuazhou's Changgu City. The Laming Fortress will assist in this inquiry by establishing a special task force. Any grievances involving the Nangu Gang may be reported at this task force. As long as I, Chi Chu, remain in Changgu City, those who abduct women and children shall be executed. Those who oppress the common folk and abuse their power shall be slain. Those who misuse their authority for nefarious purposes shall be exterminated. The three declarations of death sent chills down the spines of all present. No one anticipated that the intervention of the Mage Association and the Earl's manor would not deter Chi Chu. Rather, it only fueled his wrath further. In quick succession, he hurled a colossal fireball, which split into hundreds of smaller fireballs, hurtling towards the so-called Nangu Tower. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts echoed throughout the central city, reducing much of the Nangu Gang's structures to ashes. Gong Ping sighed, having hesitated long between obstruction and acquiescence, ultimately choosing to remain an observer. Earl Yi Yoji's eyes widened in shock, instinctively reaching to extinguish the flames, only to be halted by Yi Rulong beside him. He was not merely representing himself, but the entire Qilan Empire's royal family. This matter was best left for those above to grapple with. Our priority is to ensure that the surrounding nobles remain unscathed. The fireballs in Chi Chu's hands continued to rain down. The fireworks, illuminated by the twilight, brightened the entire central city. Who dares to destroy my Nangu Gang? Just when everyone thought the dust was about to settle, a furious roar emanated from the west. It was Zhao Nange, the leader of the Nangu Gang. Zhao Nange? I recall he is also a mage, isn't he? Wasn't he in seclusion? No, something's amiss. Zhao Nange's aura. It has transcended. He has broken through to become a grand mage. A formidable presence surged from the west, drawing closer. Chi Chu steadied himself. Had the main player finally arrived? To establish such a vast gang in Changgu City, one must possess considerable strength. And now, the final fangs were about to be revealed. Upon hearing of the destruction of the Nangu gang, Zhao Nange initially struggled to believe it. The organization he had nurtured, a culmination of decades of effort, had been obliterated overnight as a Grand Mage. He had connections with several influential figures in the city, allowing him to feel secure in his seclusion. Yet, he never anticipated it would come to this. A mage, seemingly emerging from nowhere, had annihilated all he held dear. You shall pay dearly. Without uttering a word, Zhao Nange extended his palm, and suddenly, a massive, earthen-hued hand coalesced in the sky, crashing down towards Qi Chu. Qi Chu frowned. Zhao Nange's aura was even more potent than his own. This attack would be challenging to counter. Unfortunately, Qi Chu's response was somewhat delayed, forcing him to hastily conjure hundreds of shields. Boom! The violent impact sent Qi Chu crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Gang leader, he is a prince from the royal city. Please show mercy. At that moment, Gong Ping had no choice but to step forward once more. Acting as a mediator, Qi Chu was, after all, a prince. If he were to perish in Chang'e City, the ensuing turmoil would be considerable. The Earl Yi family remained silent, while other minor nobles exhibited expressions of intrigue. Qi Chu, the hedgehog, finally met his match. Goodness, who would have thought Zhao Nange, the usually reclusive leader, had silently advanced to Grand Mage. It has been decades since a Grand Mage graced Chang'e City. Within the depths of the crater, Qi Chu pushed himself up. Although the shields had absorbed most of the impact, a trace of blood still escaped from the corner of his mouth, wiping it away. He fixed his gaze firmly on Zhao Nange in the sky. No need for mercy. Let us battle. I wish to see just how formidable a Grand Mage truly is. A Grand Mage, strictly speaking. Aside from Long Kong, he was the strongest opponent Qi Chu had ever encountered. A surge of battle intent welled up within him, not merely due to the adversary, but also from a desire to gauge his own strength. Battle? What do you intend to fight me with? Zhao Nange scoffed at Qi Chu. Unless you ascend to Grand Mage, you will never comprehend the chasm between us. Young man, your actions are excessively reckless. Observing the flames still raging around, Zhao Nange radiated a brilliant light from within, quelling the fire and even restoring some buildings to their former glory. A prince? What of it? Young man, do not act with such impunity. If you fail to provide me with an explanation today, I shall not spare you. Even if you are a prince. Qi Chu smirked. Spare? You perhaps overestimate yourself. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a supreme healing spell, restoring all his wounds to pristine condition. The outcome of this clash remains uncertain. What does it matter if one is a Grand Mage? Today, I shall act with abandon. If one cannot act freely, then what purpose does my power serve? In Qi Chu's understanding, the path of a mage is one that follows one's heart. Let us battle. Minor spell. Flame Emperor. This was a minor spell Qi Chu had surreptitiously learned from Long Kong. Boasting immense power, and upon reaching its maximum level, it became his strongest offensive skill at this stage. In an instant, he transformed into a blazing inferno. As the flames dispersed and reformed, they coalesced into a towering fire giant, several dozen meters tall. Zhao Nange let out a cold snort. Ignorant fool, it seems you have merely mastered a minor spell. Today, I shall demonstrate the gulf that lies between us. A whirlwind of sand erupted between heaven and earth. A heavy aura gathering in the sky, slowly coalescing into a colossal stone statue. The oppressive weight of the statue surged forth, and its massive hand struck down towards Qi Chu, as if the sky itself were about to split apart. Ding! A message flashed in Qi Chu's mind. You have observed the grand spell, unmoved as a mountain. Your level is insufficient to learn it. Yet, Qi Chu felt no fear that he yearned to battle beyond his means. The primary difference between minor and grand spells lies in the former's reliance solely on the mage's own magical energy, while the latter can draw from the very essence of the world itself. However, Qi Chu was different. With his leveling system, he possessed numerous skills for magical recoil and feedback, allowing him to replenish his energy without external sources. Coupled with countless ultimate skills, these formed the foundation of his confidence. A grand spell? Do you think it grants you unbridled power? I have a mentor who taught me that rank does not define everything. I shall return this sentiment to you in full. There is indeed a gap between us, and one that you cannot fathom. Surrounded by flames, Qi Chu drew back an enormous bow. Elf Clan, 9-star conjunction, Flame Arrow, Undead Clan, Death Soul, Corrosive Enhancement, Beast Clan, Ultimate Frenzy, doubling all attributes. Each enhancement made Qi Chu's flame arrow shine brighter as he released it toward the imposing stone statue. As the two titans clashed, the surrounding mages began to panic. Damn it! Why must such a grand battle unfold within the city? Activate the city defense array. Activate the city defense array. We cannot allow these two to wreak havoc. As the two leaders engaged in combat, Earl Yoji retrieved a formation disc from his pocket. This was the core of the Changgu city's defense array. He had brought it along as a precaution, never expecting it would be put to such urgent use. A colossal membrane-like net unfurled slowly. Under the command of the core, striving to contain the battlefield within the city limits, sparing the surrounding populace from harm. His heart bled with anguish. Each activation of the defensive array demanded immense resources. And ultimately, these costs would fall upon the Duke's estate. How could this be possible? Unlike the Duke's faction, a significant number of individuals from the Mage Guild had arrived, their interest not in Chichu, but in the renowned Grand Sorcerer Kanenge. This was a living legend of a Grand Sorcerer. Any knowledge gleaned would undoubtedly benefit their path as mages. Astonishingly, Chichu and Kanenge exchanged blows with remarkable parity, even gaining the upper hand, casting minor spells that rivaled the potency of grand incantations. Was Chichu not of the wood element? He had previously employed wood-based minor spells. How had he now switched to fire? Have you not noticed? Chichu's magical energy consumption seemed boundless. He was nothing short of a monster. A typical sorcerer would have long since exhausted their power with such reckless expenditure, while the common folk struggled to comprehend the battle. Even the high-ranking mages and sorcerers found themselves bewildered. The myriad of peculiar techniques unleashed by Chichu struck at the most critical points. Although Kanenge was predominantly an earth element Grand Sorcerer, he should have long since subdued Qiu. As for Kanenge himself, his apprehension grew with each exchange. Chichu's spells appeared to be an insatiable abyss, were it not for the palpable aura he exuded. He might have suspected that Chichu had ascended to the rank of Grand Sorcerer as well. Keep going. Do not merely cower behind your shell. Unleash your full might. Chichu scoffed, mocking the earth element Grand Sorcerer, who had proven to be significantly weaker than he had anticipated. Initially able to withstand a few strikes, Kanenge had gradually retreated into a defensive stance. If not for his reliance on siphoning the elemental energies for protection, he would have been utterly defeated. Kanenge wished to retort, yet the reality of the battle was that he was indeed at a disadvantage. Your magical energy is almost depleted, is it not? I wonder how you shall fare then. You destroy my Nange gang, and rest assured, your own territory shall not fare any better. With nothing to lose, I fear no repercussions. I acknowledge your strength. You far surpass the average sorcerer, but your family and friends may not all be sorcerers. The Nange gang was, after all, a band of rogues, and Kanenge himself had risen from such origins, never having entertained the thought that misfortune would spare his kin. This is precisely why high-ranking sorcerers often leave a thread of mercy. You dismantle my Nange gang, and as long as I draw breath, prepare for my vengeance. Ha ha ha. Do not make me laugh. Chichu regarded him with disdain. My family, you seem to have forgotten my true identity. A Grand Sorcerer may be formidable, but in a small place like Changgu City, their power is limited. I currently have a rather influential elder brother, the sovereign of the Chilan Empire, should you truly possess the courage to provoke him. I would commend your audacity. However, I fear you shall not escape today. Do you truly believe I cannot breach your defenses? My hidden cards are far beyond your imagination. As he spoke, Chichu continued to unleash spells, forcing Kanenge into an open expanse. Elias, come forth and teach him a lesson. The battle had escalated to such a degree that allowing Kanenge to escape could spell dire consequences for Laming Fortress in the future. After careful consideration, Chichu summoned Elias directly. The Dragontair Elias surpassed Chichu in strength, a being comparable to a human Grand Sorcerer, making her the perfect counter to such a defensive shell. Roar. As the battle reached its zenith, the onlookers were astonished at how Chichu had managed to overpower the Grand Sorcerer Kanenge. Suddenly, a resounding roar of a dragon echoed, leaving the spectators even more perplexed. Look. What is that creature? Hiss. Where did this thing come from? It is a dragon? Indeed, it is a dragon, unmistakably akin to those described in ancient texts. Moreover, it appeared to be an adult frost dragon. Chichu gracefully leaped onto Elias's back. To be honest, although he had fought alongside her in the dragon realm for quite some time, this was the first time he revealed her in the real world. Initially, he had refrained from exposing Elias, fearing that others might covet her. But now, he possessed the means to protect himself. Kanenge was struck with alarm. Having witnessed Chichu's seemingly endless barrage of spells, he had already begun to contemplate retreat. Now, he had summoned a dragon. Heaven knows how this dragon came to be. Such creatures had not graced the continent in nearly a century. Elias, however, was unconcerned with the astonishment of others. This was her first time being unleashed by Chi-Chu, and she was quite exuberant. She had heard him speak of these people numerous times, yet today was the first time she truly laid eyes on them. Roar! Another furious roar erupted, unleashing a frigid breath of frost towards Kanan's position. The biting cold swept through, freezing even the air itself. Kanan erected a stone wall for defense, only to have it consumed by Elias's chilling aura. At that moment, he was engulfed by a profound sense of danger. If he did not flee, this newly ascended Grand Sorcerer would surely perish here. An adult dragon was not something mere mortals could withstand. Attempt to escape? Have you consulted Elias about that? Chi-Chu could see through Kanan's thoughts, his magical energy surging forth to construct cages that hindered Kanan's movements. Panic began to set in for Kanan. His eyes wide with despair. Here he was, a Grand Sorcerer, yet he found himself trapped, unable to seize even a chance to flee. You have forced my hand. Remember this. As long as I, Kanan, draw breath, I will repay today as humiliation 100-fold. Gritting his teeth, Kanan made a crucial decision, and no longer would he evade. The radiance enveloping him transformed into a deep grayish hue, casting an ominous shadow in the twilight. Ding! You have observed the grand spell Source Dissolution. Your tier is insufficient to learn it. Source Dissolution is an essential skill for every ascended Grand Sorcerer, and serves as the antithesis to grand spells. It allows one to offer their essence back to nature, instantly harnessing the powers of the earth and sky for greater strength, albeit at a significant cost. Recovery from its use could take years. Elias swiftly conjured a massive ice cage, but alas, Kanan's form gradually morphed into a wisp of gray stone, spiraling wildly through the sky, forcing the ice cage to crack. Escape was merely a matter of time. This cannot be allowed. He must not escape. Chi-Chu made a quick decision. To release a tiger back to the mountain would invite endless troubles. His magical energy surged, fervently reinforcing the cage. Unfortunately, it still proved inadequate. Countless thoughts raced through Chi-Chu's mind, myriad solutions flashing before him, until he fixated on a singular, audacious idea. He would use Elias as a source and break through to become a Grand Sorcerer now. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Chi-Chu's resolve solidified. The urgency of the situation left him with no other choice. He scarcely had time to contemplate the source of his power. He merely focused on channeling a fraction of his energy into Elias. In the next instant, he felt a flicker of feedback from his soul. The breakthrough was within reach. Now, he had to race against Kanan for time. Would he complete the fusion first, or would Kanan break free from Elias's icy prison first? You are attempting to fuse with the magical source. The source is the frost dragon Elias. Experience points 14151. Your soul is in a state of intense fluctuation. Fusion acceleration initiated. Experience points 51551. The leveling system has expedited progress. Experience points 95,141. Ding! You have leveled up to a first-tier Grand Sorcerer. Sufficient experience points available for upgrade. You have leveled up to a second-tier Grand Sorcerer. Third tier, fourth tier, fully leveled. Ding! You cannot upgrade to a first-ring Mage Saint without access to the Mage Tower's domain. Ding! You have comprehended the Grand Spell, Dragon God. Ding! You comprehend the source of the Grand Incantation. A torrent of information surged into Chi-Chu's mind, leaving him with an overwhelming sensation of impending defeat. He had not anticipated that the upgrade system would unleash its power at the final moment. Subsequently, Chi-Chu's aura surged uncontrollably, escalating from the pinnacle of a mage to the apex of a grand mage. His strength amplified drastically, and the confines of his power naturally became more formidable. With a casual wave, the ice magic instantly replenished Alicia's icy prison. The transformed figure of Xiaonan, now a stone element, was on the brink of escape but was forcibly compelled back. No. How can this be? You have advanced? No. Even if you have advanced, there is no way your power could have surged so dramatically. He found it utterly incomprehensible that just moments ago, Chi-Chu had been weak, relying on the dragon to restrain himself, yet now he could effortlessly suppress Xiaonan in his source-releasing state. Moreover, the aura clearly indicated he had reached the peak of a grand mage, or perhaps even beyond. Impossible, impossible. Overwhelmed with astonishment, the stone element momentarily ceased its struggle, gradually morphing back into Xiaonan's original form. His complexion was ashen, and he could scarcely muster any magic. There is nothing impossible. Chi-Chu retracted the ice wall and approached Xiaonan slowly. At this moment, he felt no fear of Xiaonan fleeing. No matter how he ran, Chi-Chu was confident he could eliminate him in an instant. You claimed there was a gap between us. This is the chasm that separates us. You are indeed formidable. One of the strongest individuals I have encountered thus far. Oh, but never mind. Initially intending to commend Zhao and Gu, he quickly reconsidered, recalling the monstrous beings in Long Kong, and hastily changed his tone. He sighed, a tinge of regret in his heart. Had it been at another time, I might have truly shown mercy, but not today. Today, the Zhao gang must be eradicated. I can trust your integrity as a grand mage, yet I cannot believe that as a leader. You remain oblivious to the sordid affairs of the lower ranks. I would rather believe that you are fully aware, yet choose to remain indifferent, viewing the lives of the common folk as mere trifles. You have indirectly caused the deaths of countless individuals. Therefore, I must kill you. Zhao Gu was taken aback. Realizing he had reached the end of his life, memories flooded back, and he slowly lowered his head. The Zhao gang of today is no longer the Zhao gang of the past. His original intentions had long since vanished without a trace. You speak the truth. Zhao Gu nodded, yet the next moment, he cast a disdainful glance at Chi-Chu. But anyone can utter sweet words. I acknowledge my change, yet I do not regret it. Do not pretend to be morally superior. It is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. Had I emerged victorious today, you would not utter such words. And without this dragon, you would certainly not prevail against me. The frost giant dragon? Ha! Do you truly dare to reveal such a thing? Do you genuinely believe that a single grand mage can safeguard such a legendary creature? As if foreseeing his inevitable demise, Zhao Gu cast a meaningful glance at Chi-Chu, a faint smile of relief gracing his lips. In the next moment, he directly obliterated his magical source. No breath remained. Thus, the Zhao gang, which had dominated Chang'e City for decades, even with a grand mage at its helm, crumbled to pieces in just a few short hours. Granny Imo, I have returned. The sun finally dipped below the horizon. Chi-Chu smiled as he pushed open the door, carrying 2 jugs of fruit wine into the courtyard. The duration of combat exceeded his expectations by several moments. The dishes on the table were already covered to prevent them from cooling, as Granny Imo and Imo Foling had been eagerly awaiting Chi-Chu's return. They were unaware of Chi-Chu's endeavors. But the tremendous tremors and flames that erupted in the city had already hinted at the gravity of the situation. However, it was a relief that Chi-Chu had returned safely, which surely indicated that matters had been resolved. Despite the turmoil, Granny Imo welcomed Chi-Chu and Imo Foling with unbridled joy. Chi-Chu regaled her with numerous amusing tales from Earth, casually performing a few minor tricks that elicited uncontrollable laughter from the grandmother and granddaughter. Alas, all 3 were acutely aware of the bittersweetness hidden behind their smiles. Granny Mo's time truly was running short. Chi-Chu, is it true that there are such wondrous things in your homeland? Cars that run without magic, lights that emit their own glow. Imo Fingling's eyes sparkled with curiosity, captivated by Chi-Chu's tales of marvels, not necessarily magical. Theoretically, as long as the materials are sufficient, it could be accomplished here as well. I'll see what I can find. Perhaps I can truly procure a few items. Although I cannot return to Earth, the technological realms within Long Kong also possess a wealth of advancements, and acquiring similar technology should pose no significant challenge. The power of science. A phrase flashed unexpectedly in Chi-Chu's mind, lingering stubbornly. No, wait. Hold on. Don't speak. Let me think. Chi-Chu gestured for Imo Fengling to remain silent, as he seemed to grasp something crucial. Science, technology. Suddenly, Chi-Chu's eyes sparkled with an undeniable excitement. Looking towards Granny Imo, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. I have found a solution. Chi-Chu slapped his forehead, realizing that he had been trapped in a misconception for an extended period, attempting to extend Granny Mo's life through magical means. However, such a monumental task was exceedingly arduous, even beyond the capabilities of a divine sorcerer like Chen Guan. Yet, when he mentioned Earth, he suddenly grasped the significance of science. When taken to its zenith, science is no less potent than magic. In fact, when it comes to the study of cells and life, it likely surpasses that of the magical realms. Granny Imo, please wait a moment. I need to step out for a bit. His excitement was palpable. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the high feasibility of his idea. Entering Long Kong, he proceeded directly to the Eastern Trading Guild, where he posted a high-priced request for assistance in extending life within the technological realm. As he had anticipated, Chi-Chu received numerous messages, yet regrettably, Granny Mo's condition was too severe. Among the myriad responses, most expressed their inability to assist in such a situation. That he did not lose hope, continuing to wait patiently. And after more than half an hour, a merchant from the technological realm caught his attention. The merchant indicated that while cellular degeneration could not be reversed, it could be managed through a cryogenic nutrient chamber to maintain minimal consumption. Although Granny Mo's condition could not be cured, it could be extended by several years through microscopic freezing. Chi-Chu quickly contacted the merchant and spent nearly 10,000 contribution points to purchase the device. Several years would be sufficient. While he could not treat Granny Mo at present, perhaps in the future, he would discover a remedy. Merely delaying was already a tremendous stroke of fortune. With a slight smile, he contemplated what gift to present to Mo Foling for her birthday. Surely, such a present would bring her great joy. Furthermore, the mere thought of technology ignited an unstoppable train of ideas in Chi-Chu's mind. If some technological advancements from the technological realm could be brought over, initiating a magical industrial revolution and establishing a modernized city would certainly be feasible. Moreover, if possible, Chi-Chu aspired to establish a magical internet. The efficacy of the frozen nutrient chamber exceeded all expectations. Chi-Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and even Mo Fongling displayed an expression of disbelief. Although there was some reluctance regarding the outcome of Grandma Mo residing in the nutrient chamber, it nonetheless sparked a glimmer of hope, which was infinitely preferable to the grim finality of death. This truly ranked as the most delightful birthday gift one could receive from childhood to adulthood. Within the nutrient chamber, Grandma Mo retained her benevolent countenance, and Mo Foling silently vowed to diligently cultivate her magical abilities in search of a remedy for her grandmother. Meanwhile, Chi-Chu was finally able to focus on the matters at hand. Beyond the routine daily rune etching, two issues occupied his primary attention. The first was the aftermath of the Southern Song Gang's downfall, as he had boasted across the city about implementing 3 strict decrees. Fortunately, the construction of Thunder Fort was nearing completion, and Tangyi was gradually becoming available, allowing Chi-Chu to establish dedicated complaint points at the 5 branches of the former Southern Song Gang. To his surprise, this investigation uncovered numerous wrongful cases and dismantled several nefarious gangs. Initially, the Earl's residents harbored some objections to Chi-Chu's overreach, but upon hearing the harrowing truths from the grassroots level, a rare silence enveloped them. In the end, they even volunteered personnel to assist Chi-Chu. After a month of rigorous enforcement, the atmosphere of Chang'e City was thoroughly cleansed. The second matter was even more significant than the first. It pertained to Chi-Chu's burgeoning concept of a mage network, inspired by technological advances. On Earth, the internet has interconnected the entire world. If a mage network could be successfully established, the benefits accruing to Chi-Chu as its master would be beyond imagination. Such a thing truly exists. In the Dragon Void, Chi-Chu rummaged through various materials and equipment at the Trading Association, and indeed discovered a range of base stations from the technological dimension. The concept of a mage network had already been conceived by other mages. The technological dimension had even established a complete production line, selling not only to mages but also to beast tribes, elves, and various other dimensions. As long as one possesses a degree of contribution, one need not lift a finger, and an entire world network could be constructed for them. This is exorbitantly priced, Chi-Chu lamented. A base station covering 10 miles costs over 10,000 contribution points. While it might not be an issue to cover all of Chang'e City, extending coverage to the entirety of the Qilin Empire would reach astronomical figures. Not to mention the vast lands beyond it. Despite the costs, Chi-Chu remained undeterred in his ambitions. If the base stations were too pricey, he could start from the ground up by purchasing a batch of intelligent robots and gradually attain prosperity. Moreover, he could establish various schools within the mage world, recruit talents, and initiate a new mage revolution. Rome was not built in a day, and Chi-Chu did not intend to realize his grand vision in the short term. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and as long as he held this determination, the day of achieving his goals would not be far off. However, just as Chi-Chu prepared to take that first step, someone from the academy approached him. To his astonishment, it was his teacher. Shin Tuesday, the academy grand tournament? Are you certain you want me to participate? Chi-Chu was utterly bewildered. His aspirations reached for the stars and the sea. Yet Shin-Tu was notifying him to partake in a mere academy tournament. Wouldn't that be tantamount to bullying? Shin-Tu quickly explained. It then dawned on Chi-Chu that he had indeed requested to attend the tournament. Several months prior, when Shin-Tu had mentioned the academy tournament, Chi-Chu had expressed a desire to practice rune combat and learn additional skills, thus asking Shin-Tu to register him. Initially, Chi-Chu lacked the qualifications. This tournament encompassed not only Chang'e City but also the academies of the other 2 major cities in Shuazhou. However, once Chi-Chu made his intentions known, Shin-Tu had gone to great lengths to facilitate his entry, resulting in the current situation. No worries. A trip for fun could also be quite enjoyable. Shintu merely came to inform him, stating that if Chi-Chu did not wish to attend, he could find another candidate. Nevertheless, Chi-Chu agreed to go, eager to enjoy the scenery and, by the way, help Chang'e Academy secure first place, thus justifying his time spent studying there. The Chilean Empire comprises 9 major continents, with Shuazhou located at the far west. Shuazhou is home to 3 major cities, Chang'e City, Shuayan City, and Xihua City, arranged in a triangular formation, with Chang'e City situated at the westernmost point. Further west lies an expanse of endless mountains and forests, the outermost of which is known as the Qiling Mountain Range, and deeper within is simply referred to as the depths of the Great Mountains. This academy tournament, held once every 5 years, serves as a competition between the 3 academies, as well as a contest among the 3 major cities in Shuazhou. The previous tournament took place in Chang'e City, yet due to unfortunate circumstances, they ended up at the bottom, causing a considerable loss of face. This year's venue is Xihua City, and all the students from Chang'e are eager to redeem their honor. Chi-Chu initially intended to inform Mo Fengling about his upcoming journey, only to discover that she was also a seed candidate for this competition. The tournament is divided into 3 tiers: beginner class, advanced class, and elite class. The beginner class comprises students like Mo Fengling, who have only just embarked on their apprenticeship, while the advanced class includes apprentices to novice mages. Lastly, the elite class mainly consists of those who have officially begun their journey as mages, with at least the minimum qualification of being a novice mage. Upon learning this information, Chi-Chu felt increasingly embarrassed. Here he was, a grand archmage, participating in such a novice competition. And even Mo Fengling couldn't suppress her laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "No laughing aloud. I am indeed a beginner class student. I have been learning runes from scratch and have spent over half a year in the beginner class, fulfilling all the competition requirements." As he spoke, Chi-Chu found himself blushing uncontrollably to prevent high-level mages from entering lower classes and cheating. There is typically a 3-month transition period, necessitating that one must study for over 3 months in a class and not advance to a higher tier to be eligible for competition. Who would have thought that a remarkable individual like Chi-Chu would emerge, immensely powerful yet thoroughly engaged in mastering the most fundamental runes? Among the 3 teachers leading the group, Chi-Chu was quite familiar with the instructor of the beginner class, who happened to be his history teacher, namely Liangzhu, affectionately referred to by Chi-Chu as Old Li. The history course primarily covered the empire's history and the evolution of magic, with the instructor often implying the importance of loyalty to the empire during lessons. As a result, Chi-Chu had found himself dozing off in class on numerous occasions. Initially, when unaware of Chi-Chu's true identity, the teacher had admonished him several times, but after Chi-Chu's identity was revealed and visitors began flocking to the academy, Old Li could only suppress his as they departed from Chang'e City towards Xihua City. The entire cohort of participating students formed a grand procession of about 30 individuals. However, upon Chi-Chu's arrival within the ranks, an uproar ensued. Am I seeing things? Is the king of the underworld participating in the tournament? What is going on? He is wearing the beginner class uniform? The king of the underworld has indeed been in the beginner class for over half a year, so he qualifies to participate. A small voice emerged. Yet, all the students remained in a state of confusion, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and disbelief, although Chi-Chu was not significantly older than them. His legendary feats of single-handedly battling archmages had long since circulated throughout Chang'e City. This was a person capable of taking on an entire city. Now he was here to compete alongside them? What an absurd joke. However, after the initial shock, a wave of excitement rose within them. Chi-Chu's presence seemed to herald a promising chance for Chang'e City to achieve an outstanding ranking. They could hardly wait to witness the bewildered expressions of the students from the other 2 cities. Chang'e City was certain to secure first place this time. The journey from Chang'e City to Xihua City is quite extensive. For an ordinary person, it would take at least 4 to 5 days of walking. However, fortunate for us, we are accompanied by instructors from the academy, and since the entire group consists of mages, our pace is considerably swifter than anticipated. We set off in the morning, and, by evening, we had already arrived in Xihua City. Throughout the journey, everyone struggled to contain their excitement, and they were pleasantly surprised to discover that Chi-Chu did not exude the formidable aura that legends described. If it weren't for a fellow student pointing it out, they would hardly have believed that this unassuming boy beside them was the fabled king of hell, Chu. Prince Chi. We shall soon enter Xihua City, and our accommodations are reserved at Jiayu Restaurant. What do you think? The leading instructor of the elite class, a bearded high-ranking mage named Xiang Yang, approached Chi-Chu to inquire as they neared the city. It's fine. You may decide as you wish, and please, there's no need to address me as Prince. Simply call me Chi-Chu, or treat me as a student from the junior class. Chi-Chu responded with a smile. Although I will be participating in the upcoming competition, I won't be employing advanced spells. I intend to rely solely on the most fundamental rune spells in battle. We ought to maintain a low profile. Since we are here to enjoy ourselves, a swift victory would be rather dull. This is an excellent opportunity for me to practice my rune spells. Chi-Chu had been studying runes for over half a year, and it was time to learn how to wield spells in their most primitive form. Xiang Yang nodded in agreement. Chi-Chu's perspective was commendable, as he often felt somewhat anxious during their conversations. Before long, the group entered Shihua City. At first glance, Shihua City appeared significantly larger and more prosperous than Chang'e City. It was evening, and numerous street vendors had set up stalls. Their flamboyant gestures and the myriad of goods captivated the junior students. How do you find this place? Chi-Chu remarked, noticing that Mo Ling seemed particularly intrigued by the offerings. We can explore a bit later tonight. Mo Ling nodded. The sight of these vendors reminded her of her grandmother, who once ran a similar stall, where Mo Ling frequently helped tidy up. Jiayu restaurant exuded an air of elegance, with rumors suggesting that its owner was a high-ranking mage. The rooms were quite expensive, typically unaffordable for commoners, yet the lavish academy had reserved the entire venue. Such expenditures were mere trifles compared to the materials required for a mage's training. Mages never skimped on their comforts. Originally, Chi-Chu was assigned a luxurious suite surpassing even that of the instructors, but he promptly declined, opting instead for a room adjacent to Mo Ling's, designated for junior students. After organizing their belongings, the mages gradually exited the restaurant. With the competition set to commence the following day, many mages were visiting Shihua City for the first time, making the most of this opportunity to wander about. It must be said that Shihua City's attractions and various stalls were far more developed than those in Chang'e City. Chi-Chu was also drawn to many peculiar items, laughing heartily with Mo Ling. Unable to contain his joy, "Boss, I'll take 2 skewers of that. No need for change." Chi-Chu suddenly felt reminiscent of his past visits to food streets, and with the charming company by his side, an inexplicable sense of happiness washed over him. He casually tossed a gold coin, the smallest denomination he possessed, into the vendor's hands. The vendor expressed his gratitude profusely, and for a moment, all were filled with joy. "Third brother, quite a number of academy students have arrived near Bridge Street, among them a particularly plump pair. Don't worry, I've checked. That man has no magical fluctuations at all, and the woman has just begun her training as an apprentice. They are undoubtedly easy targets. All right, I'll keep a close watch on them. Wait for the right moment to strike." Mo Ling was in high spirits, and naturally, Chi-Chu's mood lifted in tandem. Suddenly, Chi-Chu's gaze fell upon a shifty-eyed man who had been tailing them for quite some time. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This man was clearly a thief. Had they been in Chang'e City, he would have been swiftly apprehended during the crackdown. Yet here in Shihua City, the notorious king of hell, Chu, found himself the target of a petty thief. As the man approached, Chi-Chu's mind raced with various thoughts. Should he roast him, freeze him, braise him, capture the thief? However, just as Chi-Chu prepared to teach the thief a lesson, a clear voice rang out beside him, startling the thief into fleeing. Turning to look, he saw a girl with a ponytail chasing after the thief, attempting to catch him. Unfortunately, the thief was evidently a seasoned criminal, weaving through the crowd, and the girl was quickly losing ground. Chi-Chu smirked slightly and waved his hand. A stone suddenly sprang up from beneath the thief's feet, causing him to tumble unceremoniously into the dirt. As the crowd parted in surprise, the ponytailed girl stepped forward, spitting in disdain. "Return what you stole." "I didn't. I haven't stolen anything yet." The thief protested, his face twisted with resentment. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Chi-Chu's small bag was so conspicuous. How had the thief failed to snatch it? "How dare you steal in broad daylight? The city guards will be here any moment." "But it's already quite late." The thief whined, feeling wronged. "That doesn't make it acceptable." The thief, feeling defeated, clambered to his feet and, feigning innocence, seized the opportunity to escape into an alleyway. At that moment, Chi-Chu and Mo Ling approached. Chi-Chu observed the girl. She appeared to be wearing the academy's uniform, though it was from Shihua City, not Chang'e. Her neat ponytail conveyed a sense of competence. "Are you just going to let that thief go?" Chi-Chu inquired. Puzzled, he could tell that if the girl truly wished to capture the thief, she certainly could have. With a wry smile, she shook her head. "What else could I do? Are you suggesting I drag him to the city guards? Such scoundrels are often released within days, and if I did take him in, I'd have to worry about his accomplices seeking revenge. It's fortunate that nothing was stolen." You two are also academy students. Shouldn't you be more cautious when venturing out? The principle of keeping wealth discreetly is surely not lost on you. Chi-Chu shrugged. He couldn't very well admit that he had deliberately lured the thief. He could only express his gratitude. I am Chi-Chu, and this is Mo Fo Ling. We are students from Chang'e City Academy. I see. I'm Xiaolon, a student from Shihua City Academy. I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate encounter on your first day. I will certainly report this to the city guards when I return. Xiaolon was a chatty girl, and upon learning that Chi-Chu and his companion were out for an evening stroll in Shihua City, she eagerly offered to act as their guide, eager to extend her hospitality. Despite being from different academies and the impending competition, Xiaolon bore no inclination towards distance. That it must be said, having a local guide made Chi-Chu and Mo Fengling's exploration far more enjoyable, revealing a plethora of intriguing sights. Feeling somewhat fatigued from their adventures, Chi-Chu and Mo Fengling sought a place for a late-night snack. They intended to invite Xiaolon to join them, but she seemed to have other matters to attend to and departed ahead of them. The establishment they approached was a barbecue stall, one that Xiaolon had recommended. Mo Fengling was astonished. Such open-air barbecue stalls did not exist in Chang'e City. Chi-Chu was momentarily taken aback as well. Aside from the differing menu, this barbecue stall closely resembled those on Earth, leading him to wonder if they had indeed come to the right place. This outdoor barbecue stall was quite expansive. Although situated in a somewhat remote area, it was bustling with business. By the time Chi-Chu and Mo Fengling arrived, nearly every seat was occupied. They finally managed to secure a table by the riverside. And upon observing the busy servers around them, Mo Fengling exchanged a joyful glance with Chi-Chu, bursting into laughter. What is it? What could possibly be so amusing? Nothing. I just find it surreal that a prince like you is dining with someone as common as me. Moreover, he even joined me in vying for a spot at this barbecue stall. Chi-Chu chuckled heartily. You seem to be unaware, but back in my hometown, there's a saying, the domineering CEO falls in love with me. He intended to make a playful remark, not expecting Mo Fengling to comprehend it. Thus, he shifted the conversation to another topic. Mo Fengling, indeed unfamiliar with the concept of a domineering CEO, nonetheless grasped the phrase falls in love with me, which caused her face to flush crimson, transforming her smile into a delicate expression of shyness. Observing Chi-Chu's earnest demeanor brought an inexplicable sense of tranquility and exhilaration to her heart. Only when a servant approached to inquire about their desired dishes did the atmosphere ease slightly. The aroma of the barbecue was quite delightful. Even the notoriously discerning Chi-Chu found no faults, secretly resolving to have Jean Dayo set up a barbecue stall in Chang'e City, as it would be a delightful diversion to visit occasionally for a meal. Tiangu, you've come today. Please, have a seat, exclaimed a boisterous voice. Bring forth the finest food and drink. A distinguished guest is expected today. Halfway through their meal, Chi-Chu furrowed his brow slightly as a raucous crowd surged in from a distance. Their words far from decorous. It was likely yet another gang, a phenomenon nearly extinct in Chang'e City, yet here he was, encountering them twice in quick succession upon arriving in Shihua City. Chi-Chu did not intervene too heavily. After all, he was merely a transient in Shihua City, harboring no intention of causing a stir on such a splendid evening. That he waved his hand, casting a minor soundproofing spell, which rendered the world significantly quieter. However, in the end, he caught snippets of words like Chang'e City and distinguished guest, prompting him to cast a few extra glances. The arrival of the ruffians did not diminish the barbecue stall's business. It seemed the patrons had grown accustomed to their presence. Soon, another dozen or so individuals jostled through the crowd, nearly claiming a third of the barbecue stall for themselves. At the center of this throng stood a burly man adorned with tattoos even on his neck, exuding an aura of menace. Many scattered guests, upon the proprietor's inquiries, begrudgingly ceded a few tables to them. Among the newcomers, one sharp-eyed man with a shifty gaze fixated intently on Chi-Chu's table, whispering to a companion, "Third brother. That's them, the fat sheep I mentioned. Humph, if it weren't for that woman interrupting earlier, we could have had a feast today." The man known as Third Brother cast a fleeting glance, mentally noting the situation, determined to treat this distinguished guest with utmost care. Songjin had been facing a string of misfortunes this month. He was the leader of a small gang in Chang'e City. While not comparable to a behemoth like the Nange gang, he still held some sway among the common merchants and nobles. Rising from humble beginnings, he had fought tooth and nail to reach this point. Initially, he had anticipated that with the downfall of the Nange gang, his Liuhe gang could revel in newfound supremacy, seizing a majority of the enterprises and ascending to the pinnacle of success. However, he had not foreseen the terror that was Chu Yanwang. After a month of crackdowns, 3 edicts from the Yama king had ruthlessly obliterated all gangs, great and small. Originally, the edict had a different name, something akin to the suppression order, but for those in the underworld, it was unmistakably the summons of the Yama king. Ultimately, Song Jun had made the painful decision to lead his remaining followers out of Chang'e City half a month prior. Fortuitously, his foresight allowed for an early escape. During the third wave of crackdowns, the Mage Guild and the Count's mansion had joined in, making survival a question mark. Now, Chang'e City had transformed into a vacuum for gangs, with no new ruffians daring to emerge. After careful consideration, Song Jun, along with a dozen loyal subordinates, journeyed to Shihua City, drawn by its greater prosperity and the presence of a former subordinate. Upon hearing of his arrival, his little brother warmly welcomed him, and after some socializing, it was now time for a late-night snack. Songgu. This is the renowned barbecue stall of Shihua City, although it's somewhat out of the way. The flavor is unparalleled. The speaker, known as Third Brother, was meticulous in both his actions and demeanor. The barbecue stall was bustling, and as Songjin approached, Tian Guan stood ready to greet him. Song Lauda. This way. Songjin felt a warmth in his heart. This once little brother, now grown, still held him in such high regard. Memories of his past experiences in the Nange gang brought a sting to his eyes. However, as he glanced over, his gaze unexpectedly lingered on a pair of figures, feeling an odd familiarity in their silhouettes, though he could not place where he had seen them. He sighed and shook his head, unnerved by the lingering fear instilled by Chu Yanwang. Out of seats. Just ask them to vacate a table. Are you worried we won't pay? Tian Guan frowned slightly. Indeed, many brothers had come today, yet the stall's attendant claimed there was no room. This was clearly a slight against him. Our expenditures will surpass theirs. Those two little lovebirds are so scrawny, occupying such prime space. What a waste. Get them to leave. Bring out more tables and chairs. Today, I shall not leave until I've drunk my fill with Song Degu. Do you know who Song Degu is? When he was out and about, you lot hadn't even sprouted your first hairs. Hurry up and resolve this. Upon Tian Guan's command, 2 or 3 dozen ruffians erupted in laughter. The atmosphere instantly lifted. However, after a while, the attendant reluctantly returned. Tian Lauda. That couple refuses to move, and we truly have no other space available. What? They refuse? Tian Guan frowned. How could these attendants be so lacking in discernment? Did they not see his former leader present? How could they let him lose face like this? Humph, they truly had some nerve. A subordinate had initially intended to drive the couple away, but Tian Guan stopped him, rising to his feet. Songgu, wait a moment. I must personally see who dares to be so bold. Initially, Chichu had been somewhat displeased by the ruckus caused by the ruffians. But after yielding slightly and casting a soundproofing spell, his irritation grew as they demanded the attendant to make him change seats to accommodate them. In Chichu's eyes, these individuals were akin to mere ants. Yet they dared to provoke him repeatedly. Were they truly so brazen? Glancing back, he noticed that the person fixating on him in the corner was none other than the thief he had encountered earlier. Such a twist of fate. If he did not deal with this group soon, he would feel remiss. Kid, do you know who I am? Oh, a student from the academy, from Chang'e City. Chinguan scrutinized him closely, noting the absence of any magical aura emanating from Chi Chu, while Mo Foling appeared to be merely a novice apprentice, allowing him to relax. These two were certainly recent students from the academy competition. Generally, Chun Guan would avoid trouble with them, but with his former leader visiting today, he could not let them look down on him. Look at how many brothers we have. How about giving me some face and letting us have the seats? Chi Chu merely cast him a bland glance, slowly finishing a piece of meat. He replied, "Scram." Upon hearing Chi Chu's response, the ruffians erupted in astonishment. Was this kid out of his mind? They had a full 30 people on their side. Even if he was a mage, he should still retreat somewhat. Moreover, their leader, Chen Guan, had also come from the Shihua City Academy and had now reached the level of a junior mage, making him a semi-mentor to Chi Chu. You want me to scram? Chen Guan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Chi Chu's audacity. Huh? You want me to scram? Recovering from his shock, Chen Guan could not help but burst into laughter. Kid, just for that remark. No matter who comes today, I'll teach you a lesson. I've been in this area for so long, and there are hardly any who dare to tell me to scram. Do you think students from Chang'e City can make waves in Shihua City? Observing the expression on Chen Guan's face, the surrounding lackeys collectively gasped. It was abundantly clear that their leader was incensed. The patrons nearby also sensed the disquiet, hastily vacating their once crowded tables to avoid any collateral damage. Suddenly, a resounding clap pierced the air, rendering the venue utterly silent, even eliciting a look of astonishment from Chen Guan. This sharp crack was not delivered by Qi Chu, but rather by his older brother, Song Jun, who had approached from behind. Initially, Chen Guan assumed Song Jun had come to support him, but to his shock, he received a heavy slap to the back of his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Get out! We're leaving now, everyone! Hurry up and go!" The first statement was directed at Qi Chu, delivered with a tone of utmost deference and flattery. The second was a near roar aimed at the lackeys behind him. "Songge, you?" Chen Guan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom why his older brother would suddenly act in such a manner. Do not speak. Just leave. Go as far as you can. Another harsh kick followed. Then, the burly man, nearly 6 feet tall, unexpectedly knelt before Qi Chu. "Chu Yan, Prince Chu, my brothers have erred in judgment. Please spare them. I assure you. I promise to take them away." Song Jun's speech was incoherent. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "We apologize for this incident. We should not have forcefully taken a seat. We ought not," he muttered, repeatedly slapping his own face in distress. Unlike others, he was acutely aware. If they did not admit their fault today, it could mean death for everyone present. "Ah, you recognize me." Qi Chu regarded Song Jun with interest. With a slight gesture, he lifted the kneeling man back to his feet. I once had the fortune of seeing the prince at Tingyu Pavilion." Song Jun's tone was exceedingly humble, fearful of inciting the prince's displeasure. In truth, he had encountered Qi Chu more than once. On one occasion, he witnessed this very youth wipe out a coalition of 4 or 5 small gangs, leaving not a trace of the 200 men who had opposed him. Had he not arrived late, he too might have met a grim fate. This incident prompted him to lead his lackeys away from Chang'e City. "Very well," Qi Chu shrugged. Adhering to the adage of not striking a face that bears a smile, he deemed it unnecessary to escalate matters further and simply waved for Song Jun to depart. Turning to the still-dazed Chen Guan, Qi Chu smiled and remarked, "You are fortunate to have such a commendable older brother. Your life has been salvaged by his kneeling." Chen Guan was about to protest, but was forcefully dragged away by Song Jun. At the barbecue stall, 2 groups of lackeys were present, one from Xihua City and the other fleeing with Song Jun from Chang'e City. The Xihua City group left begrudgingly, while the ruffians from Chang'e City vanished in an instant, compelling the Xihua City lackeys to follow suit. From the perspective of the patrons at the barbecue stall, the young man seated by the riverbank had not even stood up, yet had completely intimidated dozens of people into retreating, prompting speculation about his identity. Who is he? Could he be a descendant of some noble? "He appears to hail from Chang'e City. I suspect he must be the offspring of a mage. A mage. Chen Guan himself is a novice mage and has connections with senior mages. He surely would not find himself in such dire straits." Opinions varied, yet no one guessed correctly. The peculiar glances directed at Qi Chu ultimately compelled him and Mo Foling to exit prematurely. Meanwhile, on Chen Guan and Song Jun's side, the gang erupted in a frenzy. "Brother Song, what is the meaning of this? Are we to fear him? Does he have a mage backing him? You need not worry. After you brought me to Xihua City for my studies, I made numerous acquaintances. Today, I shall restore your honor." Finally regaining his senses, Chen Guan was consumed with rage, frustrated that he had been caught off guard by his brother's slap, which prevented him from retaliating. Otherwise, he would have taught that young man a lesson in no time. Another resounding slap echoed. "Do you know who he is?" Song Jun exclaimed, filled with frustration. "He is someone we cannot afford to provoke. He is Chu Yanwang." Chu Yanwang. Such a figure exists in Chang'e City. Chen Guan pondered, though he could not recall where he had heard the name recently. Could he possibly rival a mage? "Brother Song, a mage owes me a favor and has promised to assist me thrice. We need not fear him." Chen Guan still believed his brother had grown timid, kneeling before someone. After all, a man's knees should not bow so easily. A mage, he is at the pinnacle of great mages. In fact, there have been great mages who have fallen to him. Should he unleash his wrath, the entirety of Xihua City may not withstand it. The Luhe gang, once numbering 200 or 300 just a month ago, is now reduced to fewer than 50. The various factions in Chang'e City, totaling tens of thousands, have all been wiped out by him. Do you even comprehend who he is? He is the brother of the current emperor, Prince Chu. He is the pinnacle of Chang'e City, a great mage. He is, quite literally, a living embodiment of the king of hell. To be honest, Qi Chu was entirely unaware that in the eyes of the thugs, he had transformed into the king of hell. Had he known, he would surely feel aggrieved. He had personally engaged in combat no more than 3 times. And even then, one instance was against the Nange gang. Beyond that, all the ensuing actions were executed by the subordinates of Lei Ming Fort, alongside those from the Earl's residence and the Mage Guild. It was unjust to portray him as a butcher. Chi-Chu had only dealt with the truly nefarious, and even during his time with the Nangu gang, he had spared numerous newly inducted ruffians. Gradually, he and Mo Fengling returned to the Jiayu Tavern. Although their evening had encountered minor interruptions, it was overall a pleasant experience. That night, they both slept soundly. However, for the denizens of Shihua City, it became a night of unrest, for the King of Hell had arrived. Who among the guilty could find repose? The following day dawned bright and fair. The Academy's grand competition was a significant event, rendering the city particularly lively. The competition took place not within the confines of Shihua City Academy, but rather at a newly erected arena just outside the city, allowing for a more expansive venue and granting the common folk an opportunity to witness the event. Who knows? Perhaps someone might awaken to the path of a mage as a result. The Academy's grand competition consisted of 3 rounds. The preliminary, advanced, and elite competitions on a platform representing Chang'e City Academy. The mentor of the elite class, Xiang Yang, reiterated the rules of the contest to all the students. In the preliminary round, each academy would send forth 20 students from the junior class, totaling 60 participants. Given that most were apprentices, the scope of the competition was limited to rune recognition, rune engraving, and basic spellcasting. Each project would be ranked, and the cumulative scores would determine the final standings. In the advanced round, each academy would send 10 students, similarly competing in the 3 projects, but with the addition of arena matches, which carried significant weight in the scoring. The elite class had but one rule: strength would dictate the outcome. Employing an elimination format in the arena, Xiang Yang meticulously explained the intricacies of each stage of the competition, and Chi-Chu felt a twinge of disappointment as a member of the junior class. He had hoped to showcase his prowess in the arena, only to find that such a match would not be included. Nevertheless, it is a good thing. His foundational skills have all been cultivated from scratch. Seizing this opportunity, he also wishes to assess the extent of his mastery over runes. The academy competition lasts a total of 6 to 7 days, commencing with the preliminary class. The schedule for the first day includes rune recognition in the morning and rune engraving in the afternoon. The foundational spellcasting segment is reserved for the following day. Subsequently, once the preliminary class concludes, the advanced class competition will formally commence, maintaining a pace of 1 segment every half-day. Soon, a sorceress clad in a crimson cloak announced the commencement of the competition. The first match in the preliminary round is rune recognition. Within the arena, hundreds of basic runes, several intermediate runes, and 3 concealed advanced runes will appear at random. Participants must inscribe the names of the runes they recognize on a piece of white paper, with their scores ranked according to the number of runes identified. The duration of the competition is 1 hour, and any form of cheating is strictly prohibited. Those caught will be disqualified from the remainder of the competition and subjected to severe penalties. After delivering her instructions, a piece of white paper floated before each participant, and the sorceress in the crimson cloak slowly retreated to the judging panel. President Gong, how have you been? I never expected that you would represent Chang'e City this year, remarked a rotund individual seated among the 4 judges, addressing Gong Ping. Gong Ping nodded, as the president of the Chang'e City Academy had some pressing matters to attend to and entrusted him, as the president of the Mage Guild, to take his place. The chubby speaker was Zhou Bin, the vice president of the Xian City Academy, and a longtime friend of Gong Ping. The other 2 judges were Cu, the president of the Mage Guild from Shihua City, and the current Academy president, Elder Mu.Siu. The sole female judge donned a red cloak and exuded an aura of mystery, prompting Gong Ping to speculate whether she had ascended to the rank of Grand Magus. Ha ha ha, this time, Chang'e City must put forth their best effort. I recall in the last competition, you all suffered a complete defeat across all classes. Zhou Bin teased as he leaned closer to Gong Ping. Among the 4 judges, the woman maintained a stoic demeanor, while Elder Mu, being significantly older, could only approach Gong Ping for conversation. Gong Ping offered a wry smile. Indeed, in the previous competition held in Chang'e City, the defeat had been rather humiliating. No worries. This year should yield some improvement. That I remember there is a student named Fang Yuan in the elite class with considerable potential. Historically, the performance of Chang'e City in competitions had not been particularly stellar, primarily due to its remote location and a population nearly half that of other cities, resulting in a significant disadvantage when selecting participants for both preliminary and advanced classes. The few times they achieved commendable rankings in past competitions were thanks to the exceptional talents from the elite class. Shall we engage in a friendly wager? Watching these youngsters compete is rather dull. Zhou Bin suggested that a wager. Gong Ping shook his head. I have no money. Who said anything about betting money? That would spoil our camaraderie. Let us wager 3 advanced spell runes as a means of friendly exchange, Jobin replied with a grin, casting a glance at the arena. I've come here to catch my breath since my recent research on runes has yielded little progress. Then it's settled. Let us see which academy student in the preliminary class secures the top spot. Seeing Jobin's enthusiasm, Gong Ping felt he could not delay further. After all, even if they shared spell runes, it would hardly impact him, as he was the long-standing president of the guild. I shall bet on Shuayan City. Which academy do you wish to support? Or are you inclined to encourage Chang'e City? Gong Ping replied with another wry smile. Chang'e City had historically been at the bottom of the ranks in the preliminary class, and Jobin was clearly teasing him. Chang'e City, Gong Ping conceded, though he was not optimistic about their chances. However, as the representative judge for Chang'e City, he could not show favoritism towards another academy. I shall support Shihua City, Siyu interjected unexpectedly, startling both Jobin and Gong Ping. The cold and aloof Siyu was engaging with them. What? Am I not allowed to place a bet? Her voice was melodious yet made Jobin feel somewhat uneasy. Of course, you are allowed, he stammered. Soon, the wager was established, and the judges once again focused their attention on the arena. Although it was a preliminary match, it must be noted that the participants included nearly all the top talents from the Shuazhou mages. Gong Ping observed the runes flashing across the arena and sighed, as some of the runes appeared somewhat unfamiliar to him, blurring in his memory. Suddenly, Gong Ping's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with a certain figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the youth at the center of the arena was none other than Qi Chu. Gong Ping's mind momentarily short-circuited, failing to register the situation. Qi Chu, what brings you here? Why is this strange occurrence happening? Am I hallucinating? Did Siyu's presence startle you? Jobin nudged the dazed Gong Ping. I had already set my sights on a few of her runes. Given how mysterious Siyu is, she must possess quite a few valuable items, he replied. Ding, you have observed the basic spell rune. Water Flow Wave, experience points 452. Ding, you have observed the basic spell rune. Wind Wings. Experience points 1823. Ding, you have observed the basic spell rune. Accelerated Growth, experience points 6142. Ding, you have observed the intermediate spell rune. Transformation, experience points 32141. As the information flashed through his mind, Qi Chu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his upgrade system for the first time. He swore he had indeed come to take the exam. Furthermore, he had diligently studied runes for a considerable time, and he had encountered most of the runes present in the arena. Yet, his mental interface was listing the information one by one, and it even provided bonus experience points. Qi Chu found it somewhat exasperating and tried hard to ignore the messages in his mind. However, after 5 minutes, he gave up. This was akin to an examination on Earth, where someone had placed the standard answers right before him, even sending notifications that I can't resist. Moreover, once he saw the names, with Qi Chu's current memory, it was impossible to forget them. He was left with 2 options: either write the correct answers or deliberately write the wrong ones. How frustrating. Here I am, already a grand magus, competing against a bunch of youngsters, and the system has to assist me in cheating. Thank goodness no one was aware. If Mo Fengling found out, she would probably laugh for a day. While he expressed his reluctance verbally, Qi Chu's actions proved otherwise. The answers were right in front of him. Anyone who did not fill them in would be foolish. Qi Chu had not become so stubborn as to forego the exam. Before long, Qi Chu completed the lengthy answer sheet, and since he had merely copied the answers, he decided to make it a perfect score. He was a grand magus. No one would dare suspect him. Just as Qi Chu stood up, murmurs began circulating outside the competition circle. Someone has already submitted their answers. It's only been a few minutes since the start. It appears to be from Chang'e City Academy. They don't seem very notable. Could it be that Chang'e City has produced a young genius? Perhaps they only filled in the ones they knew. What talent could come from Chang'e City? They were at the bottom in the last competition. Many were not optimistic about Qi Chu, except for a few junior and elite mages in the stands who suppressed their laughter. The more they heard others disparaging Qi Chu, the more delighted they became. When the results were announced, our Lord Chu would undoubtedly dazzle these onlookers in an instant. The judging panel, Jobin remarked. The first to submit their answers is actually from Chang'e City? Could they be a genius? I haven't heard of any prodigies in your preliminary class. Gong Ping offered a bitter smile, hesitant to speak. Qi Chu a genius. No, that fellow is purely a monster, to be honest. Wow, another submission, this time from Shihua City. What is going on with both your academies this year? another student submitting his paper caught Zhou Bin's attention, effectively alleviating Gong Ping's embarrassment. His name is Zhao Xia. A student of mine with remarkable talent, remarked Xi from the side. Zhou Bin sighed and nodded. He had been quite pleased with the prospects from Shuayan City this year, only to have his expectations dampened right from the first round. Shortly thereafter, another student from Xihua City submitted their paper, making the first person to leave Shuayan City. As time trickled by, the number of submissions grew, with some students radiating confidence and others expressing their dissatisfaction with size. The first round, the rune recognition contest, came to a close. Chi-Chu, I knew I would run into you here. How did it go? Chi-Chu was waiting outside for Mo Fengling, but unexpectedly, the first person he encountered was the courageous girl, Xiaolan, from last night. Today, Xiaolan donned the academy uniform, her fair skin glowing under the sunlight, exuding a cheerful aura that nearly made Chi-Chu fail to recognize her. That I suppose it went all right. But I don't feel particularly confident about my performance either. Chi-Chu greeted her with a smile, withholding the truth. After all, he couldn't just claim he had undoubtedly scored full marks. Sigh. Yes. This rune recognition felt notably more challenging than in previous years. Xiaolan empathized with a sigh. I failed to recognize many. I should have reviewed more thoroughly beforehand. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Chi-Chu felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. This situation was reminiscent of school exams, where the underachiever would ask the overachiever how they fared. The overachiever would lament about their performance, only to later emerge with full marks, while the underachiever genuinely struggled. Xiaolan seemed poised to say more but abruptly halted, her gaze shifting towards a certain direction, her expression revealing discomfort. Following her line of sight, Chi-Chu noticed a young man in the Xihua City uniform, whom he vaguely recalled as the second student to submit after him. Laner, is this your friend? Zhao Xia greeted with a smile. Yes, Xiaolan nodded, appearing reluctant to converse with Zhao Xia. Your friend seems quite impressive. I noticed he was the first to submit his paper. I wonder if his abilities are genuine or merely bluster. Zhao Xia's tone was somewhat teasing. Chi-Chu felt puzzled as to why this stranger would harbor animosity towards him. Please don't call me Laner. Just Xiaolan will suffice. This is my friend from yesterday, Chi-Chu. Please don't misunderstand, she quickly clarified, not wishing to cause Chi-Chu to incur Zhao Xia's ire. The fact that Chi-Chu was the first to submit did indeed catch her attention. I am Zhao Xia, the esteemed disciple of the Master Guild of Xihua City, Zhao Xia boasted, casting a proud glance at Chi-Chu. He had pursued Xiaolan for quite some time, yet she had always treated him coldly. Now witnessing her engaging warmly with Chi-Chu stirred feelings of jealousy within him. Thus, he sought to assert his distinguished identity to Chi-Chu. I am Chi-Chu, the younger brother of the Emperor of the Qilin Empire, Prince Chu, a Grand Magus, and a dragon tamer. Chi-Chu replied with amusement, bemused by the audacity of someone attempting to flaunt their status in front of him. Were they planning to compete over whose lineage was more illustrious? Zhao Xia was momentarily taken aback, having only caught snippets of titles and dragons. Never mind. It's nothing. I am merely an unknown commoner. Chi-Chu shrugged, losing interest in the banter as he spotted Mo Fengling approaching. Xiaolan. Mo Fengling greeted exuberantly, taking her place next to Chi-Chu. The two girls, seemingly kindred spirits, quickly delved into a myriad of topics. Chi-Chu, uninterested in Zhao Xia, left him feeling utterly ignored. Observing Chi-Chu's demeanor, Zhao Xia's jealousy intensified. Why did all the attractive girls gravitate towards this person? Surely, I am exceptional too. I am, after all, the proud disciple of the Master Guild. Look at me. I am truly formidable. Minutes later, Xiaolan excused herself for an engagement, while Chi-Chu and Mo Fengling prepared to have lunch, leaving Zhao Xia alone in a whirlwind of confusion. Clenching his teeth, he gazed at Chi-Chu's retreating figure, inexplicably harboring resentment. What's the matter? Is the grading still incomplete? In a large hall, Siyu strolled in, observing Gong Ping and Zhou Bin, who were engrossed in reviewing exam papers. It has already been tallied. We are merely verifying. That student from Chang'e City is extraordinarily impressive. I truly wonder where he came from, Zhou Bin remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. I questioned him, but he was tight-lipped, quite the enigma. Siyu glanced at Gong Ping and Zhou Bin, inquiring, what were the results? Basic runes, 137. Intermediate runes, 16. Advanced runes. For aside from a minor discrepancy in a basic rune, he answered all correctly, with the small issue being a difference in nomenclature. In the old rune compendium, the cleanse spell was previously known as purification. That fellow must be well acquainted with these simple runes. He referred to the old version, Zhou Bin explained. All correct? CU's interest peaked unexpectedly. Typically, she wouldn't concern herself with the foundational skills of these apprentices, but the notion that someone could answer them all correctly intrigued her. Though they were basic runes, many had subtle distinctions that were difficult to identify without decades of mastery in runes. Upon careful consideration, the individual named Chi Chu may have set an unprecedented record. How did Zhao Xia perform? Zhao Xia, your disciple. He performed admirably as well. He scored 103 in basic runes, 9 in intermediate runes, and slightly lower in advanced runes, with only 2. Without that Chi Chu fellow, he would have undoubtedly been a frontrunner in previous years. Zhou Bin sighed, surprised that Chang'e City had taken the lead this time. I asked that fellow named Qi connected to the royal family? However, I haven't heard of any royal offspring visiting your Chang'e City. Siyu nodded, ultimately turning to Gong Ping, realizing that speculation only added to the confusion. It would be better to ask directly, President Gong. You must know this individual, right? She had noticed Gong Ping observing Chi Chu numerous times during the competition. Such a situation must be reported to headquarters to secure his membership in the Mage Guild. The atmosphere gradually quieted as both Zhou Bin and Siyu turned to Gong Ping, eager to hear his explanation. His prolonged silence was quite peculiar. He has already registered with the Chang'e City Mage Guild. However, in the future, he is likely to lean towards the Empire. That man. Sigh. Gong Ping's expression was a bittersweet smile, trapped in complexities. Do you recall the prince assigned to the Thunder Fortress in Chang'e City by the Emperor? The so-called wasteful 13th prince. You may find it hard to believe, but he has since ascended to the rank of Grand Magus, and even consulted me about issues pertaining to the Mage Tower not long ago. Yet, I swear, I had no idea he would participate in this competition. Otherwise, I would have certainly intervened. That fellow is far too unpredictable, and I can't fathom his intentions. What? Unsurprisingly, as Gong Ping hesitantly revealed Chi Chu's details, Zhou Bin exclaimed in astonishment, completely disregarding his composure. His series of exclamations perfectly conveyed his shock. A Grand Magus? You must be joking. I am merely a Magus myself. But Gong Ping's expression was anything but jesting. Siyu, usually as cold as ice, was momentarily stunned, having entertained countless possibilities but never anticipated this one. That fellow. Is he jesting with us, engaging with a group of children? One cannot help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. No, I have already examined his bone age. Observing Siyu's discontent, Gong Ping let out a deep sigh once more. He was undoubtedly no older than 20, a true prodigy of a great sorcerer. Should he establish a mage tower in the future, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to confront an entire nation single-handedly. The results of the primary class's runic recognition competition were announced. First place, Chang'e City, Chi Chu, score 50. Second place, Shihua City, Zhao Xia, score 49. Third place, Shuayan City, Lu Jia, score 48. Fourth place, Chang'e City, Mo Foling, score 47. Fifth place. When the results of the first round were revealed, many were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chang'e City would perform so impressively this year. A segment that had traditionally been its weakest link, now claiming the top position. Moreover, not only did Chi Chu secure first place, but another young woman named Mo Foling also made it into the top 5. Marking it as one of the best performances in recent competitions. Chi Chu, however, was not surprised. If one could not secure first place even with such underhanded tactics, it could only imply that the judges had erred. He was somewhat astonished that Mo Fengling had obtained fourth place, not expecting that the quiet girl possessed such formidable strength. As for Xiaolan, who ranked even lower, Chi Chu chose not to dwell on it. What? I am not in first place. The moment Zhao Xia received the results, he felt as if his legs could barely support him, his brow furrowing deeply. This should not be the case. I had at least answered nearly 100 runes correctly. Aside from those exceedingly obscure runes, Zhao Xia was almost certain he had answered everything correctly. Based on previous year's results, my score should undoubtedly be first. Could it be that the instructor made a mistake? His mind was filled with questions, especially since the first place was taken by that detestable Chi Chu. This only fueled his suspicions further. How could this be? That fellow had spent less time than I did. Yet scored higher? No. After the competition, he must confront the instructor to verify the scores. The second round of the preliminary competition, rune engraving. Siyu did not allow much time for others to react. Following the announcement of the first round results, he immediately commenced the announcement for the second round. The rune engraving competition adopted a ladder climbing format. A 50-layer ladder would appear in the arena. Each layer featuring a rune template. One must engrave a recognizable rune completely to ascend to the next layer. The competition duration was set for 2 hours, with the difficulty of the 50 layers progressively increasing, ultimately ranking the results based on the height achieved and the time taken. Underneath the red cloak, CU indifferently declared the rules. The rune engraving competition tested one's skill in imitation and meticulousness. Even runes that were entirely unfamiliar could be restored through complete imitation of the rune diagram. Many students who had faltered in the first round quietly steeled themselves, hoping to score higher in this round. While those who had ranked well sought to maintain their current standing, Zhao Xia fixated intently on Qi Chu's figure, although Qi Chu had somehow surpassed him in the first round using dubious means. He was determined to prevail effortlessly in the second round. He had trained under Siyu, mastering rune engraving more than any other skill. Siyu had emphasized repeatedly that proficiency in rune engraving would shorten the time required to construct spells. Serving as a fundamental safeguard in battle, the competition commenced. Zhao Xia stepped onto the first layer of the ladder without a moment's hesitation, recognizing the familiar rune and engraving it skillfully within 2 or 3 seconds. First layer, second layer, third layer. In under a minute, he had breached 3 levels. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the 10th layer. Glancing back, he saw that the second-place contender was still on the 3rd layer, while Qi Chu remained stuck on the 1st. Who is that person? How can he ascend so swiftly? I recognize him. He is a genius student from Shiwa City. I believe his name is Zhao Xia. Already taken under the wing of the Mage Guild's president, the disparity is astonishing. His speed is accelerating, having surpassed the 2nd place by 10 layers. The spectators, though lacking an understanding of runes, could clearly see the height achieved. It was evident that the student in 1st place had distanced himself significantly from the others. Many of these runes were part of Zhao Xia's daily practice, and he had mastered the majority, saving considerable time in imitation. Looking back at Qi Chu, who had fallen to the rear, he could not help but harbor a trace of disdain. Indeed, under genuine scrutiny, the flaws would inevitably reveal themselves. How could someone who surpassed him in rune recognition falter on such simple engravings? Now, he was nearing the 20th layer, where the runes began to transition into introductory runes, causing his speed to gradually diminish. Introductory runes are the domain of novice mages. Among a cohort of students who had just begun their journey as mage apprentices, they posed quite the challenge. Yet, Zhao Xia was still striving to ascend. What is happening? Why has Prince Chu halted? A few observing students from Chang'e City were puzzled. In their minds, Prince Chu should have been dominating the competition, barreling through to the 50th layer and exiting early. Yet, he was now stuck at the basic foundational runes. The 4 judges at the judging panel displayed some confusion as well. They had come to understand Qi Chu's true identity and, after deliberation, decided to grant him some leeway. Qi Chu's future was evidently limitless, and if they could indulge the whims of a powerful figure, it would serve as a basis for future connections. However, what kind of annex was this powerful figure up to now? The latter was torturous for the novice students, yet should pose no challenge for a great sorcerer like Qi Chu. One could have predicted that Qi Chu would indeed be stumped by a basic rune. To be precise, he had become somewhat fixated. Although the rune engraving task could not be aided by the system and relied solely on his own progress, these runes were hardly a challenge for him. His fixation stemmed from a wood element healing rune spell. This healing rune spell was located on the 3rd layer of the ladder and was remarkably straightforward. However, Qi Chu felt something was amiss. The circuit of this rune seemed off to him. No, it shouldn't be like this. There must be another solution. If this part is altered, then its advanced rune acceleration healing would also change, extending the rune's wood. Suddenly grasping an insight caused Qi Chu to momentarily forget he was amidst a competitive examination. No, there must be multiple solutions. He racked his brain, recalling a foundational mathematics problem from his high school days. If one knows the angle of a triangle and the lengths of 2 sides, one can draw 2 different triangles, as it is unclear which side is the hypotenuse, depending on the angle. One could even create both an acute triangle and an obtuse triangle, 2 entirely different shapes. Qi Chu was currently facing such a dilemma. In a certain foundational rune, there existed this very multiplicity of solutions, which seemed to have gone unnoticed thus far. Throughout his life, he had tackled countless geometric problems, having diligently worked through numerous volumes during the 5-year college entrance examination and 3 years of mock exams. Each time, he attested such questions with multiple answers, losing points for omitting even one. Hence, Qi Chu had developed a sort of occupational hazard. He could not believe that this multiplicity could not be resolved. Time had already passed its halfway mark. What on earth was Qi Chu contemplating? Zhou Bin lamented, as nearly all the students behind Qi Chu had surpassed him, leaving only Qi Chu stranded on the 3rd layer of the ladder. The wood element life healing rune was nothing special. It was an exceptionally simple yet utterly trivial spell. Jobin scrutinized the rune, utterly baffled as to why Chi-Chu was stuck here. Could it be? Has he fallen asleep? Gong Ping rolled his eyes. Zhou Bin was already a sorcerer, yet his thought process remained so peculiar. However, upon further reflection, Chi-Chu's reasoning seemed even more bizarre. Could it be that Chi-Chu had truly fallen asleep? Take another look. I feel something is amiss at SIU. The most composed among us has scrutinized this fundamental rune for quite some time without uncovering any insights. This rune is the simplest of introductory runes, belonging to the wood element, associated with life healing. Regrettably, the healing capabilities of the wood element pale in comparison to those of the water element. Had it not been for its straightforward structure, it would scarcely merit inclusion in the compendium of runes. Chi-Chu has made a move, Jobin exclaimed in surprise. After standing for an hour, Chi-Chu has surprisingly risen to his feet. Huh, did he actually make an error in his engraving? Surely not. Even if he were incapable, he could replicate it by following the drawing. Jobin shrugged, lamenting that this grand mage had indeed captured everyone's attention today. Zhao Xia, the first-place contender, is nearing the 30th level. While he remains languishing at the 3rd, it is impossible to avoid drawing attention. Many expressed disappointment, wondering what antics he was up to. If he continued at this pace, he might very well finish the first contest in last place for the second round. Yet Chi-Chu seemed entirely unconcerned with the external opinions. Upon completing the final stroke of the rune, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable brilliance. Ding! You have created a rune. Wood element basic rune, life corrosion, experience points 1142. A simple system notification left Chi-Chu momentarily flustered. The basic rune, life corrosion, clearly possesses limited power. Yet Chi-Chu comprehended that this could herald a revolution, for this rune was derived from the wood element's life healing, a structure so similar yet yielding an entirely different interpretation, its complete opposite. Ding! You have created a rune. Wood element novice rune, life decay, experience points 23,142. Ding! You have created a rune. Wood element advanced derivative rune, life withering. Experience points 84142. If the foundational structure has changed, it implies that both the novice and advanced runes built upon it will also undergo alterations. The wood element has long occupied a rather precarious position within the realm of elemental magic, falling short in healing compared to water, in offense against fire, and in defense against earth. It can only barely serve as a form of supportive enhancement, resulting in a scarcity of mages who select wood as their primary specialization. However, Chi-Chu's discovery of multiple interpretations has effectively transformed a healing spell into an offensive spell with various applications. This signifies that, under this revelation, wood mages in the entire mage realm will gain a brand new school of thought. Chi-Chu himself had not anticipated that such a simple contest would unveil this potential. If the wood element can have multiple interpretations, might the fire, water, and other types also possess similar potential? The path of the mage is indeed a lengthy one. Each rune represents the culmination of countless hours of exploration by predecessors, who also invested untold time researching counterrunes. This entirely new school of runes, at least for the time being, possesses no inherent counterrunes. The significance of this realization left Chi-Chu slightly breathless. He has moved. He is now at the 4th level. What has he been doing for so long? No way. See, you felt a sudden jolt. She too sensed that something was off. Chi-Chu had surpassed the 3rd level and entered the 4th. Yet she could not shake the feeling that she had overlooked something crucial. Did you all catch that erroneous rune Chi-Chu released? An erroneous rune? Zhou Bin was taken aback, unsure why Cu posed such a question. Gong Ping shook his head. He had been waiting for Chi-Chu to reach the 4th level, and that fleeting erroneous rune had left no impression on him whatsoever. I will leave the competition in your hands for now. I wish to conduct some research. The image in Cu's mind was but a fragment, and she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How could she, usually so meticulous in observing every detail, have missed such an important aspect? Was Chi-Chu an ordinary person? Certainly not. Then why had he spent such an inordinate amount of time on a basic rune? Could it be that he had truly fallen asleep? Cu could not bring herself to believe such nonsense. Turning around, she began to meticulously study that simplest of basic runes from the judge's seat, relying on her fading memory to reconstruct it. Prince Chu has made a move. He is now at the 5th level. Wow, his speed is astonishing. With just a few strokes, he has reached the 13th level. Truly remarkable. I told you Prince Chu could not possibly lose. Many students from Chang'e City breathed a sigh of relief. This was the true caliber of the master. Chi-Chu, too, was not preoccupied with anything else. Ever since discovering the wood element's multiple interpretations, he had remained in an exhilarating state, eager to complete the contest and delve deeper into research. The latter? What a trivial matter. I have long grown weary of these runes. With a solid foundation in geometry and the ability to cast spells without runes through the upgrade system, he could effortlessly reverse engineer rune structures. Practicing them with remarkable speed. It was akin to deducing the process based on the answer, far simpler than floundering in uncertainty. The current ladder examination was merely a matter of redoing the problems Chi-Chu had already solved. 10 levels, 15 levels, 20 levels. In just a few minutes, Chi-Chu had caught up with the majority of the competitors, even finding himself vaguely at the forefront. Zhao Xia, meanwhile, was diligently engraving runes, having completed the construction of his 31st rune. These runes were approaching the difficulty of advanced runes, marking a significant breakthrough for him as a 9th-level magic apprentice. His previous record had also been 31, and with less than half an hour remaining, he aimed to challenge the record of 32 levels. Where did that guy go? Zhao Xi peered down. Chi-Chu, who had previously lingered at the back, had inexplicably vanished. Did he break through? What does breaking through the 3rd level matter? I have already surpassed the 30th level. A fool is still a fool. With a smirk, he resolved to take a brief rest before embarking on the challenge of the 32nd level. That waste. Zhao Xi frowned slightly. During his scan, he unexpectedly caught sight of Chi-Chu's shadow. At this moment, Chi-Chu had reached the 27th level. Moreover, without the slightest pause, he had entered the 20th level. Impossible, right? This speed, he ascended a level in mere seconds. Zhao Xi felt a wave of unease wash over him. He sensed that Chi-Chu's speed was alarmingly rapid. It had taken him nearly 10 minutes to surpass the 27th level. Yet Chi-Chu accomplished it in under a minute, 29 levels. In an incredibly short span, Chi-Chu had ascended yet another level. Zhao Xi broke into a cold sweat. If this pace continued, he might soon be overtaken. Impossible, impossible. That he repeated this mantra in his mind. Here, the runes were already nearing advanced levels. How could that guy possibly be so swift? Each level beyond 30 was more challenging than the last. And surely he could not surpass me. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Xi's hands began to tremble with anxiety. Ignoring the need for rest, he immediately dove into the challenge of the 32nd level. Wow, the prince has already entered the top 3. No, he is in 2nd place now, at the 30th level, only a small distance behind Zhao Xi. Truly impressive. I wager he will complete the ladder in under half an hour. The ladder? You underestimate the prince. While others are climbing a ladder, he is merely ascending a staircase. Do you understand? The students on the Chang'e City platform erupted into laughter, their spirits lifted. Prince Chu's 1st place position was secured. No one doubted that Chi-Chu could not surpass the so-called genius of Xihua City. What does it matter if he is a genius? Chi-Chu is the prodigy of Chang'e City, the king of hell of Chang'e City. The fierce competition had the distant commoners holding their breath. The conclusion of the 2-hour contest was drawing near. Would the genius of Xihua City be able to maintain 1st place? Look at that last place contestant. He has already climbed to the 30th level. He is now in 2nd place. What the heck? How did this happen? I just stepped out for a moment, and he has ascended so many levels. Is he flying? How terrifying it is. As if each step takes but a minute. I fear that Zhao Xi is on the verge of being surpassed by that fellow. Surely, that cannot be the case. It is said that the 30 floors are filled with challenges meant to perplex high-level mages. They are but apprentices, hardly approaching the status of mages themselves. How could they possibly be so formidable? As the crowd expressed their varied opinions, their gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene. At this moment, Zhao Xi, overwhelmed with anxiety, bore an expression of intense focus. And to my astonishment, he discovered the secret to the 32nd floor. Truly, I am a genius. With such fortuitousness, I am certain to break the record. Zhao Xi's movements quickened. He felt a surge of confidence. Before the contest concluded, he aimed to conquer the 32nd floor and shatter the historical record. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Every eye was glued to the spectacle, and even the air seemed to hush. This was the state of affairs for all present. Yet, amidst it all, there was one individual, leisurely strolling, who found the situation rather dull. Upon reaching the 30th floor, Chi-Chu was horrified to realize how astonishingly simple this was. To speak frankly, in the combat exercises at Long Kong, he predominantly utilized advanced mage runes, employing the basic and elementary ones infrequently. Thus, encountering these advanced runes now felt akin to a fish returning to water. Basic and elementary runes might take a minute to inscribe, but advanced runes? If I don't finish within 10 seconds, consider me defeated. The 31st floor, 6 seconds. The 32nd floor, 5 seconds. As he passed by Zhao Xia, Chi-Chu refrained from disturbing him, recognizing the intense focus he was dedicating to inscribing runes. Initially, he contemplated mocking him but decided against it, thinking it wiser to return home for dinner. The 33rd floor, 4 seconds. The 40th floor, 3 seconds. The 45th floor, 3 seconds. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the ladder, Chi-Chu gazed down at the awestruck crowd below. The ladder soared 100 feet high, where one could seemingly pluck the stars from the sky. The poem remains unfinished, yet all runes had been inscribed flawlessly. The 50th floor of the ladder, fully cleared, it was utterly devoid of any semblance of restraint. Indeed, a true master could act with such impunity. Zhou Bin sighed, reflecting that this ladder was not merely for the preliminary competition. The advanced class would also ascended in their second round. I recall that the record for the beginner class was 30 floors, while the advanced class record stood at 45 floors. He managed to clear it? Gong Ping nodded in agreement, responding, moreover, if we exclude the initial pause, he practically ascended without interruption. Were I to compete, I doubt I could match his feat. That fellow appears to be an all-encompassing prodigy. Proficient in all 5 elemental magics, Chi-Chu was the first to exit the competition, marking a historic moment as the first student to withdraw from the ladder before the contest concluded. Before the match had even reached its climax, the audience erupted in excitement. This prodigy from Chang'e City is truly formidable. Numerous merchants and nobles began to inquire about Chi-Chu's background, with some contemplating whether their daughters had reached marrying age. That youth appeared so young, clearly a golden son-in-law. After a while, as the 2 hours elapsed, Siyu remained deep in thought, necessitating Gong Ping to step in and conclude the ladder competition. Announcing the end of the match, although the rankings had yet to be finalized, everyone had already discerned the results. In the second round, Chi-Chu once more took his seat, as long as his final match was satisfactory. Chang'e City was all but assured to claim victory in this year's beginner competition. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have succeeded. I have shattered the record. Just as the competitors began to exit, a jubilant voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see none other than Zhao Xia. Ha ha ha, I have managed to inscribe an advanced rune, and I have broken the record. This time, I wonder who will dare contend for the first place with me. Zhao Xia puffed out his chest, brimming with pride, and stood still, anticipating the praises and flattery from the onlookers. However, after standing there foolishly for a moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking around, he wondered why the gazes of those nearby seemed rather peculiar. Hadn't he just broken the record? Moreover, he was in first place. The results of the beginner class rune inscribing competition were announced, with the third round commencing the following day. First place, Chang'e City, Chi-Chu. Score 50. Second place, Shihua City, Zhao Xia. Score 49. Third place, Shihua City, Zhang Yi. Score 48. Fourth place, Zhao Xia remained in a daze when suddenly he heard the announcement of the results. When he discovered that the name for first place was not his own but Chi-Chu's, he nearly fainted. How could this be possible? I reached the 32nd floor. How could that fellow possibly surpass me? Furthermore, he was certain that there had been no one on the steps immediately before or after him. He had shattered the record. Had Chi-Chu known Zhao Xia's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly laughed aloud. When Chi-Chu passed by him earlier, he hadn't paused at all, nor had he disturbed Zhao Xia's rune inscribing. Of course, there had been no one on the steps before or after. Chi-Chu had already completed the course and withdrawn ahead of time. Zhao Xia stood there, lost in his stupor for quite some time. Eventually, it was a companion who had performed well that roused him from his reverie, helping him understand the situation's entirety. Though he found it difficult to believe, the announcement had already been posted. No, this cannot continue. If this goes on, my first place will truly be snatched away by him. Chi-Chu, you have forced my hand. In every academy competition, the total score for the beginner class is 150 points. There are 3 events, with the first place in each event earning 50 points, the second place 49, and so forth. Thus, truly achieving the highest overall score is quite challenging. A single misstep in any event can drop one into the middle ranks, making it difficult to catch up. Chi-Chu currently held the top spot. If he stabilized in the final rune casting event, the championship for the beginner class would be securely within his grasp. Therefore, Zhao Xia felt a throbbing headache. Even if he secured first place in the final event, and Chi-Chu took second, his total score would still be inferior to Chi-Chu's. This simply would not do. He must find a way. He could not afford to give him another chance. That brat is simply too sinister. Zhao Xia longed to inquire of his mentor what had transpired, how it was possible for someone to clear the ladder entirely. Even advanced class students had not managed that. Regrettably, Siyu seemed engrossed in some research, forbidding any interruptions, leaving Zhao Xia with a lingering sense of frustration. After deep contemplation for some time, he finally gritted his teeth. A glimmer of darkness flashing in his eyes. No matter how formidable you are, you can only blame your misfortune for encountering me. I acknowledge your strength, but I absolutely cannot allow you to claim this first place. Zhao Xia had long desired to seize this first place, even going so far as to remain in the beginner class for that purpose, though to others he appeared to be Cu's prized disciple. He understood that his master's regard for him was far less than what outsiders assumed. His innate constitution was akin to a conduit for the 5 elements, granting him a high affinity for elemental magic. And coupled with the Zhao family's prominence in Xihua City, it was only natural that Cu accepted him as a disciple. Alas, thus far, he had scarcely achieved any notable accomplishments. Siu had told him before the competition that if Zhao Xia could secure first place in this beginner contest, he would personally assist him in stabilizing his foundational magic and impart some private secret runes in Zhao Xia's eyes. That was the true acknowledgement he sought. Thus, regardless of whether it was Chi-Chu or jealousy that drove him, he must claim the first place in this contest. On the night of the first day of the competition, Xihua City was exceptionally lively. Zhao Xia walked alone into a small dwelling, where he found a man clad in a purple robe. Under the dim light, the man's expression appeared rather grave. "Xia Zhu, I wish to enlist your assistance with a matter. If Xia Lan were present, she would undoubtedly recognize that the man in the purple robe is her brother." The figure clad in a purple robe cast a glance at Zhao Xia and shook his head. Given the current circumstances, coupled with today's competition results, he could easily discern Zhao Xia's intentions. "Do not be hasty in your refusal. Should you assist me in this matter, I promise to cease any further pursuit of your sister. Furthermore, I will ensure that you receive the necessary certification from the Mage Guild. And I will strive to provide you with a satisfactory response." The purple-robed figure shook his head once more. It is impossible. This moment is far too sensitive. Moreover, they undoubtedly have a high-ranking mage or even a magus leading the team. I cannot do it. Nothing is impossible. I do not require you to eliminate him. I merely wish for you to aid me in preventing him from participating in tomorrow's competition, but I only need you to injure him, rendering him incapable of securing a high rank. As long as he does not place in the top 5, I will have the opportunity to surpass him. You are now a high-ranking mage. I find it hard to believe that you cannot accomplish this. Zhao Xia refused to relent. He had come prepared for this moment. I will ensure that the mentor from Chang'e City is distracted. Should you assist me in this endeavor, I guarantee to provide you with all the resources you require before becoming a magus. Even if you fail and must flee from Xihua City, I will assure your sister's wealth and prosperity. Pausing, Zhao Xia's gaze took on a somewhat sinister quality. You do not possess the right to refuse. Do not forget, your family still owes me a life. Feng Ling, I must admit, you are quite impressive, having silently secured a place among the top 5. In the Jiayu Tavern. Chi-Chu teased Mo Feng Ling. He had not anticipated that Mo Feng Ling would achieve commendable ranks in both rune comprehension and rune engraving. Currently tied for 5th place with a boy from Xihua City. Mo Feng Ling shyly lowered her head, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such praise from Chi-Chu. I must take my leave now. Xiao Lan invited me to go shopping this evening. Will you join us? Me? I think I shall pass. You two go ahead. I still have some runes I wish to study. Chi-Chu shook his head, deeply intrigued by the discovery of wood-based corrosion spells. Normally, he would relish the opportunity to accompany 2 beautiful ladies on an outing, but when truly engrossed in a matter, the allure of the girls diminished significantly. Life corrosion, the passage of life, the withering of life, these concepts hold considerable significance on the battlefield. If I could engrave them into a magical array corresponding to the wood-based healing array, as he delved into his research, Chi-Chu lost track of time entirely. It seems to have grown a bit chilly. Chi-Chu shook his head, feeling a sudden chill after immersing himself in the study of runes, his mind still occupied with rune circuits. He instinctively moved closer to the window to close it. Soon after, he realized that something was amiss. He was no longer the frail Chi-Chu of the past. He could not merely feel cold due to a slight breeze. Indeed, upon emerging from his deep contemplation of the rune circuits, he immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the room. A little pest has intruded? Quite audacious. Chi-Chu contemplated clearing it out, but upon further reflection, changed his mind. How about I test my new spell on you? With a slight smirk, he observed the little mouse that had snuck into his room, blissfully unaware of its impending demise. Life corrosion array. Chi-Chu casually cast a life corrosion array, which would continuously inflict damage on the selected target within a certain range. After a moment's thought, he added a cage to prevent the little mouse from escaping. Since it has come, it ought to leave something behind. 4 to 5 minutes passed as Chi-Chu sat at the table, continuing his research while awaiting the mouse's movements. He had to admit, the little creature displayed remarkable patience, hiding silently in the corner. With a disdainful chuckle, he intensified the corrosion array's potency, eager to see just how well this little intruder could conceal itself. Xiaozhu felt a twinge of panic. Ever since he had stealthily entered the room of the so-called first-place contender, he had sensed something was off. As a naturally cautious individual, he chose to observe for the time being. However, he now found himself genuinely alarmed. His body was inexplicably reacting, beginning to decay if he did not maintain his magical energy. As a high-ranking mage, he had reluctantly agreed to Zhao Xia's request to disturb Chi-Chu, ensuring that he could not compete smoothly the following day. He had intended to complete the task swiftly and escape, but he sensed no magical fluctuations emanating from Chi-Chu. Even more bizarrely, despite the absence of magical energy, Chi-Chu's table was covered in an array of peculiar runes. Was this truly a novice apprentice? A flicker of regret crossed Xiaozhu's mind. Initially, he had been extremely reluctant to undertake such a task for Zhao Xia. Yet, for the sake of his sister and future prospects, he had steeled himself to accept this burning hot potato. No, this cannot continue. This room is far too strange. Finally, after lurking for nearly 10 minutes, Xiaozhu resolved to reveal himself. After all, he was a high-ranking mage. Facing a mere novice should allow him to overwhelm his opponent with sheer strength. Disguising his presence, he began to gather magical energy, preparing to swiftly eliminate Chi-Chu and escape at the first sign of danger. Why are you no longer hiding? Come out. Chi-Chu did not even turn his head, speaking in a teasing tone that I was just getting ready to play with you a bit longer. A high-ranking mage is quite a rare specimen for experimentation. With deliberate slowness, he carved several lines, further augmenting the potency of the life corrosion. You have already discovered me. Then why don't you call for help? Xiaozhu inquired, somewhat taken aback. Does your room possess an array? What on earth is this peculiar setup? Take your time. No need to rush. Ask your questions one at a time. Chi-Chu interrupted Xiaozhu's astonishment. Just wait a moment. I am about to design a new rune. After a few moments of concentration, he completed the engraving and finally turned to inspect the intruder. The assassin, clad in a purple robe, appeared somewhat familiar, yet Chi-Chu was certain he had never encountered this individual before. First question. I noticed your entry immediately. Second question. I do not wish to call for help. That would be rather dull. The third and fourth questions are quite similar, so I will disclose directly. I have imbued the array with several high-level attributes. With each movement you make, a portion of your vitality will ebb away. After about 7 or 8 movements, you might as well start shopping for a coffin. So please, do refrain from moving too much. Xiaozhu's expression faltered as he struggled to comprehend Chi-Chu's words. In this situation, should Chi-Chu not be pleading for mercy? Why did he exude such confidence, taking a cautious step forward? Xiaozhu suddenly grasped the true meaning of Chi-Chu's statement. Indeed, merely taking a half step forward, he felt a tumultuous wave of nausea, as if he were utterly drained. Had he not swiftly replenished his magical energy, he might not have withstood the sensation. As he glanced back at Chi-Chu with a dispassionate gaze, Xiaozhu was struck with the realization. This was not fear. It was a complete indifference, a disdainful disregard for an insignificant insect. You. Xiaozhu's eyes widened as he stared at Chi-Chu, his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. The effect is quite remarkable, Chi-Chu remarked, rising to his feet and patting Xiaozhu on the shoulder. Let me take a wild guess. You must be someone sent from another academy, or perhaps you hail directly from Shiwa City. Considering I am currently in first place, if anyone bears a grudge against me, it would likely be one of the top 5 contenders, right? Zhao Xia. The name slipped directly from Chi-Chu's lips, causing a tremor in Xiaozhu's heart. He tightly sealed his mouth, uttering not a single word. Yet, Chi-Chu comprehended that he had likely guessed correctly. That individual, unable to surpass him on the competition field, resorted to such underhanded tactics. Do not even think of making a move. It would be futile. It is wiser to conserve some magic to resist the corrosion. Chi-Chu cast a sidelong glance at Xiaozhu and effortlessly dissipated the magical energy he had been secretly gathering behind him. A strong desire to survive, is it? Since you were prepared to assassinate me, have you not also prepared for the possibility of failure and death? As he scrutinized Xiaozhu, Chi-Chu could not help but feel a sense of pity for him. Of all the people to provoke, why choose him? Xiaoju's emotions were equally tumultuous if he had harbored doubts moments ago. He was now completely convinced that Qi Chu could not possibly be merely an apprentice. The ease with which he had detected Xiaoju and dismantled his gathered magical energy indicated that he was at least of the high mage tier, perhaps even higher. This completely elucidated why Qi Chu had secured first place in runic comprehension and ascended to the 50th level of the celestial ladder. However, what baffled Xiaoju was how none of the judges from the 3 cities had discerned this dot, or perhaps they had recognized his strength but collectively chose to remain silent. What? Unconvinced. Observing the contemplative demeanor of the assassin before him, Qi Chu shrugged. Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. The formation you are currently entangled in is a basic spell known as Life's Erosion, though I have refined it to its utmost limit. Dubbing it Ultimate Life's Erosion. As a mid-level high mage, this elementary spell should pose no challenge for you, correct? I shall restore your state to its fullest, if you can unravel this formation before your magic is exhausted. I will allow you to leave. Qi Chu was curious to see how mages would respond when first confronted with such an unusual wood-based debuff spell, with a casual wave of his hand. Several ultimate healing spells were cast, flooding Xiaoju with a surge of powerful energy, restoring him to his peak condition. Do not even entertain thoughts of escape, nor consider attacking me. I am far more formidable than you imagine. Xiaoju fell into silence. He had already grasped that this enigmatic Qi Chu was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to contend with. He cursed Zhao Xia countless times in his mind. That individual had asked for his assistance in resolving a problem, but could not even ascertain the level of his adversary. Could a person capable of instantly restoring him to his prime be an ordinary individual? Very well. With no other option, he simply nodded in acquiescence. Qi Chu returned to the table, and in the next moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Xiaoju remained on high alert, sensing an insidious aura of corrosion permeating every magical essence within the room. These magical energies relentlessly eroded his body. Yet, curiously, the surrounding objects remained untouched by this corrosive magic. My first thought is to isolate the surrounding magic. This was Xiaoju's immediate reaction, and he proceeded to do just that. After severing the magical flow, he took a cautious half-step forward. As expected, his body's magic was violently assaulted, leading to bodily harm. Qi Chu had aptly named this phenomenon Life's Erosion. Mage's Shield. Xiaoju conjured a mage's shield, which offered slight reprieve, yet the shield continued to corrode at a visible pace. Fire element, water element. Xiaoju employed various strategies in succession. The further he progressed, the more alarmed he became. Why had he never heard of such an almost bug-like runic spell before? Xiaolan, what's wrong? On a street adorned with lanterns in Xihua City, Mo Fengling steadied the suddenly halted Xia L and its nothing. Just feeling a bit dizzy. I'm feeling better now. Shall we head back to rest? We've already spent ample time wandering today. Next time you visit Chang'e City, I will take you to see the local attractions and specialties. Ha ha ha. Xiaolan nodded and spoke. I will go to that fabric store ahead and buy some fine cloth. I plan to make a few garments for my brother. He is too inept to take care of himself. Mo Fengling responded with a smile, and hearing Xiaolan say this, she too wished to make a piece of clothing for Qi Chu. Qi Chu had assisted their family immensely, and she had yet to properly express her gratitude. Xiaolan selected a piece of exquisite purple fabric, recalling her brother's fondness for the color. Mo Fengling chose a black and a white piece, allowing Qi Chu to alternate his attire. Another wave of dizziness washed over Xiaolan. She rubbed her temples. For some reason, since this evening, she had felt unwell. An ominous sense that something was about to transpire. Her brother's image constantly intruded upon her thoughts, leaving her in a state of confusion. She had been raised by her brother and regarded him as both a sibling and a father figure. Fortunately, both siblings from the Xia family possessed considerable magical talent, which had afforded them a foothold in Xihua City. Impossible. Such a thing. This is merely a basic rune. There must be a way to break it. Xiaoju's heart raced with trepidation. His magical reserves had dipped below half, yet the so-called Life's Erosion showed no signs of diminishing, even intensifying in potency. He began to doubt whether Qi Chu was deceiving him, secretly altering the conditions of the rune's formation. While Xiaoju fought valiantly, Qi Chu observed the situation within the formation. Although Xiaoju had yet to discover any solution, Qi Chu had conceived several strategies for countering the corrosive magic. To counter this corrosive magic, it could be dissipated or extinguished under intense fire and wind, but the purple-clad assassin simply lacked the requisite power. Moreover, if he maintained the magical shield continuously, it could similarly counteract the corrosive magic. Yet the purple-clad assassin still fell short. Nodding to himself, if Qi Chu were to confront this corrosive magic at an equivalent tier, the best strategy would be to evade. The corrosive magic has a certain range, and it is not extensive. If one can swiftly escape its boundaries, no matter how formidable these corrosive magics are, they would be rendered ineffective. However, Chi-Chu had restricted the purple-clad assassin from fleeing, leaving the assassin no choice but to passively endure the gradual depletion of his strength. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this assassin would likely perish here. Chi-Chu's mood remained unperturbed. This assassin had come to kill him. Granting him an opportunity was already quite generous. Had Chi-Chu truly been an ordinary apprentice today, it would have been his life on the line, in the face of one seeking his life. Regardless of the reasons, Chi-Chu would show no mercy, while a faint notion flickered in Chi-Chu's mind, suggesting he should not kill this assassin. The next moment, the assassin succumbed to despair. He ceased resisting the corrosive magic, pooling all his strength to launch an assault on Chi-Chu. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Chi-Chu sighed. Despite the chance he had offered, the assassin ultimately failed to seize it. Though I do not know why you are so devoted to Zhao Xia. You are the first witness to this rune. The final blow shall be an advanced high-level rune, which I have named Life's Withering. To die beneath this strike is to afford you my final respect. Chi-Chu's palm began to glow with a violet light, a delicate flower blooming forth, its beauty unparalleled. The flower descended upon Xia Zhu, and in an instant of fleeting splendor, it withered away. In the next moment, he too began to wither alongside the flower. Xia Zhu, deceased, perished by life's withering. To the west of Laming Fortress, deep within the Qingling mountain range, Wang Xiaochui, a local hunter, gazed with unbridled joy at 3 magnificent deer that had fallen into a trap not far away. It seemed that today would bring him considerable profit. Ever since many of the village's able-bodied young men had gone to Laming Fortress to aid in the construction of its walls, the number of hunters had dwindled, leading to a noticeable increase in the occasional sighting of rare beasts in the once barren woods. These 3 deer, once their hides and sinews were sold, could fetch him 2 or 3 gold coins. Perhaps he should venture deeper into the woods to seek out some valuable herbs. Such a thought crossed Wang Xiaochui's mind, as the affluent Laming Fortress was currently offering hefty sums for various materials. With the sun still high in the sky, he felt compelled to explore a bit longer before retreating from the forest by evening. Suddenly, a faint rumbling sound reached his ears, causing his body to tense up. Could it be a magical beast? Slowly, he ascended a large tree to observe, fully aware as a hunter that safety in the forest was paramount. What was that? In the distant valley, he spotted numerous black shadows, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The rumbling intensified, sending shivers through his body. The tide of black shadows showed no sign of abating. A beast tide. The realization struck him like lightning, and he lost his grip, plummeting from the tree. Ignoring the scratches from branches and the ache coursing through his body, he sprinted frantically in the direction of the approaching threat. Hurry! Faster! He had to warn the village and the entire Laming Fortress. They must evacuate. The following day in Xihua City, the number of participants in the competitions had increased significantly compared to the first day. Some had even come specifically to witness the junior apprentice who had completed the celestial ladder. The 3rd round of trials was about to commence, and Zhao Xia carefully surveyed the surrounding students, but did not see Chi-Chu among them. Had Xia Zhu succeeded, this was splendid news. As long as Chi-Chu was absent, he still had a chance to claim first place. A smile slowly crept onto his lips, as if victory were already within his grasp, and his spirits soared. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, someone tapped Zhao Xia on the shoulder from behind, startling him. Are you disappointed? Why am I here? Turning around, Zhao Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. That it was Chi-Chu. How could this be? How was he unharmed? Could it be that Xia Zhu had failed his task? Zhao Xia had gone to great lengths to have the mentor from Chang'e City reassigned, yet Xia Zhu, a senior mage, had proven utterly inept, unable to subdue a mere apprentice. Disappointed? I don't understand what you're saying. Despite his inner surprise, Zhao Xia composed himself. I didn't expect you to secure first place in the first 2 rounds. You must be quite confident about the 3rd round, right? Zhao Xia smiled, attempting to change the subject. Indeed, I am very confident. Chi-Chu nodded. It's practically a foregone conclusion. You're doing quite well too. With a bit more effort, you might maintain 2nd place. Chi-Chu showed no intention of declining. For if it weren't for the events of the previous day, he wouldn't have cared about claiming first place. However, Zhao Xia had resorted to underhanded tactics. He was determined to seize that top spot. The 3rd round of the junior competition involved the release of basic spells. On the high platform, 20 basic runes and 5 beginner runes would be presented. from which participants could select 5 for rune assessment, casting them on a special magical barrier. This barrier would comprehensively evaluate the casting time, power, and difficulty of the runes, ranking the participants based on their total scores. Furthermore, any form of cheating was strictly prohibited, with disqualification as the penalty for any infractions. The rules were announced by Gong Ping, who had become engrossed in research ever since discovering the erroneous rune cast by Si Yuan Chi Chu the previous afternoon. As for this basic spell release contest, Gong Ping smiled, for he had witnessed Chi Chu's capabilities since the first day, when he had experienced firsthand the apprentice's extraordinary understanding of runes. Most of his knowledge was so advanced that he could cast spells without the need for runes. The competition commenced. Due to spatial constraints, each group consisted of 10 students, entering the stage in order of their rankings. Most junior students were just beginning their apprenticeship, thus they approached rune selection with great care, seeking out familiar and straightforward runes for their spells. While senior mages deemed this trivial, the common folk were thoroughly entertained by the dazzling display of magic. In the first group, the highest score was achieved by releasing 4 basic runes. The second group managed to release 5 basic runes, albeit at a slower pace. The third group demonstrated even greater efficiency, beginning evaluations of the power and difficulty of their spell runes. In the fourth group, a dark horse emerged, a boy from Xihua City who, despite poor performance in the earlier rounds, astonishingly executed a rune-less spell and cast a beginner rune. Finally, all eyes were riveted to the stage, as the final showdown promised to be the most thrilling. Zhao Xia. Go for it. Zhao Xia, outshine Chang'e City. We support you. As the fifth group took to the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers, reminding everyone that this was Xihua City, their home ground. Zhao Xia steadied his nerves. Although Xia Zhu had not proved helpful, he still had confidence in his own abilities. The cheers from the crowd invigorated him. Despite Chi Chu's strength, Zhao Xia was also a prodigy of Xihua City. Humph, Chi Chu, I concede that you are formidable, but I will give my all in this competition. Hearing the cheers below, Chi Chu shook his head, boring that it's not about who can make the loudest noise. In the end, it's strength that matters. The fifth group competition began. With 20 basic runes and 5 beginner runes, Zhao Xia meticulously evaluated, striving to select his strongest options. His affinity for the 5 elemental realms granted him considerable advantages. Yet to surpass Chi Chu, he needed to select more than 2 beginner runes to cast. With unwavering focus, this was his final opportunity. In stark contrast to Zhao Xia, Chi Chu merely glanced at the 25 runes before him, his magical energy coalescing instantaneously. Such basic spells were child's play for him. With a casual flick of his hand, he conjured the elementary runes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which promptly struck the evaluation barrier. Ding! After the resonant sound, the gold elemental spell received a perfect score. The wood elemental spell also garnered a perfect score. All 5 of the most challenging rune spells were dispatched by Chi Chu with effortless ease. Each was performed without runes, all achieving perfect scores. The entire venue fell silent. Xiaolan felt a wave of unease wash over her. In this final examination, she had completely underperformed, managing only the most rudimentary spell release. After the unsettling events of the previous night, she had searched everywhere her brother frequented, but to no avail. She waited at his residence, but Xia Zhu had remarkably not returned home that night. Ultimately, she learned from a familiar vendor that someone had come to see her brother the previous evening, and the vendor's description led her to suspect it was Zhao Xia. What did Zhao Xia want with her brother? A troubling feeling gnawed at her. Once the fifth group competition concluded, she would confront Zhao Xia for answers. As she endeavored to untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, a sudden uproar surrounded her. Xiao Lan turned her gaze towards the arena. To her astonishment, Chi Chu had accomplished the feat of casting 5 advanced runes without any incantation in one go. The populace was in an uproar, and even the mages stood there, dumbfounded. She gasped in disbelief, realizing that the person she had come to know on the streets for his chivalrous deeds was capable of such terrifying power. Impossible! A sense of disorder erupted within the arena. Zhao Xia's demeanor seemed increasingly unstable as he shouted vehemently. Xiao Lan sighed. Compared to the proud scion he once was, she had never witnessed Zhao Xia in such a state. It seemed that this Chi Chu from Chang'e City would become a shadow looming over his life. Xiao Lan harbored a peculiar sentiment towards Zhao Xia. Once, due to a twist of fate, a prominent figure from the Zhao family had saved her and her brother, and ever since, the 2 siblings had owed a tremendous debt of gratitude to the Xia family. After entering the academy, Zhao Xia began his pursuit of her, but alas, she had never been fond of his dandy persona. Had it been another girl, she might have succumbed long ago. The clamor in the arena grew louder, and Xiaolan faintly caught words like cheating and unfairness. She edged closer, eager to discern what was happening. Two judges intervened in the match, yet the conflict seemed to deepen. Today, Chi-Chu appeared somewhat unusual. He had always exuded a sunny and approachable aura, yet now Xiaolan sensed a terrifying presence emanating from him. Unfair? How dare you speak of fairness to me? Last night, when you dispatched high-level mages to assassinate me, did you consider fairness then? What? Do you still wish to impose your authority upon me? I haven't sought retribution from you, yet you dare to provoke me. Ask these judges if they have the audacity to contend with me. As Xiaolan drew near, she heard Chi-Chu's furious roar. High-level mages, assassination, connecting the dots with Zhao Xia and her brother's late return. An intense wave of unease surged within her, and from Chi-Chu's tone, she discerned a chilling desire for bloodshed. Another wave of raucous dialogue ensued. Chi-Chu's tone grew impatient, his eyes flashing with a hint of crimson. Boom. Xiaolan was utterly unprepared for Chi-Chu to unleash his fury on the competition stage. A colossal fireball rained down. Had it not been for the judges intervening, Zhao Xia would have met his end on the spot. Ha ha ha. Did you truly believe that purple-clad assassin could kill me? Unfortunately, he has already fallen to my counterattack. Surprised? Amazed? Chi-Chu sneered disdainfully at Zhao Xia, who was half kneeling on the ground, disheveled. A sharp pang pierced through Xiaolan's heart as she comprehended the source of her anxiety. Her body went numb, rendering her immobile. The purple-clad assassin Chi-Chu mentioned was none other than her brother, Xiaoshu. Who am I? Where am I? Chi-Chu felt exhausted, weary. His body felt utterly drained. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to find himself ensnared in a shroud of darkness. The scene beyond the blackness was the third round of the competition. No, why can't I move? Chi-Chu's consciousness regained some clarity, but he unexpectedly discovered he was immobilized. He struggled desperately, yet all efforts proved futile. Fengling? In his line of sight, he could see Mo Fengling gazing at him with concern, attempting to call out, but he could not utter a sound. The perspective outside the black mass shifted and morphed, and Chi-Chu's awareness finally sharpened completely. However, this newfound clarity left him in a state of shock. No. His body was moving. Someone was manipulating his body. He couldn't hear the voices from outside, yet he could see the unfolding scene. Clearly, someone had taken control of his body. Upgrade system. System. Chi-Chu called out to the system. A beam of white light illuminated a distant corner beyond the black mass. Yet there was no response. Long Kong. Eliasis, Dragon Raising System. Come forth. Still, there was no response. Both system panels remained unresponsive. Chi-Chu, exhausted, longed to shout, yet he remained unable to control his body. A figure appeared beyond the black mass, a woman clad in a crimson cloak. Seemingly speaking to him, Chi-Chu recognized her. She was one of the 4 judges and had previously exuded an aura of danger. He attempted to seek assistance from this woman, but the black mass continued to confine him. Eliasis. The scene shifted again, and Chi-Chu was astonished to see Eliasis's shadow. She had appeared on the competition grounds. The next moment was entirely beyond Chi-Chu's expectations. His body began to engage in combat with the woman in red. Damn it! Damn it! Chi-Chu cursed repeatedly. This perspective of being a mere observer was unbearably uncomfortable. These actions were clearly not his own volition. The battle was intensely fierce, and the surrounding crowd began to disperse. The Chi-Chu trapped in the black mass finally quieted down. He meticulously recalled the fragmented memories in his mind, only to discover that they were scattered and could not form a coherent narrative. Long Kong offered no responses. Chi-Chu once more silently invoked the upgrade system, and the distant white light flickered again. There's hope. The upgrade system is indeed reliable. This was the first effective feedback he had encountered. With a glimmer of hope to escape the black mass, he began to cautiously observe the connection with the upgrade system. If he guessed correctly, he was likely situated in the realm of his consciousness. For reasons unknown, he was trapped here, while the frenzied Chi-Chu outside acted purely on instinct, battling the woman in the red cloak. Very powerful. This was Chi-Chu's assessment of the woman in red. It was his first encounter in the mage realm with an adversary capable of matching him, and he felt himself at a disadvantage without Eliasis's assistance. He did not wish to contend with such an inexplicable foe. Hastening his efforts to strengthen his connection with the upgrade system, the white light gradually approached, and Chi-Chu sensed a familiar aura. It was the information from the upgrade system panel. He scrutinized it once more. Chi-Chu finally understood the reason for his entrapment. It was the heart demon tribulation that had emerged before. At that time, he had believed it was merely the result of prolonged stagnation and had inquired about how to handle the process. Ultimately, he concluded it was nothing serious and let it go. Now, the heart demon tribulation had resurfaced. Your heart demon tribulation has mutated into a slaughter tribulation, experience point 72611. Your body has been possessed by the slaughter heart demon. Experience points 22,314. You're observing the historical record within the messages. Chi-Chu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Under such circumstances, could this be considered going mad? He had certainly lost out this time. Fortunately, enveloped by the gentle white light of the upgrade system, Chi-Chu gradually regained some tactile sensations and bodily awareness that he could distinctly perceive the flow of magic within him, though he could not yet control it. He sensed that the force occupying his body was a profoundly intense desire for slaughter. The very essence of that bloodlust made him feel uneasy. Yet, Chi-Chu couldn't shake the feeling that this sensation of bloodlust was eerily familiar. The battle outside was nearing its conclusion, and the three judges surrounded Chi-Chu. Unfortunately, with Elias's aid, Chi-Chu's body still maintained the upper hand. Kill. A surge of murderous intent coursed through him, and his body moved once more. He found himself wanting to slay the three judges who dared to obstruct him. The judges were no match for him, and more people rushed to intervene, with Gong Ping being struck down to the ground. Kill. No one can stop me. Those who offend my dignity must die. His body sought to kill Gong Ping. No, he must not let Gong Ping perish. This notion was the sole thought occupying Chi-Chu's mind. Gong Ping had previously assisted him on numerous occasions, even engaging in discussions about runes from time to time. If his body were to extinguish Gong Ping's life, he would likely be haunted by guilt for the rest of his days. He yearned intensely to reclaim control of his own body. A tremor coursed through him, yielding some effect. Yet, the assault did not cease. At that moment, a diminutive black shadow positioned itself before Gong Ping. Causing Chi-Chu's soul to shudder. It was Mo Fengling. Mo Fengling had stepped in front of Gong Ping. Realizing the anomaly within herself, she sought to restrain her own actions. Evade. Chi-Chu's heart screamed. What brings you here? Is this where you ought to be? The onslaught persisted, and the desire for bloodshed surged, as it sought to eliminate Mo Fengling as well. Halt. I command you to cease. Get out of my way. This is my body. You cannot harm her. Chi-Chu frantically endeavored to thwart his own body, his mental energy churning violently, and his body exhibited acute distress, yet the source of magic in his hands remained unrelenting. Stop. It must be stopped. Though Chi-Chu sensed that once the urge to kill vanished, his body would revert to his control, he could not afford to wait that long if it did not halt. Mo Fengling would perish at his hands. A flash of white light illuminated the space, and amidst the profound anguish of his soul, the upgrade system abruptly chimed, seemingly indicating the acquisition of a new skill. In the next instant, Chi-Chu's thirst for slaughter evaporated. He had regained dominion over his body. Without pausing to contemplate, his first instinct was to disrupt the magic source in his grasp. Regrettably, the magic source had already coalesced. If he hesitated even for a moment, Mo Fengling would meet her demise. Without a second thought, Chi-Chu forcefully interrupted the spell with another surge of magic. He was aware that this action would cause significant harm to his body, possibly subjecting him to the backlash of two forms of magic simultaneously. Nonetheless, he proceeded. Boom. A tremendous roar reverberated, and Chi-Chu felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegration. Yet, a faint smile crept upon his lips. At last, it has ceased. Chi-Chu succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Moreover, he fainted amidst the battlefield. However, this time, he could distinctly sense his existence, no longer engulfed in the helplessness of having his body commandeered. In his slumber, myriad thoughts surged forth. He even suddenly realized the origin of his murderous heart demon. Ever since he attained extraordinary power, Chi-Chu had experienced unimpeded success, whether in Long Kong or within the mage realm. He could scarcely recall when he first resorted to killing, perhaps during his encounter with the butler Lin Jin at Thunderclap Castle. Compelled by self-defense and Lin Jin's insatiable greed, he had first employed his extraordinary powers upon entering this world. After Lin Jin's demise, he endured a period of discomfort. Subsequently, there were the mountain bandits from the Fanyuan family in East Village, the thugs who conspired against Mo Fengling, and that group from Zhaoguigang. At some point, he had come to regard human life as inconsequential. Though those individuals were indeed deserving of death, it was undeniable that he had long since lost the reverence for life he once held on earth. He had become a mage whose pursuit of the truths of magic came at the cost of viewing commoners as mere ants. This was the true heart demon calamity, a calamity belonging to Chi-Chu. And after employing the corruption spell to kill that purple-clad assassin yesterday, his heart demon was awakened. nearly precipitating today's tragedy. He despised this transformation. His path had veered askew. Not everyone was an ant. They might not possess his strength, yet they held significance in other realms of existence. While slaughter could resolve many matters, not everything needed to be addressed through bloodshed. Had he not acted to stem the tide in time, Mo Fengling might have perished at his hands. Enlightenment dawned. A smile graced Chi Chu's lips in his slumber. He felt a powerful intuition that if he survived this ordeal, upon awakening, his journey as a mage would undoubtedly ascend to a new pinnacle. Ding, you have awakened. Experience points 1341. Ding, you feel soreness throughout your body, utilizing an ultimate healing spell. Experience points 21. Ding, your spell usage has failed. Magic circuits are restricted. Experience points 141. Chi-Chu merely felt a wave of soreness. His hands and feet bound by some restraint. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a peculiar cage, and the guards, upon noticing his awakening, appeared quite tense, hastily exiting to notify someone. Chi-Chu's head still felt somewhat hazy. He opened the upgrade system page and, aside from the usual skills, was astonished to discover a new golden skill. Slaughter Unmatched. Born from Chi-Chu's malevolent thoughts, this skill can activate the Slaughter Unmatched state, which permanently prevents the mutation of the heart demon calamity. The shackles on his hands were familiar to Chi-Chu. He had previously encountered a substance known as demon sealing stone in a certain tome. Chi-Chu smirked, not expecting such a grand gift upon just awakening. The sound of hurried footsteps abruptly interrupted his musings. Someone was approaching. Looking up, he found not the previous guard, but two familiar faces, Zhao Xia and Xiao Lan. Chi-Chu was somewhat surprised to see both of them here simultaneously. That he recalled that Xiao Lan did not hold Zhao Xia in particularly high regard. Go, is this not my Prince Chu? You were so imposing yesterday. How is it that you appear so disheveled today? Zhao Xia's voice dripped with sarcasm, yet Chi-Chu paid him no heed. Xiao Lan, I brought you here. Do not go back on our agreement. Where has your brother gone? Only this fellow might possess the answer. Your brother? Chi-Chu raised his head in surprise. Who is your brother? Xiao Lan looked at Chi-Chu with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, still clinging to the last vestiges of optimism. Yet, Chi-Chu did not recognize her brother. A high-level mage, the one I sent to assassinate you, Zhao Xia brazenly declared, since the events of yesterday had already been laid bare. It wasn't exactly an assassination. I merely dispatched him to interfere with you. Normally, Zhao Xia would fear retribution from his master for such actions. However, Chi-Chu had dared to strike during the tournament, challenging all the judges single-handedly, thus overshadowing Zhao Xia's misdeeds. Chi-Chu fell silent. In a wonder he had found that high-level mage in a purple robe somewhat familiar. It turned out to be Xiao Lan's brother. I assumed he was merely an assassin. Chi-Chu hesitated before finally uttering this statement. Looking into Xiao Lan's eyes, he found himself incapable of providing an explanation. The last flicker of hope extinguished from Xiao Lan's countenance, her face turning pale. She bit her lip, wishing to confront Chi-Chu but found no grounds for her inquiries. It was her brother who had initiated the assassination. It was only natural he perished at another's hands. But why did it have to be Chi-Chu? Her heart was in turmoil. She and her brother had relied on each other since childhood. Had it been anyone else, Xiao Lan would have contemplated vengeance for her brother. But why did her brother have to target her friend Chi-Chu? I'm sorry, I truly did not know. Chi-Chu apologized once more, for at that moment, he had already been tainted by the aura of the heart demon calamity. His murderous intent palpable. Xiao Lan, do not heed this demon's justifications. Do not be deceived by his outwardly gentlemanly facade, for he is a ravenous killer. Do you know what they call him in Chang'e City? Chuyama. This person, relying on his prowess as a grand magus and his princely status, has long engaged in nefarious deeds. Xiao Lan stood there, her pallid complexion stark against the backdrop, as Zhao Xia once again urged her to reconsider. Chi-Chu, a formidable grand mage, was audaciously masquerading as a novice in the beginner class. Truly despicable. You know my identity? Chi-Chu responded with surprise, taken aback that Zhao Xia had so brazenly revealed his truth. Zhao Xia let out a derisive snort. Do you really believe that your misdeeds have gone unnoticed? You have long been recognized. Moreover, President Gong is the head of the Mage Guild in Chang'e City. A prince? What a grand title. According to the laws of the Qilin Empire, any mage who employs large-scale spells within the city, causing widespread destruction, is subject to the death penalty. You are nothing but a cold-blooded murderer. The atmosphere around Chi-Chu turned frigid, abruptly silencing Zhao Xia, as a murderous intent glimmered in his obsidian eyes. If it weren't for you, I would never have mistakenly killed Xiaolan's brother. So you know my identity, and still dare to speak to me like this. Zhao Xia, in his audacity, was utterly lacking in self-awareness. Though his hands and feet were bound by magic-suppressing stones, it did not imply that he was powerless against Zhao Xia. The intensity of Qi Chu's gaze unnerved Zhao Xia, stirring a flicker of panic within him. Xiaozhu had implored him to bring her to see Qi Chu, and with Qi Chu's hand shackled, he momentarily failed to shift his perspective. It dawned on him that Qi Chu was indeed a grand mage, a frenzied wizard who disregarded the rules. If he were to escape from here, his own strength would be utterly insufficient to evade Qi Chu's grasp. Humph, so what? Everything I said is the truth. Bound by magic stones, do you still wish to make a move? Despite a surge of trepidation, Zhao Xia maintained a semblance of bravado, his tone softening, devoid of the earlier disdain. Outside the confines imprisoning Qi Chu, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Siu and Gong Ping, having just learned of Qi Chu's awakening, hurried over. What brings you here? Siu inquired with a hint of curiosity, glancing at Zhao Xia. I brought her in to see. As Xiaolon's brother also fell victim to his hands, Zhao Xia had covertly led Xiaolon inside, intending to witness Qi Chu's downfall, only to be caught red-handed by his own mentor. He pondered how to explain. Siu's attention shifted away from him, granting Zhao Xia a moment of relief. Your Highness, Gong Ping sighed, gazing at Qi Chu, restrained by the magic stones, unsure of what to say. Following a unanimous discussion amongst several mages, it was concluded that Qi Chu had entered a state of anomaly, precipitating the events that transpired. The public's reaction to the incident was immense, and the Count's estate from Xihua City was already demanding accountability. However, Siu and Gong Ping had temporarily intercepted this request in the name of the Mage Guild, and now they could only await news from the Imperial City. Thus, it was not yet time for Qi Chu to be released. Gong Ping expressed his regret towards Qi Chu's situation, lamenting the sudden turn of events from the previous day, which had proven to be far more serious than anticipated. What if Fengling? She is unharmed. I hope she is fine. She is currently with the students of Chang'e City, though she was likely frightened yesterday. We are now within the Mage Guild of Xihua City, surrounded by citizens demanding an explanation. Qi Chu nodded, acknowledging that indeed he had lost control over the situation. Why do you choose to assist me? At this juncture, Gong Ping and his companions could have easily handed Qi Chu over. Yet they opted to keep him within the Mage Guild for the time being. Do not presume it is merely because I am a member of the Mage Guild. I do not believe that to be the case. Qi Chu cast a sidelong glance at Gong Ping and the woman clad in red known as Siu, eager to grasp their motivations. It is because of this. Siu scrutinized Qi Chu, revealing a green rune in her hand. Qi Chu was momentarily taken aback. This green rune was the very essence of life corrosion. This is what you cast on the ladder that day. I have spent the past 2 days studying it and have gradually unraveled some of its intricacies. When you fought against the three of us yesterday, you unleashed a similar area of effect attack of the wood element. If you are willing to share such runes, the Mage Guild is prepared to assist you in addressing the repercussions of this incident. Siu regarded Qi Chu intently. This enigmatic prince harbored secrets far too numerous. With the sudden appearance of a colossal dragon, he had managed to overpower 2 mages and a grand mage within the protective array of Xihua City. Had it not been for the timely intervention of that young girl, Qi Chu himself might have continued the onslaught, an outcome too dire to contemplate for the entire city. Rune sharing? Qi Chu was taken aback. He was familiar with the concept. The runes available for perusal within the Mage Guild were the fruits of labor from generations of mages. During his prior involvement with the Mage Guild, he had learned a considerable number of runes, which had significantly aided him. Your discovery represents a revolution for all wood element mages, should you choose to share. The Mage Guild will express gratitude on behalf of all selfless seekers of magic across the globe. Furthermore, you shall earn substantial contributions for internal transactions and rune research within the Mage Guild. Notifications from the upper echelons of the Mage Guild had already been dispatched, hoping that you would formally join their ranks. With just a word from you, regardless of how the Qilin Empire chooses to handle this affair, the Mage Guild will become your most steadfast shield. Zhao Xia eavesdropped on the conversation between his mentor and Qi Chu. He grew increasingly alarmed. Why does this diverge so starkly from my expectations? Just yesterday, they had battled fiercely, risking their lives, with Qi Chu nearly ending Gong Ping's life. Now, the tone of their discourse resembled that of old friends engaged in casual conversation. This was not the script he had envisioned. He had always assumed that Qi Chu's capture by the Mage Guild was primarily to interrogate him regarding the dragon. Moreover, the guild had consistently promised to provide an explanation to the outside world. So why were they now discussing rune sharing and inviting Qi Chu to join their ranks? No. But he, Zhao Xia muttered instinctively. What then shall we tell the public? He was abruptly silenced by Siyu's piercing glare, leaving him too intimidated to utter another word. She was well aware of her apprentice's tendencies and recognized that this incident likely stemmed from his actions. Once the matter concluded, she would have to properly educate Zhao Xia. Prince Chu, this is the rune contract of the Mage Guild. Siu presented an ancient tome, imbued with a sense of antiquity, laying it before Qi Chu. The pages bore no text, only a series of recorded runes. These runes were crafted from special high-level symbols, subtly linked to certain cosmic principles. The information conveyed through the runes included contract notifications and formal invitations to join the Mage Guild. Join the Mage Guild? Had I not already registered previously? Qi Chu inquired, somewhat taken aback. Siu shook her head. The Mage Guild is far more intricate than you might imagine, due to the nature of the contracts. There are many things I cannot disclose. However, if you choose to join, you will not regret it. This world is far greater than you conceive, and your magical talent is being underutilized in the Qilin Empire. Qi Chu smirked. He was aware of his own magical prowess. Yet, the notion that this world was grander than he envisioned was debatable. Could it truly surpass Longkong? Very well, I shall join. However, my research on the extended runes of the wood element is still at an advanced stage. I have yet to grasp the intricacies of minor and major incantations. Beholding the earnest gaze of Siyu, Qi Chu finally nodded in acquiescence. He was not an inherently selfish individual. If the Mage Guild genuinely required such wood-based extension runes, he had no qualms about rendering a personal favor. After all, with so many hidden cards up his sleeve, his research into these wood-based runes was merely a matter of interest. Siu let out a sigh of relief. Had Qi Chu refused to join, she would have found herself at a loss for alternatives. The wood-based runes were secondary. It was Qi Chu's innate talent that the guild valued most. With the matter resolved, Siyu stepped forward to unshackle the bindings of the sealing stone, and Qi Chu felt a wave of ease wash over him as his magical energy began to flow in an orderly fashion once again. Siu called out to Zhao Xia, who was standing nearby with a dazed expression. That moment, Zhao Xia dared not make a sound. With the sealing stone unbound, Qi Chu appeared before him like a ferocious beast, as if he might consume him whole in the next instant. Your Highness Prince Chu, my little disciple lacks understanding and has caused you some trouble earlier. I shall ensure he is properly educated henceforth. Siyu's expression towards Zhao Xia was tinged with disappointment. That I have already discussed this with the Academy's principal. Until your strength reaches that of a mage knight, you are not permitted to step outside the Mage Guild of Xihua City. From now on, Your Highness, you shall regard him as your master uncle. Should you ever show him any disrespect, you need not worry about him taking action. I shall be the first to deal with you. If previously Qi Chu had only a superficial understanding of the Mage Guild, it was only after signing the so-called contract and listening to Siyu's explanations that he truly grasped the significance of the Mage Guild. It belonged to the mages, not only in Chang'e City and Xihua City, but in every major city throughout the Qilin Empire, and even beyond, there existed a Mage Guild. Within the Mage Guild, there were two divisions. The first part was external. The Mage Guild refrained from political affairs and conflicts, merely engaging in quiet magical practice and welcoming fresh talent. Any mage could register within the guild. The second part represented the true core of the Mage Guild. Upon reaching the rank of Mage Knight, after undergoing rigorous checks, the guild headquarters would send forth a rune contract, inviting the individual to join the true Mage Guild. For great empires in the mage domain, Qi Chu learned from Siyu's explanations that beyond the Qilin Empire, there existed 3 other empires on this land. The intersection of these 4 empires lay a vast expanse known as the Mage Domain. Regarded as paradise for mages, the location of the guild was right at the heart of the Mage Domain. Siu continued. The reason it is called the Mage Domain is that it is home to thousands, if not tens of thousands, of mage towers. For a grand mage to advance further, they must rely on the mage towers for their training. At that point, you may apply to the guild for a location to establish a mage tower, and the guild will provide some assistance and resources. Qi Chu had a query. Can a mage tower only be established within the Mage Domain? Siyu pondered for a moment. Mage towers can be constructed anywhere. However, those outside the Mage Domain are susceptible to various dangers and are referred to as Black Towers. For instance, if you encounter an enemy who forcibly destroys your mage tower, the losses you incur would be incalculable. In the Mage Domain, however, it is prohibited to attack another's mage tower, which effectively safeguards their security. A mage tower encompasses its own domain, generating a protective sphere within a certain radius. Hence, Grand Mages are also known as ring-level mages. Beyond that, I am not well versed. You will have the opportunity to experience the mage domain firsthand in the future. The Academy's grand competition outside Xihua City was suspended for a day before resuming. The Earl's residents had no recourse against the Mage Guild and continued to await a response from the royal city that Chi-Chu, meanwhile, gleaned much information about this continent from Cu, collaborating with her on the newly discovered wood-based extension runes. To everyone's astonishment, the first news they received was not about how to handle Chi-Chu, but rather an alarming message from the direction of Changgu City in the west. The alert contained but 8 words: Beast Tide approaching. Request for assistance. Subsequently, the transmission array ceased receiving any further messages from Changgu City. Silence enveloped Xihua City as it promptly announced the indefinite cancellation of the Academy's grand competition, mobilizing all for the impending Beast Tide. In the face of such a calamity, the competition and the battles of mage knights became trivial concerns. Hardly anyone cared whether Chi-Chu would face punishment. The last Beast Tide had occurred 71 years prior. When Shuazhou was still comprised of 4 major cities, that it was during that very Beast Tide that an ancient city, standing for a millennium, was utterly obliterated, its ruins lost to the annals of history. The other 3 cities of Shuazhou suffered grievous losses as well. The younger generation may not fully comprehend the implications of a Beast Tide, but those fortunate enough to survive the horrors of that time remained haunted by the memories. And now, the Beast Tide was upon them once more, breaking forth from the direction of Changgu City. Alias, faster. Chi-Chu's spirit sank. He had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events since arriving in Xihua City. He had encountered a slew of unforeseen incidents, and now he faced the legendary Beast Tide. He had read about such phenomena in the history of Changgu City, which had originally been established as the first line of defense against the Beast Tide. Below, he could already see the sporadic silhouettes of strange beasts. He had encountered many in the Qingling mountain range. Moving further ahead, he could discern throngs of magical beasts that Chi-Chu was aware of magical beasts. As Leiming Fortress dealt in various magical beast pelts, where some wild creatures, nourished by magical energy, developed magical crystals within their bodies. Some high-tier magical beasts even possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Let us bypass Changgu City and head directly to Leiming Fortress. A sense of unease crept into Chi-Chu's heart. Leiming Fortress lay even further west than Changgu City. And should the Beast Tide truly arrive, it would likely be the first stronghold to bear the brunt of the onslaught. Fortunately, Chi-Chu had initially planned to fortify it into a robust bastion. Having constructed sturdy walls and implemented various protective formations, now, he could only hope that Leiming Fortress could endure long enough for him to return. Damn it, why are there so many magical beasts? This is even more than the exotic creatures in the Dragon Void resource plane. Chi-Chu gazed at the dense mass of the Beast Tide below, unable to count their numbers at a glance. Heaven knows how many magical beasts had surged forth from the depths of the forest. Alias let out a mighty roar, accelerating their flight once more. Finally, on the horizon, Chi-Chu spotted the silhouette of a massive castle. The Beast Tide enveloped the fortress, and the outer barrier's magical array had long since been damaged. That a pang of pain struck Chi-Chu's heart. Leiming Fortress was the first place he had arrived at in this world, and it held a special significance as his true home. While the castle could be rebuilt, the lives lost within could never be reclaimed. He vividly remembered a servant named Tang Yi, who had once shielded him from a blow from the butler. He had promised to help him rise to greatness. He also thought of Qin Xiao and Lin Chi-Chi, his little maids. Each servant within the castle was like family to him. The nutrient chamber of Granny Imo was also stored in the underground warehouse of Leiming Fortress. First, we must clear the Beast Tide. Perhaps there are still people hiding underground. Chi-Chu patted Alias's back, casting various area spells without pause. Boom. Enormous fireballs and Alias's frost breath rained down mercilessly upon the densely packed Beast Tide. There are simply too many. Chi-Chu once again unleashed a meteor shower, and although he and Ilea were swift in their efforts, the magical beasts seemed to be an unending tide, relentless and insatiable. Moreover, each beast possessed a resilience to damage that far surpassed that of ordinary creatures, rendering even Chi-Chu, a mobile artillery platform, incapable of dispatching them with a single strike. Little spell, Flame Emperor. Chi-Chu transformed into a towering fire giant. Standing 100 meters tall, with flames swirling chaotically around him to drive back the beasts. Coupled with Ilea's intentional aura of intimidation, they managed to clear a small portion of the beast horde surrounding Thunderroar Fortress. Ilea, shield me while we set up the formations. We cannot hope to eliminate them all at once, in a matter of moments. Chi-Chu had slain tens of thousands of magical beasts, yet this paltry number accounted for less than 1,000th of the vast horde. He was compelled to adopt a defensive strategy, encircling Thunder Roar Fortress with formations and contemplating subsequent actions at a more measured pace. Finally, after expending immense effort, Chi-Chu cast hundreds of formations around the outer city of Thunder Roar Fortress. Together with Ailea's oppressive presence, they barely held the onslaught of the beast tide at bay. The magical beasts surged forth like locusts, driven by an insatiable hunger, heedless of death, ravenously consuming everything in their path. Fortunately, the inner city of Thunder Roar Fortress was far less populated by beasts, as the sturdy city walls effectively impeded the horde's advance. Chi-Chu took some time to cleanse the fortress thoroughly. "There's someone in the underground warehouse." Chi-Chu felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Tang Yi and the others were not entirely foolish, knowing to seek refuge in the underground warehouse when the tide of beasts approached. When Chi-Chu initially constructed Thunder Roar Fortress, he had intended merely to build a small basement. However, it had eventually evolved into a vast underground repository. Who would have thought this fortuitous miscalculation would prove useful in such dire times? As he made his way around, he discovered that the 4 or 5 large doors of the underground warehouse had been barricaded with massive stones. With a sweeping gesture, he shattered the stones, revealing a staircase leading downward. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from the bottom of the stairs, eager to ascertain the source of the commotion outside. Upon seeing Chi-Chu's silhouette, the child froze for a moment and then exclaimed in astonishment, "Someone's here. Someone has come to rescue us. The noise outside isn't from the beast tide. Someone is here to save us." The voice belonged to a boy Chi-Chu had never met before. He surmised that he must be one of the refugees who had sought shelter in Thunder Roar Fortress. Shortly after the boy's declaration, more figures emerged, their expressions shifting from fear to hope. Nearly rushing towards Chi-Chu.its the prince. "The prince has returned. The prince is here to save us. I told you the prince wouldn't abandon us. Hurry and inform Captain Tang." As Chi-Chu slowly approached, he finally recognized a few familiar faces, and he could faintly hear voices filled with overwhelming relief and gratitude. The harrowing experiences they had endured over the past couple of days were too terrifying to comprehend. Chi-Chu sighed with a sense of comfort. As long as they were alive, everything could be rebuilt. Gradually, he followed the group towards the underground warehouse, and to his astonishment, he found that there were indeed a considerable number of people within. With less than 100 inhabitants originally residing in Thunder Roar Fortress, and no more than 1,000 laborers who had come to construct the fortress, Chi-Chu was taken aback to see that there were now 2,000 to 3,000 individuals hiding in the warehouse. Fortunately, the underground repository had been constructed large enough to accommodate them. Otherwise, it would have been a significant challenge. "Your Highness." Tang Yi squeezed through the crowd, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was one of the few who fully understood the perilous situation outside with the beast tide. And he had never imagined that the prince had managed to traverse through such danger. "Is everyone in Thunder Roar Fortress safe?" Tang Yi wiped his face, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. The prince had braved the terrifying beast tide solely for the sake of these seemingly inconsequential civilians. "They're fine. Before the beast tide struck, I had already arranged for them to take refuge in the underground warehouse. The others include laborers from the fortress construction, villagers seeking shelter, and some who fled from Tower Mountain Fortress." Chi-Chu nodded. Tower Mountain Fortress, like Thunder Roar Fortress, belonged to a small baronial territory. Given its proximity, it was not surprising that some refugees had made their way there. "What about Qin Xiao and Lin Chi-Chi?" "The nutrient pods I brought back are unharmed, right? The nutrient pods are fine. The restrictions you set up cannot be breached by anyone. As for Miss Qin and Miss Lin." Tang Yi hesitated, his expression revealing a struggle to convey the gravity of the situation. With a heavy sigh, he continued, "You should see for yourself." At the far end of the underground warehouse, a dark-clad mage licked his lips, gazing at Lin Chi-Chi with keen interest, with the beast tied outside. "If Miss Qin does not receive treatment soon, she may truly perish. As it happens, I am a water mage, skilled in healing arts. Just say the word, and your sister can be restored to consciousness by nightfall." Lin Chi-Chi glared at him furiously. The black-clad mage was named Yang Hao, a guard of the Baron from Tower Mountain Fortress, who had sought refuge in Thunder Roar Fortress amidst the chaos. In a moment of crisis, Qin Xiao had opened the gates to allow them entry. However, it was because of this act of kindness that Qin Xiao had been gravely injured by a ferocious beast and remained in a coma since then. "Absolutely not. I am the prince's maid and now his woman. If you dare lay a finger on me, The prince will surely take your life. Lin Chi spat defiantly when Qin Xiao had saved them. Lin Chi had been determined to repay Chi Chu for his kindness ever since her own face had been healed by him at the Listening Rain Pavilion. Yang Hao laughed mockingly. I admit there was a kindness, but I do not recognize any enmity. I simply have refrained from offering treatment if you agree to be my woman, or rather, if you agree to spend one night with me. I will save her, surely. This is a fair bargain. The prince? Yang Hao scoffed. The beast tide is all around us. Even high-level mages or magisters would find it impossible to break through. Those nobles would never risk their lives to save you commoners. The underground warehouse is limited in space. With over 2,000 people, even basic sustenance will become a pressing issue. There has been no turmoil thus far, but that could change in a matter of days. If you agree to my terms, I can guarantee the safety of everyone in Thunderroar Fortress. Get lost. Lin Chi interrupted him vehemently that a flicker of malice crossed Yang Hao's eyes. This Lin Chi was far too ungrateful. Find out, we'll see if you can remain so defiant in a few days. Lin Chi bit her lip tightly, feeling a deep sense of despair. The sudden arrival of the beast tide had shattered all the plans for Thunderroar Fortress. Were it not for the prince's foresight in building such a vast underground warehouse, Thunderroar Fortress would likely have perished long ago. Qin Xiao, with her kind heart, could not bear to watch the refugees perish at the hands of the beasts, and had saved them. Who could have foreseen that the mage from Tower Mountain Fortress would take advantage of the prince's vulnerability, even occupying the prince's room within the warehouse? The strongest guards of Thunderroar Fortress were merely peak mage apprentices. Yet this Baron's guard had already reached the mid-level of a junior mage. Day by day, his audacity grew bolder, having seized the food rations from Tang Yi just yesterday. Yet, gazing upon the seemingly fragile Lin Chi only intensified Yang Hao's desire to conquer her. To speak plainly, if Qin Xiao does not accept treatment soon, she will definitely not survive the night that I will be in my room waiting for you. This is your final opportunity. Yang Hao was not deceiving Lin Chi. Qin Xiao's life force was indeed waning, and even he was uncertain if he could save her. However, if he could ensnare Lin Chi, he would be the one to dictate the terms of any ensuing chaos. Suddenly, as he spoke, the ground trembled violently, startling Yang Hao. Miss Lin, did you hear that? Outside. There exists not only an endless tide of beasts but also terrifying otherworldly creatures. It is only a matter of time before this underground warehouse is discovered. The sounds from outside grow increasingly frequent, and the roars of the colossal beasts instill a sense of dread within the warehouse. S.A. Mage, I assure you that as long as you stay by my side, even in the direst of circumstances, I can rescue both you and Miss Qin. Perhaps, in due time, you may encounter your prince once more as for the events that transpired within the warehouse, if you choose to remain silent. Who would be the wiser? Observing Lin Chi-Chi's worried expression, Yang Hao's tone became increasingly enticing. After all, boasting requires no investment. It is merely a matter of ensnaring this little girl first. Lin Chi-Chi lowered her head, her heart torn as she gazed at Qin Xiao's pale visage. Let me think it over. I will provide you with a response shortly. She had no desire to engage with Yang Hao. Yet Qin Xiao's life hung in the balance. Her lips bore the marks of her anxiety, having been bitten to draw blood. For now, she could only placate Yang Hao, awaiting Tang Yi's arrival to devise a strategy. Had she known, she would never have saved this wretch. After a time, the roars from outside gradually subsided, and the world slowly grew quiet. The collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, thankful that they had not been discovered by the unknown giant beast lurking outside. Someone is here. Someone has come to rescue us. The earlier commotion was not the beasts. Someone is here to save us. It's the prince. The prince has returned. Hurry and inform Captain Tang. Suddenly, Lin Chi heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from the hall. Yang Hao was taken aback. Turning his gaze toward the commotion, the crowd parted, revealing a handsome young man accompanied by Captain Tang from Thunderbolt Fortress, making his way toward the inner hall. Yang Hao's astonishment knew no bounds. Is this a deception? How could anyone traverse such a dense tide of beasts? Could they have flown in from the heavens? Absolutely impossible. Yang Hao's mind raced as he assessed the situation. Hardly anyone in the hall had ever laid eyes on the so-called prince. His first thought was that Tang Yi had enlisted a youth to impersonate the prince in a bid to reclaim control of the underground warehouse. As the young man drew closer, Yang Hao scrutinized him closely. Humph, just as I suspected. This boy possesses not a trace of magical energy. A smirk crept onto his lips as he regarded Tang Yi with disdain. Did the captain not understand that in this world, only those with power held the right to speak? Your Highness, Lin Chichi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. In the next moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. The horror she had faced these past few days weighed heavily upon her. Upon seeing Chi-Chu, Lin Chi-Chi could no longer maintain her facade of strength and collapsed into his embrace. Your Highness, her voice, tinged with helplessness, tugged at the heartstrings of those nearby. Chi-Chu sighed in relief. It is well. As long as you are unharmed, everything will be all right. He tenderly ruffled Lin Chi-Chi's hair. Do not worry. I have returned, and I am here for you. Meanwhile, Yang Hao raised an eyebrow, observing Lin Chi-Chi's tear-filled eyes with a smile that barely concealed his jealousy. How unexpected that the performance was so convincing. Surely, there had been ample rehearsal. Is that enough? He waved dismissively, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes. How absurd that someone he had never even held could be so easily embraced by this young man. Peering down at Chi-Chu with keen interest, he spoke. So you were the prince. You play the part convincingly. What proof do you have of your identity? Chi-Chu was momentarily taken aback. In truth, witnessing so many alive because of the fortress he had built brought him some comfort. Gently stroking Lin Chi-Chi's hair, he noted how her body remained as soft as ever. However, why was there suddenly someone questioning his identity? What a strange scenario. Returning to his own home, why should he have to prove who he was? Upon closer inspection, he realized he had never encountered the young man clad in black robes before. Who are you? Chi-Chu inquired. Yang Hao snorted coldly but did not respond. There's no need for pretense. I have seen through your ruse. Seen through what? Pretense? Chi-Chu was utterly perplexed and turned to Tang Yi, who mirrored his confusion. With the outside teeming with beasts, how could anyone possibly navigate through them? Did this person claim to have flown in from the heavens? Humph. Even at this juncture, you still wish to play your little games. Release Miss Lin at once. She is not someone you can hold, Yang Hao declared, attempting to separate Lin Chi-Chi from Chi-Chu. In his eyes, Lin Chi-Chi had already become his possession. Are you out of your mind? Chi-Chu stepped back, evading him, while Lin Chi-Chi instinctively hid behind Chi-Chu. If you are unwell, seek treatment. Do not obstruct my path. I did indeed come from the heavens. Who is he? Tang Yi. Chi-Chu had no desire to waste words with this fool, who demanded proof of his royal identity. Within Thunderbolt Fortress, nearly 100 people knew who he was. A mere refugee from the Tide of Beasts dared to speak so boldly before him. Tang Yi chuckled ruefully before responding. Your Highness, this is Baron Yang Hao's guard from Tashan Fortress. A junior mage, a mid-level junior mage. Yang Hao interjected, a hint of pride in his voice. Among the 2,000 people here, I am the only mage. The Baron of Tashan Fortress had tragically perished amidst the beast tide, and Yang Hao had led the Baroness and nearly 100 others to safety. However, Chi-Chu detected the underlying tension in Tang Yi's words. Yang Hao believed that due to the scarcity of supplies in the fortress, he should dictate their distribution. Currently, all provisions within the warehouse were under his control. Tang Yi had initially spoken softly, but upon reconsideration, he thought, why should I cower now that the prince has returned? His voice grew louder, filled with resentment toward Yang Hao. Only then did Chi-Chu begin to comprehend the unfolding situation. This was indeed a case of usurpation, as someone had dared to lay claim to his Thunderbolt Fortress in his absence. Truly, the hearts of men are revealed in times of crisis. He had contemplated eradicating such scum, but recalling his previous experiences in Xihua City, he merely smiled, deeming it unworthy of his ire. When it is possible to avoid bloodshed, it is far better to exercise restraint. I am Chi-Chu, the Lord of Thunderbolt Fortress. I have returned. You may return whence you came. I have no need to prove my identity nor the desire to do so. While I am in a good mood, I suggest you remove yourself from my sight, lest you regret it. Chi-Chu brusquely pushed past Yang Hao and headed toward Qin Xiao's quarters, having sensed her severe injuries and wishing to avoid further engagement with this fool. However, Yang Hao was not pleased. Ha, you tell me to leave? Have you grown addicted to your little charade? Today he was determined to see who would truly be forced to leave. What is happening? Is that not Prince Chu? Why is he arguing with Guard Yang? A villager from one of Thunderbolt Fortress's subordinate villages inquired. Humph, what does Guard Yang amount to before Prince Chu? He was merely relying on his strength to attempt to seize control of Thunderbolt Fortress. Now that the prince has returned, he will undoubtedly face retribution. An ex-laborer from the fortress who had once helped construct its walls explained that is it really the prince? So young? Those who had accompanied Yang Hao from Tashan Fortress gazed on in astonishment. But the outside is overrun with beasts. If a conflict arises, the entire underground warehouse will surely descend into chaos. The commotion caused by Chi-Chu and Yang Hao has drawn quite a crowd. The villagers under the jurisdiction of Thunderclap Fortress have begun to worry for Chi-Chu, although Chi-Chu had previously toured the village, and they had caught only a distant glimpse of him. They knew him to be affable, yet they remained unaware of his true capabilities that in stark contrast. Yang Hao, a formidable mage, had demonstrated his power for all to see. It was he who had moved the colossal boulder that had blocked the last of the beast tide. Now, in the face of such peril, was there to be infighting? Just as everyone was taken aback, Chi-Chu audaciously commanded Yang Hao to leave, igniting the powder keg of Yang Hao's fury. A golden rune began to glow in Yang Hao's hand, which sharpened into a blade-like edge. It was the same technique he had employed to cleave the stone yesterday. Beware, my lord, Prince Chu is a good man. He built this place and saved our lives. We cannot allow him to be harmed. Yang Hao's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, thoroughly incensed by the theatrical antics of Tang Yi and Chi Chu. As the strongest in the vicinity, he felt no need to reason with these commoners. Regardless of Chi-Chu's princely status, his death was a foregone conclusion. If Lin Chi did not comply, he would take her by force, then heal the one named Qin Xiao and comfortably rule as a local despot in the underground warehouse. With a swift motion, his sharp hand lunged toward Chi-Chu. Tang Yi, astonished, had not anticipated that Yang Hao would dare to assault the prince. Well, he is indeed a man of courage, Tang Yi mused silently. Chi-Chu, known as the king of Hades in Longsong City, had already begun to mourn Yang Hao in his heart. Chi-Chu was genuinely irritated by this individual that I told you to leave. The repeated provocations truly tested his patience. A gold element mage, did he truly believe himself to be invincible? Without hesitation, Chi-Chu summoned a translucent hand from behind, which seized Yang Hao with an iron grip. The hand casually twisted, producing a series of cracking sounds that made everyone swallow hard. Yang Hao was crushed into a ball. While it was not fatal, his predicament was exceedingly humiliating. You refuse to listen when I speak kindly. You insist on leaving. With a flick of the translucent hand, Yang Hao was sent rolling across the hall, and the crowd parted to allow him a clear path. When he finally came to a halt, another translucent hand emerged, lifting him off the ground and forcefully pinning him against the wall at the far end of the hall. Yang Hao felt a wave of pain wash over him, and unable to catch his breath, he fainted. Let him hang for a day, to serve as a warning. Chi-Chu's voice echoed throughout the hall, leaving the onlookers parched with dread. This was their Prince Chu, the true master of Thunderclap Fortress. The scale and severity of the beast tide exceeded Chi-Chu's expectations. Even with the combined efforts of himself and Elias C., they could scarcely clear the land within a mile radius of Thunderclap Fortress. Moreover, even after the area was cleared, the beast tide would surge forth anew in no time. The newly arrived monsters feasted upon the corpses of their fallen comrades, subtly increasing in strength, thereby creating a vicious cycle for Chi-Chu. If only this were a resource-rich plain, the dragon tamers would undoubtedly clear the beast tide in no time. As Chi-Chu lamented, he continued to mend the protective magical array in the east. Currently, he spent the majority of his days combating the beast tide, and in his spare time, he tirelessly repaired the magical formations to safeguard the over 2,000 survivors within Thunderclap Fortress. This was why he could afford to casually dispose of protective arrays. If a different archmage were to take his place, they would certainly be unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the beast tide, let alone protect so many within the arrays. One small consolation was that these magical cores could also be traded in the Dragon Sky market for some dragon coins. Although the selling price was meager, it was better than nothing. Thus, 2 or 3 days passed. The survivors of Thunderclap Fortress emerged from the underground warehouse, with Tang Yi organizing the survivors to undertake some repairs, while Chi-Chu roamed with the dragon-formed Elias C. to defend their home. When the survivors first laid eyes on Elias C., they were understandably taken aback, particularly Yang Hao, who trembled so violently he could barely stand. The sight of a living dragon before them left a profound impression on the mages, far exceeding that of the other commoners. Noon. While Chi-Chu was once more gathering the beast tide, he began to sense something amiss. In recent days, not only had the monsters grown increasingly powerful, but there were also occasional appearances of massive beasts with a commanding presence. Master, I sense a powerful aura. Elias C., in her human form, gazed into the distance beside Chi-Chu. He nodded. A beast tide of this magnitude could not be devoid of general-level monsters. The ground began to tremble slightly, and a hint of chaos emerged among the beast's tide, something Chi-Chu had never encountered before. Elias, let us investigate, but do not let the flames of war reach Thunderclap Fortress. Chi-Chu leaped into action, and Elias transformed into her dragon form, their coordination becoming increasingly seamless as they soared toward the source of the sound. Yet, after flying a mere few hundred meters, two enormous shadows emerged from the nearby mountains. As the shadows drew nearer, they emitted furious roars. It turned out to be two colossal apes, nearly 20 meters tall. Roar. Elias responded defiantly with a blast of dragon breath. The two massive apes halted in their tracks. They were not without some intelligence. They had initially come seeking what they perceived to be a formidable adversary among the small beasts. Yet, from afar, they saw the dragon, which towered 3 times their size. Elias alone measured 60 to 70 meters in length. Was this a formidable foe? It was utterly insurmountable. The innate pressure of the dragon race left them gasping for breath. Quickly, return and inform the chief. Roar. The two massive apes, having just approached, turned tail and fled. However, Chi-Chu's furrowed brow only deepened. The powerful aura that Elias had sensed was not emanating from them. Ha ha ha. The prince has driven off those two giant apes. His dragon is simply magnificent. If only I could have a dragon of my own someday. They could hardly believe their eyes. Those two giant apes were as large as mountains. Yet they had been sent scurrying in fear by the prince. At the upper tier of Thunderclap Fortress, the crowd surged, eager to witness Chi-Chu's display. The stronger Chi-Chu became, the more reassured they felt. The earlier tremors had raised many hearts to their throats. Yet now, witnessing Chi-Chu effortlessly frighten away the beasts, they could not help but cheer. Huh? Why hasn't the prince returned? A youth voiced his curiosity. As Chi-Chu and the dragon remained suspended in the air, neither advancing nor retreating, in a way. Something else is coming. The crowd surged once more, their curiosity piqued even in the direst of circumstances. With some climbing atop the walls that had been erected for the protective magical array, hiss. Many gasped in astonishment as a gigantic shadow began to rise from the far side of the ground. As it drew closer, everyone felt a more intense tremor than that caused by the two apes. Chi-Chu's gaze fixed firmly upon the approaching behemoth, which Elias had alluded to. This colossal creature advanced step by step, towering as high as a small mountain. This was the first time Chi-Chu had encountered anything in the mage realm that surpassed Elias in size. The beast was a deep crimson, with a pair of small golden horns atop its head, its body resembling that of a giant bull, yet it boasted black wings, sharp claws, and teeth that sent an icy chill through Chi-Chu. The creature's target was none other than Chi-Chu, and the Thunderclap Fortress that lay behind him. How could such a thing possibly exist? At Thunderclap Fortress, a young boy clutching a book nearly fell to the ground in fright. I once read in an ancient tome about a creature with the body of an ox, golden horns, and black wings. This beast is Qiongqi, a ferocious entity that can rival even dragons. Moreover, according to the legends inscribed in that book, Qiongqi has a history of slaughtering dragonkind. As these words left his lips, the colossal form of Qiongqi lunged towards Chi-Chu and Alicia's with tremendous force. Despite its massive size, its speed during the assault was astonishingly swift. Alicia's quickly unleashed a breath of dragon fire, deftly evading the oncoming attack. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens as Qiongqi's claw shattered the icy barrier conjured by Alicia's. Ice that even a Grand Sorcerer would need time to dissipate was obliterated by a single swipe. The onlookers within Thunderclap Fortress were engulfed in worry, for it was the first time they had witnessed their lord at a disadvantage in days. Lin Chichi tightened her grip on Qin Xiao's hand, scarcely daring to breathe. The thought of her lord caught in the clash between the dragon and Qiongqi filled her with profound anxiety for Chi-Chu's safety. If anyone in the fortress still harbored other thoughts, it was likely Yi Hao, lurking in a corner. Death would be preferable. The frustration of the past few days manifested as a flicker of envy in his eyes. Chi-Chu's management of Thunderclap Fortress had drastically diminished his standing as a mage. He could sense the disdainful glances ordinary citizens cast in his direction. While others hoped for Chi-Chu to vanquish Qiongqi, Yi Hao secretly wished for Chi-Chu to perish at its claws. If Chi-Chu died, he could return to his underground lair as the king of the dirt. Should the opportunity arise, he would show no mercy. Anyone who defied him must perish. Boom! Another deafening roar interrupted Yi Hao's musings. Alicia's, overwhelmed by Qiongqi, was sent crashing into a cliff, creating a massive crater Chi-Chu on her back. activated a minor spell, transforming into a fiery figure. Yet even then, Qiongqi's claw scattered half of the flames. Chi-Chu felt an unprecedented sense of caution. This monstrous beast was undeniably beyond the level of a Grand Sorcerer. Dragon language magic, ice domination. Alicia's, now angered, was no ordinary frost dragon. Having accompanied Chi-Chu for so long, she had never sustained injury. With a fierce roar, the heavens seemed to descend into a frost-laden mist, blanketing the plains and mountains within a 10-mile radius in a layer of white frost, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. She lunged fiercely towards Qiongqi. The tide of beasts instinctively made way, the overwhelming power of life forcing them to yield the battlefield to the two titanic creatures. Those unable to escape were mercilessly crushed into pulp beneath the feet of Qiongqi and Alicia's. Engaged in close combat ignited Alicia's ferocity. Even for the honor of dragonkind, she would ensure Qiongqi paid dearly. Boom! Boom! The clash of the two titans rendered Chi-Chu momentarily impotent, as the sheer might of their struggle seemed to give birth to the very forces of nature itself. The inhabitants of Thunderclap Fortress stood transfixed, the atmosphere laden with silence. Humanity, and indeed all of Thunderclap Fortress, appeared utterly insignificant in the face of Qiongqi and Alicia's. Surely, this was at least the level of a sorcerer. If not, it was likely even greater, for it was said that Lord Chu was of the Grand Sorcerer tier, yet he found himself powerless to intervene in the battle. Goodness, how could we withstand such a tide of beasts and that colossal monster? We are but a small place. In the past few days, the number of magical beasts that have passed through here is at least 100-fold. Otherwise, what do you think? I heard my grandfather recount that the beast tide 70 years ago led to the downfall of much of the Chilean Empire. With hundreds of thousands perishing in Baiyuan City, not a single soul surviving. At this moment, Yang Hao dared not criticize Chi-Chu any longer, setting aside whether Chi-Chu was a Grand Sorcerer. If that dragon were to be defeated by Qiongqi, and then if Qiongqi were to trample Thunderclap Fortress, forget the underground lair. Thunderclap Fortress would be reduced to dust. Alicia's and Qiongqi continued their fierce struggle. She was now covered in wounds, barely managing to freeze her injuries with ice magic. Chi-Chu tirelessly cast healing and enhancement spells upon her, barely maintaining a balance in the fight against Qiongqi. Blood flowed profusely from Qiongqi, forming a stream upon the ground, enticing some bold magical beasts to sample it, causing their bodies to redden as they approached the brink of evolution. Roar. Qiongqi let out a low growl. Seemingly eager for another bout, yet also appearing to provoke, Alicia's yearned to charge into melee once more, but Chi-Chu intervened. His strength was gradually increasing, yet he had yet to unleash his true power. To continue in this manner would surely lead to defeat. Let me take over. Chi-Chu gently touched Alicia's wounds, feeling a pang of sorrow. Alicia sought to prove her worth as a dragon. Yet Chi-Chu understood she had already reached her limits. Somehow, he had a strong premonition that Qiongqi possessed yet another hidden power. There was still a formidable force within it yet to be unleashed. Thus, Chi-Chu instructed Alicia's to engage in combat with him, to wear down Qiongqi's stamina. However, Chi-Chu no longer wished to prolong this battle. With each attack Alicia's endured, his heart ached further. This confrontation must yield a victor. Great spell, Dragon God. This was Chi-Chu's singular grand spell, his most potent technique. He had ascended to the pinnacle of grand sorcery, drawing from Alicia's as his source. And to confront Qiongqi at such a level, he had no choice but to unleash this spell. Qiongqi froze momentarily, uncertain of the intentions of this human and the frost dragon. In the next instant, it was compelled to stand tall, the sky gradually turning gray, mixed with ominous shadows. Alicia's S-form began to transform into white luminescence, flowing entirely towards Chi-Chu. What is happening? Where has the dragon gone? The white light surged towards Chi-Chu, his own power erupting uncontrollably. Qiongqi fixated its gaze upon him. Initially, it had approached with a playful mindset towards the small dragon. But now this ant-like human exuded an unmistakable sense of danger. Roar. The time for play was over. These tiny ants must be dealt with swiftly. Qiongqi let out a symbolic roar, yet Chi-Chu remained undeterred, continuing to absorb the white luminescence. Instinctively, Qiongqi sensed something was amiss. Its wings flared as it charged at Chi-Chu. With claws the size of mountains, it struck down upon him. Every heart tightened in suspense. What was happening? Where had the dragon vanished? Their lord seemed to remain motionless atop the mountain. While Qiongqi surged forward, some timid souls covered their eyes, unable to fathom what it would feel like to be struck by such a colossal paw. Boom. Qiongqi's massive paw descended. It exhaled a sigh of relief within. This blow had consumed nearly all of its strength, obliterating the mountaintop. Even if this human were a so-called tiered mage, He surely could not survive. Those witnessing this scene within Thunderclap Fortress turned pale. Some collapsing to the ground. It was over. The Lord was dead. Everything was finished. Thunderclap Fortress was doomed. No. The Lord is unharmed. Suddenly, as the dust settled, a keen-eyed youth exclaimed in astonishment. There stood Chi-Chu, proudly perched upon a fragment of stone, single-handedly holding up Xiongqi's massive paw. Xiongqi's body was easily 100 times larger than Chi-Chu's, akin to a tiger confronting an ant. Yet this ant had somehow managed to withstand the force. In the next moment, he astonished all by pushing Xiongqi back several hundred meters, sending it crashing to the ground. Come, let us battle. The voice was soft, yet Xiongqi heard it. If previously Chi-Chu had evoked a sense of danger, now he imparted an overwhelming impression of invincibility. The individual known as a human has undergone a complete transformation, now draped in shadows. With only his hair resembling the purest snow, two luminescent white horns have sprouted from his head, and his body is adorned with intricate, dense patterns that render him almost unrecognizable as a human. Xiongqi yearned to engage in battle, yet an instinctual urge compelled him to flee. The strangeness of this human was overwhelming. Even a dragon had merged with him, an occurrence unheard of in Xiongqi's ancestral memories. How could Chi-Chu possibly let him escape? Moments ago, Chi-Chu had hovered in midair, but in an instant, he appeared before Xiongqi, delivering a gentle yet devastating punch that echoed with a mournful resonance throughout the realm. No one dared to believe their eyes. Chi-Chu had, astonishingly, pierced through one of Xiongqi's arms. This was a feat even Iliasi had failed to accomplish. Yet Chi-Chu, transformed into a dragon god, achieved it with ease. The might of the dragon god spell not only amplified Chi-Chu's strength alongside Iliasi's, but also channeled the very essence of magic from the cosmos. A dragon mage, terrifying indeed. Flee. This was the singular thought racing through Xiongqi's mind. Ignoring his injuries, he struggled desperately to escape. Yet, Chi-Chu audaciously flew to one of Xiongqi's beastly horns and grasped it firmly. The scene on the battlefield was incongruous. Chi-Chu, dwarfed by Xiongqi's size, effortlessly seized the horn. Xiongqi's strength was insufficient to budge him. Roar. Xiongqi, no longer concerned with concealing his hidden powers, unleashed the energy within him, causing his form to swell, doubling in size. His strength surged exponentially. Alas, he was astounded to discover that he could still not shake Chi-Chu's grip. Who truly was the ferocious beast here? Is this cheating? Xiongqi resolved immediately to sever his own horn with his claws. Remaining any longer could spell his doom. He could not fathom why the tide of battle had shifted so rapidly. He had maintained the advantage, only to see it reversed in an instant. Ziz. In Chi-Chu's eyes, there was naught but an impassive expression as he parted his lips, unleashing a cacophony that surpassed even the mightiest roar. The beasts below were unable to withstand the onslaught, convulsing on the ground, while the more primitive creatures erupted in explosive demise. This was the might of the dragon god. Xiongqi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The vibrations in his ears caused blood to seep from his eyes and ears. A faint purple silhouette rose behind Chi-Chu, soaring skyward, colossal and reminiscent of an ancient dragon god. Death, a mere whisper. And Chi-Chu vanished, reappearing at various points on Xiongqi's body. Xiongqi felt a sudden, overwhelming pain, followed by a tumultuous surge within him. Dozens of wounds erupted, spilling forth blood, until darkness enveloped him, and Chi-Chu pierced through his temple. The fierce beast Xiongqi lies lifeless. Silence reigned over the realm, an eerie stillness enveloping the scene, as Xiongqi's body lay quietly on the ground, while the surrounding beasts trembled in fear, paralyzed into inaction. Two twin giant apes huddled in a corner, their eyes glazed in disbelief. Had their leader truly been slain by a human, slain with mere fists? Chi-Chu stood motionless, utterly drained. If Xiongqi were not dead now, he would truly be at a loss for what to do. Resignation settled in. The state of the dragon god was nearing its limit, and as Xiongqi's essence waned, Chi-Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, in that instant when Xiongqi's presence completely faded, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within Chi-Chu in the distance. Unbeknownst to how far, at least 7 or 8 presences converged upon this location. They were colossal beasts even more formidable than Xiongqi. However, they were too far away to arrive immediately. The beast tide was not merely a singular Xiongqi. There were more terrifying entities looming, but Chi-Chu could do nothing further. His final thought was a fleeting curse. MMP, uncertain whether it was appropriate to voice. As his essence dissipated, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Iliasi's white luminescence coalesced into a great dragon. casting a sorrowful gaze upon the slumbering Chi-Chu. Emitting a mournful dragon's cry, surrounding them were no longer beasts capable of threatening Chi-Chu. Only the two trembling twin giant apes remained, cowering beneath the cliffs. Ilya-C scoffed dismissively, refraining from launching an attack. Instead, seizing Chi-Chu and soaring towards the direction of Thunderclap Fortress. The twin giant apes were once again left in shock. They had braced for their demise, only to find that the dragon had spared them. They made their escape. These two twin giant apes, feared even by sorcerers and grand sorcerers, found themselves powerless in the presence of such formidable beings. What manner of place was this? They vowed never to return. He must still be alive, right? Mo Fengling gazed vacantly at the setting sun, waves of beastly assaults having rendered the entire Xihua city utterly defenseless. Chi-Chu had hurried back to Thunderclap Fortress that day. And since then, there had been no word from him. Now, after 7 or 8 days, still, not a single piece of news had emerged. Fengling, are you still worried about him? He should be fine. Chi-Chu is of the rank of a Grand Sorcerer. And he possesses a peculiar dragon companion. As long as he does not encounter a saintly beast, escaping should pose no problem. Siu approached Mo Fengling's side. This girl had gazed towards Thunderclap Fortress almost daily, indicating a profound emotional attachment that he will not flee. As long as even one person remains in Thunderclap Fortress, he will not abandon it. Mo Fengling spoke softly, having spent so much time with Chi-Chu. She had come to understand him somewhat. Siu shrugged, choosing to remain silent. President, at the pinnacle of the Mage Guild, a high-ranking sorcerer clad in uniform approached, holding a communication rune in hand. He glanced at Mo Fengling, hesitating to speak. It's fine. Go ahead. In this day and age, there is little left to keep secret. The high-ranking sorcerer nodded. This beast tide emerged from the depths of the endless forest for reasons unknown, encompassing the entire western region of the Qilin Empire and the southern reaches of the AC Empire. A total of 37 saintly beasts have been identified, with 17 in the Qilin Empire and 20 in the AC Empire. There are 6 Earth-level beasts, 3 in each empire. As for sky-level beasts, none have been discovered yet, but some have sensed their presence. Listening to the high-ranking sorcerer's report, Siu was momentarily stunned, murmuring, how is this possible? So many, and why would sky-level beasts emerge? Shouldn't they remain deep within the forest? The high-ranking sorcerer paused, letting out a sigh. This scale of the beast tide surpasses that of 70 years ago by more than double. Currently, the entire Qilin Empire is dispatching troops westward, and the 4 great empires have signed a comprehensive ceasefire treaty. Shuo province has already fallen by more than half, barely maintaining the defenses of Shouyun City and Xihua City. Some of the beast tide has even breached Shuo province, entering Jin province. If the beast tide does not retreat soon, and the magical energy of the city defense array is exhausted, Xihua City may not hold out much longer. As Mo Fengling absorbed the high-ranking sorcerer's figures, a tumult of emotions stirred within her. These were mere numbers, yet they encapsulated the suffering of countless lives lost. What of Chang'e City? Is there any news from Chang'e City? She inquired of the high-ranking sorcerer. The high-ranking sorcerer hesitated, retreating slightly, as he had deliberately avoided the topic of Chang'e City in her presence. Chang'e City was attacked by a saintly beast, and the city defense array was shattered. The specifics remain obscure. When uttering this phrase, the high mage felt a twinge of discomfort. Given the current circumstances, the so-called obscurity could only imply one possibility. The city has fallen, and lives have been lost. It was the first time utilizing the dragon god, and it was nearly an overextension. Chi-Chu remained unconscious for a good 2 to 3 days. At this juncture, Yihao could barely contain himself. He initially believed that Xiangqi and Chi-Chu had mutually inflicted wounds, hoping to seize the opportunity to instigate some chaos. However, to his astonishment, a silver-haired maiden, named Ilya-C, unexpectedly appeared within the fortress. To be fair, the maiden was indeed strikingly beautiful, her porcelain-like skin reminiscent of a delicate doll. Aside from her somewhat intimidating gaze, Yihao felt himself on the verge of capitulation when Chi-Chu eventually awoke. The surroundings of Thunderclap Fortress were once again besieged by a tide of beasts. Over the past few days, Ilya-C had been reluctantly employing her dragon aura and ice walls for defense. If Chi-Chu did not awaken soon, she would have to compel the refugees to retreat to the dimly lit underground storage. Thankfully, Chi-Chu did regain consciousness, making everything more manageable. However, before he could step out of his chamber, he was met with a cacophony from outside. You cannot do this. Everyone is equal. Do not push, do not push. Slap. A sharp sound of a resounding slap made Chi-Chu furrow his brow slightly. As Ilya-C helped him to his feet, her aura brimming with murderous intent, These humans were utterly ungrateful. Their master had risked everything to save them, yet they dared to disturb his rest. Chi-Chu gently descended from the bed, casting several ultimate healing spells upon himself. Though they yielded little effect, his exhaustion was primarily mental. Physically, he had sustained minimal harm. I am the Baroness. How can I be compared to you commoners? I merely requested a bit more food, and you dare to obstruct me. Had this been my Tower Mountain fortress, you would have been expelled long ago. A woman, resembling a noblewoman, glared furiously at a maid. Due to the recent beast tide, the noblewoman appeared somewhat disheveled, yet her previous pampered existence was still evident. The maid, whom Chi-Chu recognized as one of the initial attendants at Thunderclap Fortress, seemed to be named Tianjia. Around them, the common folk bore expressions of anger, yet they dared not voice their grievances. The weight of noble status had oppressed them for far too long. Tang, he was about to step forward to mediate and comprehend the situation when all eyes turned toward the door of Chi-Chu's chamber. The prince has awakened. What now? Chi-Chu frowned. The beast tide was already a source of irritation for him. He wished to hear nothing of internal strife. Within Thunderclap Fortress Point, one of the maids accompanying Tianjia stepped forward to provide an explanation, prompting Chi-Chu to stifle a laugh in disbelief. It turned out that the commotion stemmed from a dispute over food. The noblewoman was the Baroness of Tower Mountain Fortress, although her husband had perished in the beast tide. She had managed to flee here with the servants and guards. The Baroness felt her portion of food was insufficient and sought more, but Tianjia refused. Subsequently, the altercation escalated into the ruckus that had ensued. My lord, the beast tide arrived so abruptly, and our food supplies are running low, especially with over 2,000 people here. Before your arrival, the provisions were managed by that mage named Yi Hao. But now, under the unified distribution of Thunderclap Fortress, this Baroness has expressed her dissatisfaction. Tang, he explained quietly, intending to inform the prince earlier, but Chi-Chu's 2 to 3 days of unconsciousness had delayed this. Even without the Baroness's interference, the food situation at Thunderclap Fortress was already precarious. Do not worry. I will devise a solution regarding the food supplied. Chi-Chu slowly approached the Baroness, who gave you the audacity to strike someone. The Baroness, taken aback by Chi-Chu's awakening, faltered momentarily, but upon recollecting her own status as a woman and a fellow noble, she regained her composure. I am the Baroness. Should not nobles be separated from commoners? She struck me first. My lord, your servant is utterly unreasonable, conspiring to distribute food equally without your knowledge. My guards are still hungry. There is no surplus food to cater to these peasants. Frankly, they're a waste of provisions. If we disregard them, both Thunderclap Fortress and Tower Mountain Fortress could easily last another month until the Empire's aid arrives. The Baroness articulated her thoughts amidst the piercing gazes of the hungry commoners. In her worldview, nobles and commoners were two entirely distinct classes. Chi-Chu found himself at a loss for words. How could the people of Tower Mountain Fortress be so dim-witted? The earlier Yi Hao and now this insufferable Baroness sought to stir trouble. Noticing Chi-Chu's silence, the Baroness felt a glimmer of hope, while the surrounding commoners grew increasingly anxious. After all, the Baroness of Tower Mountain Fortress was not entirely wrong prior to the beast tide. In many areas beyond Thunderclap Fortress, nobles and commoners existed as two separate social strata. Despite Chi-Chu's benevolence, he was still a nobleman. They genuinely feared that he might heed the Baroness's words and abandon them. The rural peasants, for the sake of the fortress's food supply, nobility? Chi-Chu scoffed. Is that truly something to boast about? Were it not for my incomplete recovery and a desire to maintain composure, I would have relished the opportunity to slap this Baroness into silence. You think these provisions materialized out of thin air? Without the commoners you disdain, you would not even have a morsel to eat. The equal distribution is my directive. Every individual receives the same portion. I had no interest in your sordid affairs previously, but within Thunderclap Fortress, there are no nobles who stand above others. Having spoken a few more words, Chi-Chu began to cough, prompting Ilias to promptly pat his back. The surrounding commoners expressed their gratitude, feeling a renewed sense of hope. In such dire circumstances, their prince had not forsaken them. Almost all silently resolved that if they could weather the storm of the beast tide, they would willingly follow Thunderclap Fortress for life. Chi-Chu's disdain for the Tower Mountain Fortress denizens deepened. From this day forth, all individuals from Tower Mountain Fortress will be assigned the most arduous tasks. Tang Yi, did you not mention that numerous buildings were damaged by the beast tide? Let them handle the repairs. Those unwilling to lift a finger can be thrown out of the magic array. The beasts outside are still hungry. Pausing, He turned to the maid Tianjia and instructed, Tianjia, replicate how she struck you just now. And return the favor. In Thunderclap Fortress, intending to bully my people is nothing short of a grand jest. Chi Chu's pronouncement left everyone in stunned silence. My lord, you intend for a maid to strike that noble woman? A commoner attacking a noble could lead to punishment by the staff or even the death penalty. Tianjia, still covering her face, lowered her hands in disbelief, while the Baroness widened her eyes in shock. She had anticipated Chi Chu's defense of noble interests, yet he was about to turn against her. You, how can you do this? I am a noble, and so are you, the Baroness stammered, her words betraying her confusion. Realizing that Chi Chu was not jesting, nobility is worthless. In Thunderclap Fortress, even the King of Heaven himself would find no favor. I, Chi Chu, have but one passion, to protect my own. Tianjia, strike her without hesitation. I will stand behind you. And no, that is unnecessary, my lord. I am fine. Tianjia hesitated, shrinking back. This is not merely your concern. It is a matter for Thunderclap Fortress. She has struck a blow against my people. The Baroness found herself utterly flustered. When had she ever encountered such a situation? Turning to glance at her guard and maid, she was dismayed to find that even they had taken a few steps back. Unwilling to defend their mistress, under Chi Chu's gaze, Tianjia slowly approached, while the Baroness instinctively began to retreat, nearly stumbling in her haste. You cannot do this. I am of noble blood. It is a capital offense for commoners to strike a noble. She exclaimed. Yi Hao, you are the captain of my guard at Tashan Fortress. You must protect me. Suddenly, the Baroness caught sight of Yi Hao in the corner of the crowd, though only half of his face was visible. She recognized him instantly. You promised me that as long as I yielded to you, you would ensure my safety amidst the beast tide. You cannot allow him to strike me. If I am harmed, it will all be over. Her words, frantic and desperate, drew a wave of derisive jeers from the commoners. This was a scandalous revelation. The Baroness, it seemed, had an affair with her captain. Chi Chu found the situation both amusing and infuriating. He had merely intended to teach the Baroness a lesson about the absence of nobility in Laming Fortress, never anticipating such a personal disclosure. Yi Hao was indeed formidable. It had been less than half a month since the Baron of Tashan Fortress had passed. And now his captain was caught in such a predicament. Tashan Fortress was truly a peculiar place. Stealing a glance at Tang Yi, causing her to shiver, Chi Chu mused that it might be time to find a new position for her. Perhaps appointing a beautiful mage as captain of the guard, for he could not shake off his unease. As Tianjia drew nearer, the Baroness desperately attempted to evade, yet her body refused to move. Chi Chu smiled faintly, gesturing for Tianjia to take action. Crack! The sharp sound reverberated through the air. Though subtle, it was heard by all. The Baroness collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant. She had never envisioned that Chi Chu would dare to command a maid to assault a noble over something as trivial as food. Tianjia stood upright, an enigmatic aura surrounding her. The commoners around them straightened their spines, for it seemed that from this day forth, their fear of the nobility had been dispelled by the mere slap of this young girl. The one named Yi Hao ultimately did not come to the Baroness's aid that moment. The commoners collectively arrived at the same conclusion. Nobility? It is merely a fade. Surely, it is only by following the prince that one can savor the fruits of life. Though the incident with the Baroness was merely a minor interlude, the pressing issue before Chi Chu was the undeniable fact that Laming Fortress was beginning to face a food shortage. If they continued to consume as the commoners had, they would scarcely last 3 days. Chi Chu had to devise a solution. His first thought turned to the beasts outside. The corpses of these monsters represented a natural source of sustenance. However, when Chi Chu set about preparing the first meal from the gathered beasts, he encountered a significant problem. The energy contained within these creatures was far too potent. While young adults consumed it and felt invigorated, children and women exhibited symptoms of energy overflow, including nosebleeds. The meat of these beasts was too nourishing, overwhelming the common folk who rarely indulged in wild game. Chi Chu could not help but ponder alternative methods. Yet, after scouring the vicinity for dozens of miles, he found nothing but the relentless beast tide. There was simply no other option. Master, I may have a solution, though I am uncertain of its viability. Alia spoke up. You need not gather food in such a direct manner. Why not procure it from the Dragon Sky Trading Association using contribution points? I recall that dead matter can be transferred through the white space. Alia's words struck a chord with Chi Chu. Moreover, the white space itself harbored a plethora of miscellaneous items and food. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was around, Chichu entered Dragon Sky, only to be astounded by the price of food. It was not exorbitantly high. Rather, it was astonishingly low, unimaginably cheap. 1 contribution point could be exchanged for an entire ton of food. And this was only due to the minimum pricing of 1 contribution point. Otherwise, it would be even cheaper. Upon reflection, it was no wonder. Chichu had only recently entered Dragon Sky and had yet to establish dominion over his own realm. In those technological realms, even a modest scale of farming yielded an astonishingly high output of food. With the food issue resolved, Chichu could not help but contemplate another pressing concern, that if he possessed sufficient contribution points, could he not also resolve the beast tide by issuing a task at the Dragon Sky Trading Association? Presently, Chichu had around 200,000 contribution points and was eager to post a task. Yet at the last moment, he hesitated. It would be prudent to consult Qingguan first. He did not wish to repeat the experience of entering the Dragon Tower without a mentor by his side, leaving him at a loss for where to lament. The beast tide? Issuing a task? Surely your frost dragon cannot handle it. Qingguan inquired, perplexed, as it was generally understood that once Alias reached the dragon stage, she would be capable of addressing most matters in ordinary realms. Chichu elaborated on the situation in detail, and only then did Qingguan grasp the true extent of the predicament. Your realm is indeed vast. When I was at the dragon stage, I was practically the king of my own realm. How many contribution points do you currently possess? I happen to be free at the moment, if you cover the tax fees. I can assist you. He added with a playful tone. As for anything beneath a heavenly mage, I could easily handle. Qingguan's demeanor was light-hearted. He had recently made a substantial profit in a high-level realm and was in good spirits. Tax fees? Chichu questioned, puzzled. In Dragon Sky, entering other realms requires the payment of tax fees, which translates to contribution points. It's akin to your return from a minor realm in the Dragon Tower. If I were to enter your realm, Dragon Sky would facilitate communication with your realm's consciousness to reduce resistance, thus necessitating a tax fee. Given my current standing, a tax fee of 20 to 30,000 contribution points should suffice. Before Qingguan could finish, Chichu could not refrain from scoffing. 20 to 30,000. Those damn taxes. Accursed capitalists. To speak of 20 to 30,000, even 10,000 would cause me considerable distress. Qingguan chuckled heartily at Chichu's pained expression. Recalling that Chichu was a newcomer to Dragon Sky, shall I cover it for you? You do seem rather strapped for cash. No worries. I still have around 20,000. That should be sufficient. After some contemplation, Chichu decided that having Qingguan assist him would be ideal, as he felt uneasy seeking help from unfamiliar faces. Meanwhile, in Yuzhou, the continent of the Qilin Empire closest to the realm of mages, an elderly man and a young boy were racing toward the beast tide at an imperceptible speed. The elder's visage was weathered, and beneath his gray mage's robe, a gnarled hand clutched a staff. Master, is our mission not to assist the southern Wu province of the Qilin Empire? Why are we heading west? The youth inquired. The elderly man's voice was heavy with age and solemnity. After a moment's reflection, he replied, just now, I sensed a faint aura of a dragon to the southwest. Were it not for my prior encounters, a typical mage would not perceive it. Do not speak of this to anyone. Should we slay the dragon, we shall then proceed south to help quell the beast tide. Humph, those old fools, unwilling to leave their mage towers, will ultimately benefit me, if I can acquire dragon bones for the formation. Our chances of success will undoubtedly increase. They will never suspect that a dragon has emerged from deep within the forest, even if Qingguan wishes to assist in Chichu's realm. He must first issue a task through the Merchant Guild. However, the remuneration for this task can be set at a meager amount. By the way, Chichu, it would be prudent for you to designate a temporary code name when posting tasks. Many peculiar racial abilities are tied to true names, and having a code name can alleviate considerable trouble. In conclusion, Qingguan added, if you invite others into your realm, there are 2 types of contracts. One is the basic treaty universally accepted in Longkong, and the other is a more liberal freedom treaty, at least until you reach the Divine Dragon stage. It is advisable not to sign any freedom treaty with anyone. Chichu nodded and began filling out various details on the Merchant Guild panel. Adopting the code name Traveler. He was, after all, a transient who inadvertently journeyed from Earth to the realm of mages and subsequently found himself in Longkong, making the name fitting. Well, to be honest, it was more of a struggle with naming for him. He truly could not conjure a suitable name in such a short span of time. Ding, Traveler, task issued. Eliminate the beast tide. Remuneration, 1 contribution point. Details, scale of the beast tide. Soon, the form was completed, and the task was successfully posted. Chang Guan accepted the task, and a transparent treaty materialized before both him and Qi Chu. The first clause stipulated a bond of life, should either the task issuer or the task acceptor suffer a fatal injury. The other would perish simultaneously. The second clause mandated a prohibition on mutual probing. Neither party could investigate the other's actions or leave any realm information behind. The third clause imposed a return restriction. Upon returning to Long Kong, the task acceptor must ensure the task issuer's safety. This treaty, termed the Basic Treaty, was designed primarily to safeguard the interests of the dragon tamers, effectively binding the fates of both the task issuer and the task acceptor. However, such a life bond in perilous tasks could indeed be detrimental to the task acceptor, as a mere misstep could cost them their life. That Qi Chu found himself perplexed. The Basic Treaty seemed excessively stringent. Cheng Guan chuckled. All treaty terms are subject to modification. This is merely the foundational treaty, designed to protect both parties' interests. Since we are undertaking this task, we must become teammates who can share life and death together. Without these foundational treaties, those with ill intentions could conspire to ambush and eliminate the task issuer, an occurrence not unheard of in Long Kong's history. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Typically, when undertaking tasks, both parties negotiate additional details, such as the distribution of spoils upon entering your realm, and so forth. Qi Chu nodded. Comprehending Cheng Guan's intention. It was indeed a foundational treaty from Long Kong that offered absolute security for both parties. Yet, beyond this foundational treaty, they could amend it as they saw fit, forming a freedom treaty. Currently, Cheng Guan was here to lend a friendly hand. Otherwise, the posting of a task would undoubtedly be far more complex than Qi Chu had anticipated. Agreements were reached. Qi Chu and Cheng Guan finalized the terms of their contract. A flash of white light signified that the mage realm where Qi Chu resided had officially welcomed its first guest. Quite impressive. Cheng Guan scrutinized Thunder Fortress meticulously. Though it had been partially damaged by the beast tide, its overall aesthetic still captivated him. Hiss. Turning to look again, even Cheng Guan could not help but gasp. Is this truly your beast tide? This is clearly a sea of magical beasts. After the initial shock, Cheng Guan began to carefully examine these magical creatures. It appeared that the main realm he inhabited was indeed extraordinary. Having traversed numerous realms, if not thousands, he had never witnessed a scale like this. It rivaled the swarms of the Zerg. For miles around, it was as if the entire magical beast race had migrated. Qi Chu sighed in resignation. It was no wonder he felt that something was amiss. It was not that he was lacking. Rather, the enemy was exceedingly formidable. Cheng Guan attempted to cast a few light bombs, and a blinding flash of sunlight obliterated thousands of the beast tide in an instant. Ding! You have observed the light magic spell. Holy Light Purification. Ding! Experience sufficient. Your light magic spell Holy Light Purification has upgraded to Holy Light Descent. The skill was impressive, and Qi Chu did not hesitate to learn it. This beast tide was indeed peculiar. Typically, after such massive casualties among their kin, there would be a wave of chaos. Yet these magical beasts seemed utterly unfazed as they surged forward. Cheng Guan stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. He pointed to Qiongqi. The beast you defeated is likely at the level of a third-ring saint, having undoubtedly awakened its intelligence, which implies that these magical beasts are not attacking without purpose. When Cheng Guan gazed at Qiongqi, his pupils constricted slightly. Months ago, when he first encountered Qi Chu, he was merely a mage. Now, he had even surpassed the third tier, defeating a beast of domain level. Such potential was exceedingly rare within the entirety of Long Kong. I will first set up a protective magic array to shield Thunder Fortress from attacks, and then we shall venture deep into the forest. The emergence of such a large-scale beast tide might yield some exceptionally valuable finds. Upon discussing serious matters, Cheng Guan appeared particularly focused. Qi Chu nodded as Cheng Guan slowly produced some array flags and array discs. And with a specific circuit of runes, a faint blue protective membrane instantaneously rose. Various runes danced upon the membrane, and should any magical beast approach, it would automatically retaliate. Ding. You have observed an advanced automatic magic array. Unlocking the new occupational skill, Magic Array Master, Junior Magic Array Master, Senior Magic Array Master. Insufficient upgrade conditions. Cannot upgrade to Divine Array Master. Qi Chu swallowed hard. The array Cheng Guan had set up was of an entirely different caliber compared to the crude arrays he had previously constructed with magical energy. If his was a wooden spear, then the advanced automatic magic array he now beheld was akin to a fully equipped machine gun. Eager to upgrade, Qi Chu unabashedly learned the skill, and a flurry of information flashed through his mind. Deepening his understanding of arrays.I in due time, he would purchase a similar set of array flags from Longkong and set them up in every corner of his residence. He would no longer need to worry about Thunder Fortress being attacked in his absence. With this thought, Chi-Chu grew increasingly excited about entering the forest with Cheng Guan. Each of these freely acquired skills was a highly efficient gem. What constitutes a free skill library? This is the true essence of a big boss. Chi-Chu felt utterly at ease. The two of them, alongside their dragons, soared above the forested mountains. Beneath them, the beast tide remained densely packed, with numerous flying magical beasts even appearing in the sky. Yet where Chi-Chu and Cheng Guan traversed, a veritable vacuum formed. Cheng Guan even taught Chi-Chu a skill called magical gravity, which generated gravitational pull through specific beast cores frequencies, allowing him to effortlessly extract the cores from the deceased magical beast with a wave of his hand. With each motion, hundreds, even thousands of beast cores flew into his grasp, as if he were merely picking up coins. Further southwest, the beast tide thinned, yet the magical beast's levels had increased significantly. Cheng Guan sensed a monstrous beast towering at least 100 meters tall, its presence rivaling that of Qiongqi when it had forced Chi-Chu to unleash a major spell. Yet this beast was simply decapitated by the flame dragon named Yanqing. Seeing Elias shrink back, Cheng Guan chuckled. You are merely at the beginning stage of the dragon level, while Yanqing has long since reached the divine dragon tier. That IT has consumed dragon crystals and dragon souls amounting to nearly 10 billion contribution points. You will undoubtedly surpass it in the future. Yanqing glanced up at Cheng Guan, seemingly a bit unconvinced, yet ultimately acquiesced to his words. The bloodline of Elias, the frost dragon, ranks among the most elite of the dragon kin. As they ventured further westward, the number of colossal beasts they encountered steadily increased. Chi-Chu trailed behind the formidable figure, remaining silent, quietly absorbing skills like a diligent student. Cheng Guan resembled a professional gamer hired for a boost, offering no guarantees, yet effortlessly racking up points that wait a moment. After a day or two of travel, the magical beasts dwindled to mere sporadic sightings, yet each possessed strength exceeding that of a grand magus. Cheng Guan gradually came to a halt. An unfamiliar energy lingered here, likely the source of the beast tide, but I can sense that the core of this energy dwells within this realm. Why, then, can I not detect it now? There is definitely something amiss. Chi-Chu shrugged his shoulders, realizing it was time to observe the master's performance, as he felt utterly incapable of assisting in any meaningful way. As the ground sloped downward, Cheng Guan produced another array plate, which Chi-Chu recognized as a spell for detecting auras. Moreover, the item in Cheng Guan's hands was no ordinary artifact. It was at least suited for someone of his caliber. Beneath the earth, Cheng Guan's eyes brightened as he surveyed the surrounding terrain and remarked, Chi-Chu, we may just uncover a marvelous treasure this time. Chi-Chu nodded with a hint of excitement. The treasure Cheng Guan referred to undoubtedly promised great value. Sure enough, under Cheng Guan's deft manipulation, Chi-Chu began to sense an unusual wave of energy. Cheng Guan gradually unearthed a massive boulder, causing the magical energy to reverberate in a fixed area, resulting in the emergence of a vast pit. Astonishingly, concealed beneath the pit lay a grand door. Within the depths of the pit stood an ancient door, its runic pathways intricate. Even Chi-Chu, now a master of magical arrays, could only grasp a vague understanding of its complexity. Cheng Guan's expression flickered uncertainly. What he had initially believed to be a treasure now seemed to be something far more significant. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. Chi-Chu, it is imperative that I clarify something with you. What is it? Chi-Chu sensed an unsettling shift in Cheng Guan's tone as he scrutinized the archaic door before them. If my suspicions are correct, this beast tide did not arise spontaneously. It is a product of human intervention from the moment I entered your realm. An inexplicable disquiet gnawed at me, though I cannot pinpoint the exact issue. This is the instinct of one who has traversed half a step towards the celestial tier, if I am not mistaken. The cause of the beast tide lies within what is behind this door. The heart of the wood spirit. The heart of the wood spirit unleashes immense life energy, accelerating the growth and reproduction of magical beasts. The information emitted through this door compels the beasts to unite in their assault against humanity. Those frenzied creatures do not wish to flee. They are simply incapable of escape. Chi-Chu regarded Cheng Guan, feeling a mixture of awe and trepidation. Yet the notion of human intervention darkened his expression. The countless lives lost in the territory of Thunderclap Fortress, and the countless beasts unleashed, could it all truly be orchestrated by human hands? The implications of such a revelation were almost unfathomable. Cheng Guan continued, This place exudes vibrant life, yet it is shrouded in an eerie stillness. Not even a celestial tier beast guards the heart of the wood spirit. We cannot disturb this artifact. The runes upon the door are indicative of a master array master or greater, signifying that the mage responsible for this beast tide possesses strength that surpasses even my own. If we were to disrupt this place, we would be instantly detected. Moreover, your realm may be in peril. Chi-Chu fell silent, having expected Qingguan's arrival would flawlessly resolve the beast tide. Instead, they had uncovered a far more daunting dilemma. He felt a surge of frustration. He had merely wished to bask in the sun as a languid fish. However, perhaps this predicament was not entirely detrimental. Qingguan perceived Chi-Chu's discontent. Anyone faced with the helplessness of witnessing such dire circumstances would feel a sense of frustration. Do you understand what the heart of the wood spirit signifies? It implies that your realm is rated at least 5 tiers within the Dragon Tower, possibly higher. Lower realms cannot possibly give rise to the heart of the wood spirit. This artifact can only manifest within subordinate realms. You might want to peruse some ancient texts to uncover information about the primary realm. To put it simply, in many cultivation realms, there exists the concept of ascension. From subordinate realms to primary realms. Qingguan spoke eloquently, casting a glance at Chi-Chu laced with envy. His own realm was merely a nascent one. After establishing dominance, it could only seek resources and opportunities through the Dragon Void, with even breakthroughs and strength subtly constrained by the realm's limits. Yet Chi-Chu was different. He resided within a mature, advanced realm. Indeed, the path before him was longer, but the heights he could attain would be far greater. Let us proceed. I do not recommend forcibly breaching this place. Qingguan patted Chi-Chu on the shoulder. Must we simply allow the beast tide to rampage? Chi-Chu questioned, still reluctant to concede. The core of the beast tide lay within reach. Yet they were compelled to relinquish it. For the time being, we must allow it to persist, Qingguan contemplated before adding. Since it is a human construct, it cannot truly allow the beast tide to overwhelm the human empire. Your primary focus now must be on enhancing your strength. Once you attain sufficient power, you will have the right to speak. How strong? Chi-Chu inquired. At least to the celestial tier. The pinnacle of this minor subordinate realm is the celestial tier archmage. Even if one ascends to a subordinate realm, they cannot wield power beyond the celestial tier. Understood. A resolute gleam flashed in Chi-Chu's eyes. Within a year, I shall attain the celestial tier. Upon hearing Chi-Chu's declaration, Qingguan merely smiled, regarding it as youthful bravado. While Chi-Chu's progress was indeed rapid, achieving the celestial tier within a year was utterly implausible. The cultivation of a grand magus necessitated the establishment of a mage tower, the construction of a domain, and ascension through the 9 ranks of archmage. Each rank required an unfathomable amount of resources and magical energy, along with absolute mastery of the 5 foundational elements and any 4 rare elements. Beyond that lay the path to the Earth tier archmage. Despite Qingguan's youthful appearance, he had already surpassed 2 centuries and stood as an unparalleled genius within their realm. Yet he had only recently reached the pinnacle of the Earth tier archmage. The celestial tier archmage embodies the way of the heavens. Even Qingguan had only just brushed against its threshold, being half a step into the celestial tier. A year, Qingguan chose not to argue, recognizing the futility of such a rebuttal and opting not to mock those with dreams. Ultimately, after a consensus was reached with Qingguan, Chi-Chu conceded to forego the cleansing of the beast tide. As long as the Thunderclap Fortress remained unbreached, they could only lie in wait, utilizing this time to acquire more resources and enhance their strength through the Dragon Void. Qingguan and Chi-Chu returned to Thunderclap Fortress together. Although the initial visit had been less than satisfactory, it had ignited a new ambition within Chi-Chu. Suddenly, Qingguan sensed the presence of 2 approaching mages, one a 7-rank archmage, the other a young magus. Heading toward their location, Chi-Chu turned his gaze toward Qingguan and indeed spotted the figures drawing closer, though he was somewhat taken aback, uncertain of the archmage's purpose for visiting. Master, there are people ahead, and they appear to be at a castle. A pair of youthful figures soared through the skies, equally astonished. Let us investigate. The air here is thick with the essence of dragons, and the nearby mountains bear the scars of battle. The body of Qiongqi has been disposed of by Chi-Chu, yet the shattered cliff remains irreparable. Amidst the beast tide, from a vantage point in the sky, Thunderous Fortress stands out conspicuously, observing the 2 approaching figures. Chi-Chu gradually ascends into the air. It turns out to be a mage array master. The elder's eyes lit up as he instantly recognized the reason for Thunderous Fortress's survival amid the beast tide. The magic array is remarkably intricate, forming a magical energy loop that continuously connects with the celestial powers. May I inquire who you are? Chichu asked. I am Dubai. The scale of this beast tide is immense. We are dispatched by the Mage Guild headquarters to assist your Kirin Empire. This is my mentor. Qingyan. Dubai scrutinized Chichu, but found he could sense not a trace of magical energy emanating from him, suggesting the presence of some artifact that obscured detection, thereby elevating his regard for Chichu. The Mage Guild headquarters? Chichu nodded, producing his credentials. That I signed the contract a while ago, but have yet to report to the headquarters. Upon realizing they were from the guild, Chichu felt a measure of relief. Regardless of the Mage Guild in Chang'e City or Shiwa City, his rapport with both was quite favorable, leading him to subconsciously regard these two as allies. Young friend, might I ask what transpired here recently? Qingyun inquired, somewhat impatiently, for he had come in search of a dragon, indifferent to whether Chichu was affiliated with the Mage Guild. Recently? Nothing much. Were there any colossal beasts? What caused the marks on that cliff? A fierce beast appeared, but I managed to drive it away. Chichu remained somewhat perplexed by Qingyun's intentions. That a fierce beast resembling a dragon. Which direction did it take? Qingyun's tone grew impatient. This young man was proving rather tedious. Chichu was taken aback, recognizing the glimmer of greed in Qingyun's eyes, and he quickly grasped the elder's true motive. It was evident that he sought Ilea Sea. Likely having detected the battle between Ilea Sea and Xiongqi. A dragon? It seems to have headed west. Chichu gestured towards the western mountains, knowing that Ilea Sea and Xingguan's Yanqing had transformed into human forms within Thunderous Fortress, thus believing the old man would remain oblivious. West? Qingyun nodded, poised to fly in that direction. Chichu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, every few seconds, Qingyun inexplicably turned back, his gaze towards Chichu laced with skepticism. Young friend, that dragon is of utmost importance to me. It escaped from my mage tower. I implore you to disclose the dragon's whereabouts truthfully. Qingyun fixed his gaze upon Chichu, increasingly convinced that this sudden appearance of a mage array master was highly suspect. Though the contract he presented from the Mage Guild appeared legitimate, Qingyun harbored grave doubts about whether he was lying regarding the dragon's fate. Mage Tower. Chichu was taken aback. When did Ilea Sea escape from his mage tower? The audacity of such blatant deceit nearly left Chichu speechless. That I truly do not know. It fled towards the west, a white dragon. Chichu gestured dramatically, fully engaging in a performance before the elder. There was no doubt that this old man sought Ilea Sea with ulterior motives. Qingyun continued to scrutinize Chichu and spoke. Might you extend an invitation for this old man to enter the fortress for a discussion? I possess considerable expertise in array formations. Perhaps we could exchange insights. Chichu shook his head, wary of what mischief this elder might conjure. The intentions of this newcomer were far from benign. Should a conflict arise and cause injury, it would be most unjust. That is unnecessary. You should hasten to pursue that dragon. Otherwise, it may have already fled. My skills in array formations are merely superficial. There is not much to discuss. Humph. This old man insists on entering to take a look. Qingyun's expression darkened. This individual before him was undoubtedly suspicious. With no magical energy fluctuations, yet capable of arranging such a sophisticated array, that dragon was certainly linked to him. Beside Qingyun, Dubai felt utterly bewildered. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago, and now the atmosphere crackled with tension.